Charlie. Go ahead.
Okay, it's what I am where I am, so I gotta go finish out the rest of my stream. I gotta
You want to
get
give
out
your
from here.
final thoughts?
I mean, yeah, like this is not my topic. I care more about economics and political stuff. I don't, but I'd say intuitively, it just feels like no fault divorce is typically going to be a net benefit on on a societal level.
Oh, there
So
we go.
a good reason for not having it.
Sleepy.
Yeah,
Thank
also
you,
watch me on
dude.
YouTube at nonfun and everyone and Twitch at nonfun420. Go to my streams.
Deflux just
Anyway, see you
messaged
guys.
me a little
Love
bit
chatting
ago
with
and
all
let
of
me
you.
know I
Stay
was in
awesome.
emote only mode.
See you down
I
below.
was on like Twitch and Kick emote only mode.
Coming in with
And
A5
thank you for letting me
doors.
know. I didn't even realize, dude. I was like just on the panel and I hit go live. Just fuck it, we'll
Sorry.
do it live.
Go ahead.
Oh, now audio's
You're
coming in
actually
somewhere.
making a false
Oh, that one.
assumption that fault divorce would then root out.
Thank you, Sleepy. Oh,
There's a whole
Because
bunch
they
of ways
you
that
you'd
I'm
get
the
like
worst streamer ever.
no, I
You
that's
still have
not
to,
at all fault.
for a crime, you still have to go to criminal court. Like a divorce does
Oh,
not establish, oh, this is a crime. That's
Right.
just divorce. You have to go
um,
and
I
actually
think it's in the.
file if it's like
Wait, is it in the title?
abuse or
Sarah the
mentally
Raging Tomato
they're
on
crazy, they're
YouTube.
harming people. You have to get like all of this stuff belongs in a totally different court. It does
Hang
not
on.
it does
Processes.
not come together. Flow state, you got 5 minutes. We'll see in a little bit.
yeah. So Flo's original statement was that there's
Wait,
no
Sleepy,
like
you can hear me now,
benefit
right?
to not having no fault or whatever. And I basically said, or there's no case where
We're on no
you're
fault
making
divorce
people
now. It's
excruciating
like
pain, but there are advantages to it because you
it's
keep
not.
these people, these abusers, held
It's
accountable.
tangential to Manosphere stuff.
No, but that's
Yeah,
what he's
the
trying to
process is
say.
difficult.
Like if you get granted a divorce through fault for abuse, it's not like that person is now charged with abuse. They're just divorced.
No, but that goes back to what Sarah's saying is that there would have been criminal proceedings beforehand.
No, no, that's a whole separate
Yes.
thing.
You have
Yeah. The
to
criminal
No.
the
case come
state
first.
has to you have to go file if there's abuse, right? In this instance, if there is child abuse going on within your household, you have to go to the police station, file charges, get a whole investigation. The state
Oh,
then
it's in
has to
mod view.
decide if they want to prosecute and hold those charges. Then it becomes a court case, and all of that happens completely separate of anything else. Filing a divorce is something outside of that. Now, you could essentially wait until the abuse case with the police and the state and all of that is done, so that now, if assuming you have a guilty charge at the end, you could then take that and use that as a fault
Hmm.
divorce reason. But if you want to just divorce them off the bat in the beginning and file the other charges later, it's easier to just go through no fault, just say we're just done, I'm done, and then later go if you choose to file charges later for
Yeah, but
abuse.
the same mentality would be it's like, oh, I just don't want to deal with this. I'm just going to run away. I'm not
So
actually going to
what?
hold anyone
That's their
accountable.
choice. You can't be
Yeah, but
virtue
you're not
signaling
holding an
people's
abuser
thoughts.
accountable.
Okay, but half the time, you know how difficult it is to prove those cases? You have to have a lot of physical evidence that leads up to
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Your testimony has to be exactly the same every single time. You can't miss a beat. And if you miss so much as a little inkling of 5 minutes within that testimony, it's just all shattered to hell.
Yeah,
So
and
it's
grape is difficult to prove. We should still prove it.
exactly, but
Yeah.
so is abuse of all sorts. And
Hmm.
it's just it's kind of like, do you want to relive that trauma again and again and again through a corporate? Do you know how long a court proceeding to go? And then if they if there you get an answer and then it's appealed, whether it's one way or the other, you have to relive it all over again, and it's a whole nother year before that process is coming to fruition.
Yeah,
So
you're
Yeah.
only hurting the abuse victims more. You're trying to say we want to hold like the abusers accountable, but really all you're doing is granting them a divorce in the end. So if the abuse victim in this situation can just get a divorce without having to prove all this shit, it's the same outcome in the end, except in one case you're making it harder for the abuse victim and the children than in the other case.
But you
So
would not say the same thing about a grape case.
these are two totally different things.
It's both abuse.
No, okay, but
Like the
are
logic
you
that you're
are you
saying is
talking
it's going to
about
be difficult
rape
for the
within a
victims.
marriage?
The logic,
Are you
one sec, OC, the logic you're saying is it's going to be difficult for the victims. I understand that, but you could say the exact same thing about rape or
No,
any other.
because the outcomes are different. One is just a divorce. You're granted a divorce. One is you're granted actual justice, right? So like proving a rape victim going to testify and go through all this, they're getting justice. Where in the other case, they're just getting a divorce. They're not getting
Yeah,
justice for the abuse or the rape.
yeah, and
So those are two totally different things,
so
accountability wise. So your
You're
argument makes no
seeking
sense.
consequences in the wrong house. Okay, a judge for a divorce is not going to say, "Oh, well, since you abused your wife and children and XYZ and she came here for a divorce, I'm going to send you to jail too." That's not where that happens. That becomes a whole
I'm
they
not
can
saying it
cert
is.
right, but what I'm saying is
That's why divorces
you're
matter.
seeking consequences for stuff that there's no consequences if you take it to a divorce case with the exception of just you're divorced.
Can
Yes,
I
but
just
what
point
I'm
out
saying is
though, like
the
Terry
mentality to
Atkins
have no
speaking?
fault is that there's no accountability, there's no nothing. It's just we just both we don't have we've bad vibes.
Terry Atkins speakeasy. How come neither
There's
of
no
you
reason it
figure
has to
out
be provided.
differences
There's no
when it's an
evidence, no
argument
proof.
against you? How come neither of you can figure out differences when it's an argument against you? But as soon as somebody else has an argument against you where there is a
Okay.
difference, you need to call it out like you're the master of
Okay, so
identifying
what's
these things.
what's
It's
what's
totally
the difference?
selective
What's the
sophistry. It's
difference?
bullshit. Okay, so like learn the difference.
What's
Rape is
what's
not
the
the
difference
same
then?
thing as a divorce. Do we need to explain this to you like you're
Yeah,
a child?
Sarah, I
Because
have a meta
you're supposed
question
to
when
feel like
you're
a fucking child. Because you act like a
calm
fucking
down,
man child.
calm
So
down.
maybe we
If you
do.
breathe in,
Sarah, I have a meta
breathe
question
out.
when this
Okay,
is
so
ready. And also
rape
CT
is
live.
you had
Good to see
sex
you,
with
bruh.
somebody without their consent. A
Good to see you
divorce
too,
is
man.
when married people
Yeah.
get separated.
Mm-hmm.
I'm waiting for him to
That's
step
the
in.
difference, Terry. I figure it out.
Nice mic,
And
by the way.
Andrew
Okay.
Starr coming in
Give
with the
us
I
the
big
love
mic.
how
five.
Oh, there we go.
Pardon
Yeah.
me.
Hospitality
Andrew
got
Starr
my
coming in
name
with the
obsessed to
hold on,
Can we
please.
not talk
Andrew
over the
Starr
host?
coming in with the big five. Reliving something is your duty if it gets an abuser off the streets. This whole argument is from the angles is stupid. However, look at the percentages of taking an abuser to court and seeing how easy or actually in reality not easy it is to get that conviction. The stats are incredibly low and you're going through a lot of painful things for an outcome that's more than likely not going to happen. Grumple to you.
And well, that I just want to
Yes,
step
ma'am.
in real
So
quick on that.
the
Well, that was what I was
I
just trying to
Well,
it
prove.
was just it
hold
was
on.
just
Grumple
passed up
did
Okay.
ask.
to me.
Okay.
So the big picture question that you I think this all of this entire conversation needs to be tested against, which just everybody personally, you don't need to answer. If you want to say it, cool. But the thing that the test is which is better or worse for you morally, ethically, whatever, is for a guilty person to go free or an innocent person to pay a price. Which one is worse or which one is better? And that's I think the test of this conversation about, and I'm not trying to make excuses for anybody or anything. Bad things happen and it's horrible. Abuse happens and it's absolutely horrible. Uh, how does that get dealt with? And
Because
where are we okay? Where are we okay?
because the example was given earlier, I think it was one of the commentators that highlight this is that they can just claim no fault, and then if they're a bad person, they can just go out and start like talking shit, saying, "Oh yeah, like I was getting abused, but it was just the easier way to just claim no fault." And then the guy has nothing. He's like, "We agreed to no fault. I didn't abuse her, but she's saying I did." Do you know what I mean?
The fault
Uh,
function is not a criminal. It's not. It's a
Yeah, it's
prerequisite to attaining a divorce. It has nothing to do with enforcing punishment for bad behavior.
Yeah, nothing is going to come of that except for maybe the judge would determine that an investigation needs to be kicked off. But they're not going to jail. That it doesn't go in the papers. None of
well,
that.
it's
It
that
just
fault at fault divorces are trying to determine something, right? They're trying to determine
If you
alimony,
fall separate
custody,
divorce.
like all kinds of things they have to investigate to determine those things. If you tell the court, I don't need you to determine any of this, then they don't need to investigate anything.
Mhm. Paige come or I'm sorry, let me back it up one. Austin coming with the big five. They go hand in hand. What are you talking about? Time out the fox. That was the first 5 minutes have been added. Paige coming in with big two. Mute the fur ball. Doing God's work, guys. And I've added the extra 2 minutes. Wrongful rage coming in with big five. Whom is more likely to I love that you said whom. Whom is more likely to commit
Whomst.
emotional abuses, moms or dads? I vote moms, but that's my experience with my mom and my baby's mama. Sounds like I think it all comes down to your own personal experience. I don't know what the actual numbers are.
Sarah, you want to know?
Um, yeah.
Whom was actually incorrect for that grammar? It was
Whom?
opposite. Yeah, who
Oh,
was the correct one for that? It wasn't a direct object.
to whom would we?
To whom?
Whom? Andrew Starr coming in with the big two. Testimony consistency isn't a problem for honest ones. Thank
Worry
you,
about it.
Andrew. Um, all right. So roll with the idea of you have to obviously like I would say you've never been in that experience if you don't know if you don't understand what it feels like to be in a traumatizing event and having to relive it. And I will say if you've never had that experience then you can't speak on that concept. But outside of that there is a separation, there's divorce, and then there is criminal law and abuse, grape, my husband started selling drugs, all of those things. You could even go in for a no fault divorce if your husband started selling drugs. You don't have to go through fault divorce, but that's still illegal activity. But that judge during that divorce is not going to persecute, he's not
Yeah.
going to send him to jail or anything. You would have to go the criminal route. There's a huge, you have to separate that, and I
Yeah.
can't get you to
Okay.
get it.
So let me explain
Just
what I
wait
mean,
real
Sarah,
quick,
because
Sarah. Can you
basically
bring up the
the
Church of
arguments
Fours
the arguments
comment about the who thing? That's correct.
Yeah,
Just
so
grammar.
basically, the reason why we
That's
got
all.
here was that we were basically asking what would be a valid reason for no fault, and then you gave the reason that okay, what about in cases where they are at fault, there is some sort of abuse going on, but it's just easier to be no fault.
It's
But
not a
then
valid
the
reason.
one sec, let me finish. Then what I'm saying is I'm extrapolating that logic and say, well, it's just easier not to hold any abusers accountable, right? That's the same logic, right? And you would have to
No.
bite the bullet there and say, yeah, no, it's just easier for people not to testify, which is what some people actually argue
Well,
tonight,
we're
which I'm fucking
telling you.
baffled by.
You
But
forcing a victim to hold their abuser accountable is you being an abuser all in the same breath
no,
That's literally the
because
definition of
you are
systemic violence.
forcing them
no, because I can
to
flip that back on you,
continue.
Sarah, and say you just want that you don't want the abused to be held accountable. You want
I'm
protections for
not, but
abusers.
it's in a different court
Teriyaki.
system.
This is
It's
Getting
not
not
a
the
in
same.
divorce
yours.
is
It's the
holding them
same logic
accountable.
that you are
No,
applying.
it's not.
Yes, it is. It's just
Actually,
easier
yes, it
not to
is.
report it. It's just easier not to report the crime.
Teriak, you can't
Even
It's
logically
just
go
so.
easier
your
not to
way
report
out
the
of
crime.
this.
But guys, it's just easier not to report the crime.
You can't
That's what she's
logic
just
throw
saying.
He
your way
might.
out of this.
At first, I thought he was being difficult, but he might not actually like have a brain.
Yeah, how many people and how many ways do we have to explain this to you?
Yous are making the case that in the
Okay,
situation of a fault where someone is actually abusing the marriage, it's easier just to do no fault, which is
there's
basically the same logic as saying it's easier just not to report the crime in the first place
there's
What
no
we're saying.
because they don't
consequence
have to deal with
whether
the emotional
stop,
trauma.
stop. Listen to me,
No.
Teriyaki. There is no consequence if you and I are married right now and you beat the shit out of me every night and I just go choose to do a fault divorce and say he's been abusing me every night. There is still no consequence for you except maybe
Yeah, I'm not saying
I
that.
would still have to prove it with police
Yes,
reports, but
yes,
maybe the only way you would lose is because you've been beating the shit out of me. So then I'll have rights to your
yeah,
house. You have no money left. That's the only consequence. But the true consequence would be
yeah.
criminally. That's where the society as a
But what I'm
whole
saying is,
holds
Well,
that
they can
person
also
accountable.
yes,
issue.
Well, I want to
Wait,
fit
they
in on.
can also issue protective orders, and if I'm not mistaken, for just specifically domestic abuse, they can issue charges for this too. So
Well,
I know you guys
I
are
don't want to
covered.
get too far away from the point.
Well, that is the
So
point.
when it comes to my certain situation, where it was my mother against my father essentially, and so it was just her word against his, and ultimately it came down to what myself and my brother would say, but we've been so like abused and so like programmed in a certain way where we wouldn't even talk about the abuse that went on, and that's just that is the psychological turmoil that hits the children. It's not about feelings. It's not about like, oh, I don't want to go back against my dad. It's more like there was something beaten into my head and my psyche where I just could not even compose the words to describe what was going on.
If we're
Yeah,
if
but
we're
what I'm
gonna
saying is,
gatekeep real quick, is
just to
anybody else here
clarify,
at
one second,
diagnosed
one second.
PTSD?
I just want to
Is
clarify. Basically, like what you're
I don't
saying
is
is,
care
if
about
you
what
hear,
you're saying.
if you heard that
go ahead,
a
go
guy
ahead.
was beating on his
I'll
wife,
go
you
after.
would tell the wife, just get a no-fault divorce and run away. That's
No,
what you're saying. Yes, it
no,
is.
no.
Yeah,
Like that was your
I'm
whole premise
reading
for
right
No, I
no-fault
didn't
now.
say
divorce.
that. I
I'm
didn't say that.
reading right now
How
in
about
a
you try again?
third
That does
I'll give
not
you another shot.
mean
Try again.
that
in
doesn't
a
even hold on. That doesn't mean that the mother cannot later, after she's left and now in a safe place, now she can file charges and now he can criminally deal with
Yeah,
that. That she may have to do it in a way where she can just, I don't
uh,
want to be with you. It's not you,
and
it's me.
that was
Yeah,
And
one
then
of
you
the
can.
problems, and that was one of the problems because since my father and mother we both had custody, they both had custody of the children. The father had the right to see the children, so it was like it didn't matter if we moved and separated, he would still have a right to go into the home and see us, and
Which is
that's kind of the
which
weird.
is yes, that was a bad outcome. But if she had a
Yeah,
proved fault, then he would have been taken away from the children. He wouldn't have had custody. Correct?
No, he would not.
well, that's the thing is that it was up to myself and my
Alhamdulillah, we
brother.
finally got there.
It was up to myself and my brother to break that barrier of the he said, she said barrier of the husband and wife. It was if the children testify being myself and my brother, it would have been obvious that my father was conducting a lot of
Yeah, he wouldn't have
abuse.
got custody of you.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
Exactly.
you're right.
So it would have been better to do fault divorce.
Yeah, so but what is the other problem that I described to you? What's the problem with being able to achieve proving that fault? Was so can you repeat it for me? Okay, can you tell you what I've been describing the entire time
No,
He
about the
doesn't
I'm
get
psyche
clearly
of children?
retarded. I'm clearly not getting
Yeah.
like this.
No, no,
retarded.
No,
what
you can't claim that. That's
no,
my
what did I
people.
say?
Only I'm
What did I?
retarded.
Mind
No,
blowing
I'm
how
asking.
fucking
I'm
retarded this is.
asking you. I'm asking you to repeat what I said. Is that hard for clarification to make sure you know my point?
Because
Like here. So the
go
simple thing
for it.
simple thing I'm asking is that what was I just trying to describe on the psychological turmoil of the child and why they're incapable of being able to testify?
Well, we just heard from the conference there that they wouldn't
I, I'm
testify.
no, I'm asking
Wait,
you about what I
clarification.
just
Are you
described.
saying incapable
I'm
of
asking you to
testifying
clarify what I said.
because of victim status or because of age and brain development? Which one are you
No,
which one
no,
are you saying?
no,
Or
neither,
both?
neither.
Neither. With
No,
neither, then
it was
what? What are you
no,
saying?
no. What I'm talking, apparently people just aren't listening. What I'm saying is
Why
that
why
when a
wouldn't the child
child
be able
goes
to
through
testify?
so much trauma and essentially like brainwashed from their abuser, they psychologically think differently, where they can't even like talk about the shit that's going on in the house. They can't talk about the trauma. It's
So is it?
it
I understood what you said. It sounds like you didn't understand what I said. Are you saying it's because of the victim's age or because of the trauma or
It's
both?
not. It's from the
it's both.
psychological
It's both.
abuse and the
Probably right.
manipulation.
Yeah.
I imagine if somebody grew up in like a normal home, became an adult, and got into an abusive situation, they would at least have some sort of baseline of normalcy to know that they're in an abnormal situation. But if you throw a child into a completely abnormal abusive situation, that's all they understand. So they think that's normal, and they think that's the normal way of responding to things is the brainwashing and the abuse.
Do you think
More
that's what's happening
importantly,
with
up
Terry?
until the age of 10, what you can observe is that children use adults as references for morality and ethics. So if they see adults doing something, they're not really going to have a strong basis to disagree with it. It's not until they get into their teenage years that they start to actually think that way,
That's how kids learn. They mimic. They're literally monkeys
especially
that
in the first
mimic.
10 years of their life, yes.
Andrew
Yeah.
Starr coming in with the big five. Hard disagree. Trauma is a shield women use to hide from their duty or to protect their lies, even if it's just embellishment. And you wonder wonder why it's so hard to prove shit in court because of this thought process right here. And
Yeah,
this is
this is
kind of
abuser
going
logic.
back
I'm not even
to
talking
where
about
we're
the
going.
trauma of the wife. I'm talking about trauma of
Right.
children.
But that's what it was based on what I was speaking to earlier with how difficult it is to prove either rape cases, abuse cases, so on and so forth, and why people choose not to. Because this is part of the problem is
I see you just,
have
Geralt.
stuff
But
like this being
I
said.
actually want to thank
They're
Andy
usually
Starr
told to
for
not even
demonstrating.
try lots of
Yeah.
times.
I
Unless
want to
you
thank
Hang
have
on,
Andy Starr.
can I
hardcore
Okay.
proof. Go ahead.
Am I quiet or something? What's going on here?
can I get
I want to. I
Easy
want to
and
thank.
Terriac? Can I get you guys to
Yeah.
admit at least
Mel, you have a
that there
banana in
is
your
a
mouth.
situation where a no-fault divorce would protect children from having to go through a bad experience? That
well,
something
no,
that could
because
wreck their
Tiki Tac
relationships with their family?
Tiki Tac just gave the example right there where they went for no fault divorce, even though the dad was an abuser, but then he still had custody of the kids. The kids have to
No,
be around their abuser.
Well, I mean, from that
it
simple
wasn't no
fact
fault divorce.
that they'll
No.
still be your parents. Can you understand why people would choose no fault divorce to not go through the actual war and having
Oh,
to use their children against each other when they have to
Listen,
come out that the other
I
side
will
with a
say
Mel,
better
this.
at a moment.
relationship?
I will say this, Effigy,
Or
that
Sarah, at a
I
moment.
get that
Sorry.
in those situations,
Oh
this
no,
is
not
like
2 minutes.
a shitty, a shitty thing to go through, right? But I don't think it takes away from how important all the pros of taking away no fault is, right? This is the problem, and I'm just looking this up. I just
What
want
are
to know
those
if you
pros?
guys are for this because in a third of the United States, you're not even allowed to file for a fault-based divorce. You have to file that no fault. Don't you think that's dangerous? Don't you think that's a good way to save a lot of abusers? That they're not even allowed to give a fault for the
Wait, how
divorce?
are you saving the abuse?
Just because they
Because
file for
they
no
can just
fault
say,
doesn't
yeah,
mean that you can
we're
file
done,
criminal
and
charges
they're not
against them.
allowed. They're
Those are
not
separate
allowed to say, I
issues.
want a divorce for
Oh,
this
so
reason.
speak easy. Let me ask you a question. If a person files for no fault divorce, does that
A question to a question. I love it.
if the fi-
Go
if
ahead.
the
I'll answer
pe-
your
if
question,
the
though.
people
I'm not
file
fast
with
paced.
if people file for no fault divorce, does that mean that you cannot throw criminal charges at the opposing spouse?
No, it doesn't mean you cannot. No. But
So then, what is your
this is a step to protection to apply said charges. As you guys just said, a lot
I
of
I'm
bonded
pretty
people
out for
sure.
me.
so
You
what's the
want to hear my
protection? What's
answer,
the
or did you just
protection?
want to talk at me? Okay, thanks. So this is the problem that that giving a fault reason for the divorce adds in the protections like the giving the protective orders,
I
issuing
bonded
more
Furby.
payments because you're gonna have to probably take them to court to give charges. So that shit's expensive. So to help you with taking them to court is an important fucking thing. And also, if it's property,
Yeah.
if you have kids, leaving a mother with no
All right.
property
That's
would
little
be a
gish gallop.
shitty thing. So I think
Little
that
gish
woman
gallop.
should get the
Um,
property if she's with an
you
abuser,
you
right?
just
And
described
can you tell me
expensive.
my
You
answer
just
I just
described.
gave you because it seems like you're answering,
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
listening.
yeah,
To
yeah.
the
You're
talk.
saying that. Yeah, you're
And
saying with
you guys
fault divorce.
cannot listen for more than 30
I, I'm,
seconds.
I'm, I'm I'm replying to you. I'm
He's
replying to you.
replying.
You said with fault divorce, that people would be able to put pending criminal charges on it, towards the investigation and put in protections between like custody
Yeah, to
battles,
start the charges.
and
Let him finish.
which, yeah, and but
You
the
didn't
thing,
let me finish. How
He
come I'm
yeah,
the
I
did.
only
did,
one
I
getting cut
did.
off?
Because you keep
Literally, you
interrupting
play
So
those
here,
literally
stupid
um,
bot
everyone.
here's my
videos
problem.
only when I talk, Sarah. You only did that
I'm
when
fine
I
with
was
just going
done
to the point and
talking.
continuing the
And now
convo.
you're telling me
Um,
to let him
hey,
finish when he
so
didn't
here,
let me finish.
And he's still
That
going.
happens in custody battles.
Like,
the one
I
thing
can't.
that
holy
the one
man.
thing that you brought up in your response about
If
the
you guys just don't want
expenses.
to hear the truth,
So
just say that.
yeah, the expenses and time works on both sides. Both parties have to put time and money into it, and sometimes those resources do not exist. So you're just essentially delaying the process of being able to prove any sort of fault. Whereas it's like we just need a separation now, and that's what no fault is for, is to make the separation now.
No, no fault actually extends the process.
How?
Understand that, right? Because you have to wait a
How?
certain amount of time to even actually
You don't have
issue
to
the
prove it in
report.
No,
court. You don't have
If
to go to
there's a,
no.
if
court
there's
to
a
One of
battle
the
fault,
main
it.
arguments for no fault is that it saves everybody money and lessens time in court.
no, it
Yeah.
doesn't. No, it
Yes, it
doesn't.
does. Yes,
No,
that
it
was the
Oh,
did.
point of it.
guys.
Did you guys not just hear Sarah
Literally has
earlier?
to.
Did you guys not
No,
just
there's a
hear Sarah
separation
earlier
period, but
saying
you're
that
not
the no
battling in
fault
court.
divorce is what made it take longer than it could have? Did you
Some
guys
states
not
have a
hear that?
some states have a
Did you hear
separation.
it or not?
I'm
You
answering you,
mouthy
bitch.
fucking bitch.
Some
Can you
states have
answer a
a fucking
question?
separation period. Some states have a
Holy
separation period, but you're
fuck.
not battling it in
All you do is
court with
babble, man.
money.
Answer a question.
I am, dude.
Did
You're
you hear her
fucking
say it? Yes
stupid.
or no?
There's a
Yes,
there's a cool
but
down
there's a
Okay, well
period.
then
difference.
Not all
If
made
you
states
it
would shut
longer.
up,
recognize it.
there's a difference. A separation
Fuck
period is not
you,
the same
man.
as battling in court with money.
Yeah,
And
there's
not all
no
states have
Yeah,
that.
and if there was a fault, guess what? Whoever was the
You have
abuser
to
would be
battle in
forced
court
to
with
pay
money.
that money.
You have to battle
So
in court with
Those
money.
separation periods
Yeah.
are being enforced by people like you who want marriage to stick around. They're the ones who put those caveats in place as opposed to automatically do it.
wait,
Like
what?
my state did. When I had went through my divorce, we had a separation period that was enforced on us. Like that's one of the things they use to try and stop you from getting divorced.
Mhm.
You had separation too. In
Yeah,
Kansas, we just had a waiting period. So, like I just kept secret for a month that I'd filed for divorce. A little
right.
awkward.
Andrew Starr coming in with the big five. If you instigate fights and probe for an overreaction, then hide behind trauma. You are a terrible person and the actual abuser. Nobody was saying that one bit. Like, we're literally talking about child abuse, bro. Nephilim coming in with a big two. If the crime happens again, are you an accomplice? And I think that's in reference to your situation, Ticky Tack, in regards to the mother. If she knows the crime is happening and essentially is kind of allowing it in a sense or something, would she then be an accomplice?
Possibly. But she is a victim of the situation as well. So I don't know where
Yeah.
that delineating line is.
You come down to being the victim, therefore you're like afraid to, or like you're put in that same position. So it's like legally, I wouldn't consider it accomplice. Paige coming in with the two. Can we talk about coercive control? Mute Furby. She did get her 2 minutes. And then wrongful rage coming in with the 20. You should be quiet, Furby. So 20 minutes to Furby backstage. Good night, Ticky Tack for the win.
Thanks a lot,
Flow
Ronquil.
State. Flow State coming in with the big two. Bail Furby. Okay, so that's two. Is this four or
I don't like Furby worth $20.
Test.
so to bring her back or keep her back there?
No, I missed the 20, and I thought I was just paying off a 2-minute timeout.
Oh. So, and then that's negated by Naomi. And then, so I'll take down 2 minutes there. Finkel will take
Oh,
2 minutes
math.
back. Is
Math.
4 minutes down.
Yeah.
So now we're down to 11 minutes backstage total.
There's math
So
now.
let me drop off the 4 minutes. All right, Furby, you got 11 total now. And then Nephilim coming in with the big two. I dub thee Spurgeezy for the rest of the stream. You are kind of extra Spurgy tonight, Sneakeezy. I'm a little
Well, he's
I
disappointed.
married. He can be.
literally talk the least. You
You
literally only did those little thought videos you played. That's why you're laughing.
The
You don't want
fact
to
that
hear me
you're
call
even
you out.
Spurging at that
I get it.
cracks me up.
I'll wait till I get a chance, and I'll
Pardon
call
me,
you out first
Ghosty
after
needs
this.
a timeout too. Ghosty, you got 2 minutes backstage. I'll set your timer now. Stay there for a second.
I have a thing as soon as you're done.
Here we go. And then Finkel coming in with the big 10 to bring Sneakeezy down just long enough that we can hear the two he interrupted. All right, you got 10 minutes backstage, Sneakeezy. Go make a sandwich.
Shave those eyebrow stripes.
All right, whoever said that they had something, go ahead.
Oh well, I mean half the panels are timed out at this point, but any if just and just if we're gonna gatekeep about who can talk about certain topics, is anybody else diagnosed PTSD
I've
Yeah.
or any other
never
veterans? I
diagnosed
mean,
it, but I've been.
either way, but
I've
okay, then apparently we're the only ones who can talk about it. So okay, that was all.
Now hold on a second. I was given. Yeah, I think I mean, they told me at
Go.
rehab after the questionnaire thing that I had it. If that counts, count it.
Oh,
Count what?
Well,
What am I counting?
What are we counting?
My PTSD pseudo diagnosis.
Oh, I see. Ghosty,
What's
you
a
have
So I
something
pseudo
else?
diagnosis?
I kind of throw in a topic. So we're kind of hyped on this legal issue of the no fault divorce, but the thing is that I feel like the side that is opposed to it are trying to keep families together or couples together more often. But I think that's more of a societal issue. That's a cultural issue of like the reasons of people getting married, they're getting married for the wrong reasons. I imagine a lot of women out there are using it almost like a status symbol, like, oh, look, I'm married, I have a ring, and things like that. I think
Oh, they want the
that
ring.
kind of stereotype should be abolished. And we should be sticking to more religious roots on the idea of what marriage should be and
Well, I'm,
force
I'm
a
glad you said that
cultural
because
idea.
that's my question right now. And this is something that I tried to bring up earlier, but it has not been answered back to me by any of the pro people on this. Our divorce problem in the United States is almost entirely a Protestant Christian phenomenon. Everybody else, including the
Qua.
atheists, hover their divorce rate between 8 and 15%. It's only Protestant Christians who get up to 50%. So if you guys are like all about it being a sacrament and a part of your religion, why are you guys the one that are divorcing each other so much? It's not a matter of a court or law that's making this easier for them. If you guys believe so much and this is the whole thing and you're trying to instill this, why do you need a rule in law to do something that only you have a problem in doing? And I'm
I
not saying you, Teriak, but Protestant Christians in general.
I don't know who you're talking to, but I'm one of those. But there's a lot of different types of those also. There's like a lot. You got Lutherans, you got Baptists, you got Presbyterians, you got Episcopalians, you got Southern Baptists, you got Seven-Day Adventists, you got
I'm
Zionists,
I'm
you got a
actually going
lot of
to have
different
to
types of
interrupt for this
Protestants.
one. Let me interrupt you just for this
That's like gun
one.
stats.
We do have a
Sorry.
rule that $100 is out for the night, especially because it is 1:30 and the stream will eventually shut down here in a little bit. So, Furby, I wanted to give you the floor to say your final thoughts and say goodbye to the panel because this was fun.
Oh, that's a
So,
big dick move.
Furby, your final thoughts, Furbs.
Get that money, Sarah. Get that money. Yeah, I think Ghosty and Tiki Tack and several people have already done a good job demonstrating why we should keep no fault divorce. So have a great night, everybody.
Oh,
See you,
thank
Mel.
you,
Good night.
Furby. We love
You're
Furby.
eating up
He's
more.
fun.
Ease
He's
up on
a
Twitter.
very good sport and has definitely tolerated. And I apologize for the interruption, but that was a big one too. Go back to you, Crumple.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of different like
Yes, represent your faith
any
to me, Grumple.
just everybody who's okay. So just in just everybody who's not a Catholic, unless you're Orthodox, is a which I'm not even sure if Orthodox is Protestant technically. I don't think they are. But everybody else is all other Gentiles is just anybody that's not Jews or Muslims is Protestants. Uh, the statistic seems a little bit stacked because you're talking about everybody who's not Catholic that is Christian identifying, I guess you'd say. Uh,
Like
what?
Catholics, Jews, Mormons, Muslims, Hindus,
Interesting.
Buddhists, Jehovah's Witness, Orthodox, atheists, all of them below 15%, most of them below 12.
Well, there's another thing that you have to
Well,
consider on the stack
what about
is that
Presbyterians? What, I mean, there's
well,
different types of Protestants.
well, I
I
think the
agree with you.
angle
It's not
is
all as a group. I just don't have the
Yeah, that's
numbers
like
in front of
lumping
me.
all the gun statistics together. It's cherry picking. It's a bad
yeah.
statistic.
Well, also with the Protestant argument of when it comes to statistics, there's a lot of people who will identify as Protestant but aren't practicing.
Yeah, that's true.
Um, so that's where a disparity really comes in. I'm curious to know if the ones who attend church most often would have maybe lower divorce rates versus the ones that are not practicing.
Guaranteed. Yes. Guaranteed.
I think Michelle Knowles brings up the stat that like apparently Catholic couples who pray together only get divorced 2% of the time or something like that. But I don't have any. I don't have the study or any of the backup for that claim, but that's a claim that he typically makes.
I think a factor into this could possibly be that because in the Christian culture, there is a lot of pressure to get married, especially young, and especially to like maybe the first person you're with. So, and obviously, there's going to be uh, a lot of those couples who end up getting married that find out a couple years later that they're probably not right for each other. So, that's why I think like cultural pressure to get married isn't like necessarily a good thing either.
I also think it's just a lot of inconsistencies and bad teachings across Protestantism, where it's like when you go from one church to the next, they have like completely different ideas on everything practically. And so with that division,
Then maybe you
um,
should take things a little bit more granularly than taking the whole group at things. That's like saying, hey, all white people do X, right?
yeah,
It's
I
like the
mean,
biggest breakdown I could find says that the largest group of that is evangelical Protestants with like a 30 something percent rate.
and if you say all Asians do Y, I mean, you're talking about, so China is 1.7 billion, India is 1.4 billion. Both of them are technically Asia. That's half the planet if you're talking about Asians.
Russia too.
If you, yeah, Russia is technically Asia also, by the way. Thank you. People don't realize it. They say Eastern Europe. No, that's Asia, mother lover. Kazakhstan, Mongolia, Russia are all part of fucking Asia. It's a continent. There's a divide, and Russia is on it. Maybe part of it's over the line, but most
Well,
of it's in
at the
Asia.
very least, the analogy for what I said was more like saying the Chinese rather than Asians, right? Because I did specify a specific, at least carved out a bit of a religion that's
Oh,
not Chinese.
1.7 million people, or billion, excuse me. Yeah, it's just one quarter of the population of the entire planet. Yeah, that's a good, you know, that's a good like statistic to use. Just they're all one monolith. They all do the same
The
thing.
overarching point kind of holds
Yeah.
though, right? If
No,
this
not really.
the group of people who like claim that this is a sacrament for their religion are the ones most likely should be the ones most likely to hold fast with it, as evidenced by many other religions and the way they treat it. Like, why is it incumbent upon a law to do what their religion can't do for them, inspire them to stay together? Also, why would you want to introduce force into that anyway?
Dude, you're barking up the wrong tree. I'm pretty libertarian.
No, sure. I'm just throwing these questions
I
out because just from the things
government
I've
doing
heard tonight,
anything.
mostly aimed at Teriak and their position. But
I like
I'm agnostic.
voluntary everything. So I don't know what you're like. I'm not the one to argue this point really, but
You're
except for
wondering why a patriarchal system would imply force to things? That's weird.
What?
will apply force to
Yeah,
something
he's
you
saying
entered by
as a
choice in the
Christian,
first
why
place,
would you
right?
want to apply force to this? But Christianity is literally a patriarchal system. How do you hold systems in place?
violence,
I think he's just
except with
asking like in
exceptions.
general.
It's such a weird claim. It's like a appeal to feelings. Well, you're Christian. Why would you want to apply force? Like being Christian
Appeal
doesn't
to
mean you have to like
feelings.
roll over and be a
Okay.
bitch.
So silly.
Yeah, maybe not this new ortho bro shit. 'Cause that's not really how I've traditionally heard Christians talk. So
I don't know, dude. I'm a
And
usually not the
that's
crowd who's
maybe
all
I
about
that's
the
why you
force,
like sit
right?
around and make fun of it and do all that.
I
Maybe
claim
that's
so yeah, saved I believe. Uh, Christian, married. I have 3 boys, and I have a body count, and I'm not talking about sex.
good for you.
No, it's not. That's it weighs every single like people glorify it. It's like no, it's not cool at all.
where did that even?
Just you're
We're
talking
open
about
the
like
floor for
Christians.
Yeah.
everyone coming in with the big five. No one is saying get rid of no fault divorce. It's pretty simple. And you people, yes, you people are doing mental
Oh, you
gymnastics to make
people
no fault sound
intensifies.
oppressive.
You people
Triple M also
intensifies.
coming in with another five, trying to sound altruistic, saying, don't you want to hold abusers accountable when that isn't what you actually care about? You know, it's not about divorce. And Finkel coming in with big two. Bail funds depleted. Muters win. Finkel, you've been an excellent sport on this one. And Nephilim coming in with the big two. Furby just got sent to the Shadow Realm. LOL. Yes, Furby was an excellent sport. She loves to play this game. It gets pretty fun sometimes. Finkel coming in with the big fan. Unfair. I didn't get potato chips. Mean hostess. All right, Raku got.
If you want fun, engage with Furby. Mel is Cosmic Ninetales or Cosmic Mel or something like that on Twitter. Go engage, and you'll have endless fun.
I like Furby.
Or X, excuse me, whatever the fuck elongated Muskrat calls it now.
Like,
No, it's
not saying
impressive how much Mel triggers people. It's
I
downright impressive.
well, you have to. Flo is back. You have to presume that you have to let it bother you, right? Like now, I do agree that Flo and I think it was a panel of other people too, went to town on Mel on her uh, child prawn stuff.
Violent donations.
Yeah, that one I couldn't get on board with that one, but she was still always a good sport about it. She'll have the conversation. She'll argue you till she's blue in the face, and it just makes it fun. It's
Does the
good
fur-
content. Everybody
Wait,
has a good time.
Sarah? Does the Furby turn blue? Cause
That
remember
would
the
be
Ninja
cool.
Turtles mug that came in the cereal box? The actual mug came in the cereal box in the 80s. That was the best thing ever. And the mask changed colors. If the Furby changed colors when Mel was doing,
Like
oh,
started yelling really loud.
yes,
That would be
that
Mel.
would be the
Melanie,
best.
fix it, make it happen. We want to see
This
it. Turn
that
blue.
Mel, this is friggin' content ideas. That is free. You're welcome.
It's like a mood ring Furby.
Right.
Yes, exact mood ring for. There you go. Go Ghosty. You're good. Okay, you get partial royalties now. Okay,
Wrongful rage coming
for
in with the big
the
five.
freebie. I already said it was free. Sorry. We'll work. We'll collaborate together for ideas in the future. It's okay.
We'll figure it out, yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. We'll
Wrongful
work it out.
rage coming in with the big five. The Shadow Realm screamed upon entry. You guys crack me up with that. Where did that even come from? Or
I
no?
think Andrew resurfaced it.
I don't know where it like is it from a show? Is it something I missed? I live under a rock.
I know it was a
I live
meme
in a
like
bunker.
way back. It's this guy singing Trollololo.
Got
It's
Finkel,
comes
but
from,
I don't
yeah,
see.
you got it. It's from a meme. You know the troll face meme, that like white face with the like his mouth all weird looking and shit.
No, no. What are you talking about?
The song.
Wait, there's a song that goes.
Trollololololololol. Ha 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 ha.
Exactly.
No, what are you talking about, Speakeasy? I don't understand.
Finkel, I see you backstage, but I think your Wi-Fi is not because you're coming up as nothing. I'm not sure if and that just means that your internet's not operating on full strength. Wrongful rage coming in with the big five. TikTok invasion. That's where it came from. Fair enough. Thank you. All right, we got you.
I just want to come up for a minute to yell at Flo for not noticing that I put him in prison and took him out in one fell swoop, and he didn't even notice.
I know, and
I
I did
did
it a
not
bunch of
notice. I
times
noticed you
too.
bonded me out.
I noticed.
But I did in one donation, $5 to take you down and $10 to bring you up. She did it several times, and you were reading something. You didn't even notice.
I am.
I'm hurt. I'm deeply,
I
deeply hurt.
apologize for not
Oh man,
noticing you.
Fireman and
That's
Baker
fine.
Mayfield goat.
It was
I
just
I
apologize.
forgive, and I forgive
Get
Sarah's
the chat.
interpretation.
Don't you think he's getting kind of fat?
I
I
am.
am.
Um,
I think so
yeah, we're
too.
doing Sarah the Raging Tomato panel right now, and it's a good time. It's like
Love you,
a
Finkel.
We did
serious
defend.
topic, but I'm trying to make it lighter
I know I'm getting fat.
to to you know.
I'm okay with it.
I'm not necessarily trolling,
I
but
accept my fate.
This is why we need
I'm
full
not
divorces because
trolling.
we just want to sit around and eat potato chips
I'm being very serious.
and steal our money while we
But
loan
thanks
it.
y'all for stopping by. Like this is a fun. I'm just hanging out, and
All right, panel
I've been
that I
trying to
need to
make
argue about.
Shadows of Mordor
I
run.
just want to
Yeah,
say
I'm
too,
pretty done.
like, I definitely think that no
Fight
fault
some
divorce
orcs.
isn't just something that protects women. I just think it protects everybody. And sure, like it's irresponsible to marry somebody and then get a divorce, but like shit happens. People make mistakes, and I don't think it's like I personally just don't believe in forcing people to like live those mistakes for the rest of their lives when these things are
Ghosty,
important.
Ghosty,
Yeah.
are you okay with? Okay, so hear me out. Because I think it's maybe where we need to go at this point is get rid of all federal subsidies and benefits for being married at all. Like no more tax breaks, no more nothing, no more Social Security
To what
benefits.
end? Like, what is the
Um,
benefit?
Because then what is marriage other than a sacrament of between people? It's not a federal thing. It becomes
So you would,
just a
you
contract
would.
between people, but there's no benefits to it. There's no
Why is
like
that? Why
there's
is
no
that if
monetary
marriage,
bonus. There's no
I think
there's no
the
monetary
country
bonus to it.
marriage be only a
the
religious entity?
country
It
is
becomes only
is
a religious thing and not a
trying to do
monetary
that
bonus
to
at all.
Oh.
encourage people to get married and have children, I guess, right? Because it's like good for a
No, that's
nation to have
correct. That's
lots of
why
children.
Ghosty, you just hit on it exactly. That's why those benefits exist, was to
Yeah.
encourage population growth via encouraging the family to make more population, which is what, you know, uh, just without getting to like ma traditional married couple
Yeah.
creates
Yeah, but
babies.
you
Uh,
realize all the
yeah.
problems that causes, right? Like you get
Well,
all
hang
the
on. No, just that's the purpose of the monetary benefit from the government. Russia did it too, and I didn't understand this until I was all about like, yeah, let the gays get married, sure, why not? Cool, fine. Nobody cares. What they're doing in their own business. Until I heard about this was in the 2010s, I think, when I finally like kind of changed my opinion on it, was when I heard about, and I don't even know that if this is true, but it made sense of that Russia at the time was they had a national, okay, and I don't know if this is true. It's not vetted, but this is the illustrating the point to where there's a national holiday for go home and try and make a baby, and then if you have a baby that's born exactly 9 months from that national holiday, you get a car. That encourages population growth.
all right. So what I was saying
And that's where the
from
exact.
the
Hey,
script,
just I'm
you're
almost
just
landed.
making
It's almost landed.
sorry,
We're on the runway. We're almost landed. Okay, that's the exact purpose of literally all of the tax and benefits and government incentives for being married. That's literally
it's
all of them.
really
It's
not.
for population growth. No, it is.
It's really not.
No, it is. You
So
gotta you
like
gotta you gotta
survivor
look bigger picture.
benefits, spousal privileges,
Yes, all
joint
all of that,
adoption,
all of
domestic
that,
violence
all of
protection.
all of that is to encourage population growth by
Well, it's probably
encouraging
also just
have a
like it's
relationship,
probably
make
also just a
babies,
system.
encourage
There
population
are
growth.
simply a shitload of things in the law system that need the confirmation that you are a married couple, and that's really all that it connects to.
Yeah, and
And
hey,
most
that
things would have to
that
be reworked in another way
and
to get
that's what
it.
I'm asking right now is, hey, are we? Because I at this point, I'm okay with, you know what? Let's turn it all off for a while, and because I don't know if I'm an accelerationist, but hey, that's where we're at right now. Oh,
I somewhat agree. I'm an accelerationist on the some of those terms as well. Uh, so on marriage laws, I think we should be focusing more on incentives for having children and not incentives towards.
I'm timed out
In
for two
I
Hungary,
think
minutes.
that
and just to give a little shout out to the Europeans, in Hungary, if a woman has 4 kids, she pays no tax for the rest of her life.
But
What does her
you guys
husband
are
do?
ignoring all the things that are actual like spousal benefits, things that link the rights of you and your spouse together, things that go to your spouse but then come to you once your spouse is like passed away or something like that. Like
Yeah.
there are a lot of connective rights through that through the federal recognition of your marriage.
Can we get some examples?
Um, Social Security going to your spouse whenever they've passed, veteran military benefits, immigration stuff, filing bankruptcy, next of kin status for medical emergencies. There's just all kinds of minutia that they just need uh, that federal guarantee that you're the connected person to that. So how would you do that if you just left that up to the church, right?
A signed will.
Finkel coming in with the big five says, "Damn, those chips look good. Now I am hungry again. Aren't you so glad Wrongful Rage timed me out and saw what happens? It was fun. I wouldn't do that if they were all arguing on screen, though." Dustin S. with his membership says, "Can both sides negotiate to fight for no fault, 50-50, no child support, etc., unless fault is proven to fight for sole majority custody, etc.?" And I will say most things when it comes to children actually defaults at 50-50. A lot of people have this wrong. Most fathers
Yeah.
just choose not to show up to court or not to file a counter complaint or not get
Settled
two
outside of
kids.
court.
It's
Yeah.
settled outside of court and they
Was
just
two
go
minutes
with
already? My bad.
whatever. And they're just agreeable. Um, so the whole concept of fighting for sole majority custody, you have to have really, really, really good reason. Like you guys live 500 miles away and there's no way you can go 50-50 on that unless you're like including holidays and summers and so on and so forth. And even that's hard to get a hold of. Somebody still has to have primary. And 1JP Belly 1 comes in with a big five. In Canada, the government gives good monthly payments to families, but it goes straight to women when they get custody, and a lot of breakups happen. Fair. And of
I
course,
was
you
just
got
gonna ask you, Effigy, real quick. All those things you named
I can
off,
answer.
you could do all of that with the power of the attorney, right?
Oh yeah, you would have to just come up with singular ways to do each of them instead of having one.
Yeah, with the power of
Well,
the attorney, though, right? You
well,
As
can
the
many
do
as
it.
possible. Yeah.
no,
Yeah, so
effigy,
that would be the answer.
effigy. The things that you mentioned weren't all like that. I'm going to use the word
It would just
monolith
be
again, but they
a
weren't
more
all the
convoluted
same.
way to do the same thing.
Your next of kin
Sure,
has
I
nothing to
guess
do
it would
like
be
I
a little
also
hard,
if
but
I'm
I'm
also the
not
person that
making
argues.
everything in life easy, right? Like
Well, I'm
everything
also the
in life
person that
can be
argues
made
that
easy.
marriage is not the singular domain of religion. So I
effigy. If
think
you
there
can
should always
I
be
know, but
Uncle,
I'm
you're
a
speaking
secular
to
version of
all those.
marriage.
I get it, effigy. I was just speaking to all those things you named off. That is the reasoning for the government to for the connection, right? And you just admitted we don't need it because we can do that
For
with
a lot of
the
it,
power of
sure.
attorney.
I mean, yeah. I mean, you would have to come
So
up with other
that's all
systems,
I
but
was
yeah.
answering to. I was just answering. You don't need any involvement from the government because you say, why do you guys want the government involved at all? I don't actually, but I'm talking when we're talking these odds, we still have to base it off our system, right?
effigy. If
Oh,
you can mention each one of those
can't
again, I
argue
can
with
answer them.
getting married if it was my choice, right? You wouldn't be able to get married as a secular person. You wouldn't be
Well,
allowed.
you're not in a position to talk down to anybody.
Why?
You,
Why not? Always was.
Well,
not you.
given the
There
position that
marriage
where
laws in
marriage is at,
Mesopotamia.
Um, I kind of understand where FG is coming from, and let's just say that okay, if we were to get rid of all those benefits, and we'd have to go to like power of attorney, or signed wills, things of that nature, it just seems like a very long bureaucratic process where marriage would just be like, up, a straight up, okay, things work. These are the a minimum baseline of exchanges of like value, property, and so on between the couple.
Hey, just so we're clear, if you don't have a will, if like say the husband dies, just and doesn't have a will, your shit's going to probate. It's not automatically all going to the wife. If there are assets that were in the name of the husband, it's going to probate
Yeah,
court,
you're
and the
making
state
it.
might
Yeah.
take it.
So again, make sure you put your will in.
That so that's
Like,
that's not an argument, is what I'm saying.
yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Why do you want to take away all the responsibilities? Who cares? Just a
Wait, no,
responsibility.
speakeasy. We're on the same
Right?
side here. I'm making the argument. Marriage is not an argument for that you would get stuff when your spouse dies. That's not an argument. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. I
We're
get
on
what you're
no
saying. Okay, I
speakeasy.
thought you were
That's how
saying
Speak,
we
you
make
need the money.
speak.
Okay,
Yo, we're on the
I
same side on this one, bruh.
okay. I
Bring,
heard you wrong.
And Finkel comes in with a big five. He says, "Theocracy? Speak. Say it isn't so." You're welcome to respond, Speakeasy, if you want.
I think that's in relation to when you were saying like the secular folks won't get married.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is all about Christians getting in their feelings because
Yeah,
they want
I'm
to have
very.
some
I would run
ownership to the
very
word marriage.
authoritarian if
You
I had.
can't let me speak at all. Every time I try to talk, you interrupt. This is
What about a
just
Muslim
about
I
marriage?
just
wanting to
stopped
have
listening to
conversation
you
over the
anymore.
word marriage. Nobody else has any reason to give a fuck whether or not you feel like you get the word well enough.
What about a Muslim marriage?
It's still a marriage, right?
Well, we have to again
I don't
clarify and
recognize
go
it.
back that a marriage in the state is not a religious concept. The marriage at the church would be the religious piece of it. Adding the
But we can
state,
agree that marriage as an institution predates all religions, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Does it?
but
Like
even at that,
all the
Wait,
big
effigy,
concept,
does
three,
it?
they
the,
easily,
Effigy,
well,
citation
easily
needed.
the big.
I'm sorry,
the
Sarah.
concept of
There are
Effigy,
marriages
Sarah's
that
trying to
came from
go.
Babylon.
Effigy, calm down. Sarah's the host. Let her speak, please.
the concept of marriage according to the state when it relates to getting a divorce is simply the ending of an entity. It's a contract, it's a business transaction per se. The religious factor is not involved. When you include religion, that's when you hold your wedding at a church. That is where the religious factor comes in. So if we're getting married without a religious belief set behind it, then the
Baker
wedding
Mayfield.
only sits with the
I'm not
state.
honestly sure.
Therefore,
I
if you
think
were to get a
effigy.
divorce, that
Ghosty definitely
entity
is.
again only sits with the state. If you
I
include
wonder
religion,
about speakeasy
it
sometimes, but we're on the
essentially
same side on
sits
this one.
guidance
He's a
with the
weird guy. We've had
church
like
and
he's a
deciding to get
Canadian.
a divorce
He's
from
super
there. You're
weird.
going to go that route and then go to the state to appeal for the actual entity that you are
This isn't.
contracted into, and
Excuse me.
then
This
it
isn't like a
happens all that
normal
time.
debate panel
You can't push
like
religion
happens on
for a
Twitch.
government contract that or
Ghosty and
a
effigy, I'm pretty
contract that
sure
you
are the
have,
lefties
but that
here.
the government recognizes.
Not exactly sure,
Go ahead.
but
We're done.
Yeah, this kind of circled back to
Powder
one of my
Divorcey
original
is his
points.
name.
Is
He's
like
a streamer
this seems a lot
on
more
YouTube.
like
He's named
a
Flow
cultural or a
State.
societal issue that we need to
I
encourage people just to
I
stay
I don't
together. You know, not try to
I don't
impose
know.
laws that force people to stay together.
That's why it's
No,
Yeah,
interesting because
it's
I
not a
think
carte
these
blanche
aren't like
divorce. I get
debate
it. There
bros.
are many reasons of how
Nobody here is
you
a
get
debate bro except
divorced and
maybe
things like that,
Speakeasy
but
and maybe Flow State.
I just don't think that the
And well,
law should
Ghosty
be the
kind of
one
is, but
enforcing it.
she's not.
But
You know,
even
whatever.
in these, when
I
you
agree.
like say like if I concede to you, even if I
Oh,
concede to
Baker,
you that yeah,
I
marriage, a
that's
type
a
of
super interesting
marriage,
question. I hadn't thought about it,
there's records of type of
and I
marriages
don't
before
know.
religion. Sure.
Maybe
Let me just concede to you just for the point of this conversation for a second. In
I could see
those
it, but I don't
marriages,
know.
in those contracts, if you cheat, you die. You do something wrong to the spouse, you die. You don't just get to break up either. There was none of this, no fault. So do you want it to be like that? I'm
Sure,
down.
metal
That
aliens are
I'm
pretty
down.
no,
bad.
If the
that
Yeah.
woman cheats, we
that's what.
kill her.
Nope,
If the
nope,
man
nope.
abuses, we kill him. You guys want it like that or what?
I give you a
Okay, more along
response.
the lines that you want
No,
to go down. So
this is why I don't care about
Fuck
Muslims all that
ultimately
much.
kill people.
Um,
That's way better, bro.
Because the goats.
no, no
hey,
one said it's
Speakeasy,
better. It's
I'm
just
willing to
it's saying that
reply.
your religion has no claim to marriage as though it
No,
invented it.
Yeah,
No, it
oh,
is just
yeah,
a practice
yeah.
that we have always done.
no, no. Well, what I'm
Commitment
saying
You say
and
that
is,
secular people
sacrifice.
have no
Oh no,
claim to it.
effigy. It may have.
you guys fight it out. Have fun.
And it separates it from a just being a meaningless contract like you want to.
No, it doesn't.
Effigy.
Yeah,
Who?
exactly what you say.
Y'all wait. Effigy. You said your religion did not invent it. So who invented marriage? If it
As far as
wasn't,
we know,
hang on.
marriage
If it
goes back
wasn't
into pre
God,
history.
who invented marriage?
What do you mean? Who invented it?
Who invented
Humans
it?
invented it.
You said, hey, your religion didn't invent it. So it sounds like you are smart on the subject. So you
Human
would
pair
maybe
bonding.
know
Like
where's the origins
no,
of
what we know is
marriage?
the earliest places
Evolution.
in the world already had marriage laws. So the institution itself had to be thousands of years older
Where does
than
the word
that.
come from?
It goes back into
Huh?
prehistory. So we've always got examples
So
of humans
where?
pair bonding, just like it seems kind of obvious, right? It's
No,
the
those
institution
We
that grew
evolved to
out of
marry
us.
each other.
those
Pair
marriages.
pair
Listen
bonding
up.
is a
Those
boyfriend.
marriages
Go ahead,
are
speak.
these marriages
Go ahead,
are
Book.
contracts between families to have their kids arranged marriage, or there's
Yes,
the
it was so
marriages where
complex to that point that in our earliest history we had that kind of shit already. So marriage as just
Sir,
an existence in human civilization had
sir.
been around for a long
Even
time as
using
well.
these, though,
all
my
over
point
the
is,
world.
even using these, my point is that there would still be punishment, and you wouldn't be able to just leave these marriages.
Yeah, but
So
we're talking about
even
times where
if
they
we
viewed
want
human
to
beings as
use these
property.
ones,
So
you know that you can't just leave. Actually, this speaks to there being contracts that you were forced to stay in. Your thing earlier that there was no
sure,
contracts that
yeah,
were forced to stay in. Well, there was lots in the past. Lots.
yeah, no,
Were you
not
Can
like
allowed
the
to
anybody look
past,
up
go?
the
because the
statistic
past
on
was
success of
the
arranged
past
versus
was
Truly,
not arranged
I'm not
marriages?
arguing for how good the
Sorry,
past was, just
I'm sorry.
showing you that your religion has no claim to a specific institution that existed thousands of years
No,
before it.
no,
That's
no.
it.
Marriage
Just
Yeah.
only means
anybody in
something.
chat,
Well,
can you
actually,
look
no,
up
I don't
No, it
the
understand.
only has
That's
meaning.
the
Your
success
argument
rates
seems a
of
little
the two?
illogical. Can I step in? So,
Yeah,
Effigy, it seems like that you're appealing to prehistory and this
Mm,
quotation of pair bonding,
What is prehistory?
and then conflating it to
no, I'm just saying it
marriage.
existed,
Yeah, I
and
know, but pair
that's
bonding
my
is
He's
not
subject as far
anti-Christian.
marriage.
as like
But
where I think
marriage
it came from.
exists
Let him
Just
before
a
finish.
Jesus,
natural
even
state for
within the
people who
Bible.
get
So it
together and have
makes
children,
sense.
right?
One at a
Yeah, but
time,
that's not
please.
marriage.
In Bible it says, yes, of course it
Obviously,
is.
but people will do it.
there were marriage
Yeah, but you're
Marriage
ceremonies.
or
so
not,
so
right?
this is a category error that you're performing right now.
What
It's marriage is a legal precedent, or I guess if you're talking in religious, it's the law of
Really,
their religion. Yeah, because it's like that's the establishment. It's like the pair bonding is just
Do
pair
you think
bonding.
before humans could speak to each other that we still had children?
There were marriage
people
Yeah, that's
were
called
ceremonies,
pair
married
bonding,
though.
like
twice.
your argument. Yeah,
It
it's
Just
was
called pair
saying,
pair
bonding.
right?
bonding.
First
Pair
and
bonding is
foremost,
not
There's an
marriage.
there's
obvious difference, right?
cultural.
Pair,
Like,
yeah, there's an obvious difference between marriage
no,
and pair
what
bonding.
yes,
what hang on, just
you said that.
big question. What is prehistory and then how does that have to do with pair
Before
bonding
you
being the same
before
thing?
you answer that, Finkel coming in with a big
I'm sorry,
one.
sir.
Michael, the angel in Michael with John Travolta invented marriage. I remember that movie. It was a good movie. And here's what we're
Is
gonna
that
do,
is
folks,
that the name of
because
the
it
movie?
is 2 a.m. I'm starting to get sleepy, so here's what I do. I put up a new goal. We will go, and Finkel's carrying us for the next 10 minutes as of now, but we will go for a dollar per minute on how much longer we will go. So tell me if I need to make coffee or not.
That
Yeah,
Because
make
doesn't
some
matter.
coffee.
well, what I'm saying is they have to super chat the dollar per minute to keep this going. So far, we've got 10 more minutes left, and I kind of want to throw something out here. Is because it seems like this argument typically comes, or at least from what I've heard in my experience. Okay, this argument against no fault divorce has typically come from the men's side of things. Is it just men can't handle the fact that they're being rejected by their own wives and they don't like the idea that she can actually now just pick up and go? Is that a part of the problem here? We're actually like not wanting to uh accept the fact that a woman no longer wants to be with you for whatever reason that is. Where do we stand
Yeah,
on that?
to come at that from the business angle, because apparently marriage is a business contract. No business, like no cell phone provider will say you can just walk away from this contract any time.
Oh,
Like you
No,
can just
Yeah,
walk away
that
from
would
this
family
be
lease. You
convenient.
sign a lease
family
for a year.
law is different than other types of
It's a
law.
contract. Contract.
But it's separate courts. It's not the same like type of
It's.
contract or even
Do you
It's
know
legal
what
softer
like.
marriage is?
contract.
Yeah,
even
but
at
it
that,
doesn't make sense.
you can still exit a business contract. Now,
Yeah.
whether
Well, it
someone's
depends on the
successful,
terms of the contract.
Isn't this a logical
you can
fallacy by
you can still exit
oversimplification?
it. But what I'm
No,
saying
it
is
depends on the terms of the contract.
there will be
You can terminate
consequences
it.
if
Yeah,
you
with consequences.
terminate. It comes with the fine print, which would, in our case, be considered what we'd call a prenup, the fine print of a marriage. So what I'm saying is you are an entity considered by the state as just an entity between you and your spouse. You can dissolve that at any given time. There could be consequences if there is fault.
Yeah, Baker Mayfield. I'm getting my voice back. I
Absolutely.
sound like I've been smoking 20 packs a day for like
That marriage because you both willingly
my
entered
entire life
into it
right
with
now.
the simply a vow of
But
cohabiting or whatever.
oh, they're too
My
low. Thank you for
point
letting me
is
know.
that I feel like I hear this more from men's
Test
perspectives.
1 2.
So I'm still feel like there's this capacity of I don't want her to be allowed to reject me.
Sarah,
Yeah, but this is. Go ahead, Grump.
We can't hear you.
You're muted. We still can't hear you.
Yeah,
just
I don't know.
to Grump,
I think
I'll
it
answer
works
it in
both ways, but go
because
ahead.
like we like it seems like there's just been like the whole kind of like evening. It's like been in like the picture that's been drawn in our minds is that it's like there's this like damsel in distress
Test.
that's like being held down by this oppressive man, and that she can't get out of the relationship. Like I've never made the argument that we get rid of divorce.
Test 1 2.
I don't understand this thing.
The argument for getting rid of some of divorces.
Hear you now, Grumple.
No fault. That like you can get divorced. You just have to state
I
a
don't know
reason.
why you're reminding us that you don't want to get rid of all divorces. That's a strong, like nobody's accused
My-
ever.
Because this is the whole thing where she's being forced into a relationship that she just want to be.
Okay, just my point was for Sarah, the premise, just on the premise of the question, it makes the presumption that men can just walk away at any time with no consequence, and that women don't have that option also. That's what it sounds like the premise of the question is.
Men can walk away with no consequence, but women
That's what
can
it
as
sounds like that your premise is based on.
Well, that's why I don't get why men argue against this, because I feel like there should be men who
And I don't think that's the
want
case.
to feel the same way, where it's like, what if this woman changes? What if I fall out of love? What if I meet somebody else that I like love better? What if like just like things just don't work out for us, and I want to be able to leave this woman? It shouldn't
Thanks,
just be
Baker
like
Mayfield.
seen
Like,
as a
oh,
benefit
knowing the
for women, but for
volume
some reason
balance
it
is
seems
on
to
a
be
stream
a
is like
mostly
tough,
male
and
argued
if nobody says anything,
issue.
it's like you never know.
Yeah,
Especially if you're
100%.
on multiple platforms.
I love no fault divorce. I use no fault divorce. Best decision I
I
ever
very
made in
much
my life.
appreciate you, dude.
I recommend it to anybody. But of course, I have alternative options, and I knew that, so that wasn't a concern for me. I didn't feel like I needed to keep this one against her will.
William coming in with the $1 to add time on. I added that on. Wrongful Rage added 50. Said some coffee. Last one, I swear.
Hey,
And
you're a
then
VIP now.
Fabio comes in with a big 10. Says I can't get enough of how amazing you are.
Yeah, dude,
Add
you're
more
a
to get
VIP.
10 more
Like,
minutes.
friggin' letting me know that
Church
shit.
of 4 comes in with a big 2.
You got a
Noting an
badge now for it. Thank you.
extant thing
I appreciate.
is not an extant. Maybe what's extant?
Extinct?
That's what I was thinking.
Extant. It is a word.
It's a word. Okay. Just Jerome coming up with a big 50. Nah, subtract 50 minutes, get some sleep. FYI, we're down to just under 20 minutes now with all of that added in. So if you want more time, it's currently standing at 20 more minutes. It's up to you, chat.
I don't think you can do that. Just so everybody is clear, extant means like a thing that currently exists. It's kind of like the verb to be. It's just a thing that exists currently.
Okay.
Fair enough. One JP Belly 1 coming with a big 5. Strong family unit equals good kids equals strong society. Look up why monogamy was enforced at some point. I think that's a fair assessment, and I don't think anybody's negating that by any means. However, what we're saying is that if two people, and not all of these divorces have children. Some of them are a husband and wife, no kids, and they just choose to part ways. I think that's a
or
safe
grown children.
or their children.
Forced marriage is not a strong family unit.
Sarah, can I read this one?
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh, the last one.
Is there another one?
No, the last one.
This
Strong
one?
family. Can I read that one? Oh, wait, I don't have my good mic, and my voice is like, oh.
I just read it.
She just read it.
I'm sorry.
Finkel coming in with a big.
Are you on cold meds?
Yes.
I'm on cold meds too.
No, like my voice is almost back. It sounds like I've been smoking 20 packs a day for my
That's
entire life.
exactly what you sound like.
Finkel
Yeah, it's
coming in
not.
with a big 10. Not a time
I'm
extension.
like
Bingo.
mic a prop right now.
You're killing me, Grumple. You're killing me. You're doing this all night. Absolutely. I'm trying to be nice to you because you are a nice person. I know you're not doing it.
I'm incorrigible, and I appreciate you, Sarah. I'm sorry.
Bingo coming in with a big 10. Not a time extension. Bingo with the fear of rejection thing. See, I knew there was some piece of it that has to be in there, right? Like, you can't just walk away from me.
It has to be in there, right?
What if it's not the fear of rejection, it's the fear of destruction of something you've built?
Wait, Baker Mayfield, you're
I
Sam to
agree
Sam?
with
I
that.
mean,
I could agree with
Oh,
that.
you're
I wouldn't be
yeah.
opposed to that.
if
But
that's
do
you,
do you
you're
not
like
think that it's like men are
redeeming yourself
putting
to
in a
me
lot
right
of
now.
work, not only to keep
I
society
appreciate
going,
it.
but to
Thank
keep
you.
families going?
I still don't think that, okay, just being a provider is no longer like you don't get a cookie for that. That's like the baseline, right? If you're going to be a provider, you're going to be a husband, you're going to be a good father, you're going to be a kind person, you know, all of those things that entail in a marriage, blah blah blah.
Well, those
Commitment is
don't
what you
all
said.
necessarily correspond.
In a marriage,
In,
you don't think a husband should be those things in a marriage?
it's
Yeah,
not
but
necessarily
like,
what I
why
think, but
shouldn't
those
we
don't
praise
necessarily
good
correlate.
fathers and
They
good
all
men?
happen.
Why should
That's
I
they
what?
all are.
I said, why should we not praise good fathers and good men?
No, what I'm saying is being a provider should not just be the baseline. Okay, and here's why
I
I
know,
say
but why
that.
shouldn't we praise that?
I'm going to tell you because thanks to feminism, I can go be a provider myself. I can go make my own money. I can go buy my own house. I can go buy my own car. I don't need
Thanks to
I
LBJ.
don't need you to do it.
Okay.
Right? So now the bar has risen because yeah, you could be a provider, so can anybody else, right? But are you a good husband? Are you a good father? Are you, you know, are you loving and committed and part of this relationship and all of those things that come included and you know the shit that girls actually like in a man. And
But
if
why
you're
did
not
you
going to do
assume when
it,
I said men put a lot of work into keeping families together, you think I just meant being a provider?
I thought you said building something. Like,
Well,
I
yeah,
thought you were
but
talking about being
your
a
family.
provider.
I meant like when I said building something, I was like it's your family that you build,
Well,
right?
yeah,
Like,
no, I agree. That's
like
what
the reason I
okay,
said
I
building something is
misheard
because men
you.
build
Speak
shit.
easy. I'm not going to go through semantics. I misheard and misunderstood what you said. But if you did hear what I said, I clarified what I was referring to. I didn't say otherwise. So, big difference there. But either
But
And I
way,
think
but
I
you
think
ahead.
that is like a
you
big part of
didn't
it
go ahead.
is that a lot of people, like guys today, can't just get married because like they have a job and they are providers, and they do have to like bring that extra romantic, emotional connection to a marriage too. And I don't think maybe like the generation above us weren't raising their kids like for that type of relationship or something. So there might be a little bit of a disconnect. I think it's probably going to get better, and it has been getting better. But yeah, hopefully that makes sense. But
isn't romance kind of just like a like temporary spin-off every once in a while thing?
I guess it depends how you define it.
Yeah, well, I'm just thinking like if you're going to be in a marriage committing to each other, there's other things that's driving that marriage besides just the romance.
Yeah.
I would say the romance is probably a little bit more on the lower list. It's like romance is there to get your wife, but then it's like it kind of trickles down from there, and now it's about responsibilities and duties.
It's to
I
get you
didn't mean
there.
like just
I
physical
disagree.
romance, but
I mean, I think
Like,
that
let me
is accurate a
let
lot
me
of
let
it.
me ask a question though, Ghosty. Would you let's say we're going to about to get into business together, right?
Desirable.
We're both going to put forward the capital, all this kind of stuff. Would you not want to have any stipulations before signing the contract that there's certain requirements that like of certain duties stuff like that? Would you just sign a contract that I can leave at any time?
for a business contract, it's probably going to be a little different because that's a business, whereas like a relationship between a
Why is it
husband and a
different?
wife.
But it's just an entity.
Why do
Why
all
is
these
it different?
analogies
Because I'm
involve
not
like
in love with my business
exercising like
partner,
out
probably.
the emotional aspect of it? Like,
But that's what's being put forward. Like,
Then why are you
it's
putting a
we're just
contract
an
on
entity.
it?
It's just a contract.
Yeah, you guys say
If it's
it's
not
a
a legal
contract,
binding
and then
entity,
when he
then why are you
brings up
putting a
all these
contract on it?
contract analogies, it's like, well, but it's
Go
not
ahead.
the same as that.
Why didn't God make a different word?
Holy, what?
Every time.
Wait, what?
Why didn't
Yep.
God give me $1 million?
Yous were
I
making
mean,
the case
it
throughout the
seems
whole
like
panel. It's just a
it's
contract. It's just a
over
contract with the state. It's just a contract between two things making an entity.
I
And then we
never
like
said
give the
that was.
examples of the contract.
I
You
never
say,
said
oh
that.
well, it's different. It's different.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
I don't actually
formalizing-
compare relation. I don't compare a marriage to a contract. I understand it legally.
It is literally a
but
contract.
that's not okay. I understand that's
Well,
what
then
it
what do you
legally
compare
is,
it
but that's
to?
not how I view it.
So you're delusional.
Legally, I understand like you sign a contract to get married, but
I
I
mean,
don't see marriage as a contract
If
myself.
if you don't perceive it as that, does that mean? I mean, can you admit you're delusional because it literally is a contract?
I know it's a contract, but okay, so like you guys come from like religion,
This
right?
whole time you've been saying it was a
I mean,
contract.
the same
so what do you
delusional
see
that
it
religious
as?
people
that
would be,
sentence
right?
has not come out of my
So what do you see it
my
as,
mouth
Ghosty?
once.
Can you tell me what you see a marriage as?
I see it as like a kind of like a spiritual bond, like
Oh,
you're investing
she's
or
stuck in the
something.
aughts. She's stuck in the aughts. Okay,
Like a
there we go.
lifelong commitment?
She's stuck in the aughts.
Yeah, it is a commitment. It's a
Okay.
special
So you should
relationship.
be on my side, Ghosty. You're on the wrong side. That's what you're not realizing.
But
No,
what,
I'm just
what I
not
said
She's
realizing.
stuck in the
to
aughts.
clarify,
Don't
to
beat her up. She's
clarify
just
the
stuck in the.
contracts, hold on, the contract is what the state recognizes. The
Yeah.
state only recognizes it as a contract. We were not saying that's what we believe marriage between two people is. Nobody said that. We were referring specifically to how the state views it and why the state can grant you a divorce.
Yeah, but what I'm
big
saying is that
separate-
would you ever sign a contract where the other person can just leave because they're just not feeling it? Like, or would you rather have there be stipulations?
I would
Well,
sign a
that's
marriage
why
contract.
that's
Yeah.
why I say there should be a prenup. Get the fine print. Know what you're getting into. Know what you can what you're getting out if or their
But Sarah,
consequences are if you leave.
is that not just the fear of
Isn't it a
rejection?
bigger?
You know what,
shifty,
Teriak? That's it.
bigger-
Every man should just get a prenup, and in the prenup, make sure you write you cannot leave for no fault divorce. Make sure
You
that's in
can't
the prenup, and
legally.
they
You
have to
can't
sign
do
for that.
that.
There we go.
There you go.
Great
It's in the
idea.
Good stuff,
contract.
all right, that's what we do, man.
Did
It's
you
in
get
the
that put into
contract.
your new marriage contract?
If it's in the contract, you can't leave. Then you're in breach of contract.
Flow.
No, you can't
Well,
force
I'm
somebody to
happy for
stay
you.
within a. You can
Yeah.
put in
If
consequences
it's just a contract,
if
that's
you.
what you do.
My
If
wife don't look
you-
like a fucking dead mouse either.
Oh
It
goodness.
probably is a
boy.
dead mouse.
Uh,
And your mom ate it.
Crib one
It
coming
says
in with the
the
big
same thing back.
5. Strong society is unified society, not strong family or whatever one JP Belly was saying. Good family is subjective. Disagreement is where society falters. Finkel coming in with the big 5, but wait, there's more. She can
Oh, no.
assemble her own IKEA.
Oh, a number
Yes, I
2
can.
screwdriver qualifies you for what again?
Killdrake coming in with a big 5.
Oh,
Power
sorry.
of attorney. Wills cannot determine who gets Social Security or military benefits stipends. Divorce also disfavors men, which can lead to alimony. Alimony in some states it works against people very, very much so. But alimony in most states, to my understanding, I don't think all of them have them. But if you do have them, they're incredibly tough to get. And you have to likely be either a stay-at-home mom for the last 20 years and have to like re-kick yourself out into the working force. So the courts will grant a time frame in which you can receive alimony to kind of buffer that time frame. But outside of that, alimony is typically, I don't know about California, I think they're crazy over there, but typically they're like limited and very hard to get. And thankfully, thanks to feminism, most of those women are working, so alimony's likely not going to happen.
Hooray, feminism.
The Church of 4 coming in with the big 5. How many feminists does it take to change a light bulb? None. Feminists can't change anything. Then why are you mad? William coming in with the big 2.
That's a hot comment.
Yes, I put myself in timeout and then I came back. Thank you, Nephilim, for taking me out of there. Pete Fletch with the gifted membership. Congratulations to one JP Belly 1 for your membership. And we have about 6 minutes left, folks.
Okay, cool. 'cause
Oh,
my
that's
laptop's
more than
about
enough
to die.
time for anything you want to do. What do you want to do?
You guys can, I guess we could kick off our final thoughts then. Let's take about 6 minutes.
Final thought 6 minutes. Nah.
Just gonna act like he didn't see those undertones there.
I don't know what he's talking about. There's nothing that would only take 6 minutes.
I mean, if you're in a hurry in a public place, you know, things get dicey.
Don't make
If
it
you're
weird.
trying to
We're
sleep
having...
with 100 men in 24 hours.
Oh, that's gross.
We're in a
That would
public place
not
right now,
be-
Sarah. I mean,
That was
6
absolutely
minutes is
wrong.
like
Yeah, no, I agree.
that gets like I think that's right around the time for, you know, public
All
thing.
right. Trib says with the
What?
$2, question for the last 6 minutes. What is truth?
Oh, I think that adds another 2 minutes, doesn't it? So we're at 8 minutes now. From
No,
now.
he says no. I only add it when they say add it. But he says
Oh, you got to say add.
Truth is
Yeah.
objective reality. That's my definition.
But then what is
Truth is
reality?
God.
Mine was gonna be similar.
Like, for
Truth is that
example, like I would
knowledge
say
comes
men
forth
can't
with
become women.
reality.
Like, that would be reality.
What's reality?
Yeah,
What'd you say?
that is what which is in agreement with reality. That's what.
No, but just we are like we not might be fully perceptive to the actual truth. Our knowledge is relative.
Yeah, but there's still an objective.
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying.
Oof.
Oh, brutal. Absolutely
really, 4 minutes
brutal.
left. I had to get that out.
That's good.
And Nephilim says the answer is 42.
I agree with that
book?
in a
What was
secondary
that book?
answer.
Oh no, that is the answer to life and everything. I mean, come on.
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Thank you.
No, don't you ruin the meme.
What
Talk
meme?
about
I
a
don't know the meme.
trilogy that has 17 books in it. Come on.
That's wild.
Well, I couldn't get you guys to shut up earlier. Now I can't get you guys to start talking.
Sarah,
No,
we
the
talking
meds
about
are
book
wearing
club
out.
now? Are we in the Grumble book club?
No.
Or not the Grumble book club, but the Sarah book club?
No, not at all. I listen to audiobooks, but I wouldn't be.
Oh,
enough
that's
for
pretty
me to
racist
be
because, you
willing
know,
to-
access to technology is racist.
Is it?
Like IDs and voting and shit. Yeah, it's all racism. You just got to check your privilege, you know.
Oh,
Yeah,
Lord.
black people can't get their IDs, you know?
They just they don't know how.
Yeah.
Go for yeah,
They
just
live
don't
so far
know.
away in the sticks, they don't know where the DMV is.
Right by the bus stop.
It's all just just racism. It's institutionalized, you know.
Oh Lord. Does everybody feel content with no fault divorce and why it's
Not really.
okay?
here on the slopes of Mount Doom.
No.
Well, you wouldn't have to worry about it though, would you? Because your wife would never, like anybody that says no fault divorce shouldn't be a thing, you shouldn't have anything to worry about, right? Your wives won't leave you. She'll love you forever and ever.
Into the radiator. Like,
That
part
is
you're correct.
that
You're
assumes that
correct. But see, me, right, as a godly man, I also care about my fellow brothers and sisters on the earth. Right, so
Well, but they
not all
have-
just about me. Sometimes you have to plant seeds for trees
But
that are
their
gonna
wives-
get paid
their wives
like
would
you're
never
never
leave
gonna
their-
see.
their-
Right?
and they
Yeah.
would never leave their wives.
No, but fair, you
Yeah,
get
she
it,
does.
right? You
It's
gotta
only
plant
the
these seeds,
secular, it's crazy
those trees are
people
gonna
that-
grow, and then the shade is gonna be for other people, not for yourself, right? Sometimes you gotta do that.
if you plant the seeds that you'll never see the fruit of the if you plant a date tree, it's for your grandchildren because you and your kids and probably your kids will never see the fruit of that tree.
Right, sometimes you have to, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is
I don't
like-
know, with all the
sometimes, like, when
GMOs.
people say, like, well, it's not gonna help
Yeah,
you,
GMOs are the
why it's
devil.
funny when people do the, like, personal attacks instead of the attacking the arguments, because, like, what my arguments are is to help people in general, right? It's not just like a selfish thing.
There's a perfect swing.
It has nothing to do with trying to kiss up to Andrew so you get rated more. There's no correlation between you adopting.
You guys, all you guys that are jealous that Andrew raids me, talk about it way more than I do.
Come on.
I don't even ask
This
for
is the
it.
first
You're
time.
just like such a jealous bitch. See that shit? Something
Um,
had to come out a little more, bro.
No.
You can't hold it
Hold
back,
on.
bro. No wonder you're
Take
already
it down a few
Guess
notches,
what?
everybody.
You're
Come
gonna
on,
get
you're at like
divorced again, too.
14. Let's get in single
And
digits.
get
I am
the
saying though.
final
I'm saying
Yeah, you'll get divorced.
it matters
again, too, bro.
because
You'll leave the 80 for the 21
it's disingenuous to a liar.
All right, $50, I'll let them speed date. Otherwise, we're going into our closing thoughts. Fuck it. All right. Teriyaki, I'm saving you for last since you're our special guest of the evening. Effigy, let's go ahead and start with you. Final thoughts for the evening.
I would divorce you all.
That's racist.
I divorced the
accept.
conversation.
I wouldn't even need a reason.
Literally
No
Hitler.
No, I think I got it all out. Yeah, I think there's the biggest contention that everyone brought up was the ideas that are hitting between the people who believe marriage is a religious institution and those of us who understand how it has to interact with the government. Those two sides just don't seem to ever want to meet. But I think that's where the main contention happens. But yeah, I'm super happy with everyone having no fault divorce. In fact, I think it's good that anyone should have to put any kind of fault on it. We'll determine that kind of stuff in other ways, especially if it's a criminal matter. But yeah, thanks for letting me up.
Absolutely. Ticky tack to you.
Yeah, still in favor for no fault divorce, but generally I don't think it's the topic that we should be arguing about. I think it's more we need to reshape what a marriage is, and people need to commit more. People need to have responsibilities and duties to their children, and that would solve all this mess, and we wouldn't be debating about no fault divorce.
Thank you, Ticky tack. Speak easy to you.
Yeah, I'm just I want to say to the few people that are on the side that they're for no fault divorce that argue this in good faith, I appreciate your arguments because I do think I disagree with what Tiki Tack just said. I do think this is part of reshaping what marriage is, so this is why I think these are important conversations. But thank you, Sarah, for having me on.
Absolutely. Grumple to you.
Sarah, you are a treasure. Also, the no fault divorce thing is like you gotta like it. I'm a very simple monkey. I don't like putting that much brain power into things. I'm not all that bright. Making me think about things like that's just like torture. Y'all are everybody involved is now guilty of torture. Okay, so pretend you just waterboarded me. That's what you're guilty of. But also,
You're
I
welcome.
don't
This is my
think
topic.
well, okay, then you're the most guilty. It's the family is the most important thing. That's how the species survives, and then B, that's I mean, how I, see, this is visible grumble confusion on why this is even a topic. I'm live on Twitch, Kick, and YouTube right now, and I'm gonna keep going. If I'm not asking for a raid, but if anybody wants to keep hanging out and having conversations, I might go find somebody else. But this was a great time, and Sarah, thank you. You're a sweetheart, and I love hanging out in your space. Thank you.
Fair enough. Thank you. Flow state to you.
Yeah, I guess just sort of back a little bit more onto what Tiki Tack said about the utility, not so much of the topic, but of The laws, if the goal is more stronger families, right, which of course depend upon individuals choosing to be better, then
There
adding
we go.
more
I can mute now.
legal
Robert Demita.
requirements around
thank
it
you. I
actually
appreciate it.
seems to
I'm
negate
still getting
the
my voice
objective.
back. It
It
still sounds
doesn't-
like I've been smoking 20 packs a
It
day
doesn't
for a lot of
even
years.
enable individuals to live up to higher standards on their own. It just.
But I'm hanging out. I'm gonna
That's
maybe
all.
panel hop for a little bit.
Flow State, ghosty to you.
Okay. Thank you for
And
having me on,
play
Sarah,
Batman?
Of course. And yeah, I just have no.
But thanks for stopping by.
I don't care to force people. Like I don't care to tell them what they can and can't do with their personal, romantic lives.
Everybody's racist.
Again, I will reinforce. I think the problem is how society conditions people to look at relationships, what to look for in relationships, and how to manage relationships. And I think that would lead to better outcomes rather than like enforcing more of these laws and stuff. So, and if you guys are looking for the answer to truth, I will give you the answer of what truth is. Speak Easy is a fucking bitch. Peace.
That was funny. That was funny. Teriak, the floor
That
is
was
yours.
hilarious.
Yeah,
That sounded
I
like
think
a
that kind of
challenge.
speaks for itself. Like can't even like stay on panel after you say it. Like it's pretty cowardly. But yeah, like I came into this like good faith. Because like I said, like anytime I have like questions like this, like I was watching on the or was rewatching on the Monday one. I was just kind of like the main question was like just like what is the reason for no fault? And it was like many times I asked the question. And it was kind of conflated and said, oh, well, like, you shouldn't force them and all that. But that's basically trying to, like, make it out as if, like, we're getting rid of divorce completely. I'm just saying, like there should be a reason. So, like I said, I still haven't changed my mind. I'm still down that avenue of, like, I just don't understand why no fault should be a thing. And appreciate Sarah for having me on. Hosting the debate.
Do I move it over here?
Absolutely.
I didn't know that we were using the outros to give shots. So I just want to respond to her
Go
to let her
ahead,
know that
go
her
ahead.
mama raised the bitch.
Fair enough. That's fair. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to leave you on one thought. First off, two thoughts. Teriak, thank you so much for coming tonight and having the continued conversation from Monday. I think that that's what makes this even more fun, is that so many people still have so much more to say, and I don't think you'll ever come to a conclusion if your only focus is on the ending. What divorce is it's a knee-jerk reaction to a failed marriage, and how a failed marriage comes about is failed beginnings. I think if you want to solve divorces, you need to start from the beginning of how these relationships come together. You want to fix that, honestly, get them to church, get them to God, make them actually make it worth vetting out your people better and having a principle and a value and morality to go forward and having an actual purpose for getting married, which would be under the guise of God. Wrongful Rage coming in with the big 5. I take the win and I'm going to bed. Yes, the chat always wins, but probably you, Finkel, Jess, and a few others in there tonight probably take the win for the evening. Outside of that, you want to fix your marriage, start at the beginning. I love you all. Fuck off.
I needed a birth control that could keep up with my lifestyle. Because I could deal with cramps, but not something cramping my style. That's why we chose Nuva Bling. The discreet yet diamond-encrusted ring that inserts neatly into the vagina.
It's pizzazz that slides right up into my choach. Plus, you can customize Nuva Bling by adding your own fierce and glamorous charms. And instead of throwing Nuva Bling away each month, you can reuse it as jewelry.
So wow up that wound.
Glam up that clam.
And shine up that shine.
With Nuva Bling! Say goodbye to the same old birth control with Nuva Bling. And yeah, it does hurt.
There we go. mouse was captive inside the game thing for a little bit. Oh no, Baker Mayfield. Wait, Sam? Are you Sam just Baker Mayfield? Are you Sam just Sam? But I mean, yeah, that's. Oh, she didn't rate anybody. Flo, how you doing? Oh, he left. I guess we jump on another panel for tonight because I'm in a mood. Oh, Mel's up.
I'm not saying gay. I'm not saying gays are a problem. I'm saying that particular group is a problem in society for the entire globe.
No, here we go.
That group creates enemies.
People said the same shit about gay people.
Not gays. Fuck black people. That group, not gays, not trans, not lesbians, but this particular group, LGBTQIA+ is a problem.
This is gonna be interesting.
The group, not the people, not the lesbians, not the gays, not the queers, not the trans, not
you
the
just wanna,
intersex.
You just want to eradicate
not
the group, not the actual
none
people.
of those. That particular group is a problem, and you hate hearing that. You think I'm a bigot. I don't give a fuck. But I'm telling you the truth. That group creates enemies for those people. That's all they do is create enemies.
Only because
before the founding of that group, trans people, gay people did not have these many enemies. But now that that group has been, now that that group has been established, they got millions and billions of enemies. They've created enemies for those groups. They've been historically
enemies. They've been historically unalived by people and attacked and unalived by people, and you want to say they didn't have problems?
Black? I don't care about race. Why you keep bringing up? You keep bringing up black. I don't care about race.
No,
that's
I didn't.
Not gonna work.
No, I'm talking about transgender people.
That shit's not gonna work with me because I don't give a fuck about blacks. That shit's not gonna work with me. Now let's stay on topic.
Dickhead.
Let's stay on topic.
Who brought up black people?
LGBTQIA+, that group, that particular group, is a problem.
Test 1 2.
The organization.
You said they had unalived problems by people.
It's a problem.
You don't think that's a problem?
Historically, they've been considered an abomination by the.
I'm not talking about race. I'm talking about LGBT individuals.
No, you brought up race.
The problem has escalated since the conception of the LGBT whatever.
I never said anything about race.
I got 150 videos on my channel saying I don't care or give a fuck about race. You keep bringing up race. I didn't bring up race.
Can I say something before I unlock myself again?
Oh, that sounds pretty racist.
The LGBT organization. That's what I brought up.
That's what I was talking about.
Brought up race.
Hey, Clue, let me say something, bud.
About that too. Do you listen?
Hey, can I say something? So, my problem with the whole trans movement is not with the people that are legitimately trans. My problem is the people that are using this trans name and cover to do the despicable things that their predator asses want to do.
Thank you, sir.
That's where my problem stands.
Hey,
It's
I
not with the people that are
I'm going to say
legitimate.
hi,
It's the
Anna.
people that are
My
hiding
love, I'm
behind it.
being interrupted. I'm having a males panel tonight. That's what they do. Hi, my love. Go ahead, my digger.
But that's my problem, is the people that are hiding behind this trans label just to get away with being a predator. We
Nobody's
see
doing
it all
that.
the time of people going in and preying on people under the disguise and mask of being trans.
I don't know.
They're not the LGBT.
I mean,
the people doing the most
like,
damage in LGBT are not even LGBT. They're just straight, regular, normal, straight people. That's what they're doing.
Can I get Grumple's? Can I call you just Grump? Because the whole word is long. What's your take on this? Oh, we can't hear you. You're mute.
You're muted.
No, we just can't hear you. You're not. He's not on mute. We just can't hear you, darling.
Oh,
change your audio.
Test 1 2.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Linux. It's trying to be smarter than me and automatically adjusting things down. So I'm gonna hold it. Top right. I'm sorry, I can't see your name, but you said some truth. Hello, good evening, everybody. I am your friendly local Grumpelstiltskin, and I just want to say hi. It's great to participate in the conversation. However, what is the major? Because I don't want to get caught in the minutia. What's the Mel? What's the major thing? What do you want an initial Grumple take on?
Well, I didn't expect it to go in this direction. I'm going to be quite honest.
I heard only a little bit before I joined. Love. What do you want me to jump in with?
I wanted to hear from all you men, and I wanted you lot to tell me about men, what they want, what they, where they think things aren't going right, whether that be societal, whether that be within
Oh, they
themselves.
jobs and sandwiches.
Mm-hmm.
And steak, but
some people find it difficult to inflect, so they like to shift blame onto others.
What do you think, Grump? Do you think that, because I'm trying to get to the nitty gritty, I'm trying to allow a platform for, and yesterday we had women, right? What do you men want? What do you men aspire to see in the world surrounding you?
I'm sorry, I'm a very simple monkey. Big picture, I have very simple things. I just want the government to not fuck with people so much, and people to maybe have thicker skin. Professionally, I have very niche interests because and I'm doing them, but I don't know what I didn't really get a good glean on what the contentious topic is that you wanted a grumple, like a really hot grumple take on.
I want you to tell me what's going on with men. I mean, the panel have said so far that men are weakened in today's society. Would you agree?
Okay, hang on, I got something for this. Can we look at Japan? Okay, since World War II, Japan has had a self-defense force, no military, like actual military, a self-defense force. That's all they're allowed, basically. It's very small numbers. So there's not like, Mel, your topic. So this is a topic I was gonna try and put a panel together on or something for my own content later, but you're getting it now. This is a freebie, okay? So Japan has had this, I would call it a malady of not having military options available for men to be manly men and go out in the world. Japan and a lot of other Asian countries all have an epidemic of metrosexuals. This is dudes that are not interested in sex. They just like to socialize and, be fashionable and whatever. It's not the same thing that's happening in China. It's in the same vein, though.
Isn't it more the working culture, Grumple?
No.
They don't have time because they spend all of their time working, and then after work, they have to go out to have drinks with their boss.
The key things that are missing since World War II in Japan is a warrior culture and veterans. in the entire society, and I would say that's a key component. Because who's going to keep nerds in check? I mean, make bullies great again. Fight me, nerds.
So, well, like, and Japan, I know that they are worried about their birth rate, right?
Yes, and there's the meme about
it
having
has
like procreation visas.
Yeah, they also are a country which is uniquely very isolationist. Like, they don't really accept.
It's isolationist and homogenous and very xenophobic.
Yeah.
Nobody calls out Japanese people for being a racist. They're entirely xenophobic. The entire culture is. And hey, hang on, just FYI. Prior active duty Marine here, 9/11 to 2008. I was stationed in Okinawa. I interacted with the entire culture there. I have a little bit of understanding. Yes, the panty vending machines do exist.
Well, I know they have all kinds of crazy vending machines.
Really
I watched a video like years ago where someone was doing a boat trip, and it was just a boat trip along a river, but this boat was decked out with vending machines. You could get whatever you want from a vending machine on this boat. It was awesome.
I think we're straying away from the topic just a little bit. Yeah.
A little, yeah.
No, I have the memory of a guppy, and I left my abacus in my truck. I'm sorry. Mel, what was
dude, I'm the same.
What was
Okay, so I wanted to, because so far I'm listening to you all, and the panel kind of just went in one direction, and they think that there's a certain movement which is being pushed too hard. Okay, I understand that, but I want to get deeper in that. I want to go deeper in that. I want to say.
Get deeper?
Yeah.
I can't make any promises. Okay.
That's what she said. Yeah.
The deeper you get, the moister you get.
I want to go deeper in what respect is that less.
Well, I see. You don't want to dive unless you know where the bottom is. You have to know how deep you can go, because otherwise, like, bad things happen.
Hey, who cares where the bottom is? Dive in head first.
Oh, well, I mean, if you care about, like, never mind.
Life's a gamble, bro.
Well, let's
gamble away.
Let's move on.
Okay, so
I'm trying to prevent injuries. Just let's move on, though.
Let's move on. I'm hearing the panel. I'm listening to the panel, and the panel said earlier that they're concerned about the younger man. So we're looking at late teens to 30-ish. Can you not elaborate? What are the concerns? What can we do? You know, what's the problem? What's happening?
About what?
Get
about the younger men.
Get them away from the media.
Wait, hang on. I just don't understand what the question is. What about that?
The panel said earlier that they thought that the younger men are lost, right? They're lost. They're too busy doing selfies for TikToks and all that kind of stuff. They're no longer masculine.
Well, it depends
I've heard there's not enough getting out.
It depends on the country. It depends on the country and the culture.
Please do not talk over each other.
It depends on the country and the culture that we're talking about. Are we talking about strictly U.S. or like globally?
I guess in this case, because most of my panel is American, let's talk about the U.S.
What about Chavs and the Brits, though?
Get them away from the media. That's the answer to the question. Get them away. Okay. The media is doing it. The phones and the flat screens. That's why these men are the way that they are now.
Rob the nerd, you got it 100%.
Let them go back outside. Let them scrape their knees. Let them bump their fucking heads. Let them drink from the hose again. Yes. Let them stay out to the street light and come on and fish and play out in the fucking
let them
woods.
Drink from the hose from a neighbor that they didn't even meet 3 streets over.
Exactly. Let them get bullied and fight with each other. Let them fist fight in the yard.
I found it kind of ironic that Clue said before that they need to stop listening to their phones and the social media and everything, and they should listen to us, is what he said. He's saying that on the internet.
I didn't say listen
People
to
are
us.
watching
I said
on
stop
people are watching on their phones, and
none of us are kids.
Yeah, but he's not a child.
Sorry, that's not a gotcha moment. That guy.
Yeah,
it's not a gotcha moment.
Wait, that guy.
We're
all
adults. We're
grown-ass
talking about
adults.
kids.
Wait,
We're
that
talking
guy.
about today's man.
Hey, y'all, hold the fuck on.
Yeah.
That guy.
I'm not
Rob
today's
the
man.
Nerd is not a 6-year-old
Okay?
child. So
All right?
you're
I just
gotcha.
found it ironic.
All
That's
right?
all.
I'm sorry.
So
Yeah.
that was a failed gotcha moment, by the way. Go ahead.
I mean,
that
I'm
guy
sure we're
Rob
all
the Nerd.
children at heart.
Can I? That guy Rob the Nerd is not a 6-year-old child. So him communicating on the internet does not reinforce your point at all. We're adults having an adult conversation. That doesn't mean kids
Yeah,
have
but for
to be
people to
privy
listen
it
to it, they
on devices.
For people to listen to it, they
that
need
they
to
have
be on
access
their
to
phone.
24/7. Social media and smartphones are the downfall of society. Fight me on that one.
It is. I agree. Shit.
Social media is only. Hey, social media is only part of the downfall.
When the smartphone, when people can
biggest
hold
part.
the internet in their pockets, that's when shit went left.
Well, hey, you say it's the biggest part. I don't think it's the biggest part. I think it's the second biggest part. The first biggest part is the parents that are allowing their children to be influenced by that. That's the biggest problem. Is the amount of time that these parents are allowing their children to spend being influenced by all this shit.
A lot of parents use
the
this cell
problem
phone
is-
a lot of parents use cell phones and the internet as a babysitter. Also,
I have been.
That's a big problem.
That's part of the biggest problem.
That's exactly
They
what
don't have no interaction now with children. It's rather,
What's your
let me
response?
take the
What's your
right
response to
I am
that
having
guy?
fun right now. I have
Yeah,
All the
thanks.
people on the
Well,
panel disagree with what you just
listen,
said.
look-
That guy.
Yeah,
So what's your
hello?
response to that?
Hello, I'm
that guy?
talking.
I'm having fun.
Fuck,
I don't
mate.
have.
Okay, I wanted to say,
I got a
yeah,
contract,
and
I
that
don't
is
have to
very
go back to
difficult
work until the
because
30th.
you can't
Because they're just shut down.
completely stop young people from accessing
Actually, Alessa, if you
the
wanna
internet
join
and
this,
using devices because
Yeah,
they
okay.
are ubiquitous now. They're a part of life.
Wait,
We
How
need
so?
them. We need them for things. There are things now that I have to use my phone for.
You're an adult.
You know, for registering for things and doing
That's
stuff
fine,
like that.
but listen, my kids don't need
There
a
isn't-
phone. They don't
So
need
if
a
you-
We don't do
tablet.
shit by mail anymore. So,
if your
they
son
do.
never
so
saw
they,
a cell phone, he'd be dead.
well, no, but they need to learn how to use them, and they need to
So he
learn.
can't learn without a
how-
cell phone. That's what you're
Read
saying.
the
Your son
book.
cannot learn without a cell phone. Is that true?
They don't need to have a cell phone.
That's not what
My
I'm
boys-
saying.
my
I'm
boys
saying they
won't
need
have
to
one.
learn how to use these devices because they're going to need to use them later in life. And
Maybe-
if
maybe
you
not.
don't
No,
teach
they
them,
don't.
if you don't teach them young how to use them properly, then maybe you're not raising a kid that's going to be very
I
Why don't you? Why don't you teach them 3
savvy
years?
when
Why
they're
don't you
older.
teach them 3 years before their working age? 3 years.
I disagree.
Let's say they work. Let's say they work at 18. Teach them at 15.
15?
15.
Yeah, I mean,
15.
13 to 15, like, I mean...
Yeah, but the majority
Yeah. Or, I'm
hands
not,
over
I'm
their
not
cell
trying to
phones
put
to
a...
their kids at 5 and 4
Yeah, single
I'm not,
digits.
6.
I'm not trying to put a prescription on it, like when people
You just
should.
did put a prescription on it.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
No, I didn't. I said
How in the
why
hell
I
did
did
we
it.
ever survive
Maybe
without cell
for,
phones?
like 13 to 15, yeah, sure, why not? Like, that sounds fine to me. But it's going to be different for every family, every individual kid. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't put a definitive line on it. Like, this is when kids could go from not being allowed to even look at a mobile phone
Of course
to
you can. You're an
having
adult.
one.
You
And
can't put a definitive line. You're an adult. That's what adults do. They put definitive lines on kids. Yes, you can do that.
well, maybe dumb adults do. Yeah, sure.
Did y'all just hear that?
So
Listen,
wait a minute.
it
So,
was
so
up to the
being,
parents
being
to
a
place
responsible
boundary
parent,
limits
putting
on
different
their
lines for
children.
your kids. makes you a dumb adult. Well, I'm a stupid motherfucker then.
That guy believed that kids and adults
No,
are
I'm
the
not.
same.
I'm not saying
They're
that.
equals.
They're
Equals.
not.
5-year-old and a 50-year-old's the same motherfucking person.
What I was saying is, I'm not gonna prescribe to you when you should
You just
or
said
shouldn't
prescribe it.
allow your child.
I can
your
assume
child
you ain't got no
to have a
damn
device.
kids. You ain't got no kids, do you,
don't.
that guy?
No, I don't. But
Of
even
course.
if I did,
No shit.
Even
Go
if
ahead,
I
speak.
did, even if
Speak.
I
Go
did,
ahead.
I would not.
That's all I
Even
need
if
to
I
know.
did, yeah, you asked me to speak. Even if I did, I wouldn't prescribe for you and your kids what is the best thing to do.
No.
So let me ask
What
you a
I
question.
said was
hold on,
prescribed
hold
for
on.
your kids, not
Bro,
everybody
let me
else's
ask him a
kids.
question. Let me ask him a question, Chloe.
Yeah, well, that would
So,
be
hey, bud,
my individual choice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, if you had
And that would
kids,
be
bro.
subjective to me
Yeah,
and
you
to
want
my
your,
kids.
You want your kid to have a cell phone at 5. Go ahead.
Yeah, what I was going to ask him is, what age, if you had kids yourself, would you allow your kids to have a cell phone, a tablet, access to electronics? And then what span of time would you allow or think would be an allotted time and acceptable and responsible time to allow your kid to have access to those electronics?
I had a
Knowing the
computer
influence
at
that those electronics
I had a
would
computer
have
at the
over
age
your
of
kid.
4. Yeah, I had a computer at the age of 4. Was that too early?
Well, having a computer but having access to the internet is what we're specifically talking about. All right.
Yeah, that computer you had at 4 did not access millions and billions of people all over Earth.
I mean, in Atari games,
apples and
it's not a
oranges.
computer.
By the way, apples and oranges. But go ahead.
You can restrict your child's access to the internet, right?
Sure, you can. Go ahead.
Like,
Have you guys ever heard of?
Like
Have you
you
ever,
said, you said the word the age 5 specifically. So a 5-year-old kid, you could not, in your opinion, you couldn't restrict their access to the internet.
You cannot give them a phone. Real simple.
Oh no, you 100%
Not give them
restrict
a
it.
phone. No phones in this house. You could have a rule. No phones in this house. Now, if they have phones outside the house, that's different. But in this house, no phones.
That. Yeah, you could do that.
That would make a big difference.
That's why I said I'm not gonna prescribe for you what to do with your kids. Like, you could do that, and I wouldn't judge you for it.
Thank you, Uncle Fatty. You can put your top down.
But you don't think that would help by not having phones in the house before the age of, say, 15? You don't think that would help?
I think it depends on the family and the kid.
let me ask you guys: have you guys ever heard the old saying, "It takes a village to raise a child"?
Yeah, and I don't agree with that.
Okay,
yeah, I don't either.
okay,
That sounds
okay.
like communism to me.
All right,
It does,
let
it is
me finish.
communism.
Let me finish my thought. Do you
Helping
think the
your
internet
neighbor,
is
being a
do you
good
think the
Christian
internet-
is communism?
Do you think the internet is a village?
No, it's the worst
No.
village
Hey,
ever.
fatty.
What in the
It's
world?
part
No,
of
it's,
one.
it's random people on Earth. That's not a village. That's
Right.
random people on Earth.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like, okay, this is where I'm going with this.
There can be communities within it, but nah. The
Why are
entire
they
internet,
called
nah.
influencers if they don't influence?
This is where I'm going with this. If you let the village raise your child, that child becomes a village idiot. Okay.
Like iPie. You know it. I tell you, good call. I'm hearing strange noises.
Something's flying around
out there.
All right. See, the thing is, it's like when I was growing up, man, my parents said, get out of the damn house and don't come back until the street lights come on.
Yeah.
All right. We went out, and we rode our BMX bikes all over the freaking neighborhood. We did all kinds of stuff. We had BB gun wars out in the woods. We do all kinds of stuff. And
That
like,
makes
just
you
like
a
said,
man.
drink from the hose. Yeah, exactly.
I'm
You
not
know, you got to you
Drink
got
from
to
the
learn
hose.
social skills. By being out with your friends and out with your neighborhood
BMX
kids and stuff like that.
riding,
Right.
drinking from
It was-
hoses.
How do kids these days learn their social skills from their parents?
Exactly,
or from their
exactly,
surroundings.
exactly. From the internet is where they're learning it from.
Sad.
You know.
Yeah.
And
they
that
don't
is
need
the sad
tablets
point
to do
because
their
that's
homework anymore,
they're-
right?
most-
We never
and-
needed calculators.
And that's another thing too when it comes down to the boys.
I really don't know.
If they're learning their social skills from internet, They're not actually learning how to actually interact with a human being face to face.
Exactly.
Well, they're also not learning how to be true
The internet
men.
isn't other human beings.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Because we're just faces on a computer
For
screen.
example, here are the retail
No, we're,
prices.
what about most people?
What about
Most
what we're doing now? Would you not say
most
that we're interacting with other people?
You are
It's
an
not the
avatar.
same as face to face.
You are an avatar, and you're also.
I mean,
You're also.
boys, we scrap.
Guys, we're not
and we fought.
guys, nobody can hear anything. What are we saying?
Here we go.
When we were young, we built forts. We scrapped. We fought on the playground. You know, we'd do these physical activities that you just can't do on the internet. It's just not the same social interaction. It
Not only that, what you're seeing on the internet is not the real thing. Most people, they put a face, they put a mask on. They're actually they become this alter ego on the internet.
actors
They're
are
not a
real
real
me.
person.
Whoa, hello. You seeing the real
No,
me?
Okay,
I
we
will
didn't ask for
refuse
the real
to have
you,
my,
but go ahead.
my boys. Listen, I will refuse to have my boys turn into the fucking Logan and Jake Pauls that we see on the fucking internet now.
I hear you on that.
There you go.
I refuse.
I hear you on that.
And this
So I
is
will
where
do
our
everything in
positive
my
role
power
models are
to
coming
make-
from, is the internet. This is what I'm saying. This is what we got as positive role models for our for our boys. You know, our positive male role models for our boys is on the internet now. You know, all right. You know, and this is what's the problem is really. You know, because they're getting filled with all this crap in their head. All right.
Yeah,
You know,
like
and they
Jordan
don't know
Peterson
how to
and stuff.
interact with a real person face to face.
It couldn't
You know
be
what
the
I'm saying?
parents that are sitting at home spurging out on every single little fucking talking point, could it? I mean, don't get me wrong, but you know that's kind of a bad thing too.
You know,
mean-
it's been a big deal for me because I mean, you know, like I'm the X generation. I'm the last generation to actually know what it was like before the internet, before cell phones.
Right.
You know, every generation after me has always had it their whole life. All right. I know what it was
Access to
like, you know, to
information.
actually.
Oh my God.
I know what it was like to have a landline in the house. I had to just like a 20-foot cord on my phone, and I had to go into the closet to talk to my best friend. You know, so I didn't have, you know what I mean? I mean, you know, those things. You know,
Yeah, and if you were on
No,
the
you hang
internet,
up
someone
first.
picked
No,
up the
you hang up
phone,
first.
it
There
dropped
wasn't
you,
an
and you're
internet
like,
back then.
who used the phone?
you know, and that's the thing too. It's like, you know, if we, it's a big deal when it comes down to these so-called influencers that are influencing our children. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I have a big deal with. It's like, okay, for instance, you know, when we were going off on this whole the alphabet group, you know, and all that stuff. I don't have a problem. If you're over the age of 25, you want to go out there and do what you want to do, that's fine. You want to cut your tallywhacker off, that's fine. Just leave the kids out of it. Don't try to influence the kids into that type of a thinking. You know what I'm saying?
Who's invoking the kids? Where is this happening? How
Like I
many?
said,
how many of these underage children have been mutilated? Where's there any receipts? Any one receipt? Is there one receipt where one kid came home from school a different gender because a doctor gave him pro bono health care, right? And all these drugs and the shit and all the shit that goes with it, like.
There is legislation and stuff like that now where they're trying to eliminate the parents' consent.
Where is this happening?
You know,
where?
Looks like the
Where's this
in the U.S. In the USA,
brother.
it's happening.
California.
Let's dive into this fucking subject. Let's do it. Yeah.
Are you in
Let's
California,
like I said,
Fatty?
Let's find one
So,
receipt.
Let kids be kids. Let kids be kids. Let kids be kids, and
Hang on, let's
you know, let them grow up.
Let's see what Fatty's saying, because I want to get into the nitty-gritty as well. Go ahead, Fatty.
You guys are scared
You're the
of
people.
man. Okay? Where is this happening? I've looked for fucking endless hours. Endless hours
So you're
for
saying it's
receipts.
not happening in California?
One receipt, brother.
Are you
One
saying
receipt.
this? Are you officially
One
saying
receipt is
this?
all I fucking
Are
need.
you officially saying it's not happening in California, in the
I
state
can't
of California?
find one receipt that shows anything where a doctor
So
is
it's not
doing pro
happening.
bono
Are you
work,
saying it's not happening in California?
where a doctor is doing
So you're
pro
saying
bono
that?
Not
work?
happening anywhere.
Are you understanding the argument that you're even fucking making?
So are you saying it's not happening?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's not happening.
Sure.
In California.
That's what I'm saying.
That's all made
Do
up.
you have receipts there,
So
Fatty?
why? How do we know about it?
To prove your fucking
So how do
point. Is
So
what
how do
I'm
we know,
saying.
Uncle Fatty?
So how
Uncle
can you
Fatty, how
prove
do we
your
know
point?
about it? How do
Kids
we
are
know
not
about
Because
it?
people like
If
you
it's not happening,
trying to bring it up.
If it's not happening,
becoming
People
trans,
like
so
you.
they can go
Well, hold
flash
up,
their
hold up.
dick in a public bathroom.
So
Okay?
how?
This is not
Why
why
do
people
why
do these
why
things.
is that a conversation if it's not happening in California? Why are we talking about it?
Because you're scared of a
Because
boogeyman,
of
bro,
you.
and a bunch of talking points that have
could
been
it-
shoved
could it
into
possibly be-
society
hold
by
up.
the media
Could
that
it
you were just
possibly-
talking about, my friend.
Yes.
By the media that you were
Exactly.
just saying is the enemy.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, I agree with you.
So that's my point. That's my whole point.
Right.
They're
But the
pushing
problem
this
is,
in the media.
You fell for the
So
media's
whether it's
bullshit.
happening or not, they're pushing this.
You fell for the media's bullshit. That's the
But
problem,
it's-
my friend. Okay?
but
These are talking
the media's
points that are being used
bullshit
against
is the
all of
problem.
humanity worldwide.
If the media didn't push their bullshit, we wouldn't be talking about it. That's my whole point.
Who's actually pushing
Well
it?
done, Fatty.
Or is
Well
the-
done.
Is it the people that really want their own rights and want the right to exist, right? That are out there screaming in
Oh,
the
this
fucking
is a
street,
trans
that
defender.
scream-
Let
You're
him
trans
talk.
defender, brother.
Let him talk. Go ahead, Fatty.
Is it straight people screaming in the streets that gays shouldn't be in our bathrooms? Or is it the gays that are screaming out in the streets that straight people shouldn't be allowed in our bathrooms? Who is driving this narrative, my friend?
Wait, who's talking about
The
straight people
media,
being in
the
bathrooms?
government is, sir. The
Who is
government
driving the
is
narrative?
driving the narrative. That's the
Who is
answer to your
driving the
question.
narrative?
The government. I just answered your question.
Okay, let's get a
So-
little bit more specific than the government.
So do you think males should be able to go into a female bathroom?
I think people can go piss wherever the fuck they want to because the last thing that we see in statistics, right, is trans people flashing other kids and doing stupid shit in public bathrooms. There's no stats to back your fucking argument, my friend. Okay,
Because
I
people
would
don't
like to
get
back
caught,
that
you think it
argument, I
doesn't
really
happen?
would. I want to back your side. Okay, I've been there.
You don't think that the government is
There's no
backing
fucking
this
receipts.
disagreement?
There's no receipts.
This disagreement that we're
Where's the
having.
receipts?
You don't think the government wants this argument that we're having?
The
You don't think
pictures
they're
that I
backing
have,
this?
Right, show trans women using the fucking bathroom at
Not
Mar-a-Lago.
about the trans women. It's not
Have you
about
ever
the
been
trans
punched in
women.
the face?
Uncle Fatty, listen to me.
And you know what the
Uncle
statistics
Fatty,
do
hold
show?
on,
Is
hold on for a
that
second.
trans people
Hold on for a
have
second.
been attacked
That's
in
what a good
bathrooms.
Christian does,
It
right?
changes your opinion.
Wait a minute, Fatty, hold up.
I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
It's not the trans. I don't think it's the trans people at all. I don't
Put
think
it this
that's
way,
what I'm
Fatty,
saying.
if-
I don't think it's the
if-
trans people.
if you
I
go
think
in-
it's straight. Hold up. Wait a minute. Let me finish this. I think it's straight people doing this. I don't think it's trans people doing this at all. It's straight
could
people
agree.
under the auspices of LGBT creating all this division, which
Okay, so
goes
what's the
back to
other
what I
option,
said
though,
in the
man?
beginning. The government's only job is to divide.
That's correct.
It's straight people. It's not. It's straight. I'm telling you. Listen to me. It's straight.
Put it this way,
people doing
Fatty.
this.
If you go into if you go into a girl's bathroom with my daughter in there, you will get punched in the face.
So will any guy, dipshit. So
Huh?
will any
That's
fucking
what I'm
guy.
talking about. That's what
Tell
I'm
me
talking about.
something I
So-
don't know.
So
This
okay,
argument
so,
is. They
so-
want this argument on this panel. They want.
Well,
So-
that just backs up my point that trans people are the ones that are being attacked in bathrooms, not
You know what's
not
happening right now?
maybe the
children
simple
or
maybe
women.
the simple answer for that is have their own bathrooms.
cis
Maybe that's a simple answer.
Also,
so
just a
we're gonna
simple
build new bathrooms
segregation,
for like
yeah.
A
1%
simple
of the
question.
Well, why
community,
not?
Right, but we don't support 1%. Right, we don't. Right, but we're gonna build new bathrooms for like one person out of what, like 10,000, 20,000,
Uncle Fatty.
sometimes over
Why
100,000
not?
people in one town. where there's
Uncle-
one trans
And then they
person.
can complain
want
about
this
these
argument.
people getting
Every
their own
fucking
bathroom.
facility, right?
They want.
Uncle
They
Fatty, you
want
never
this
answered my
argument.
question. Have you ever been hit in the face?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, quite a few times.
What was it like the very first time?
And
It's not really surprising.
No, I'm just. What was the experience the very first time?
You didn't see the other guy.
dude,
You got punched in the face.
listen. You want to talk no fault divorce with me?
No, I want to know about
Let's-
your
no,
experience.
seriously,
just
I would
that
love to
if
have
you've
this.
ever been.
I would love to have a no fault divorce.
No, I want
panel
to just
with
hear you tell the.
Because
if
everything you said on that
see,
fucking panel for the
oh,
last 3
Fatty,
hours
because
was
you're
fucking
deflecting,
talking points.
I
Just
doubt
like everything
because
you're saying
no,
now.
wait, no, Mr. Fatty, if I
What
may,
does my being punched in the
Mr.
fucking
Fatty,
face have to do with the
if I
fucking
may,
argument?
if you had ever actually been punched in the face and you had your clock reset,
What does
you
that
might
have to
talk
do
about
with trans
how
people using
that
public bathrooms?
You don't see
dipshit?
stars. You just see a white flash, and then your memory kind of just like, whoop, hey.
I don't get knocked out, dude.
You might.
I don't get knocked
Because
out.
they switch to ad homs whenever Eddie
don't
pointed
get
out
knocked
how
out.
bullshit their argument is.
I don't get knocked out. What do you want to know? What do you want to fucking know?
So you've never been.
Guys, they
What does
want
that
this.
have to do with trans people using bathrooms?
So you've never been
Hey,
hit in
Mel.
the head in a fight.
Hey Mel, I got a question for you, darling.
Yeah.
Good.
So I missed your show last night when y'all ladies did this show. Was it this fucking chaotic, or was it just this dick switch that make it this fucked up?
It was way better than this.
This is
Well,
very
men-
lowbrow, but I
Men are builders. Of course, it's going to be more chaotic here because we build shit.
You know what we really build really well is fear and anger and division.
No, that's the government that does that.
No, we
Government
do
does
that. We, the
no,
people,
we don't
You're
do
doing
that
it
at all.
right now.
That's government that does that.
We do that.
That's the government's only job. The only job of the government is to divide. It's the only job. It's
Wait,
one
Uncle,
job.
hang on, Uncle
What
Fatty,
job?
do you have a mouse
I mean-
in your pocket? I want to know
One job.
who you were saying is
What is the mission
If you
statement
can think
of
of a
government?
second job, let me know.
The actual written mission statement of government is to fuck over the
It's
people,
written,
right?
but that's not their job. It's written. It's not their job. No, it's
Dude,
not.
okay.
To divide. That's it.
Lay off
That's
the
it.
conspiracies for like 7 days
Not
straight,
conspiracy.
and then let's have
Look
this fucking
around.
conversation.
Look around. It's not a conspiracy theory.
I'm looking
Look
around, bro. I'm entrenched
Everything
in this shit.
is built on division. Everything
Tell me
that
something I don't
happened in
know.
the past 10
Wait, Ticky
years.
Jack,
Yes,
uh,
we agree.
Division.
I'm
Yes.
adjusting.
Division.
Yeah.
I am.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no.
That's
And,
what they
and
do.
what do we
They
do
divide.
now?
That's it.
Well,
I don't
I'll
know
tell
how
you
to
about
fix that.
the modern man.
It
Okay,
goes to
today's
like-
modern
why
man.
is it like
Let's
20%?
dive deep into
Ticky
this.
Jack, thank you for stopping
What are
by.
today's modern men doing tonight?
Playing
I-
video games.
I think I just
Sitting
fixed
around
it,
arguing
but it's
about
like
no-fault fucking divorce,
it's constantly.
and they're over here
It's
talking
because
shit
I'm going
about
through my
it.
friggin'
They
headset,
don't
dude.
fucking-
I
Yeah,
like.
but we're not modern man, bro. That's the problem.
I messed up my
We're
Go
not
XLR and I
modern
ordered a
man.
new one,
We're
but
not
it
modern
hasn't
man.
even
We
shipped
don't
yet
fit in the bracket of modern
for
man.
like almost a
Sure.
month.
Okay. So what do the younger generation do? Right now, there's four.
Jacking off,
There's
playing
four.
It's okay because my
video
voice
There's
sounds
four
like a
black
20
people
to
right
30
now.
year
That's
smoker,
what they're doing.
Gen Z
and like
kids
my
talking politics.
58 is like a
It's
prop
bunch of
right now.
guys, right? And Mel just asked the question.
Okay, yeah, take it. I
what
got to
what are
keep
the
an eye
youth
on
of-
it.
The youth boys of today
Why?
seeing, and are they being weakened?
Friggin', it's
Yeah, they're being weakened by
Linux Mint
by
is
stupid
is
fucking
great
parents
except for this
who sit
one
around
thing
and
where it
fucking
automatically adjusts
government.
audio
yell about
volume.
Stupid fucking
Nope,
talking
by
points
government. By government,
and
sir.
demonize people that they
Fatty,
don't
by
even
government.
I have to
know
keep
who
adjusting
they're
it.
Not the
about.
parents.
100% Ticky
government.
Tack. Thanks for letting me know.
Bullying is a
The
good thing, right?
government. The government.
I appreciate it,
is
brother
weakening
man.
them.
I have a
Who's
question.
allowing
You
them
guys
to
asked me.
weaken?
You guys asked me before if I had kids, right? Do you guys have kids? And if you do,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
what are you
Yeah, I have
doing
4.
here, fucking arguing on the internet for? Instead of
It's
like,
2
spending
o'clock in the
time with
freaking
you?
morning
You
over
got
here.
kids.
It's 3
Why
o'clock in the
you
morning
on
here,
the
bro. My
internet?
kids are all
Why
asleep.
you on the panel if you got
They're all
kids?
asleep.
Spoken
It's
like
2
a
o'clock
true
in the
dude
freaking
without
morning.
kids.
I have 3 boys and they're asleep right
Yeah,
now.
you're right. Yeah, 2
Yeah,
o'clock
I
in
got
the
four
Every
morning.
dude
boys.
without
That's
kids is gonna ask that question.
fair
Well, you
enough.
got kids, then why you on the internet?
My 3 youngers are sleeping.
Should
My
you be
oldest
raising
is
your
Why,
kids
why
at
you
2
content
11
creator?
a.m.? Should you be
I got
raising your
14
kids at
illegitimate
2:11
kids, I don't
a.m.
think child support for any of them, so I fucking agree.
3:11
In Australia, it's not 2 a.m. here.
Honestly, I'm
Yeah,
a goddamn
it's 2
lawyer.
a.m. over here, man. The kids are
I have like
asleep.
I mean,
Yeah.
You got a point. You've got a point.
That's why I have a bunker.
No. This is what he's trying to say. Because you have kids, you should never be on the internet ever.
Dude, I just admitted to you. Okay, you have a point.
Is saying.
Jesus, let it
go. Oh no, why don't you
Why are you
just?
on the internet?
Electronics, but you're going to use electronics. Isn't that kind of hypocritical? Your kid's going to hate you.
Mud digger, you got kids. Why are you on the internet? That's what he's
saying. No, hang on. No, Rob the nerd, you got it.
Mel,
everybody needs to start
kids.
digging
Why
now.
Why are you on the internet?
Everybody, no, say my digger. Yes, everybody needs to start digging now. Dig. Start building subterranean.
He thinks only people without kids should be on the internet. That's what he believes.
I got 3 boys. Young.
Bro, yeah, we went way fucking left when we should have went right.
I'm old too. I'm middle aged.
Hey, motherfucker, you brought it up, so come on. Lean into it. Let's go. Let's do it. Hey, you brought it up. Let's do it.
Y'all know where the fuck I stand. I don't believe that, this is all fucking true. Some of it's fictional to use as a mask by the fucking predators that want to perpetrate the bullshit on our kids. Both in the government and the motherfuckers walking around amongst us.
Yeah, you get these you get these parades. You get these parades going up and downtown where they're just shaking their tallywhacker at all the children sitting there watching the parade. I think that's awesome. Yeah, that's demoralizing.
That's what I want my 7-year-old, 5-year-old, 3-year-old.
Yeah, it happens.
That group is the problem.
Can we all agree that people who perpetrate things against kids, that's them signing away their birth certificate? Can we all agree on that?
Yeah, the NFL players are the problem. It's the NFL itself, right?
It's just waiting for somebody to collect.
If people do what you're suggesting, I mean, it's criminal and they get tried and charged.
Wait, do you mean if I'm suggesting?
Sent to jail?
No,
right?
I'm not suggesting. I'm saying it outright that people who mess with kids, they are offering up their birth certificate to be canceled.
Yeah, hence the nature of being a predator, right? Isn't that just their nature?
They're offering up their right to freedom and liberty because they're sent to jail, right?
That's a good point. That's a good point. According to the group, we should rename them to minor attracted persons.
In a jury of anybody's peers.
According to the group that y'all defend,
would that help
should be
you
called
feel better about
minor attracted persons.
Do you feel
now.
better about it
They're
if
no
they did
longer
that?
pedos. They're minor attracted persons. All right. Just give them a beautiful name.
Mel.
Give them a beautiful name.
Well, sometimes some other words problematic for
Can I defend that group? I need something to clutch onto.
No, hey, can we change the subject?
This is why our children are getting confused. This is why our children are getting confused.
Call them maps. They're called maps now. They're not pedals. They're maps. Minor attracted persons. Beautiful people. Let's all just congregate with the beautiful maps of the world. Because they're beautiful. They like to touch the babies. Woo!
And the Travelers Society never
y'all
existed
defend,
either, right?
Y'all defend that group.
Right. Catholic Church
What the
never
fuck is wrong with
the
you,
devil,
dude?
right? Right?
What
There's
is
not
wrong with
predators in every single
I have a question.
Maps, y'all. Maps.
Who's
so
going off?
The guy that doesn't like analogies and using, letters and rainbows and letter people, right, is now using letters.
Y'all defend
the first step of ideological subversion.
It's a
right?
beautiful
It's an acronym,
name,
right?
by the way.
But we don't like to use those except when we like to use them, right?
Minor attracted person. They're just attracted.
I would like to poll the room.
They're not going to do anything. They're just
Miss Mel.
attracted to them. Just attracted to kids. Not going to touch them or anything.
Well, I guess some of them don't, right?
Can we?
They're harmless.
Some of them don't do anything.
To them.
Or are we just attracted to
minor attracted person?
Induces brain chemicals that we end up getting addicted to.
You know, the first step of ideological subversion is demoralize the nation. And that's where it really comes down to is a lack of morality.
I'll do it later.
All right, well.
Can I ask the fathers on panel who have boys specifically?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I ask, because you're saying these, our young boys aren't being raised right, there's governmental factors, there's societal factors. What are you not teaching your boys with all these other factors trying to influence your boys?
Manage expectations. I gotta go.
I'm teaching them to be yourselves.
Lady Luck.
I'm teaching them to be kind to everybody.
Lady.
Yes, sir. No, ma'am. No, sir. No, ma'am. Like morals, ethics, values. To love each other, to love everybody as their
Wrap
brother
it
and
up.
sister. That's all we are. It's brothers and sisters. But most people have forgotten that.
I'm teaching my boys.
Argue over fucking bullshit and fucking what's wrong, what's right, what's acceptable, what's not acceptable, when everything is clearly black and fucking white. But we want to argue about the gray area in between, like a bunch of fucking sheeple, like the powers and be want us to fucking do. But when it's clear what needs to happen, the influence from the parents needs to, or the control of the parents need to be firmer on the children to lessen the influence that's allowed to happen to them.
Can I ask you, Grump, you're a father of 3 boys, right?
Yes.
With all these external influences, how do you keep your boys like on track so they're raised in the manner that you want to raise them?
Number one is no smartphones at all, except for the toothbrushing app because that helps them brush their teeth. It's like it's literally incentivized toothbrushing. This is amazing, and that's the only thing that I have as far as smartphones for kids, outside of ABC Mouse. Okay, so educational things like number munchers, that's fine. But seriously, it's okay. Mommy is always there. Mommy is the default. Fathers need to be there. There needs to be masculine influence on all kids. It doesn't matter if it's a boy or a girl, 100%. But especially for boys. Boys need to be taught that you can't rely on anybody else. You have to take care of yourself and you have to take care of your family and brothers. All of my boys, they take care of their brothers, well, as much as they can. The youngest one obviously is a recipient most of the time. The oldest one, he's 7. He's taking care, like,
ask, how old are your boys, bud?
7, 4, and 21 months. The eldest one is now like, oh, I'm gonna get some stuff. Oh, hey, hang on, let me get some stuff from my younger brothers too.
Mine are 7, 5, and 3.
And I'm middle-aged. I got a late start. It's
I got an early start. My oldest is 22.
It's you can't rely on anybody outside of family. You can't trust the government at all. And you should protect people that are weaker. That's like the most basic principles of like man stuff that boys need to be brought up with.
Yeah, take your boys out camping and go fishing and
go
out
do shit outside.
Yeah,
I didn't even we like, yes. Go do shit outside. Go fishing. Take your boys fishing. Teach them how to clean a fish. Teach them how to process a deer. Like, this is just learn life, like teaching. That's a father's job. It's a mother's job to nurture and change the diapers and provide sustenance. It's a father's job to teach life skills, to make the child ready for when the parents aren't around anymore and that child needs to be an adult. That's incumbent on the father, and it's not easy because sometimes it's very hard to like, no, we got to do it, because it's so hard to hear your kid crying, like a young one, for whatever reason, and like we can't give into this, because that's going to reinforce that that's how this happens. We have to react this way. And it's so hard when a baby's crying, because the natural instinct is to go and cuddle the baby. You have and that goes up to toddlers and leans the entire way. It's so hard to not, but you have to realize that habits start young.
It's a tough love also, man. I'm gonna tell you, you know how my dad taught me how to swim? He threw me in the deep end of the pool and said, sink or swim, boy.
Right here.
That's
Same
how
here,
I was
brother.
taught. And I swim like a fish now, boy. I'm gonna tell you.
Yep.
You know, and
I-
I'm a scuba diver. I'm a certified scuba diver also. I mean,
I'm
it's just a tough love.
I did stuff while I was active duty, and I'm also civilian qualified. Yes, I teach my kids to scuba dive. I teach my kids to weld. I teach my kids to
Oh yeah.
do
Work on a car.
all
How
of
to
it.
change the oil.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Man stuff. Yeah, change the oil, which is a super. Everybody should know how to change your friggin' oil and not over torque, because most oil pans are made out of aluminum now, and if you just twist it too much, it's gonna strip it out. Everybody should know how to do that and teach their kids how to do that. However, we're in a society where we're in a whole fucking generation where that was not taught.
Also down
Hello,
here in
Neil
America,
and
man,
Tanner.
is how to learn how to clean and maintain your firearm.
100%.
100%.
You got to teach them
I
early
learned
though.
how to
You
shoot when I
start
was.
them.
I learned how to shoot when I was 10 years old.
Start them with a pellet gun, then a single shot 22, where hey, you have to shoot 100 rounds. That's how it removes the mystery. It removes the curiosity. Yeah, guns. Yeah, I mean, yeah, cool, whatever. That removes
It's also
curiosity.
learning. Also it teaches you how that
and respect,
that safety when it comes down respect of the tool that you're using, no matter if it's a hammer or a firearm. It doesn't matter. There's a lot of stuff when it comes down to it.
Contentious topic, but I think every man should bring his child out to hunt, and it doesn't matter if it's even a rabbit, but the child needs to end something to understand what ending a life is, to understand. And I think that's what's missing in society now, is this.
Well, that's
this
another thing
family,
too. It's like we're trying to teach our boys
are not happening.
We're trying to teach our boys how to be that protector and that provider, because that is the boy. That is what that boy is supposed to be growing up into being. Yeah.
Okay, can I propose a question to the fathers on panel with boys specifically? Because a friend of mine in the US is currently going through this. So your 11-year-old boy comes to you, and you can go around the panel, and says, "I don't know whether I want to be a boy or a girl." Your fatherly responses, please.
Well, I guess if we go clockwise, I'd be the first one. So, I mean, well, son, look down. What do you got right there?
Good answer.
We've been teaching you how to stand up and pee since you've been in diapers, and how to not make a mess. And yeah, you messed it up a few times, and we had some issues along the way, but we've been teaching you how to stand up and pee. That means excuse me. If I may quote Mr. Rogers on this one, yeah, you're a boy, so only boys can be a daddy, and that's where you're at, son. We'll whatever you're thinking about right now, hey, I'm here for you, and we'll get through it, but that's not the way. I'm definitely there for my kids no matter what they're going through. If that thing comes up, I doubt that's not going to come up with my kids. They're too smart. Sorry, it's just not going to happen. But if it did, I have compassion.
Ask them why they
I'm not that autistic that I don't have compassion. But everybody here is probably a little bit on the spectrum. Come on, you're on the internet. Come on, yes, you are on the spectrum, obviously. But yeah, no, I love my kids, and their laughter brings me the greatest, most purest joy that there exists in the world, and there can be no harm come to them over my dead body.
Right.
So I'm going to support them no matter what. However, I'm going to provide guidance with common sense, and there might be some slurs and some excuse me, boy, are you thinking right? Just a little bit of I don't even know how we got to this place.
I would want to know if outside influence.
Let's go clockwise. was asked.
Yeah. What even made him actually have that question in the first place?
For the other kids, or for the other men on the panel who have boys. I don't know. Am I the only one?
Well, I don't have any children, so. But if my 11-year-old did come to me with that question, I would explain to him that God created him as a man for a very good purpose.
Hey, Turbo, you sexy bitch.
And some things he cannot choose, and that it is a very dangerous thing to question his creator.
That's a good answer, also.
That's a very good answer.
What if your child is not religious?
Well.
Now, can I answer? I've been a single parent in the role of mum and dad. So yeah. So my question would be, I would ask my son, what is it about being a girl that you can relate to?
But we're a little bit more empathetic, lady. Like that's why I was asking the fathers.
See, mine would be a two-part question. The first part would be.
Yeah, let's let everybody. Wait, hang on, y'all, hang on. Let's let everybody go around and answer the question before we ask a new question.
Yeah, go. So go ahead. I'll go from Mud Digger and then I'll go back in the right order. So go on, Mud Digger. You've got 3 boys.
Yeah, I would ask them first, what got you thinking that ways? And then after we overcame that obstacle, I would simply tell him, hey, look down. What is that between your legs?
Oh.
Because they know that's their penis. So they know a boy has a penis and a girl has a vagina. So it'd be that simple. What do you have between your legs? I have a penis. Well, then you're a boy.
It all cascades down from the plumbing. All the emotional, all the brain stuff, it all cascades down from the plumbing.
You're born with one or you're born with the other, unless you're lucky enough to be born with both.
Yeah,
those are outliers and exceptions, and no laws or rules should ever be made for outliers and exceptions. I mean, if you're trying to make rules for the majority, no laws or rules should be made for the exceptions.
Well, we can't admit that it's a disorder.
I would definitely question exactly where that question came from in that 10-year-old's head.
Yeah.
Yes, you're reading my mind. Is like, hang on, where'd this come from? Because I know where you go to school, and I know all your friends' parents. I know everybody in your class's parents. Mm-hmm. We see them every Sunday.
So where'd that idea come from?
Let's say they've picked it up from school and the people from school, kids from school.
Physically impossible with my school.
It's not physically impossible. I know somebody in the US who's going through it right now.
I have all my kids in private school at the church. They have a school.
What I'm saying is that influences of their peers maybe has confused that child or not, whatever. I'm saying that I wanted to know like how you men as fathers would deal with that.
Well, that's how I dealt with it, is by putting my kids in private school.
Yeah, I don't see that being more of an issue in a private school than
for it. It's like $2,000 a month.
Yeah, not everybody can afford to do that. So
yeah, no, I know. Just that's how you're asking how I dealt with it. Is I don't even want to deal with private or public school anymore. Even in Texas, I don't want to deal with the public schools' influence.
I was born and raised in Texas. I know what you're talking about.
No, Texas is a shame that we have places. However, do not want.
It is a shame that we have to pay so much money for private schools when we still have to pay property tax that pays for public schools.
Yeah, it's double dipping. 100%.
Double dipping, exactly.
Well, that's the government school, so you got to pay for that.
I mean, even if you're not even utilizing the school, you have no dog in that hunt. Why should I pay for it? You know what I mean? That's the kind of thing that pisses me off.
Now you're seeing who the real enemy is. Now you're seeing who the real enemy is. That's
Mel,
the real
good night.
enemy, the government.
Good night. Everybody else on the
good
panel.
Night, darling. Good night, sweetheart. Thank you for coming up.
Good morning, Mud. Good morning, Mud.
You have a great night. It was great talking.
Lady Luck, now you've said that you because obviously tonight is predominantly male opinion, but you said you've raised your
Oh
children
wait,
to be
Chicky
the mum
Jack.
and dad.
No, I'm not in Austin. I'm in the west side
Did
of
you want to
DFW,
elaborate
right
on the
near Fort
subject? Because
Worth.
I think women,
I'm about as far
women
away you
can
can get from Fort Worth
single-handedly
and still
raise
be in the
healthy
same
boys.
county.
Okay, well, I would start by saying that what about a girl is it that you can relate to,
They're not.
and I would
These are things we need to take great care to navigate.
try and talk to them
Okay,
in a
Jack, it sounds like you're having a good thought.
in a way where
no,
my
I'm
generation,
not in Austin.
which is X,
We
like
have
none of them
relatives in Austin.
stereotypes come into it.
And friggin'
Like some of the panel has
so
said,
both of the
you know, my son,
extended family
you know, more or
members
less, if my
that
son
live
wore a dress, I
in
wouldn't be
and
happy,
Austin.
and stuff like, you know, stuff like that.
Teachers.
Which is typical of our generation.
Friggin'
But I would
litter
take all the
boxes in the public
generational
high
stuff
school
out
is
of
a
it.
thing in Austin.
My own
Oh,
generation
you're in
stuff out of
Georgetown.
it.
Yeah, that's right near
For
Round
sure.
Rock. You got that
Because
donut shop.
that just puts a child off expressing what they're
Friggin' yeah, the headset
they-
mic. This thing, this
thing
input
is,
volume mic thing
why they feel that way.
is
Saying anything that's
killing
going
me,
to
Smalls.
make them
I'm sorry.
not want to talk about it
Wait, can you hear me now?
to you is not helpful in my opinion. So I would approach it in a
Yeah, no, Georgetown. This is
saying
right near Round
really
Rock.
clear questions and
It keeps wanting to turn down my
non-
mic. What the fuck?
no stigmas, no stereotypes, and that's the way I would have approached it.
I can't play the game because I have to.
Hello, you're on mute, darling. Welcome to the panel.
Yeah, I was just talking to my chat. What's up?
What's up? Because you said you're a modern man, right? That's what you said.
I am in fact a modern man.
Hey, wait, Mel. No, it's okay to bring him. I'm mod for like half of Twitch, Paul. non-fon is okay. You can bring him on.
So you're a modern man. Tell me from your eyes how you see your place as a modern man in society.
Wait, non-fon, are you a modern man?
I would say so. I don't know. I'm 19. I'm a man. My place in society? I don't know. It's a complicated question. I don't know.
I like to ask difficult questions.
I don't know. I think like right now, I go to college. And I stream on the side. It's not like I make much money from it or anything, but I guess like right now, my place is it's mainly just to get educated, enjoy the freedom I have to do things like stream and hang out with friends while I still have time before I have too many responsibilities. Yeah.
Just thank Mel for bringing it on while like we have this good time here.
Yeah, exactly.
And as a modern man, right, what are your aspirations?
I want to go to college, probably get a degree in economics, and I want to get a job that probably has something to do with that. I mean, technically, listen, okay, if the streaming thing works out, that's the aspiration there, but that's highly unlikely, so I don't know.
And would you say, like, when you look at your older peers, like 40, 50 up, would you say that as a man, you would... Sorry, I'll come back to you, Grump.
I'm just a middle-aged man that I know. Non-fon knows me. We know each other.
Right, so let's say you measure yourself up to Grump, right? Would you say that you are just as masculine as he is, or would you say you're a touch bit more gentle?
I'm definitely not as masculine as Grumple. I'm not even as masculine as a lot of people my age. So,
do you feel that might be a problem in society, or do you think that that's okay?
I don't think it's a huge problem. No, I think there are other problems young men might have, but I don't think lacking some level of masculinity is really.
Don't slam on non-fon too much. He's a content.
And
he's
what
like
kind
a
of problems
primarily
would you
content
say
creator.
are young men?
I'm a mod for him for some reason.
Facing nowadays,
I'm
just curious to get your point, because as a young man, we're talking. The panel was talking about your demographic. So, what kind of problems are young men facing today?
That's what
Yeah, like
Men
the cost
do,
of
honestly.
going to college is
Try
going up.
men
I think there's
Younger
men
men.
and women's mental health have both
If they're not your own.
suffered a lot more recently. I think a
If
lot of
you
that due to
see where you
social
can do
media,
some
but
good,
like
you try and do it.
that's definitely a struggle for men as well.
You know what? That's a good point.
I feel like those are the kind of big ones. There's mental health issues and male loneliness or whatever the fuck, as well as just the cost of college has gone up a lot, and rent.
Mel, I have a thing for when he's done.
College is a scam, by the way.
Yeah, go ahead, Hubert.
Real.
Was that you, Grump?
Yeah. So, I'm a mod in Non-Fawn's Twitch chat. I'm a mod for like half of Twitch ball, like at least the not super lefty stuff, like people. And here's where the part of the conversation comes in. It's just part of being a man is whenever possible trying to teach and bring up other men whenever possible. It's with no expectation of anything back, just to see better things happen for the good of it's like, it takes a village mentality. That's communism. It's incumbent upon every man to try and instill values on other men. And if I can do that by whatever means necessary, by helping people with streaming or content creation, and like maybe have a conversation here and there, that's what I do. Non-Fawn, sorry, that's why
I appreciate it, Grumple. Thanks.
But Grumple, can I
always like you and whatever.
You've
Yes, ma'am.
you've
Yes, ma'am.
contradicted yourself a little tiny bit, and
Yes, ma'am.
let me and I could be wrong, because earlier you were saying get the boys out on the street, get them fishing, get them riding bikes, get them let's get them out. But then you are also saying that it's okay to sit at home and stream all day, and that you'll support and you'll.
Oh no, I didn't say that. I have an over full-time main gig. I have two businesses, and I'm contracting currently with a defense contractor, a military. I'm part of the military.
No. I meant the younger. We're talking about our lovely guest.
Yeah, that's the thing is, I'm not saying like no, don't like. I'm not saying be like like what it sounded like you were putting on me was that I was putting out being a man influencer full time, and that's not what I was going for. I try and help wherever I can, and I think that's incumbent upon men. If you see somebody with a flat, you pull over and help them. I play in the church band. I go and read at church, just because, hey, this is my given abilities. That's how I can help out. If I can help out some other streamers that are trying to come up with, just because I'm autistic enough that I've learned like how to do OBS settings, and hey, I have some tutorials. Hey, check this out. This will help you out. If I can help somebody do something, that means I was successful for the day. That's what being. That's part of being a man, is trying to help other people.
No, I agree. I guess where I was trying to
I think
go.
so. I think so anyway. Maybe I'm a bitch. Maybe I'm an idiot. I don't know. I'm a simple monkey, though.
No,
I had a question for the young man. If
1 second.
I can.
Let me just land my plane, as Kev would say.
Yeah,
Where I was trying to go was that are young men just growing up with the environment, and the environment right now at the moment is, very much social media focused.
A lot of them, yes. And it's sad. I'm sorry, you weren't done. I'm sorry.
No, because or do we need to encourage our young men to acquire more life skills? Are they moving with the times, or are they being, I guess, stumped by the times? Is what I'm trying to get at.
Well, here's where I'm going with the culture in like Japan. There's no military to speak of. They have the JDSDF, the Japanese Self-Defense Force. Maybe it just changed. Germany's the same way, and I mean, if you've only heard tales of the types of degenerate content that comes out of Germany. I mean, they are God's engineers. Like, it is like, you know, Germany and Japan. You know, either way. But we definitely need to, our young men, the kids need to run around. The kids need to play. Boys need to be boys and not be drugged for like being boys. Yeah, boys are gonna fight. Boys are gonna do boy shit. Boys are gonna there's gonna be like a pecking order and like things that are gonna happen. Boys need to be let be boys and let it thrive, because that's how you get your next generation of leaders. Otherwise, you end up in the bullshit where we are, where there's a cycle. Strong men make good times. Good times make weak men. Weak men make bad times. Bad times make strong men. It's a cycle. And it's about the men and how they're raised and how they act. Sorry, girls. It's just that's just how it is.
Lady Luck, did you want to ask a question?
Yes, I did.
Well,
I wanted to ask.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to ask.
Sorry.
I was going to ask modern man, what are the most common stresses that you find that your peers share with you? What are 3 or 4 of the most common stresses that your peers
a lot of
say
it,
that they've got in their lives?
A lot of it's gonna just be school shit. Whether it be, you know, I have some friends still in high school, or you know, friends in college that obviously have to worry about finals and stuff. For some people and less fortunate situations to me, it'll be about drug stuff. Obviously, there's quite a few people who are addicted to vapes, addicted to dab pens, or you know, things like that. I guess to some extent social media. I don't think, at least me and my friends don't worry about social media that much. I probably worry about it the most just because I like to see my YouTube subscriber count go up, but none of my friends are really involved in that. I think typically women care more about that stuff than men do nowadays. But I guess those would be the biggest things, yeah.
So they haven't talked to you about like stresses from coming from single parent homes, and how that might have affected their masculinity growing up.
I mean, I don't know any people from single family home or single parent home, so I guess I don't have much experience about that.
Okay.
I was adopted and had a single family home for a while, but you know, continue.
Well, you've grown more masculine.
So it's like grades, social media, and what was the other things you said?
I think I said drugs as well. Some people.
Yep. So them 3 things. That's the main stresses they've got today, growing up.
I would say, yeah.
Right.
Lady Luck, I've got a question for you. For instance, being a single parent, do you have a boy? Do you have a boy child? Okay. How are you going to be able to teach your boys to grow up to be men? I mean, how would you go about that?
They are
very
men.
Simply,
We're not.
Very, very simply, be a good parent and allow them access to their dad when they should have access to him, to give him enough of an input into their lives to help shape them as men. But when they're with me, you know, I'm the dad. But ultimately, it's about, I think it's about women allowing men access to their sons to be able to give them enough of the male influence.
Lady Luck, if I may, if there's a Big Brothers and Big Sisters Association that's because you're not from the U.S. based on your accent. I always default to South Africa because that's where like I'm not sure, but it sounds like you're near based on your accent. Is that am I like way off? Either way, if there's a big like in the United States, we have the Big Brothers and Big Sisters organizations where men and women volunteer to mentor kids and be the father or mother figure they might not have. I would like please if there's a Big Brothers association near you, get and I don't think there's been any scandals about it, like the Catholic Church or nothing like that. But get having a male role model for boys especially. It's important for girls, but boys especially. Having a consistent male role model is so important. Like and
Absolutely.
not a shitbag.
But I was in a I was in a situation where
I'm sorry. Please continue. I interrupted you.
So I've been married twice. There's two dads. In one case, one was a present dad, and in the other case, he was an absent dad. And when it come to the absent dad, that was where more I had to be mum and dad there. And with the other dad, it was allowing him to be there as much as he wanted to be, or my son wanted him to be around to give as much influence as he could. So I've been in both situations where a dad is there and a dad isn't there.
So just for everybody, the most important thing that everybody has at life, it's not just for kids, it's super important for kids, but for everybody, is to have mentors. A child's mentors is literally, I'm going to ape and mimic you. For an adult, it's, hey, you're doing something successfully that I want to know how to do. Let me learn how you're doing that and do what you're doing already. Mentors are the most important thing at life.
Well,
So you don't have to figure out how to do shit yourself. It's cheat codes at life.
Well, a father is 50% of a child's identity.
A father is more than, well, I would honestly say more than 50% of a child's identity as far as the mimicking goes. It gets really wonky if it's a separated household.
But I mean, by DNA, it's 50-50.
It's super important to have just role models and then mentors at life. Most people don't. Most people get stuck in whatever because they don't have mentors that then and aren't motivated to push themselves to do more. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to get into like a TED Talk motivational speaker thing.
It's me.
Oh, Mel's.
No, you're good. You're good. It's all done.
Oh yeah. No, I was about to get on a TED Talk or something. Yeah. No, Mel, you were right. My bad.
But I think if we think that one of the issues that modern men are having is identity because of split families, maybe that's something that women should be looking at. And if you're in a situation where a relationship doesn't work, I've said this to people for 30 years or more. If a relationship doesn't work, it's not about you anymore or the dad. It becomes immediately about the children and the children only. And I've had many women raise their voice at me for saying that, for saying it's not actually about you and it's not actually about your ex-partner anymore. It's about the children. And I've had so many women raise their voice, and I've said to them, the issues that you're saying that you've got aren't with the child visiting the dad. The issues you're telling me are the issues that you're having or you've had with the dad. They don't even involve the child. So I don't know why you're attaching that to the amount of time that he spends with the child.
I think it's a matter of priorities.
Yeah, but I've said that to so many women, and so many women have got upset with me for saying it.
It was a long time for me to come to this point, but so a marriage to be successful, okay? 100%. God, your marriage with your partner, your spouse, your wife, your husband, then your kids. This is priority levels of things that need to be taken care of and where attention needs to be sent. And then your kids, I mean, your marriage being together is directly beneficial to your kids. I don't
Well,
think
this
anybody can even
generation,
debate me on that one.
well,
I
this
think that's
generation
elders.
needs to learn. This generation, you know, of young men, they're trying to grow up to be strong young men. They're trying to be, you know, provide for their future and a potential family's future. So it's, you know, it's just so important that we know what they're. That's why I asked the question of modern man. I asked what people around him, what their issues are, what their main issues are.
Oh, I can't answer that. I'm a monkey man. I'm not a modern man. I'm a simple monkey.
Yeah, so we
I
can
do.
learn
I
what.
do appreciate.
So we can look. So we can learn about. We can learn from it, and it goes back to the topic today about what have we learned about modern men. Well, we won't know what we're gonna. We won't know.
I was about
what
to
it
say
is
a
about
slur
them
that's
that
banned on like 2 of the platforms I'm live on right now. There's
But we won't
something
know
that
what.
Well, we have a modern
bundles
man
of
on
British cigarettes.
we have a modern man on panel. Let's listen to him. Tell us about.
That's right.
Yeah, tell us about your daily routine, like, because you mentioned something which is really important, and that is you know, buying property or you know, leaving home, renting, all that's become really, really difficult. So tell me about how you view that kind of stuff. Non-fan.
Well, I mean, I might be a little bit of a bad example for that because I still live at home. So like my daily routine, I'm done with college for now. I have to. It's the end of the semester for me already. We already took finals, but I guess previously I would wake up and I would do whatever college work I had, and then I would either stream or edit my old content. Or there were some days where I'd just be lazy and I don't know, play video games and jack off or whatever. I mean, I guess, I mean, yeah, that's basically what my daily routine remains, except I don't have college work right now. Yeah, I guess I mean, I have friends. Their daily routine doesn't differ that much. It's just that they go to physical school instead of like online school. So,
did you ever hang around your friends, you know, running around just miscellaneous stuff?
I mean, yeah. I mean, like we hang out and we do shit, yeah.
Chasing girls?
Not particularly, but
Non-Fawn, did you ever ditch school to go get Chinese food and show up for the last class and then taunt the teacher?
No, I have not. I don't think I ever skipped classes in high school, no.
That's the difference between the generations, because I mean that was a daily thing for me, like in high school.
What was that? Sorry, like looking at the teachers and.
Oh no, I would show up for the I had senioritis in junior year. I would show up for the first class, leave. Sometimes like bring Chinese food or McDonald's to the last class, which was history with Eddie Gould, and I fed it to the computer, which the other teachers actually paid me to remove the security products from their shit. This is getting super personal right now, but that one teacher, he had a bottle of Jack Daniels in his desk. I destroyed his computer, like I fed it milkshakes, and I showed up just for the memes, for the lulz. This was in the 90s though, where like that shit kind of like that shit kind of got away with it.
I mean, after COVID, being absent from school doesn't matter anymore.
Oh yeah, no, I showed up, I left, but then I showed up back again for the last class just for the lulz.
Yeah, there are many kids at my old high school who would miss like half the school year, and it wouldn't, you know, like during COVID, a lot of like school districts like said you basically can't fail students, and teachers are a lot less willing to
No
fail students
child
now,
left
especially
behind,
for
and yeah, that's how it works. If
Yeah,
you
it's
get really deep into the education system, you'd be a friggin' like you'd be mad if you actually learn how the public school system actually really works as far as funding and how the thing works.
I'm
Everybody.
curious for the young one down there. I'm curious what kind of content do you actually do when it comes down to the social network?
I mean, stuff like this. I read stuff and I debate people on what I read. It's basically 90% of my content. I don't know.
Okay.
But no,
Well,
you
see,
have
I
like
kinda-
a tunnel runner thing going on all the time on your stream.
I do have, sometimes I do, have the Subway Surfers
Get all the-
ADHD. Modern men can't pay attention to this stuff without Subway Surfers on the side. Little tip from Mel. You gotta appeal to the ADHD.
I think
brain.
that's a great move for your content. Honestly, this is actually mentoring advice. 100% keep that.
Because I actually applaud a lot of the younger people out there that do have a social presence, but what they're doing is they're going out hiking out in the mountains and stuff like that and filming themselves do it. You know what I mean? It's I applaud that, honestly. Instead of just sitting in front of a computer all day, inside the house, and not getting any sun on them. That's it's nice to see that.
Have you seen those videos where
Listen,
people
okay,
go out
I will
and build
say-
a house in the middle of nowhere? It's amazing. They cut down their own trees. They make their own timber and build their own.
Oh wait,
there's people that
are
go
y'all
out there
talking
and go
about the
out
dudes
and-
that do
and-
like primitive making the bricks and building like
Yeah.
a subterranean pool?
Yeah,
and
I mean, there's stuff like that.
That's not.
There's young people out there that are going and filming abandoned houses and stuff, or whatever. You know what I mean? And there's this one guy. He's like in his early 20s that I follow on
I applaud
YouTube.
that. Wait.
That he goes out to all these canyons and stuff out in the desert, and he just does this huge hike, and he films himself doing it. I just it's awesome. You know what I mean? And I think that's what more kids really need to be doing, even if they are on the internet and have a social presence. That's what they're doing. They're actually doing something.
The trick. What you're
To be
what
clear,
you're-
I do go on a walk at least once a day, so I do occasionally touch grass. I just want to say
non-fun. What the point that was being made right there is having a hobby and then making content out of that hobby, not just sitting and reacting or whatever it is. Going and doing something as a hobby, or getting paid or
see
whatever, but then
I also see
doing
too many
content
kids
with
out
that.
there
That's what you said.
I see too many kids out there
And
that
I
their
agree
whole
with that.
content is. Yeah, I see some kids out there that their whole content is just sitting there watching them play Fortnite. That's every single video on their channel is them playing Fortnite. You know what I mean, or something like that. And
Well,
that's just
some
that's
streamers-
depressing in my opinion.
Well, I mean, that's some streamers doing that, that game for content. But I 100% I agree with you that people, kids especially, should get interested in something, do that thing, and then, hey, if you want to, record it and make content from that, that's going to give you a niche. And this is business advice. If you're doing something that nobody else is doing, you have a leg up, and you're going to make money.
Nonfun, can I ask you a couple of questions? First question, if you could just do a quick hello in chat so my mods can drop your link. Secondly, let's say I came to your house, I removed all your tech, and I said, you going on, a trip to go and hunt, camp, whatever, for a week. Would you do it?
What's in it for me exactly? What'd you say? Sorry, I pulled up
You're
your
going to
screen.
just be thrown into the wilderness. You're going to go and hunt deer, and you're going to go and do the things that the Americans do: skin them, cook them, eat them. And I'm taking all your tech for a week.
I mean,
sounds like a vacation.
I'm not I don't know if I want to go fucking hunt deer, but I'm not super addicted to tech. Every year, my family goes to a YMCA camp that doesn't have cell service, and we spend a week there. You stay in a cabin that's very small. I mean, I guess hunting deer does not sound that interesting to me. The YMCA.
No. We don't hunt deer here in England. I'm only saying it because that's what they do in the US, right?
That's the king's. That's the king's animals. You can't hunt them in England.
No. Hunting is illegal in England. We can't
It's a
hunt.
simple thing as like going camping or something like that.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
I like camping. Yeah, my family goes camping too.
England is fox hunting.
The thing I noticed about those videos that people post of themselves building houses is that the footage is really good, and there's a lot of shots. So that person is spending like half of their time setting up the camera for the shot.
Some people do hunt in England, but not
Yeah,
very
what
often.
do they hunt? But I don't know. Fox hunting is now been made illegal. What do they hunt?
If I may, just as a point, people think Bear Grylls was really doing all those things for the
I
entire
was in the
time.
middle of saying something there when you all rudely interrupted. You
Oh,
know,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Can you please listen? Thank you. Now, the fox hunting is the main one in Britain. That's the main one.
That's for landed gentry, though, right?
But that's the gentry. It started off gentry, but what it actually was it was because, like, the hens and the ducks and everything on the farms were getting attacked. The farmers, it was mainly farmers to begin with.
Yeah, it's illegal. I've just looked it up. Fox
It is
hunting is illegal in
now,
England.
but it still goes on. We all know it still goes on behind closed doors. You know what I mean? And there is other hunting that goes on behind closed doors, but it is supposed to be banned in Britain. But
Yeah, but my point is that it's illegal. Whether it goes on in the background and people are doing it illegally, I don't know, but it's illegal.
Pointy kitchen knives are also banned in England.
Yeah, you don't have any freedom there. Damn.
I'm oh, by the way, just blatant self-promotion. So on the pointy kitchen knives banned thing, so I found a supplier that makes the blunt edge like kitchen knives. I'm gonna, on stream, turn one into. I'm gonna manufacture a bayonet for a rifle made out of one of these blunt edge knives. Coming up sometime soon. I'm not sure when. It'll be in the future. Just FYI. I'm going to take their rules and turn it back on them. Because I'm going to turn into a bayonet for a rifle. With their blunty edge.
I've got a question for Modern Man, if I could.
Sure.
Modern Man, when you started high school and you were going through high school, did a lot of your male peers, were they really, were they talking in a sense of what they're going to do when they leave school and looking in the real long term as far as career goes and all of that?
I mean, no, I don't think a lot of teenagers do that, but no, not really. Even still, like, I have concepts of a plan, you know, so do my friends, but I don't think we have a super set out life path or anything like that, so.
Right. So that hasn't really changed with the generations. That's might have stayed the same yet.
Yeah.
How old are you?
Because this
I'm
generation has been
you're a young, you really are modern man.
Yeah.
No, I'm glad because you know you're exactly in the demographic that I wanted to ask questions for. Lady Luck, sorry, go ahead.
Yes, you're only 3 years older than my grandson. Congratulations.
Wow.
So, non-fan, just quickly, like I have a 16-year-old boy and who idolizes Andrew Tate. What idols do you have in, let's say, or if any, do you look up to any particular role models or influencers? Actually, is probably the better word.
I don't know. I mean, there are people whose content I enjoy. In terms of idolizing, I don't think a lot of people I watch are necessarily good idols. Like, I don't think
no good answer.
Like, I enjoy Destiny's content, but I don't idolize Destiny. I would
say.
I know, incredible. But like
Destiny is
I don't think there are many idols I have.
You mimic his mannerisms. Shut up.
I mean, I do. Well, that's fair, but I don't. I don't idolize Destiny in the sense that like I want to live as some of the aspects of his lifestyle, I would say.
Yeah, I was watching him just the other day actually when he was talking about Biden's son, which inspired one of my lives as well. So would you say? But what I guess what I'm trying to go with that question, non-fun, is in your life as a 19-year-old, do you look at influencers, should I say, more than you might say, I don't know, a politician or something like that, as to look up to?
It's hard. What if I really look up to Joe Biden? No, I
No,
definitely
no,
I
no.
would
I
say
use
influencers.
politician as an example, but I mean any kind of like, let's say, leadership position.
I would say, yeah, influencers definitely play, at least for me, and I think most men nowadays pay more attention to influencers than, I guess, more traditional, traditional like role models.
Wait, did you say most
What
men?
would
Yeah,
you say
most men.
your positive male role model is?
I mean,
Grumple.
to some extent, Grumple, yeah, to some extent, my dad, I guess. I mean, obviously, my dad to some extent is going to be the male role model.
Right on.
The most positive.
I don't. Yeah.
It's not me.
I don't know. I mean, I don't think about it much, but
interesting.
No, I was just curious. I was trying to understand, if we can help our younger generation, including, like I said, I have a teenage son also, like maybe look at, rather than concentrate on influencers, but on men that have a more affluent, a more manly. Do we want to use manly? Do we want to use authoritative figure in society? That kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, I guess.
Wait, Mel, it depends
I
on
guess,
which thing you're talking about, because those two things could be a little bit different.
Mel, I was going to ask him about.
I guess I also I don't pay much attention to famous people. I would say like another big role model or role models in my life were, I guess, like some of my teachers. So shout out Mr. Gilbert and Mr. Sunheim.
Oh, you know Gilbert? Oh, interesting.
Yeah, you know Mr. Gilbert, bro.
Paul Gilbert.
I was going to ask modern men about what do you feel like was your coming of age, your rite of passage into becoming a young adult into a man?
Yeah, the first time I looked at Belle Delphine. I don't know, actually. I mean, I feel like
bring up degenerate.
My experience has been kind of weird. Like my first year in high school was like online school, so like it didn't feel like real high school. And now I'm going to online college in a way that doesn't feel like real college.
Was that after the pandemic? Sorry, just to clarify. Is that
the first year of high school was the pandemic for me, so I was in online school. I guess I don't. It probably would be. I think to some extent, like my first year in real high school, and then to some extent also just when I graduated high school. I would say like the big things there. Yeah. And Belle Delphine when I looked at that, like I said.
I really like the fact that you've got male teachers that are a good influence on you. I think that's brilliant, because we know that there's a huge drop in male teachers. So the fact that you've got those two teachers is fantastic. Kids lack that because a lot of the time the majority of the teaching force is female, right? Do you feel that it's important to have those male figures with those teachers in your life?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like I understand, women are probably more inclined to do caretaking jobs just biologically, but I mean, yeah, I feel like it's definitely useful to have male teachers so you can have a positive male influence there. Yeah.
That's racist.
Yeah, one of my very favorite science teachers back when I was in school was a male, and I mean, I really enjoyed his class.
That's good. I mean, I really hope that going forward we can change that. I mean, I don't know if we can, but I really hope that going forward we can encourage more men to go into the teaching aspect of things. Do you think that that's achievable? Grumble, you look like you want something.
saying men are better at teaching might just be a little bit
I didn't say that.
misogynist.
I said I wish
But I
we had
mean,
more.
it's probably right because I mean, women are nurturers by nature.
No, I
They
agree, but I
nurture.
think it would be nice to get an equal keel of men and women teaching because male role models, we've just heard
Wow.
right now, are turning into influencers. I don't think that's the
What is
best
this?
type of male role
It's
model.
true.
What is this leftist affirmative action we're supporting here now? I mean, like in order, like I think a lot of female teachers are interested in children. Sounds weird. Interested in taking care of children, obviously. So like they're doing it. They get enjoyment out of teaching. They don't have to get paid a ton. I feel like for a lot of men, they would have to be paid more. You'd have to raise teacher salaries and try to appeal to men, which is feasible but hard.
I found in England it's a shortage in both because they're finding violence in schools in England. We obviously we don't we don't have guns and everything over here, as you know. We'll have certain guns, but not handguns are banned. But when it comes to teachers in our schools, we're finding lack of both men and female because of violence. Because pupils are setting about teachers and physically, attacking them. So now we're finding not just a shortage in either one, we're finding a shortage in both male and female teachers because of violence and things like that. And, girls hitting on having crushes on the male teachers, the boys having crushes on the female teachers and everything. That's more of a
If
factor in ours when it comes to our
if
teachers.
if I may, you're weeding out the bitches who've been raised poorly by that, and they're probably going to be, go to juvie or something. I'm not sure what country is that, Rosh?
UK. I'm in the
In the
UK.
UK? Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, girl. Oh, yikes. It's
Yeah.
it's
In
really bad
the
over
UK,
there. No, y'all
like,
can't do anything. You just got to accept all the violence that just happens from whoever.
well,
It's like,
if we
yikes.
had people who were high up in power doing their job properly, we wouldn't have this problem. Do you know what I mean? So, but like I say, the main reason for it in England for lack of teachers, and it goes both sides, male and female, is one because of the violence, and 9 times out of 10, nothing's done. Nothing is done. It always ends up the teacher's fault, even though it's the kids' fault, not the teachers. To me, that's learning them how to pass the buck. Like I can do anything I want and I can get away with it. Well, no,
Oh,
actions
no, it
have
is. No, you're right. It 100% is. And that's being in your no, Rush, in your circumstance, that's being reinforced by the state,
Yeah.
by the government.
With a pair
Dude,
of balls
it's Rach as well, like in Rachel.
Oh,
It's
Rach.
Rachel.
I'm sorry, Rach. I'm sorry.
Don't worry about it, love. Don't. Honestly, I answer to it, so it doesn't bother us. It's just a name.
It's
It's
good
like
conversation.
stone, all that crap. It doesn't bother us. At the end of the day, I'll answer to you. So yeah.
Well,
But
good
over
on you,
here,
mate, for having a thick skin. I appreciate that, and I think everybody else here does too. Thanks for like letting us know. But I honestly do. I I really hate where you're at, and it's just like you can't do anything about it.
especially
Your
when you've
government
got
is
some
so oppressive.
But how's this for a kicker in the teeth? You've got somebody who's running the government telling you if you don't like what he is doing, the door is always open. You can leave. That's his
Have
exact words.
have you ever thought about moving near Belfast, love?
I am from Irish roots.
Hey.
I do have
So
Irish roots.
you got the thing that I didn't say that I was saying, eh?
Mm-hmm. But yeah, Clue, stop want me attention in the chat, love. You're insignificant.
So just going back, because obviously we've hit on the education, and I do think that the education system is leaving our young men behind. In what respect? I feel that women are, factually, statistics show that women are performing, girls are performing 100 times better than boys are at school. I'm going to ask Nonfun a question. Do you see any difference between in your setting, in your educational setting, between females and males? Go ahead.
Pause 1 second, not fun. Hey, Rach, just right what, like 2 seconds before non fun answers. Rach, cad mil faltier. Please, non fun, continue.
Okay. I mean, I'm not sure if women are performing 100 times better than men, but I mean, like, yeah, I think men are.
Sorry, that was an exaggeration of terms. That was statistically, girls are performing better than boys. Education.
Yeah, I think boys get more easily distracted. Men are like less interested in academic activities and tend to be more interested in sports or whatever stuff. So I think, yeah, and violence, exactly, and fighting each other, and having, you know, underground slap boxing rings in the bathroom, obviously, and then probably in drugs too. I think they're also more likely to have ADHD. So I guess I do see a difference.
Being a boy?
Is it what?
Is it ADHD or is it just being a boy? Yeah, there's some ADHD, but is it like in the 80s, ADHD was the thing, or ADD at the time. It didn't become ADHD until the 90s, really. But in the 80s, it was very fashionable for boys to be medicated with Ritalin, and there was a couple other things, but
oh my god,
just for acting like boys.
I kind of agree when it comes down to the modern man.
Guys, hang on when I'm talking, please. Just 1 second. Piggyback on what I said, Nonfun. Do you see a difference in the manner in which girls and boys are approached by their teaching, their teachers? Is there a difference? Do you see a difference? I'm just curious because Angry Casper said, he literally just said boys are broken.
I think boys are just like the same way like women are probably biologically more tuned to do caretaking jobs, and that's why a lot of them choose to do caretaking jobs. Men are just to some degree biologically tuned against academics and tend to do worse in academics for that reason. Like it's kind of just like an unfortunate, or depending on how, I mean, it's not necessarily unfortunate, but kind of just like a fact of like biology. Like there are differences between the sexes, and that makes some sexes less likely to excel at academics, and some sexes more likely to excel at like caretaking things. I think it's like particularly bad, and I guess I don't think there are many differences between how teachers like approach male and female students. It's just to some extent they might be harsher on men just because men are more likely to act up.
And not only that, women think with that actual brain in their head, not with the one that's in their pants. Just saying.
Real. Exactly.
Yeah. When I was going through school, there was more girls in home ec class, and there was more boys in shop class. You know, when I was going through school, I'd rather be in my skill classes or my shop classes than I was sitting in a classroom, you know, learning academics and stuff. You know, they called me Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, because I was like excellent in my, you know, shop class or skill class. And when it comes down to, you know, sitting there listening to history and stuff, or math or whatever, I just didn't pay attention. I didn't care.
How many times you fall asleep in Latin class in high school? I mean, come on.
I never took Latin in high school.
Oh.
You know, when I was going through school, they, you know, the way they taught us, it was basically, here's the book, read the chapter, do the questions at the end, and I'll grade it. That was basically how they taught back then when I was going through school.
Right.
You know.
Oh.
Modern man.
I'm 51 years old.
Modern man, do you think people of your generation, do you feel like that they've been in any way demasculated? If so, explain how.
Yes.
Emasculated.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not qualified to answer that question. I don't feel like that's a particularly huge issue, but some people seem to think it is. I guess I don't think there's many people trying to emasculate me or anything. I just think, I think that there's probably.
Why, non-fun? Why are you lying to people? I demasculate you, and I'm your friend.
I mean, if you're,
well, that's what I'm asking.
That's just boys insulting boys, bro. I don't know what to tell you. Like people.
That's what I'm asking. Does the younger generation see that they think that they're being, emasculated?
I
Do
mean,
they
I'm
feel
sure
like they're
some
being
people do.
emasculated?
I don't. In most of my circles, that's not a concern that we have. Like, people might make jokes occasionally. Like, people will come in my chat and be like, "Oh, you don't have a beard, you little soy boy," but like, it's just not a huge concern for me and most of my friends. Like,
Interesting.
I don't think anybody cares that you wear a beer wench dress.
only for
sometimes.
donations. Okay,
It's.
don't worry.
I mean, it's
Actually,
it's okay.
Those are people trying to emasculate me, but I monetize it, so it's fine.
That's no. See, I help you with that. We're friends here.
Yeah. As long as I can monetize my emasculation, I'm cool with it.
Yeah, I mean, we're all content creators here. Just figure out how to monetize it. Like, do whatever. Just like figure out how to monetize it. But we also get our conversation about it if it's weird. And then that's more content for everybody.
Can I ask you?
Am I
Jonathan,
way off on this one?
Hang on. How big is?
How big?
Because I remember
Come on,
boys at
Mel.
the
How big?
No. Let me finish. How big?
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to talk. For fuck's sake. How? Jesus Christ. Let me finish the question. How big is your, like, in the 80s and 90s, boys lived for chasing girls, right? How big is that a bigger deal now? Is it still like, yes, girls, all we think about is girls, or boys, whichever one you're into, compared to your social media?
Well, I feel like for a lot of people, social media's aggravated it, right? Now you can DM any girl in the school anytime you want. You can slide into
Wait,
the
no,
DM.
non-fawn. I believe the question she asked was, is social media more important than chasing girls?
Oh, sure.
Wait, Mel, did I get that right?
You did, darling.
Okay, yeah, just correcting.
Yeah, okay.
Please continue.
I guess I don't think for most men it is.
I got your back, bro.
But I think for some people it is. Like, arguably it is for me, except it's social media, but like, I'm not chasing like Instagram likes to be popular in my school. I'm just trying to get viewers on YouTube and get people to donate to make me wear the stupid beer wench or whatever. I guess for most men, I would say they probably prioritize trying to have a girlfriend over like social media likes. I think for men, that's probably where that.
That's good, because that makes me happy. That makes me really happy that you're prioritizing well.
Just quick question, non-fawn. Do you consider yourself in that group of men that, hey, you're one that doesn't do that, or do you consider yourself out of that group?
Men who don't prioritize women over social media?
No, just of what you said because most men prioritize X. Do you consider yourself in the group, or are you still on the outside? We'll get there, dude. I'm here for you.
I don't know. I'm probably more on the outside, I guess. Yeah, like.
No,
have you kissed a girl yet? Come
We'll get you there. No, non-fun. I'm your friend.
So on the social media.
It's okay.
Okay. I'm the true red pill here. Okay. I don't chase women. I chase YouTube likes. I don't need a woman kissing me to distract me. What I need is people to go to nonfun on YouTube, or nonfun420 on Twitch, or nonfun420 on Kick, or nonfun on Rumble, and go type in !TTS in the chat and donate me money.
You got to remember which ones have the number and which ones don't, dude. That you got it wrong.
I'm still
right.
looking for my Trinity from Matrix. That's what I'm still doing. I'm still looking for her.
Hey, non-fun.
Hey, hang on. For the chick with A cups with all dressed in leather, that's gonna.
They already sent it in chat.
Dance at you.
Yeah.
Okay.
And jump.
Oh yeah, there's one.
Is that Destiny? Wait, Trinity.
Marisi.
Pixie cut, leather, small boobs, jumps across buildings. The athletic. It's like, remember in the Schwarzenegger Total Recall, what kind of build you want? That's kind of where you're at right now. Build the chick type of thing.
I guess, do you know where I'm going with this question? The reason why I say it is because I watched a film just the other night about, some family man bought a robot, a woman robot who looks just like a human, ended up having sex with her while his wife was in hospital fighting for her life. Anyway, the robot turns bad and then tries to kill everybody. I guess where I'm trying to go with that crazy idea, because this is happening in today's age, do you think that today's modern man will eventually leave woman behind and get themselves a robot substitute?
Like in the movie
Not
Scary 2000?
for a while, at least. I do feel like we're probably seeing, we're definitely seeing like more of that. Like I think if you just look at statistics, like the amount of men under 30 who haven't had sex in the past 2 years is higher than it's ever has been or whatever. And presumably they're substituting that with something, right? But like,
Well, we know what they're substituting that with. They've got their dick in their hands behind the screen.
Yeah, well, I don't know how much I could say on stream, but yeah.
Wait, what can't you say on stream?
You can also substitute your income that way.
A little head instead of the big head. That's why men will always think with a little head instead of the big head.
Are we talking about Marines
we'll
here?
get
Because, I mean, that's going to be more like over 100%.
I think we're seeing an increase in the amount of like incels who are okay, like substituting a woman with a robot woman.
Yeah.
I can only speak from the
Thanks for
military.
having me
like,
up, Mel.
Marine
I'm going to jump down.
All right, my love. Okay. Thank you
Yeah.
for coming, sweetheart. Thank you, especially in your condition. Get better.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Great to see you, lady. Yeah, hope you feel better
Thank you.
soon.
Hang on, it was cutting out something fierce. Lady Luck, are you heading out? If so, please, have a great night, love. It's great talking to you.
I guess
I hope we do again in the future.
I guess to substitute with a robot girl, you don't get all the baggage that a regular human girl would have.
Yeah, but it's a robot girl wing now.
I know. No, I know. I understand. I totally get it. But I mean, I think I'm just playing devil's advocate when it comes down to it. I guess that's probably what they're thinking.
Why would you be the devil's advocate? Why would you advocate for the devil?
I mean, you think
No,
about
one
it.
at a time. One at a time. Wing that. Sorry.
Why would you advocate for the devil?
Well, no, it's looking at both sides in a sense. I was just looking at, like, for instance, that scenario. That's probably what's going through some of those guys' minds at that time. It's like, they'd much more rather have a robot girl, a girlfriend, or a chatbot girlfriend than an actual human girlfriend, because there's just no baggage. You know what I mean? There's none of that, there's none of that, crap that comes along with it.
Right.
You would hear, like women, for example, women would turn around and say the same thing about men. Sorry, Mel.
Well, I agree. No, I'm just saying that's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's like the devil's advocate, just playing that, that looking at that different, that other side of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Mama.
Because I definitely got baggage.
Chat, is it, Mama?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
That's not your name in chat. You're in chat. You're somebody else, aren't you, Mama?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So, are you okay with having Mama as your screen name?
Yes.
Cool.
The door was torn.
Okay. Hello, and welcome on panel.
If I can
Hey,
find
Mama.
where it came to rest, I can
Hello.
determine exactly
Hello,
what
that
happened.
guy. Hello, Grumple.
Good evening.
Hello.
I'm sorry,
Hello,
my
West
voice is not as sexy. My Go XLR is gone, and I'm just talking through a headset mic, and I lost my voice. I sound like I smoke 20 packs a day these days. My bad.
I was wondering.
Like a true man.
I was thinking you sounded like you were possibly ill. Hello, Mel. It's
Yes,
nice
I
to
am.
meet you.
But thank you for
come-
noticing. But hello, good evening also.
I came to you from Restless Channel.
Ah, welcome.
Oh, Resla's a sexy bitch. Tell him I said that.
I've been stalking your channel for a little bit, so
That's okay. I don't mind stalkers. I have a few of them. Don't worry. One more is no difference. I think, Mama, weren't you in chat saying that you'd raised your boys and you hadn't given them any of the gadgets until they were grown-ups, right?
absolutely,
Based.
Good on you.
boys and girls.
Based. 100%
They-
based.
They were not allowed to have them until they were old enough to pay for them themselves.
Good on you.
Teach them to be lobster fishermen before they get cell phones. 100%.
I actually do have one grandson that is a fisherman and fishes every summer out of the great state of Alaska.
Nice.
Have 2 grandchildren up there right now on an island in the middle of nowhere, learning how to hunt, fish, self-sustain, and take care of themselves when they grow up.
Self-sufficiency is the best skills to learn. 100%. Based.
If you want to call me based, that's fine. But I'll tell you what.
I'll baste you like a turkey.
Our children know how to take care of themselves.
Mel, you keep your mind out the gutter.
They know how to plant gardens. They know how to hunt for food. They know how to live without electronics.
There you go.
That's the best.
Anyways,
I mean, good on you that you're teaching them how to hunt, because that's one thing that the Western world generally doesn't do anymore. You know, the Western world will go to the supermarket and get whatever off the shelf. So in a survival situation, or if the world was to become a lot worse than what it is now, those are very important, essential skills, right?
Right.
We believe so. We believe so. But you know,
wait, who's we? You got a mouse in your pocket?
You want a sexy voice? Sound like
Just-
you're smart.
just because we believe that doesn't mean that everyone believes that. So.
I'm sorry, excuse me, sir. I only do all natural sexy voice, and right now mine is not as sexy because it sounds like I'm a 20-pack a day smoker. Also, I'm talking through like a headset mic when my Go XLR is busted and the new one is on its way. Just apologies for everybody involved. This has been a shit show, and I apologize for whoever said that on their behalf. His or her
Who said
behalf.
it's been a shit show? Who said it? Just quickly, non-fun, Lord would like to know, are you a Fruity Pebbles kind of guy, or are you a Captain Crunch kind of guy?
I like Fruity Pebbles better, and if a girl
Oh,
showed up
Cocoa Pebbles is
with
an
Fruity
answer. Don't fall for it, non-fun.
Wait,
Non-fun, don't
what?
fall for it.
Just want to be clear. When I was saying, you know, I chase YouTube likes and not women, that's a joke. Any woman in chat, join my Discord server and give me Fruity Pebbles. Okay, that I will. That is a worthwhile trade-off. Okay, Fruity Pebbles for YouTube likes. I'll give up some YouTube likes for Fruity
Would
Pebbles.
you put on the beer wench outfit for a chick to feed you Fruity Pebbles?
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, there you go.
Shit.
This is the downfall of society.
Bro, I have it at $10 right now to put that.
And I'm
shit
his
on,
friend.
man. So
I think it's interesting to see the younger generation and the middle-aged generation. Have we got anybody in the older generation on panel? I don't want to ask people's ages. Just like you're middle-aged. Come on, Grum. You're like
Yeah,
me. You're middle-aged.
I'm a middle-aged lurker here.
I'm everybody's generation to hate on right now.
And I think, I think it's important that we listen to the younger generation, and because obviously we can go back and forth and talk back and forth amongst ourselves, but we do need to listen to the younger generation. I try to listen. I really try to hear my son, and even though sometimes I could strangle him because that's what teenagers do, they wind you up. Is it not important for us to listen to our kids?
Absolutely.
To understand,
I mean,
right?
it depends on what they're saying. Seriously, everybody who has kids,
let them say what they need to say to you to.
I don't need to finish that.
What's it?
No, sometimes my son drives me crazy. He's a teenager. That's very normal. Most teenagers drive their parents crazy. It's in the DNA. I did it, right? But I think I try and listen to what he's saying, because I try and understand what it's like to be a teenager in this day and age, which was very different for the teens that most of us had, right? It's a very different world.
It is a very different world.
Just like my dad's generation, he was running a, you know, when he grew up, he was very poor. He had to go and steal fruit off trees. He'd get shot at from the farmers, you know, in extreme poverty. Then to me, you know, I had a very lucky upbringing financially in England in the 80s and 90s. And does it not amaze anyone on panel the difference, the huge difference each generation is having now compared to generations of the past?
Yeah. No, I think
I
kids
just
feel more
I depend
entitled.
on where
One at a time.
where they're raised.
Every generation has its trials and tribulations. And
No,
the generation that gave birth to the current generation, speaking from time in memoriam, I think tries to make things better for the generation that they birthed. And I think they struggle understanding each other. And it's just because there are sociological changes that take place from one generation to the next.
That's racist.
You keep
How is that
saying that. Can I, Mama, could you, or anyone on panel, this is what Lady Luck said is interesting. I found it interesting that when I asked one man about rites of passage to becoming a man, and not one of the traditional rites of passage were mentioned. Can you, Lady Luck, can you elaborate on what you think the traditional rites of passage are?
Yeah, I
What
don't
do
even
you
know what the traditional ones are.
Mama, what would you say the traditional? Because obviously your kids are grown now. What would you say the traditional rites of passage are or were
for
young men?
Man.
For what I have observed with our son, or just what I've observed through, well, let's see, about 5 generations now.
I got something
The
for
last-
after this. After.
I like the latter.
That through the generations that I've seen thus
Yeah.
far. In my particular generation, men were considered men. What didn't happen at any particular age. Generally, it was when they graduated high school, because that is the time in which they started becoming family men. Most men were married coming right out of high school in the late 50s, early 60s, through the late 60s.
Right.
They were, if they weren't going to college, they were generally getting married and starting families at very young ages. 18 to 20 years old, it was nothing to see a young man married. It was very average. Only the wealthy kids got to go to college for the most part. Didn't think anything about it. That's just how life was. Nobody was privileged. Nobody was any greater than anybody else. It's just that the richer kids got to go to college because they could pay for it. That was before loans were available.
Before FAFSA.
Our son he was in his probably early to mid 20s before he had a steady full-time job, making money, and could support anyone other than himself. We encouraged him to get out, do things, have fun, see a bit of the United States, not the world, just the United States, and do his own thing and figure out what he needed to do to become a man, to settle down, to raise children, or to not raise children, just to be happy. His sons are now having children. His sons came up in the 90s, and pretty much kind of did about the same thing he did, except there were job fields open to them coming out of high school that had traditionally before taken college degrees to get. So even though they were good jobs at one time, they were now average paying jobs that you didn't need a degree to do. And once again, you know, when they could support themselves, it's just this kind of big waxy ball of different things that get put together that make you a man. You know, are you sure of yourself? How are you ready to support yourself? How well can you support yourself? Are you ready to defend yourself, your family, your children? Are you ready to take up for your rights, their rights? Can you function on your own, or do you have to have support? There's just so many things involved in what is a man. I think a man has to define himself.
No, Lesto, you're.
Yeah. What did the men? Yeah, that was brilliant. Thank you, Mama. What do the men think? When do you become a man?
When you get your balls.
12 years old when you kill your first deer, gut it open, rip the heart out of its chest, and take a big fucking bite out of it.
Yes, honestly, that's a big thing about as far as youth, like becoming a man. That's a rite of passage.
Hunting?
No, not just hunting, but then eating raw heart. Like a bite of
I think
the
that's
raw
a little.
heart.
It's a little extreme. I don't think I'm gonna do that
Don,
anytime soon.
This is why you're okay. Never mind. But no, it's like
call me soy. I'm not gonna kill a deer and eat its heart. Okay, that's just not happening.
I kill 3 deer a year just for the meat in the freezer.
I'm vegetarian. I don't even eat meat. I'm vegetarian. I'm not killing a deer, much less eating it.
And I choose does because I can shoot him in the head because I don't have to worry about the rack.
Okay.
You can hunt deer.
Oh yeah, no. Excuse me, ma'am. I'm just so we're clear. You're a Euro whatever. I'm a Texan. Yes, I can hunt. Like I can. We have a season for gator in Texas. You know that?
Oh no.
Yeah, no. I loved the one thing that I wish I was like I could like had somebody to show me because I don't do it is to hunt duck because duck is the best animal to eat ever. It's red meat and dark like a poultry dark meat plus red meat. There's nothing better than duck to eat as far as the critter that you can.
That's what people in the UK put on the table at Christmas. Duck or goose along with turkey.
Duck is like duck is my weakness.
You don't hunt them, you raise them.
Oh, that's cheating.
And you have a chopping block.
Hunting.
That's cheating. That's like having chickens for meat or rabbits for meat. At least in the United States, ducks are like you have to have a federal tax stamp to legally hunt them because everybody legally hunts.
Only thing that's off limits that you can actually go to jail for in the UK, even if you hit it accidentally with your car, you still have to stop. You still have to report it, and that is swan.
Do you have to render aid?
If you run a swan over in the UK, you have to stop. You have to report it to the police, even if it's a swan's fault. You have to report it because if you
swans are bigger assholes than geese. Why?
Because
are they endangered?
They are the sovereigns They belong to the sovereign. They are the sovereign.
Oh, they belong to the sovereign. See, that's the problem. See, I knew you were Irish. You don't agree with that shit at all, do you?
England, but me heritage comes from Ireland, is what I'm saying. But I'm
Yeah,
English.
you're on. Like, hey, I see you.
You're not allowed to hurt them.
No,
You're not allowed to hurt them. You can end up in jail. You could end up in jail.
Hey,
They do the same thing here with the eagles.
Wait.
And trumpeters.
Cardinal Falce. Cardinal Falce. You sure?
For me, I started working when I was 16 years old, so that was
I'm totally
when
not speaking Gaelic right now. Don't worry about that.
You know, and I've had to keep a job and support myself, and I moved out of my parents' house when I was 16, so that for me was my thing.
Okay, getting a job and moving out, I can do. Okay, I can do that one.
I've got a question for all the males on the panel. At what age did you learn to actually cook yourself a meal from prepping it from start to finish? What age?
Oh, real young.
11.
You could actually
Probably 5, 6 years old.
Yeah, I've had to do that all my
Probably
life
somewhere
anyway.
in my teens.
in your teens.
11.
Probably not
Probably
until I
for
was
me,
like
yeah.
15.
What was that meal? What was it, that meal?
I was a latchkey Gen
I
X
don't-
kid, though.
I started out with
I really don't. Yeah, I think I think I started out with. I used to make. We call them like eggs in a nest a lot. You just like cut a circular hole in bread and put an egg in it, and flip it over once. Like it's not that hard. I think that's probably the first thing I started making on my own, and then at some point pancakes. At some point, mac and cheese.
I found recently an old recipe that I had cooked for my family. I can't remember how old I was. I would have been pretty young. It was chili prawns.
Well, by the age
Chili
by
prawns?
Got free of the vehicle before the crash.
By the time I was 12, I could cook a full Sunday dinner with Yorkshire puddings and everything.
A Sunday dinner.
Yeah, from start to finish. That is putting meat in oven, prepping veg, cooking veg, doing everything, putting the plates out, plating it all up from start to finish. By the time I had it perfected, by the time I was 12.
And I'm sorry, prawns are shrimp for the non-Aussies.
Prawns are like
analyze
it's bigger. It's bigger than shrimp. It's the same.
No,
flavor, though.
they're what you would call shrimp. They're what you would call shrimp. You can get big
Depends.
prawns. You can get small ones.
It depends.
Yeah.
It depends.
You ought to see the size of shrimp down here.
Just
The
don't-
ones we get from Brisbane.
Ask
they're
your
pretty
Australian
big.
friend to put some in the Barbie, though.
You get like King Island prawns, something like that. I think they're called. They're like big prawns. They're nice. But yeah, shrimp. It's synonymous with shrimp. Yeah, shrimp on the Barbie.
It's kind of gay.
We call them prawns.
The caliber of the weapon is a match for the Arkham Knight's sidearm. The trajectory.
We can go down here and you get them mud bugs out there, man, out there in the creek, man. You know.
Mud bugs. Yeah,
Mud bugs.
So just so those who aren't familiar, mud bugs is a local colloquialism for crawdads, crawfish, like little
Crawdads,
itty bitty
crawfish,
tiny
yeah.
lobsters, and you're supposed to eat their brains, and it's very interesting around it because there's a lot of culture.
Yeah, you gotta suck the head. Yeah.
Especially in the southern United States.
I stepped away from it.
We get bugs here.
I wanted to ask. I don't know why
What's
we're
called a
talking about
Balmain
fish.
bug.
Can I ask? Sorry, I missed the last few minutes. I don't know why we're talking about fish.
Oh, Mel, you're way past the 8 ball now. Like, it's moved on so much.
I only made a
super weird.
coffee. I come back
Mel,
and everyone's
we're-
talking.
Mel,
heads.
we're on like
You
international
think you miss
relations.
things when you take a week
with
off, Mel.
shrimp.
You don't need
Super
to take
weird.
a week off. Just take off 10 minutes and.
I wanted to ask, in today's economy, obviously, because I heard before that, we were talking, we asked the men what makes them a man. And I heard while I was making my coffee, I think it was Wingnut saying I moved out at 16. And I wanted to ask the panel a question. With the economy the way it is, It's a 16, 17, 18, 19, 20-year-old is not going to be able to afford to leave home the way we used to. So how do we help them become men if the economy is against them? And I'm going to ask you first, Grandpa, what do you think?
100%. When if okay, so you don't have any attachments. You're coming out of your nest essentially as a man. Go do something. Whether it's military or some kind of service, go do something that'll give you a skill that you can then later monetize. 100%. This is the strategy for the modern man. Unless you just, like get bequeathed something. If you're on your own, learn something that you can monetize, whether it's military or like I don't care if you join Greenpeace and go, or wait, I do care if you join Greenpeace, but go like
No,
go do a mission, go do mission trips, go get life
no, learn
skills,
skills.
go
Learn
do
skills like
things.
carpentry or
100%
welding.
go do things in another country somewhere. Get something other than, hey, I went to high school and I went to college on your resume. Go if go do something in the real world, and then you can put that on your resume, and that'll help you get it. That'll help you get it.
Yeah, because any volunteer
Or start
work
your
that
own
you have on
business.
your
You want to be an
resume is a
entrepreneur. I'm
bonus.
sorry. Please continue.
It depends what career you want and what job you want.
It kind of does depend
Really?
on that too. I was like kind of, yeah, but whatever. I was kind of
Yeah, because
generalizing. Please
for
continue.
some people,
Say things.
yeah, for some people, like what you're saying is correct. You need to get out and get experience. But for some people, what they want to do is create a portfolio of their work, so they can show potentially
Oh, they should.
employers. Yeah, this is what I'm.
Oh no, if you're
capable
doing
of
something like art or what, like, actually, for any possible career. No, hey, here's a middle-aged guy who's been on the other side of the hiring table a lot of times saying this. Get experience doing the thing that you want to do. Get a portfolio together. Be able to talk about it. Because if your resume gets you in the door, maybe it gets you the interview, but what you can talk about in the interview is what gets you the gig. 100% of the time. Every single time. It's what you can talk about.
The way I learned how to get
talked about
jobs is
Japan
definitely
before.
not the same.
Oh, hang on. There's
today.
one at a time, though.
Go Wingnut.
No, I was just going to say the way I learned how to get jobs is definitely not how it's done today. You know what I mean? It's definitely different now. I mean, nowadays you can't even go to most places. You can't even do a paper application and talk to somebody. It's all online crap. You know what I mean?
That's why. And there's a big thing about using AI and not using AI. 100% use it. Like, oh man. Hang on. That's an entire conversation outside of this. We can get to that later. Mel, if
That
you would
is
like
a
to.
huge
Yeah, I do want to add, like,
Yeah.
my high school has something really useful. We had like what's called CTE classes, where like you could get high school credit for taking these classes, as well as like they were in a bunch of different subjects, as well as you get like an actual certification in like either welding or like I think they had some car mechanic stuff, or like I took some of the Adobe classes where you learn how to edit videos and edit photos. And
Did you get a certification?
Obviously, yeah, I got a certification. I'm an Adobe certified professional. That can go on my resume. I also use it to make stupid
It
YouTube
can.
videos. I wouldn't consider this a job, but technically I get a few cents from it. So there's that.
Yeah, no, good for you, man.
Us.
Yeah.
If you got a cert from it, it's worth it. It's still something that if it's a certification that relates to what you do, that you can use that to entice an employer to want you. It's all so people don't understand the job relationship about employers and employees. It's the employers, the employees, the applicants. It's all about enticing See, people don't understand. Like people going into a job interview, so many of them have like the wrong attitude. It's all about enticing. Like you want to be seductive. It's all about enticing the entire staff of like, hey, I'm the best thing you've ever seen. You obviously want me to be on your team, and obviously,
Yeah, you want to
I'm going to be
impress
the best.
them, for sure. Yeah.
You want to impress them, but
It's
also,
if you impress them,
you're going to be you're going to be good compatible for the team.
A good candidate.
Which is the thing, and that's hard. That's honestly hard. Like because without seeing the rest of the team, it's difficult. But that's a thing that you.
Now we have DEI.
It is 5 a.m. here, so I do have to get going. It's 5 a.m.
Thank you so much for coming up and enlightening us, because I love the fact that you gave us your point of view. Thank you.
Yeah, don't worry. I mean, Grumple told me you were doing this. You were talking about modern men. I'm a modern man. Happy to come up. Happy to talk to you guys. Glad I could be helpful.
Sorry, Mel, I
feel
your
heard.
link to him.
It was nice to meet you, non-fan. I
Yeah,
subbed up
absolutely.
to your channel.
Thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah. If any of you guys want to help a modern man, go to my YouTube channel, Non-Fun, or my Twitter, Non-Fun420.
Yeah,
I will
help this
add. I
kid
do think
move out of his house. You know,
exactly. I do think we need to do. I think we need to do things to make college cheaper and housing more affordable. That's how we do that is obviously up for debate. But I do think those are two things that would help modern men a lot, on a like systematic level, not just an individual level. But I love all you guys. I will see you later. I'm sure I'll come up on any future panels. Stuff to my YouTube channel.
I'm only gonna harass you, but it's in the best of spirits.
Damn, he's gonna emasculate me. Anyway, see you guys.
Get outside and get some sun, dude.
Oh, don't worry.
It was great to meet you, dude.
It really was. I love it when
He's a
so
great
much...
kid. I'm sorry, Mel. Please
No,
continue.
thank you for bringing him over, Grumple. I love the fact that you brought him over, because even though my audience start from 18, the majority is kind of like my audience is more kind of between 30 and 60. So it's nice to get an opinion of a young man in this modern world. And he's touched on two really important points, right? Housing and the cost of education. Grumple, like obviously, you kind of mentor him. Do you think, and you have boys of your own?
I mean, I try to. I don't know if it actually hits, but that's what I try to do.
It is something. Yeah, that is something that I wanted to touch on as well, because
I'm not saying
I wasn't
the smartest
here.
person I know at all, but I try to help.
No, thanks, Grumple. But yeah, I wasn't here at the time, but way back at the start, someone was talking about in the 50s, couples were like this, they did this. Today, couples can't afford to do that at the age they were doing it in the 50s. My parents, the first house they bought it for $25,000. There's no way you'd buy that house now for that much money. It'd be closer to $1 million.
Yeah, because my parents bought their home. It was £16,000, and it's now worth over $1 million.
Wow.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, but I mean,
a lot of this has to do with what Non-Fon touched on as well, which was the affordability, and not only is it being able to afford a home, it's being able to afford to raise children as well. And that's why couples are, quite often couples are making the decision to have kids later in life.
Affording kids is a misnomer, just FYI.
Okay, yeah, poor people have kids as well. So, I mean, you can have kids.
Non-Fon just rated me on Twitch. Thank you, bro.
But people are desiring, I think, a better financial situation.
Hang on, here we go.
They
Non-Fon,
decide
you
to
nerd.
begin a family. A lot of people are.
Non-Fon 420 is a political
I know I
commentator
am.
who loves reading.
I'm like I said,
a
I'm 51
lot.
years old, and
From
I
government
think it was the most
shutdowns
responsible
to
thing for
CEO
me to do
debates,
to not have kids.
he's all about that
I had
debate
I had a
life.
kid when I was
When he's
16, but
not
she went up
live,
for
catch
adoption
him
when she was
on
born.
YouTube or
But the
Discord.
thing is, it's like
See, Don Fawn,
I knew
get you
even
some
at that
frosted
time,
tools.
I could barely take care of myself.
AI
I can't take care of
and like
you know
automatic Twitch
my girlfriend or my wife or
100%
and a child at the same time, and I
If,
mean
if
I'm even
she's not
struggling
working,
as it is now.
yeah,
Yeah, and that's
yeah.
another thing too. And I'm even at this time now
with a party
at my age, I'm still struggling, you know, to try and keep food and all the bills paid and all that stuff. And I know it's the most responsible thing is
Thank
to
you for
not
rating
have
me
kids because you know, if I do have kids, I want to be able to afford to keep a roof over their head and food on the table and you know, clothes on their back, you know, you know, it's just you know, and it's really a lot of it has to do with the system that's been put in place. You know, we got all of us chasing a living instead of a life. You know what I mean?
Right.
And that's unfortunate.
Sorry, I was dealing with channel stuff. I mean, just make more money though. Learn.
It's
better
not-
That's
skills.
easier said than done. It's easier said
Well,
than
it
done.
is. Hang on. No, I know I say it like nonchalantly, but like learning more skills to make yourself to be able to like start. I mean, what you start out as is trading
That's what
your
people
labor.
are doing. That's what I'm saying. People are spending.
Hang on, give me
people
just
are
a
spending
second.
their
Let me
time
land
doing
it.
that.
Hang on,
What you
guys.
start-
Let him talk.
You
Let him
start
talk.
out
Finish
life.
the sentence.
You start
He's
out
still
life.
landing. I'm sorry.
Unless you have some kind of head start, you start out life trading your labor for money, and then I mean, what you want to start doing is like learning skills. So you start trading your time for money. But then what you want to do, realistically, to get better, is start trading your knowledge for money, and then you can start investing and getting your money to work for itself and start making returns on investments because you want to start getting paid for knowledge, not your time. That's the goal.
Well, that's what people are doing, and
something.
that's
Get
why
skills. Yes.
They're spending their time younger in life rather than starting a family. They're spending their time learning these skills and becoming more employable so that they can have enough money then later on to live comfortably while also starting a family. Like
Angry
I've got
Casper.
like my brother and his wife, they're starting a family now in their 30s because it took them that time before that to get to where they felt that they would be comfortable doing that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, my brother was waiting. He still hasn't done it yet. He's waiting. He's in his 40s.
Yeah.
He's waiting.
And I know I haven't started. I'm in my 40s and I haven't started a family, but mainly because, yeah, like someone else mentioned earlier, like I'm barely able to look after myself, let alone, you know, thinking about trying to raise kids.
I'm not trying to be racist about this, but my kids are going to take over the world.
See, that's
what I say about my kids too, though, Grumble.
Somehow I was fortunate enough to meet somebody that, but so with the way I'm teaching my kids, like they're just like the next level is gonna be, you know, Grumple kids running most of the shit. Don't worry about it. It'll be good for everybody because I hate government.
Don't we all? Who likes them?
No, Mel. This is why I just like no. I love hanging around this stream, Mel, because no,
I won't even talk about them because I'm not allowed to. Obviously, our one's here.
Oh yeah, no,
but
where you're at, you can't
if
talk
I was
about it.
allowed to, trust me, there would be a whole load of verbal abuse coming out.
Mel. See, the thing is, you can disavow me and everything I say, just as long as we are on the same.
Yeah, it's pretty dangerous in the UK because I mean, hell, there was somebody that was arrested for thought crime over there.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
with his dog. Just not
I mean,
too
there
long
was
ago.
there was a guy that was actually praying for his son, and the damn cops are harassing him for that. You know what I mean? That was over in the UK. I was like, yeah, that's pretty freaking crazy.
I saw. Hang on, I saw a video of UK cops that like there was 5 of them, and that, like a dude was just like he was just walking at like not just not even acknowledging them. It was like
Honestly, Grump, if I could elaborate, I would, but seriously, I can't. That's how sensitive they are.
I understand.
Yeah.
Love, You're fine. I was just trying. I was bringing up a contentious topic, and I like don't know.
What I'm going to say to you is if you want to know anything about the UK, just go and search it, research it yourself. It'll all come up, and it's worse than you actually think. So if you want to know anything about it, because like Mel says, we are heavily being scrutinized on everything, right? So if you want to know anything, I suggest you just go and Google it. Go and
No,
research.
don't Google it. That's bullshit. Don't Google it. Find a good search engine. Don't Google it.
Search engine, Google it, whatever you want to do.
Well,
just go and look for it.
The first thing you need to do is learn skepticism, media literacy, and develop a good epistemology, and then Google it.
Wait, what is epistemology? Let's have a laugh.
How you know what you know.
With the epistles?
Yeah.
Can I ask the men on panel, because obviously we're talking about men, and obviously this is all about you lot tonight.
Do a Google on it.
Yeah, I'm going to go in a completely different direction, because we have spoken about, the younger male. Let me talk about this generation of males and what you look for in women. Even if you have a woman at home, explain what she's like.
I'm still looking for that woman, that movie Matrix, Trinity, the woman Trinity in the Matrix. I'm still looking for her. I want her. That's what I want.
Trinity.
Yeah, I want Trinity. That's what I want. I'm looking for my Trinity. Because I mean, honestly, man, I mean, I'm to the point, I'm like, I want a woman that I can go through the apocalypse with. That would be, that I can trust and I can actually go through the apocalypse with.
That's the correct
you know what I mean?
take. That's the test. Or one of the tests, excuse me. I'm not saying, like, I'm not trying to dictate everything for everybody, but that's one of them. Also, haters.
Well,
make
that's
me
what
famous.
I'm looking for. I've gone through a lot of girlfriends over the years. I've had 2 girls actually ask me to marry them. I don't want to get married. It's not like I didn't want to get married to them. I just didn't want to get married. But I've had a lot of failures. I've had a lot of crappy relationships and stuff like that over the years too. But I mean, it's just I'm just down to that point now. It's like, I'm not even looking anymore. But I want my Trinity. I'm still waiting for her to show up. But I don't know. It may never happen.
What about the rest of you?
Go Rabba, may I got a koshnian.
Okay.
I'm not speaking Gaelic to one person on the panel right now.
Can we have a translation, possibly? I don't speak Gaelic.
It was thank you for hanging out with us.
That guy, let me ask you, what kind of woman are you looking for? I mean, what are the women? Because I hear men complaining about women all the time. But what my internal conflict is I hear men complaining about women being gold diggers and they want half of everything they've got and that all women want is money. But then at the same time, I hear men going, oh, well, these women that go out to work, they don't need a man. Which one do you want, guys? What do you want? Because you're contradicting yourselves.
Can we all just say can we go around the room and just have everybody say water bottle real quick? Start with you, Mel.
Water bottle.
Oh, interesting.
Anyway, back to the question. You're contradicting yourself.
I'm a distractor. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I get it.
Water bottle.
Water ball.
Anyway, what do you men look for? Fuck the water bottle. Let's go.
I look for a water
Okay,
bottle.
well, for me, I look for a friend, a partner, someone who I can share things with, who will also share things with me.
With whom I can share things. Sorry, just FYI.
Yeah, thanks.
No biggie, just...
No, you're right. You're right.
Yeah,
you're
I'm
right.
literally that guy. However, it's making content.
With whom
right
with whom I can share things. You're
There
right. Yeah, like sure, there needs to be a physical attraction, but for me, I've never really had a type. You know, there's not a type of person that I'm physically attracted to. It's
Nazi's the best kind of Nazi.
Well, yeah, I feel like I'm somewhat demisexual, so I actually, because of that, I feel like I need
What
to
the
have
fuck is a demisexual?
Well, I need to have an emotional, physical, like an emotional connection with someone before I have like a physical.
You lost me on that
thing.
one, dude.
But anyway, we got the banner up, so.
So, Draven, is that you, my love?
Hey.
Hey, good evening, darling. Good evening. So,
Hey, everyone.
good evening. So tonight we're talking about men, Draven. Welcome to the panel, my darling.
And dragons.
Mel, I gotta drop off. Mel, my battery's dying. So
right,
good morning to
Darling.
everybody out there.
All right,
Y'all have
sweetheart.
a good.
Oh,
Coming up,
you
my
know,
love.
you keep it 100% sexy, dude. It's great talking to you. Thank you for hanging out.
It looked like a race.
But we're also talking about dragons right now, so if you could, on either one of those things.
Dragons?
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, Mel. I'm sorry, Mel, for spoiling the surprise. Like that, we're also talking about dragons right now. That's where we're at.
No, the reason why I ask, like, what do men look for, is because even though I have a very young son, he still wants a very traditional woman, which I don't think he's going to get. The woman that he wants is sat at home, looking after the family, having a million kids, looking after the home. He wants a traditional woman. That's why I ask what you men look for in women.
If we're gonna go circular in clockwise fashion, as we always do.
Yes,
so
you
that
can
means
go
I go
circular.
first.
That means you're next, right?
So how old is your son again?
He's almost 17.
Oh, he's gonna be a passport bro.
What does that mean?
That means he's gonna travel to another country to find that, because that's like the meme, and that's the kind of easy answer, because in quote Western society, it's horrible right now. Like right meow, it's a joke. People like.
Grandpa, I did explain to him he might find it hard to find a woman like that. You know, that's happy to be a housewife and only a housewife only.
And being a passport bro, he will definitely find that a lot easier. If he wants a traditional marriage, that's the easy way. It's a lot more challenging to find somebody in your home Western civilization area that a woman that wants to be that. There are some. No, 100%. There are some. And they are struggling also to find the dudes that can take care of them. I can't imagine dating right now. Like, it's mind-boggling to me trying to date right now. If I was half my age, I'd be like, oh, what the fuck do we do? I'd probably go and do high security work in another country again.
A good answer, bro. Okay, who's next?
That'd be Chili Dog.
Just avoid the whole thing, yeah.
What do you think that men look for, or what would you look for? What qualities do you look for in a woman?
Well, I'm not. I guess what I would want, just a companion, you know, that not afraid to reciprocate.
Just say sandwiches and blowjobs. It's fine. You're
Sandwiches and blowjobs.
Good answer.
That's
Yes, men are very simple.
I wasn't asked that question, so I mean, there you go. You're welcome.
Would you say, Chili Dog, actually, that men's needs are so much more simplistic than women's needs?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's an exponentially simpler thing of men's needs.
Good answer. Who's
Yeah.
next?
That
Dave
guy is same too. I mean, I believe that this is my belief of men. As long as you keep them clean, as in you wash their clothes, you feed them, and you suck their dick, that's pretty much a man satisfied, right?
Yes. No, Mel, you
In
got
that
it.
order.
It's just that simple.
And in that order.
Right.
I mean, let's be honest.
Well, sure. Like I'd like if you wanted to really boil it down, and explain it simplistically, then sure, that probably works. There's definitely more than that I'd look for, but
no, you're wrong. Next.
Well, no, I think those things are probably implied in what Mel said, because she boiled it down to a very simplistic answer.
She said a thing that made sense. Why are you trying to make it complicated?
Well.
See, you are the reason dudes like me who are a simple monkey cannot function in what modern society is trying to make things more complicated than they need to be. That guy, you are the complicator. You are the problem.
It's different
It's
for everyone,
very simple
isn't it?
things.
But
Blowjobs,
most men would be.
sandwiches, and
I
guess
think
maybe
most
laundry.
men
that's
would be
fine.
satisfied
But
with that.
blowjobs
Yeah,
and
for sure.
sandwiches, and maybe a hug once in a while. That'll keep any man happy for a very long time.
I don't know, man. You may be speaking for yourself on that one.
Why are you adding
Blowjobs
more
and
to it?
sandwiches will not make you happy.
I mean, that's
Art.
good and all, but there's.
Oh, well, your hetero card is now being pulled. Sorry, you can't participate in this conversation anymore.
But
No,
We're going
I've
back
got
to that
enough
guy.
kids. My gene. Look, my progeny says otherwise.
I have
but-
3. Are we
Yeah,
flopping
I
next
got
right
3
now?
that I know of.
I don't.
You don't have to be straight to have kids.
Well, I know where I like to stick it, and if the only thing you're gonna settle for is a fucking ham sandwich and a blowjob, I mean that sounds like a personal problem.
Who said that? Was
I
that you,
did.
Draven?
That's goofy. With Draven. He's trying to make jokes that didn't really hit. It's
Well, I mean, it depends on where you're sitting.
No, your joke was funny, but it was eh.
Well, it made Mel laugh, so that's all I care about.
No, that's the important thing.
Draven, no, I oversimplified it. I know that men look for more. I kind of did the 3 key aspect of keeping your man happy, but I was saying earlier that I'm confused by, I hear men complaining about women, gold digging and wanting their money and wanting this, that, and the other, but then I hear the same men complaining that the very same women are out working and being independent. So what do you want? What do you not want?
Oh, they want the rights that they obviously already have.
I think
Well,
I had a.
each man is going to want something slightly different from every other man, right? Like each person's going to be somewhat different. But
Name a man that doesn't want a
I think
blowjob
it's
and
safe
a
to
steak.
say that your
No, I'd rather hit it.
your summary, Mel, like most men would be happy with those things. Yes.
Yeah, if you're not having intercourse, something's wrong. That's all you can get is a blowjob and ham sandwich. That means there's probably something
No,
else wrong
not
going on.
ham, steak.
Or steak sandwich, or
Are you
But
Muslim?
it's kind of
Wait, hang on. Are
implied
you
when
Muslim?
Mel said
Just right now, just out of
Yes,
curiosity.
they call me
Is it
Habibi.
halal or? Oh no, Habibi.
when
Okay.
Mel said blowjobs,
I
she
should
meant
listen-
sexual
listen-
activities.
I
I
know.
know,
Okay,
I
I
know
think
I
it's
can
safe
speak.
to
I
assume
can
that.
speak to you. No, I speak like 18 languages poorly. No,
Like
no,
I
I
said,
should.
Yes, my
we
name is Abu Sahab.
always think with our small heads. They will never think with the brain that's on the big
Sure is
head.
me.
They will always think with the small head.
Okay, yeah, good answer. Thank you.
Wait, you're back again. I gotta speak Gaelic. Hang on, I gotta do like not just Arabic, but I gotta do like a dialect with like a peshto, do it in the Santa hat, and then now I got Gaelic for you again. Fuck, give me a moment. I gotta think.
Get the thesaurus out.
You can see wherever you want. It's only my ancestors. I don't speak Irish. I don't
yeah.
speak Old Irish.
Oh, you don't speak.
That's where my roots come from Irish travellers.
No, you're saying Irish gypsies. No, I was saying Codmill Falche. I was talking. I
Wow.
was speaking to you specifically in Gaelic. I was giving you 1,000 thanks. 100,000 thanks.
That escalated
It's
quickly.
Codmill Falche in Gaelic.
Yeah.
That
But
sounds
it was-
I was being
Grand-
I was being
My
ostensibly
great-
polite and just making the thing happen to you.
Yeah, but the
It
thing
didn't
is,
land.
Why are you so racist?
Oh wow.
Oh, see how that turned it around? Oh.
I'm not racist. I couldn't give a flying fuck what you look like, or
Yeah,
at the
but
end
you don't speak Irish back to me or Gaelic back to me. Oh, that's
I feel like I'm
racist.
on Twitch.
There you go. Oh, see, no, now you're in my realm. So no, I'm live on Twitch, Kick, and YouTube right now. Just FYI.
I can tell. I can
It's
tell.
so.
I can tell because you're being up to the camera. That's how I can tell you. You're restreaming it everywhere. I can tell that because you're really paying up to the camera.
Because you can see like the icon. That's
No,
like the.
I wasn't taking any notice of that, but I knew you had more than here, somewhere else, somewhere else, somewhere else, somewhere else.
Wait, because I know how to speak. You think I'm that I'm just that's why I'm
That's
live
like-
everywhere?
that's
No,
it.
she's saying she can tell how vain you are.
You're vain. Yes, you are vain. You are the kind of guy I would swerve. Right? Because I would make you're not a challenge to me. You're not a challenge at all. You are easy pickings. So you see, people like you, I swerve. I go for the challenge. I like a challenge. You're too easy.
I'll let her
I could
finish and then I'll let her know how the thing really works.
With eyes shut, my hands tied, and so on my feet. I could still run circles round you, mate. I would have your money out of your bank quicker than you can click your fucking fingers. Trust and believe that.
Tell me you're not looking at your own face right now, Grumple.
Guess what?
Tell me you're
Guess
not
what?
staring at your own face
Minute
right
past
now.
night, but guess what?
I'm looking at the panel right now, but especially the Georgie last talking to me, like.
Wow, wow, that was a hell of a mic drop there, Jordy. Congratulations. You don't mess with the Jordy last, eh? You come around here, they know who you are.
Jordy, I was trying to reach out to you in like the language that you said you're a part of the culture of, because I speak a lot of them. That's my bad for whatever.
There you go. Round of applause. Can you do anything else?
Annyeonghaseyo.
I'm so vain. I probably think this song is about.
Don't you?
I'm glad I
No,
came back.
I got nothing.
No, what the fuck is going on? What happened?
Georgie, last I thought we were hanging out and we were cool, but if you're not cool with me, it's fine. I'll just I'll keep on keeping on. I thought we were cool.
Hell yeah.
No biggie.
We're cool, man.
Good answer.
You're going to trip over it.
I don't know. No, Georgie, last I reached out. What I did was I heard you said I recognized your accent and I said, hey, something,
No, you
something.
didn't.
And then
No, you didn't. You thought I was Irish. I'm not Irish. I'm not Irish. I've come from Irish
I
inheritance.
did, and then I tried to speak to you in the language.
There you go. That my avatar tells you where I'm from in England. If you don't know where Geordies are from, then you're thick.
You have an accent, and I was just playing a game about, hey, can I keep in your accent? And then I got it right, and then I happened to know the language of that area, and then I spoke that language to you and you didn't know it, and then it got weird, and it got super weird after that.
Grumple, meet
No
Rach.
biggie.
This is Rach.
Hey, Rach.
Hey.
Is everybody lost interest in the topic then? Are we
No,
moving on?
I'm just waiting.
Everybody's
I'm waiting
lost
for the next
interest in this at this point. Please, Mel, bring it. Bring it. Something
Who's
new.
next, Mel?
Well, who haven't we heard from? Because I asked the men what kind of woman you like. So Wolf, and then we go to Draven. Wolf, what kind of women? Actually, I know your answer, but what kind of women attract you?
Hot.
Well, I would say honesty, loyalty, virtue, kindness are some of the things I look for. It'd be nice if she'd be able to sew, maybe stitch.
The ability to stitch an artery if you need it.
Exactly, do some stitches.
100%. That's the best. That's the best.
I'm not the type of guy that actively pursues women. I will just make myself available and take it from there, see what happens. I'm on a forward vector trajectory. Every once in a while, I just take a look around and see if anybody can keep up.
I get what you're saying, but why are you gay?
I'm not.
I'm sorry, Mel. If that's too off the cuff for you, then
He's not gay. He's actually very traditionalist, aren't you, Wolf? So I remember you saying you kind of like a more traditional type of relationship.
and I was using it colloquially.
And what about you, Draven? Sorry, Wolf. What were you saying?
Oh, nothing.
Draven, what about you? And don't say someone. Are you going to go? Yeah, someone hot, someone with an amazing body and big titties and big cute butt. Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah.
All out of
Wolf, that was a good explanation. Thanks, mate. Don't worry about Grumple. He's just butthurt that he got owned by Rage.
He got owned by Rage. So back to Draven. Draven, what kind of, apart from the big boobies and the big butt and the tiny waist, what kind of woman like rocks your boat?
I mean, it really comes down to pheromones.
Sandwiches.
You gotta have pheromones, there is a big, huge factor of that equation. You have to have attraction. I had a client jump up out of a meeting one time, and you're like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm gonna be late." And I said, "Oh, I'm sorry." They said, "It's not your fault. I'm going to be late for my 44th wedding anniversary." And I said, "Oh, wow. What's your secret?" He goes, "Two things." He goes, "One is knowing what to overlook." He goes, "That's a big one."
Based.
And he goes, "Things that are equal to each other." I said, "Wow, I got to write that down." And so I'm so grateful that I found the love of my life, and I can overlook most of her shit. And yeah, everything else is pretty rad. But I tell people, I've had a lot of people approach me and like, "Oh man, what's your secret?" Or "I'm having problems in my personal life." And it's like you got to make a decision, because indecision is still a decision, right?
Yeah.
Mel, what do you look for in a guy? If you have
I'm
kids,
sorry.
you have to, put the kid component. Is this somebody I'm willing to bring around my fucking kids?
Well, that is, the whole bring around my kids is a really important thing. That, Draven, really, really important, especially someone like me that has avoided that. And I don't know. I guess I look for a man who's very much like my father, alpha, family driven. He family to my father is everything. It's his number one priority. He's an alpha male. He's the head of the family. He has a presence when he walks into a room, as do my brothers. My brothers are the same as him. So I guess having grown up around men like that, that's what I seek for in a man.
Nice, man. There you go.
And I'm sure the other women on panel, if whether you're single or have husbands, would probably say something similar, right, guys, girls? Would say.
Well, there was a study that showed that like 56% of oh wow, the Grumple.
Who's that?
Oh, that's Rach.
Okay.
There was a study that showed that like 50% of women say they have a backup plan.
What's the backup plan?
That they have another option in mind for their. He's still going. He must be talking to his chat. Yeah, he's enunciating with his hands. This is our sign language interpreter. Ladies and gentlemen. Mel has arrived. Oh, babe.
What was that? I'm curious. What was the backup plan? I still didn't hear it because I've got sign language and people laughing.
Oh, hey, look, it's Evil Abe's Highway to Hell. I'm surprised you show your face around these.
Hey, Abe, how you doing? Hope you're well.
But they have a backup plan. So say they're in a relationship, they have someone else in mind in the waiting.
Hang on, I was just
So
want
most women have orbiters.
Oh yes. Yep, most women do. And most women are different because like if you're a guy and you got some weird chick, saying some sideways shit to you, you're like, yeah, go and get. Women on the other hand, they don't want to upset them. They overlook the wrong things. They're like if you have someone that makes a lewd comment that makes you feel uncomfortable, they probably aren't going to say anything.
I'll call them out.
You do. Yeah, well, and some do, most not all. But that's the culture we live in. In many countries, the culture is like where STD rates are the highest. They have a culture based around sex is a part of the human body and anatomy. It's a natural thing, and like people walk down the street and make eye contact, and they duck off in the bushes or they duck off in a house or hotel or whatever. People do that. Is he talking to us or is he?
He might be talking to his other because he's multi. What is that noise? I've heard it was before. Who is that?
It's me.
Oh,
It's
no,
me.
it's
It's me.
yeah.
Okay. Grandpa, are you talking to your other viewers or are you talking to us? Because we can't hear you, darling. No, we can't hear you.
I think
Wait,
he's talking to them.
No.
You've been on mute this whole time.
No. It's like it's the operating system that's been like turning my mic volume down. I apologize.
Do you have a Razer product, sir?
No, it's just friggin' Linux Mint, and it keeps like wanting to turn the mic volume down, and I'm like I'm holding the mic. This is the.
Yeah.
It's because I'm going through the headset mic right now instead of through the friggin' like this and the Go XLR. I got a new one on the way. It's not on the way yet though.
Can I help you out, Grumple?
What would you like?
You need to get Ubuntu Studio if you're going to do any audio.
I have that on the other a machine that I was using.
Or use some of the packages that they use for Ubuntu Studio for a minute.
Does that stop it trying to?
Just get Black
You're breaking up, bro.
Would hang on? DM me. Let's talk about this because would that stop? Would that stop it from trying to autocorrect the input volume?
It's better for audio. Yeah.
No, Ubuntu Studio, yeah, 100% for like, that's the stream machine, which I'm not on. Like, I'm on all like everything, but I'm still a Linux nerd.
What headset software are you using?
I don't fucking know. It's garbage.
Well, there's usually an option in there that auto adjusts.
I need a new one.
Yeah, you need to change
Hang
that.
on, guys. I'm just going to go and check on my sauce. I've got some sauce on with some meatballs and sausage.
Oh, Mel, hang on. Wait, hang on, Mel. Before you check on that sausage.
It's Italian sausage in sauce with meatballs. Of course.
Oh, it's Italian.
That's
yeah,
what she
yeah.
said.
Okay.
I need to check on my sauce. It's been on
I'm all ears, Mel. I'm all ears.
Sauce and balls.
Mel's into the eye ties, you see.
I kind of am an Thai because even though I was born here, my parents are both Italian, as you know. I think I've told you before. So I had some Italian sausage, and I thought I'd make sauce this morning, and it's been on for hours. So I need to go and check to make
Do
sure
you
the
have
meatballs.
carrots and orange peels wrapped up in string?
My mama does that. My mama does it. I
Oh.
don't. So let me go and check, make sure the sausage isn't stuck.
Okay.
I've got you.
But do carry on, you know.
Yes,
Do carry
yes.
on. Talk to me, man. Come on, this is your show. This is for you.
All right. Okay. So
Oh, no,
Evil
this is
Abe's
my show
Highway to
now.
Hell is a textbook example of what not to do on YouTube. I cannot overlook the fact that you hang with Hand Banana and Hormaxer. Those are two of the most deplorable people this side of the YouTube streets, and you should be
Wait, are you
ashamed of
talking to
yourself,
Mel?
Evil Abe. No, Evil
That
Abe.
guy's a major troll, dude.
Evil Abe's Highway to Hell. You should know better, sir. I shouldn't have to remind you.
Why is Grumple the voice of reason? I'm a simple monkey.
Because you're on Twitch.
No, I'm Twitch, Kick, and YouTube. I might be live on Rumble and X right now. I'm not sure.
Nice.
I don't even have the Streamlab thing open. The only way
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
know is like in the consolidated chat.
You're telling yourself that.
No, Hormaxer
Because
is
I'm a
no longer
racist, you
around.
see.
They've got ran off of the internet yet again for looting.
Who's done what now?
Hormaxer, the scourge of YouTube, creeping on anything that moves, including young minors on Omegle, and ironically, and bragging about it. And Banana. Yeah, you shouldn't hang around people like that. Evil Abe's Highway to Hell. I'm disappointed in you.
Wait, his dude's name is Hormaxing?
Yes, his name is Hormaxer with 2 X's. Why would I want to get with Hello Starlight, bro? She's a pony. She's fat and she's full of cheese.
People let you know how to treat them. That seems like an obvious name to let you know what's going on there.
Well, he thinks he's God's gift to women, so he just sexualizes the fuck out of everything. He came over to our stream and tried to stream snipe us one night, and we ran him out of there because he was creeping on teenagers on Omegle. Proudly, brazenly, braggadocious as fuck about it. It's sick. And then he come over here, like, we got done streaming, and we came over here and noticed he was just sitting here. And when we brought up, it's like, hey, Mel, did you know that Hormaxer creeps on teenage girls on Omegle? He started screaming and yelling and shit, and he got booed. It's pretty funny.
Why are we talking about this?
Because
Is he
people
on the
need to
panel?
know. People need to know. Evil Abe.
This fucking Evil Abe guy fucking brought it up on the chat.
Yeah, Evil Abe's Highway to Hell is in the chat, and they associate with those kind of people, and I don't think they should. I think you should
Hey,
disavow
just
them.
in the side chat, I put my Discord so you can get in contact with me.
Oh, okay, rock on.
Because as much as like I'm an actual professional troll, like
hell yeah,
I can get paid for it, and also, due to previous life experiences and things, capable of extreme violence, also, which is super funny to have the combination.
Yeah.
So I can troll to like the ultimate brink, and be able to back it up. It's super funny. That's why I want to get involved in that situation. I want to troll.
Yeah.
Like
Here, I'll give
so
you his name.
get join my I only put my Discord inside chat so you can like be able to contact me and DM me. You don't have to like participate in my Discord or nothing. But yeah, let me know where to find this just for my own amusement. I am very busy, so it's gonna be
I know it's
intermittent.
busy. It's busy on the
But
YouTube streets because there's a lot of them running around in there.
No, I have like a day gig job and a family. So
Yep. Hell yeah.
my time for doing stuff like even this, like, this is friendly.
Yeah, there's your usernames, man. right there.
Garbage in is garbage. No, I'm the garbage in, garbage out maxer.
Hell yeah.
Oh, dude.
I hear her in the kitchen. Doesn't that sound
I
great,
wanna know,
gentlemen?
then the fun thing is that I am a content creator. I can pick it not. I can turn it into content. Although it's gonna be fun. It's just
You
gonna.
hear
be
Mel in the kitchen? Is that not the hottest thing you've heard all day?
Can you hear that?
It's not
That
hotter than my
sauce
wife,
sounds
barefoot and
awesome.
pregnant. Just saying.
GTGT says that dude in the top right sounds like Glenn. I just realized he wasn't Glenn.
Dude, no, I sound like I smoke 20 packs a day right now. Usually I have a subtle dulcet, like dramatic baritone voice that goes through a Shure SM58. Both my mixer is down and I lost I got actual laryngitis a week ago, like 2 weeks ago, and I'm still not recovered all the way.
Dude, your voice
Wait,
sounds sexy as fuck.
Did somebody think I was Glenn Lawrence? No, don't summon him, Glenn Lawrence.
No.
I mean, he'll be fun, but we're having fun anyway. He's a friend.
Mel, you
It's
know all
fine.
these guys just got really excited hearing you rummage around in that kitchen.
I just put stuff in the dishwasher.
That was the racism speaking.
Look, Draven, honestly, I'm not that, I don't spend a lot of time in the kitchen, but occasionally I will cook, and I'll cook traditional Italian. So, like I said, I had this sausage that I needed to use. I got to make some meatballs, and that was
Mel,
that.
hold the fuck on. The question is, hang on, doesn't matter about anything else.
And I think you might have just answered your own question. What do men
Traditional.
look for
Yo,
in a
hold
woman?
on. I was already doing something.
Because we
Traditional
all got
Irish or
excited hearing
English.
about that sauce.
That guy. Traditional Irish or English breakfast. Is that a thing in your house?
No, not really. I mean, I do like a good old English breakfast, or even an Irish one. It's slightly different.
Where
them
it's
both,
like a
but-
slice of everything, right?
Right.
You got your
Right.
all your blood
I'll
puddings
show
and
you the
black
bowl of
puddings.
sauce.
And...
It's enormous. Like that guy. Are you excited about the sauce?
Okay, that guy. Please continue. That like I had
Okay,
the
let
last
me go
thing.
and get it for you. Let me go and get it.
I didn't mean to flop my dick out or nothing. Just
What,
No,
tonight's
you
been a
may
dick
continue.
making competition all night long, so it's nothing unusual on this panel. Let me go and get the sauce. Just for you, that guy. It's a big sauce.
Gonna go get it. Oh my god.
Go and get it. I'm gonna go and get it.
Well.
Jesus in the house.
a wild resto appears. How you doing, sexy?
Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing?
Hello, my love. Have you just come back from the
Fantastic.
purge or something?
We're doing sexier
Oh,
now
no.
that you're here.
Yeah.
Tell us about it.
Hell yeah.
Oh,
that's some good sauce.
Yep, it's been on for about 6 hours. Full of
Wait, that was a
meatballs.
sauce? Hang on. What the fuck was that? Hang on. Just...
Sauce. It's a sauce
Mel,
and it's
make
got-
yourself the biggest thing. Let's look at this.
Resto,
I got
because I've
you.
got hands full. Would you be able to?
I got you.
Okay.
Oh, fuck yes.
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
You
In
can
my
take me out,
cab voice.
you can take me out. There. That's
And
the
no-
6 hour course.
I did not come from the purge. The purge has not started yet. It's not starting yet. It's
Oh,
another
because
6
you've got
days.
your glasses, your purge glasses on, baby.
I'm preparing. It's another 6 days from now.
Ah, okay.
So I'm doing my research.
Wait, Resto, what are you collecting to get ready for the purge? What are you collecting right now?
Things to make fun of people about. I want to make people cry. I want to literally make people find the tallest building in their city and do a double backflip off of it. That's the point.
That sounds like a
Yep.
good goal. So what are you collecting right now? Like for realsies?
Info.
To do that? No, like physically.
Watching people's streams. No, watching people's streams and, just getting information. That's it.
Hey, Russ.
So
So,
Yo.
so you, how you been, brother? Good to see you. Don't know
Oh,
if you
shit.
remember.
Who's talking?
Hey, it's Samar. Draven.
Oh, yeah. We've met before, bro.
Yeah,
That's
man.
not
How you doing,
Resla,
brother?
that's Resto.
Yeah,
Resla's
I
a
said
different person.
Resla's my dad.
Sorry. I get,
No, that's actually a true fact. People think that I'm joking. He's actually my
No,
dad.
yeah. I get.
We're
I got
a father
you.
son streaming duo.
I got you mixed up with him.
Your dad
Sorry
is one
about
of my friends. It's It's fine. That's
cool.
why I'm
So,
trying to differentiate.
Resto, I have a question for you. You are competent and knowledgeable of the YouTube secrets and the lore contained therein. Are you familiar with any of the chatters and creators that go by the name of Liberty Bird, Blame Katie, or Callie, aka the Narrative?
This sounds racism to me.
Yes. What about
Okay,
them?
okay. Have you kept up with their latest antics recently?
I will say I have no issues with Blame Katie, and nor does anybody else on this channel.
No, I'm not saying
now.
you have any issues. I'm just curious. I just want to know if you're, been keeping an eye on that sector over the past week or two. It's a whole lot of. It's
Yes.
crazy. It's a shit show.
Me nor Mel have anything against Blame Katie. That's what I'm saying.
Well, no, I wasn't looking for your input on if you had a beef with them or not. I was just curious if you, like you just said, you observe streams, you take notes, do all the things. I was just curious if you had been watching.
Yeah, I've been watching. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, there you go.
I don't even know what you're talking about, and it's obviously not the time for this. Right now.
It's a very delicate situation that's unfolding. There are a lot of content creators that are trying to claim ownership of said situations, and I don't want to step on anybody's toes. Just mind
Then
my
why are you
my
bringing it up?
business, my team. Well, because I'm selling popcorn.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know
Yeah. So the purge isn't for another 6 days. So I'm just prepared.
Okay. Okay. Oh, yeah.
Just prepare. Hopefully, I don't think I can get Rookie of the Year twice in a year. Do you think I can do it?
I think
I'll
you've
vote
got
for you.
Can you get if it's the second year?
Well, it's only been 1 year, so I can still get Rookie of
But
the
I mean,
Year
if you
twice.
already got it once, then that obviously means you've been there at least one. Can
Yeah,
you
see,
still
that
get-
wasn't my
It's
question.
the same year. It's
Just
by,
on
it's
the
by
concept, just on the concept, not in that specific situation. Just on the concept of if you've already been there once and you've already got even a Rookie of the Year award, can you then get a second year in get a Rookie of the Year award?
Possibly.
Yeah,
possibly.
because those years overlap with his year.
No, because it's twice a year. It's 2 events in 1 year.
Oh.
Why are you trying to justify racism?
What the fuck?
I don't know.
I was having such a good day until this.
No, see, Resto, I'm sorry. Don't worry about it.
Hey, Dutchy, I know you really want to come up here, but there's no room, so you're just gonna have to sit in the bleachers, nosebleeds. No, I wasn't asking him for his input and opinion on anything. I simply asked if he had been keeping up and paying attention to said streams. So maybe hit the rewind button, think about it, and then respond Dutchy, and that windmill won't smack you in the head again.
All right. This is what I'm gonna do for this real quick.
How much racism?
No, it's not racism. You can just hold this 86k seconds, buddy boy. Stop spamming chat. Thank you. Alrighty. What are we talking about? Who's Chili Dog? I think this is my first time seeing Chili Dog.
Chili Dog, it's his first time on panel. I'm really happy he came up on our panel.
Hey, Chili Dog.
How you doing?
Good evening.
You know what's funny? That's
sir.
one of my catchphrases in my house. I say Chili Dog randomly.
I doubt that.
I do it because of Sonic the Hedgehog. But Chili Dog, just say it randomly.
Sounds like
Because
racism to me.
It sounds like racism.
Yeah.
God, this guy. You just wanna. You know what? I'm gonna let you live today.
Are you
Oh, I
really
appreciate
feeling
that.
like when you tried it on me, now you're trying it on Resto. Get some new material for fuck's sake.
Yeah, it's not gonna work.
Cod mil falche. Bitches.
How's your
Right,
Twitch
you'll have
doing?
a guinness bitch, you'll have a fucking meat.
Not
So
great.
shut
I
up.
don't stream that often. Seriously.
Your Twitch not going. It's
I'm
not
live
going
tonight.
good.
Well, I mean, I'm live tonight.
Not yeah, obviously yeah. I'm just asking like, how's it going? Not great. Yeah,
I
hold
don't
that.
know
Hold
what's
that.
happening. Am I missing something? Am I missing something? Mod, can you chill out? He'll be good, won't you? You'll be good, won't you? Abe, be good,
Abe.
please.
Yeah, be good, Abe. Thank you,
Oh,
guys.
the hot dog dude. Yeah, I broke him in. Silly dog, I broke him in.
Hey, dog.
Okay, so we were talking about men, Resto, and we had a young man, 19, come up and give us his view of what it is to be a man in modern world. And obviously we had, you know, and it was a very interesting, because he saw himself as, you know, there was no issue with masculinity or, you know, him being a man, whereas I think that the older men were saying the opposite, that we emasculate our youth, but he seemed quite confident.
He's my friend, and yeah, he has no qualms about. Yeah, I'm just as I am. And I'm middle aged. Dude's less than half my age, and I tried to help him out. But
What was his name?
Hell yeah.
But all you're doing is gatekeeping what it means to be a man and
I don't
saying
want to.
men these days aren't real men because they aren't doing the same shit that I did when I was their age. Right?
No, that guy. What you're saying is the sentiment of because there are a bunch of bundles of British cigarettes, which is what that's what my initial sentiment is. However, we want to try to not necessarily just call them that, but then I mean, hey,
why do you want to
you
call
maybe
them that?
you maybe haven't had the best mentors. Let's raise them up. Raise up the next generation of men, not just call them bundles of British cigarettes, because I mean that's the super easy.
You didn't address what I said. You all you want to
Did I
do
not?
is claim that. You want to claim that because what men are doing things a bit different to how they did 30 years ago or something.
Wait, what didn't I claim? What? Hang on, just go right ahead.
That they're British cigarettes and stuff like that.
Yeah, no, hang on. Just you and I didn't answer a thing. Just ask me directly right now, and I'll answer whatever you want.
I'm muted.
Okay,
Yeah,
why
I've
should-
been muting and unmuting people to try to figure out who
Why
has
should-
to.
why should-
I was just saying it's not me.
Why should
Oh,
men
we already went down that
be
road, Rex,
doing
so I
the
think it's
same
all
things they did
like-
30 years ago? And how does that qualify them as being men, in your opinion?
I don't understand the concept of the question. Why does that mean anything?
Okay. Never mind then.
I think it's Grumple Stillskin's audio.
No.
Check.
Resto, I hear you
it's
say
you,
check
Resto.
all day long.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
I hear
good.
everybody.
Hold on. Give me a second. Let me mute.
Check.
Grumple, I'm gonna mute you for a minute, okay? Just 1 second.
A few people have been echoing all night.
Everybody
I think.
talk.
Check.
Yeah, it's him.
Hey.
It's him.
What?
Okay. It's your Linux Mint distro, bro.
It's fine. It's not that bad. It's not that bad.
Wait, is it me echoing somebody?
Grumple, can you turn your echo cancellation off and back on real quick? Try and toggle
Wait,
it.
hang on.
I could still hear it when he was muted.
Thanks,
Wait, there's
And we'll
feedback
keep talking
happening
while you do that.
Wait, there's feedback happening when my mic is live.
Yes.
Let's not
Maybe.
dwell on it too
Oh,
much.
shit.
Let's just
No,
get through
hang
it. I'll
on. No,
figure it
I'm
out.
gonna
I
do
got
the
it.
settings now.
This is my shit. I
Your
got it.
audio's fine, Grumple.
This is my job.
I
Let's
think
see.
Mel's been
No,
doing
my
it.
audio
I
is
think
dog
Wolf's
shit
been
right
doing
now,
it.
and I have to
and
fix
like
it.
who knows, maybe Grumple.
Yeah, Mel, why are you so low on your mic? Jesus
She's
Christ.
eating.
Oh, that's why.
Yeah, she was in the
Oh,
kitchen
and then
earlier, and all
adjusting
these
down,
guys
too.
started getting really excited hearing her rummage around in the kitchen. So we had to turn her down.
Also, hey Mel, I'm so sorry. I've been missing for a while. I've been sick.
Yeah, baby, I knew that you needed a break, and you know me. I'm always here when you need me. I'm here when you want, and you can come and go as you wish.
Yeah, I needed a break.
You can come as you wish.
Mel, we have a question from the chat. They want to know: are you
Hey, it's
single?
good to see you, Resto.
Like,
Am I
are
what?
you-
Oh
are
yeah,
you-
what's up, that guy?
Are you single? Are you looking to date somebody else?
I am single. I'm in no rush, to be quite honest. I'm quite happy the way I am. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
Okay. Yeah.
Ruck,
hope that
thank you.
answers your question in the chat. Thank you.
Oh wait, Ruck was linking me. Ruck, I thought you were Ruck, I thought you were linking me something to look at. You were linking my shit. Oh, thank you, but you confused
Yeah,
me.
because
We do that here.
That's what he does. We everybody on panel gets a link dropped in chat.
I
It's
appreciate it. Just it confused me because I'm not all that bright, you see.
Yeah.
Oh shit, he dropped
Yeah.
my channel.
We
Don't bother with my channel. I don't do anything on there.
Oh, thank you, Artemis.
totally
She says
not
I'm the Mother Teresa.
live streaming.
I do. That's very sweet, Artemis. I most of the time I try and be good because I treat others like I want to be treated myself. Occasionally, somebody will trigger me, and the other half of the Gemini sign that I am will come out, and that Mel is not as pleasant. But thank you.
Mel, did you just pull astrology on?
I did.
So you're a Gemini, and you just justified. Wait, what is Gemini? I know it's like the twins.
The twins. It's supposed to be.
What month is that? Hang on.
Like around January, right?
No.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm way off then.
There's two sides
I don't
to
know
that.
when it is.
Good side and there's a bad side, and you don't want to get on a bad side because you will kick ass.
Gemini.
But I generally don't tend to show that ever, hardly ever.
Yeah.
May 20th through June 20th. Is that right? Is that? Your element is air, and your quality. Hey, your quality is mutable. I'm reading from the thing right here. Constellation Gemini represented
Sound like Mel to me.
Castor and Pollux in Greek mythology. Your quality is mutable, is what this says. Do you agree with that?
Say that whole sentence again, so I can tell you yes or no.
So your symbol is twins, your element is air, your quality is mutable, and your ruler is Mercury. Your quality is mutable. Do you agree with that? That's
None of
what
that means
that's
anything. All
what
of that
Gemini
literally means
says.
nothing. You just sounded like you read
Quality-
the side of a box of cereal to me. That means nothing.
I use my AI to give me answers to things, so I sound smarter.
But I don't really know what
I'm
my
really-
quality is. Mutable.
Yeah, mutable.
It kind of means
I don't know.
that you can be shut up.
What do you think?
Right?
Yeah, I kind of can a lot of the time. Like that to an extent because if
Really?
yeah, because if a lot of the time if my man is talking, and and that includes my son, includes my dad and my brothers, I will shut up and listen first.
I didn't want to imply that you didn't listen to people, but I don't know. I wouldn't describe you as being mutable.
No, I wouldn't
That
say
didn't
I was
seem like you to me.
Yeah. It kind of
Well,
depends
I'm,
on how we like mutable, right?
I would normally.
I mean,
do
Resto
dramatic
could
reading of
probably
it,
mute you.
I'm just gonna paste it. Mel, you can read it if you want. I would normally offer to do dramatic reading of this. It's like a 2-pack a day smoker right now, and I don't have a good mic, so I'm just putting it in the side chat. Is what this like side of if you want you or somebody else, or if you want me, I can read it live.
Oh my god, this is so bad.
Do you think that's right?
This audio is so bad.
Is that right?
I can't.
Is that right?
Hey Grumple, you need to fix your permissions on your Discord server. I can see all your rooms.
Oh no, there's I think there's a splash screen where you can get the basic stuff, but
No, that one's not open. But the list of rooms, that one channel that you have active that lists all of your channels, you can see all of your rooms without any
I
permission.
can't hear anything right now.
I'll DM you.
You-
I think you're getting DDoSed right now. It sounds like you're getting DDoSed, bro.
Right.
I think we're losing them. The packets are not reaching their destination.
Kofifi, are you a streamer or content creator of some type?
Yes.
Okay, then you get 2 roles.
Oh, hell yeah. Thanks, bro.
Not a cultist and strimmer. Because it's totally no. Buying Discord is totally not a cult. It's not a cult. You cannot get tax benefits.
Do you drink?
It's not a cult.
Grumple, do you drink?
I don't know why you would ask that.
I'm just asking a question.
It's a super interesting question, based on what I said. I mean,
I'm just asking if you drink, bro.
So, in my life, I have been an active duty Marine. Okay, so.
All right, that has nothing to do with the question. Thank you for your service, sir. But do you drink?
No, that makes it fucking obviously
He's avoiding the question.
I mean, no, it's not avoiding the question. It's making it.
He's just wondering why you're asking it.
Yeah, it is. It's avoiding the question.
However, I'm middle-aged now. I don't drink much.
You're middle-aged, so you're like what, 40, 50?
Oh,
I don't know what
over
middle-aged
40.
is. Damn. You almost up through there, bro. You'll be all right.
Yeah,
you'll get
retire by the time I'm 55.
Next.
Oh. Rach, how you been doing today?
Managing money, doing my thing.
Fine. Just being me. Just, lean into a few people as you do. So it's been wonderful.
Oh, Rach having the accent but not speaking Gaelic to me. Bitch.
I don't have a fucking Irish accent. I come from
You
Irish
do.
heritage.
But you
No,
do.
I don't, you fucking dipshit, because I'm not from fucking Ireland. I live in England, dipshit. I live in England, the northeast of England, Newcastle, the home of brown ale. You dozy twat, I've told you umpteen times.
Dozy twat, how did I know?
Eyes fucking brain. Don't try and talk over us, because I'll talk over the top of you. And I will tell you, and also, because I'm just getting into the swing of things.
You dozy twat. How did I know?
Yes, you're
How did I know that Ireland?
Just like
how
you're
did I
an
know?
insignificant
How did
horsehair
I
at
know?
times.
How did I
That
know?
as well. Yeah, now you know.
No, see, we're
Now
friends and you're trying to resist it. Stop it. You're being dumb.
I don't, I'll resist anything I want, friends or not.
No,
But
we're friends now. I like you. You like it's. But just stop being stupid about it. Come on.
Yeah. I'm best as a friend than an enemy.
God, Milf,
Trust and believe that.
I can speak to you in.
My ancestors came from Ireland. Right, I'm going to simplify this for you, right? My ancestors came from Ireland. They came over to England and they lived there. Then they created my immediate family, okay? I have never lived in Ireland. I have people that come in from my family.
It sounds like you're glorifying traitors right now, love.
But at the end of the day, I'm English. My hometown was under Scottish rule as well, so I get mistaken for Scottish.
It sounds like you're glorifying traitors right now, me love.
At the end of the day, love, I'm sick of telling you, register it slowly.
I can't
I know you're
endorse it.
retarded. I know you're retarded. So
You see, I can't endorse it. What you're doing right now, all your behavior.
Down for you. I am not from Ireland.
I can't endorse it.
I am from northeast of England, from a town called Newcastle. Did you get that?
Newcastle, not the old one. Let's go. Good shit. Good shit. Sound like a fucking library.
Spinning, guys, wait. They'll click. They'll click. Are they there? No, not yet. Keep going. The clocks are still turning.
No,
Get the dip out your mouth. Get that fucking dip out your mouth.
Faulty lad. I know. I thought we were on the same side.
No stumbling. No stumbling. Get the dick out your mouth.
I thought we were on the same side about not liking the Brits and such.
That was so easy, Resto. That was so easy.
Too easy.
And now I rest my case.
Well, you rest, but the IRA is still very active, and it should weigh on your soul.
Kick his ass, Rich.
Oh, dear. What a shame. You're so
Ireland cannot
horrible.
rest until.
Well, like I said, you see what I mean? You're just not getting it. You are fucking retarded. You are retarded. You're still going on about Irish. I'm not from fucking Ireland, you dozy cunt.
What the hell's going on? What is going on? I step away from my laptop.
Why do you sound like
What the
you're
hell
from
is going on?
Oh, Mel, don't worry about it. It's like it's
just communicating.
It's funsies. We're having a communication incident.
Okay.
Everybody behave. Mel's back.
Okay,
Yeah,
I've done no, Mel. I've done international incidents before. It's fine.
Right. Is everybody stopped verbally abusing everybody else?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Are we done with the topic?
Oh no, I verbally everybody.
Topic is a crazy word, but yeah. There's absolutely no topic.
Time for a new topic.
Oh no, wait, hang on. If you're not getting verbally abused by me, you might question if you're a friend or not.
Ready.
Okay, alrighty. Before we end the topic, not the live, but the topic, Resto, you are the only one that hasn't given me a take.
Oh, on what? What's the?
So what does the modern man consist of? What's he made from?
Okay, so the modern man is somebody who can put his responsibilities before his own selfish needs. The modern man takes care of his family if he has one, but if he doesn't have one, he prepares his life to make one. He looks into the future. He's not short-sighted. He's very selfless. Something needs done, he does it. Something needs handled, he handles it. He needs to make sure that he, builds a rapport with his family to where if there's a problem, there's no question, just ask him and he'll fix it. Now, do you have to be necessarily quote unquote masculine to do that? No, but it does help. Are people pushing for a less masculine look and feel towards men? Yes, I think so. But I also don't think that being less masculine can keep you from doing the things that a man should do.
Do you think that's actually happening right now with the modern man?
What is happening? I said a lot of things.
Modern man. That was
I
the
said a lot
question.
of
About,
things.
the question was about the modern man, which is I think that means the current generation,
Right.
like Zoomers or Generation Z or whatever, Alpha,
Yeah.
whatever you want to call them.
No, I think it's changing. It's changing because we don't need that anymore.
Oh, no, 100%. Resto, everything you said was correct. However, I don't think that's applicable to what's happening these days.
Why?
Okay, what the fuck?
Because
okay,
bitches.
okay, explain. Cause what the fuck?
Well, Resto, your answer revolved primarily around responsibility, being able to walk into a room, identify a problem, and solve it.
Yeah, that's what I was asked. Like, what is a modern
Ashwagandha,
man?
you are being interrupted. Wait, hang on. I'm sorry. It's Wolf. You were. There was a little bit of overthing on you. Could you say that one more time again? Because it's very important what you just said.
I said that Resto's response primarily revolved around being able to be responsible as a man and being able to walk into a room, identify a problem, and then solve it.
Mm-hmm.
That is correct. However, somebody is feeding back something horrible, and I don't think it's me, really.
It's probably you.
No, there's like a thing that happens when my audio goes, and it's not for me. Just on the technical aspect.
Okay, we'll see. Give me a second.
Resto, what you said, that was like the perfect answer, but it was very idealistic. Do you think that's actually happening?
No, I don't think it's actually happening. I think it's just what we see on social media.
We see that on social media.
Yeah, you don't really see masculine men like going out and doing and building shit on social media. You see these little pretty boys out there dancing and doing TikTok dances all the time. That's what you see because that's what's being portrayed.
Because most masculine men don't have time to be doing that kind of shit.
No, they just don't make the time to do shit like that. It's not don't have time.
Well, Kisi my Kisi mo, yeah, we're both right on this one. It's not being interested or making the time.
I mean, yeah, when I see men dancing, and not even like a a modern like artistic dance, but when they're doing, I do kind of think, oh God, why aren't you out? I don't know, riding a motorbike or working whatever. Why are you dancing like a girl? There is a lot of.
Well, here's the thing though. You got to think. Maybe he was just doing that earlier. Who are you to judge what he does on his free time?
True.
I do shit all day, and I come here and I talk through a purple avatar. That's probably gay as hell.
No, I wouldn't say that was gay. Not at all, Resta.
Billy Banks was the first one, okay, and then there was the purple lightsaber from Sam Jackson. I mean, purple is it's cool. It's good to go. I'm gonna literally teach my kids to weld on live stream.
Probably not safe, but okay. Gotcha.
Oh no! Why would you think that not be safe? Yeah.
Are you going to teach them stick welding or arc welding or wire feed welding?
Starting with a wire feed that has a flux core, okay, so, and then move up to gas, and then maybe we get into like arc welding. I've maybe done a little bit of water welding once or twice.
Okay, so here's my question. Don't you think you should strive for such a good life that they shouldn't learn how to weld? They could just pay somebody to weld it for them.
Oh no, you're all the way backwards on this. No, you should know how to do everything.
Why not?
Like,
I love this conversation.
Wait, hang on.
Let's go.
Who's the quote? Who's the quote? You should know how to take an order, give an order, mend a wound, like take like there's 1,000 things. Specialization is for insects. Who's the quote by?
What are you talking about?
There's a quote by an author that you should not specialize. You should.
Bro, it's 2024, bro. Nobody knows authors anymore.
Oh,
catch up.
Yeah, nobody reads books anymore, dude. What the fuck?
Well,
yeah. The point I'm trying to make with this whole thing is that
I'm
you're
Gen
old
X
and you got to get with the times.
I'm a violent Gen X nerd.
Yes, just get with the times. It's not that hard.
No, not gonna do that. Sorry.
Okay, so you'll be the guy that we pay to weld shit.
You're gonna pay me to
weld my shit while I sit
no,
in my pool and sip my margaritas.
Send a friend. No, because I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna have a business that sends somebody to do it. You jerk.
You're still welding.
Or send one of my kids to do it.
You're still doing a job that I paid you to do.
I'm not gonna fucking do your job.
But look,
I'm gonna send one of my kids to do it.
If I pay you enough, you're gonna send your kids. That's worse.
No, you can't afford me.
Oh, pause.
Rumpelstiltskin, have you met Resto before?
Wait, hang on. What was that?
Have you met Resto before?
Oh yeah, no. Resla's a good a good friend of mine.
No, that's my dad.
Resto.
Not
my
dad.
Resto. Have you met Resto before?
Resto, yes, I've met Resto before, but Resla and I are friends.
Okay.
Did he show you my baby pictures?
No, he did not. Wait, hang on. Am I friends with your daddy?
Yes, Resla is my dad.
There's a question on panel for you lot. Mel Pandora goes back to my question: what makes a man traditional versus modern interpretation?
You're not being naughty right now. Just FYI. Dude, there's such an age difference. It's super weird, but please continue.
Question on for panel.
I would feel okay
Melvin,
with taking you over my knee.
my question: what makes a man traditional versus modern interpretations?
I'm traditional.
I'm not traditional at all.
I think you are, Esther. I think you are quite traditional.
I think, Resto, you are also pretty traditional.
You look after your family first and foremost. You know, that's, in my opinion, one of the most important things. You go out to work, you do your thing. You know, you are traditional. Yeah, you spend a bit of time on social media, but you have a healthy balance.
I agree.
Yeah, but like, at what point did that become a part of being traditional? Because when it probably first came out, people were probably saying the same shit.
Oh no, it was where you added the racism, because then we can all agree.
It's not the social media that's traditional. It's your manner in which you look after your family first and foremost. That's traditional.
Okay, I'm glad you said that. So it doesn't matter what the extracurricular activities are, as long as you look after your family, you're a traditional man.
No.
So even if I was a world class, even if I was a world class ballet dancer, would I be a traditional man even if I still looked after my family? But I'm out there shaking ass to the Nutcracker every
Resto,
week.
thanks for the joke, you jerk.
I'm just saying. I'm just asking. Who the fuck is eating Pringles right now?
See, it's not me. Somebody else is fucking with your audio, dude. Because it shows up on you.
I can still hear you. You're doing it slower, but I can still hear you.
Wait, is it Drax from freaking Guardians of the Galaxy? I can eat a chip so slow that nobody can see me. I'm invisible. That was also one of the best moments in cinema. Batista, no, friggin' Drax, he ad-libbed most of the lines.
Who is that? Who's eating Pringles?
It's this motherfucker. It's this motherfucker. Who is this? Who is this?
It's bottom left.
Right here.
Bottom left.
No. No, it's this guy. Who is this guy? Who is this guy? It's Mama. Mama,
you eating chips?
Mama, you eating chips?
No. Yep, she's got it in her mouth.
I swear to you, I'm not eating
It's
chips.
Wolf. Wolf's eating chips.
No, I'm not. I just lit a cigar.
No, one of y'all eating chips.
It sounded like Mama had something in her mouth when she said that.
Yes, she did. Yeah, it did. It sounded like she had something in her mouth.
I am not eating anything.
Salute though, Mama. I see you on Wrestlers a lot. Salute.
Yeah, this is all racism talking. Don't worry about that.
Salute, Resto. This guy over here is accusing me of being based and whatever that word
Based
is.
and racist at the same
Chip eater.
time.
And racist, yeah.
It's based. Wait,
What does that word mean? Tell me what that word means.
It's where you have a tube and a bulb in the end of the tube,
No,
and like you can suck up the juices,
Don't believe him.
and then you can squirt it all over the
He's
turkey
lying.
or something. No,
He's lying to
no. This is what basting is.
It is. That's basting a turkey.
Based is like cool.
Resto,
like,
Resto, hang on.
It means all
Resto,
up.
wait,
Listen to
Resto. Look at my Twitch channel right now. Okay, look at one of my emotes.
I'd
okay?
rather
The
not
word-
fuck
no,
up my
the word-
algorithm.
The word based. No, just you should pull up. In a
You
private,
make a lot of
in a-
turkey
in a
on your
private
channel, do
browser.
you?
Pull up my Twitch channel, okay? Look at my emotes, okay?
My Twitch is full of
based.
e-girls that I want to have sex with. So unless you want to be on that list, I'm not looking up your fucking Twitch.
I mean, why you're ruling things out, dude? I mean, come on.
Can't knock it till you try it, right?
I mean, seriously. But look at what am I? Look at my emotes. I have a based emote, and it's definitely a turkey baster, and it explains the entire thing.
Alrighty.
I have only like 4 emotes, and it's worth the sub.
You sure you don't drink?
I do sometimes. I do sometimes, but not right now. Like not right meow. What?
Just asking. I might need one after this shit.
I mean, you probably should.
Yeah.
Are you okay?
Me?
Yeah.
He's fine.
I'm glad you asked, bro. I've just been feeling so fucking fan-fucking-tastic. Like it just kills me every day. kills me how fantastic I feel.
See, that sounds like fallacious to me, but you know.
Fellatio, yeah, just add that.
Yeah, I didn't say fellatio. I said fallacious, but I mean, cool.
How is it a fallacious argument? Explain it.
But who's doing fellatio?
What fallacy? What fallacy
No,
did
you,
What fallacy
you
did he
said
make?
fellatio. So who's fellatio?
Who did
No. I want to know how it was a fallacious argument.
Go sub up to my secret OnlyFans and you'll find out.
Oh, hang on, just everybody, just so everybody's clear. Public service announcement. So everybody who has a tier 4, only the tier 4 subs. It's a maximum sub. Only the tier 4 subs get the secret link to the Underdesk cam on all the channels.
How do you know I have an under desk cam?
The tier 4 subs, if you subscribe to the tier 4 sub tier, you get the Underdesk cam. It's very secret and not everybody gets access.
That's his good camera too.
It is. What kind of camera are you using, Grumple?
920, I think. Logitech. Not a Brio.
Good company. Good company.
I mean, my main one I think is a 920. It's either 920 or 922.
Logitech is a very good company.
Right, it's not a.
You know what else is a good company? Gamer Subs.
Oh, Gamer Fart is a good company too, right? Let's all support Russian. Let's support Russian Badger if we're at it.
I don't give a fuck as long as that check come in the mail.
Racism, obviously.
Yep, do not care. Pocketism, moneyism. I don't give a fuck. What are you gonna do? Stop it? I'm gonna capitalize on it.
If I may, I'm gonna read a list of the traits Mel has based on Zodiac, and then we can all talk about that, or she can deny them. Are you ready? Hang on. 3, 2, 1. That's all you had to deny it. Okay. So personality traits: expressive and quick-witted, with a tendency to be two-faced, but not intentionally. Sociable, communicative, and ready for fun. Fascinated with the world. Extremely curious and restless, constantly seeking new experiences and connections. Excellent communicators with a talent for writing, speaking, and persuasion. Adoptable, that's a funny word, and flexible with a knack for juggling multiple interests and pursuits.
Did you mean?
Can be scatterbrained and prone to distractions. Oh,
Mama, I'm just
you mean
adaptable?
Because
it sounds like you're trying to.
Before we debate,
I'm gonna mute Mama real quick because it sounds like she dropped her phone between the wall and the bed and she's trying to grab it, but she can't quite get it, and she just keeps flicking it around.
Where is it right now? So moving on to strengths.
It's okay, Mama. Just unmute when you're ready, okay? We love you.
I thought you were talking to me. I thought.
Oh no, not you, Mama. I was talking to Mama, not Mama Mel. I was
Great
talking to
show. I only caught the last bit from Crazy Mama. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Crazy Mama, for the $4.99 super chat. Great show. Hey, I only caught the last bit. There's always
Yo,
the same.
Hold on.
I'm sorry. I usually
fuck?
do dramatic reading.
I'm finna flip my shit.
I'll flip it.
We only got $4.99 super chat today, and Mel got to go to Vegas in a month. We gotta fund this Vegas trip.
We do
Let's
have
go.
to
Send them super chats.
This Vegas trip.
Fund it with racism.
Are you, bro? I will dead ass hold this stream
Don't do
hostage.
that.
I will do this the whole time. I will do this the whole time.
Go Resto.
While you're doing that,
Fund
hang
this
on.
basic- What the fuck?
So based on the AI thing,
It would cost you $20.
Mel, hang on. I'm singing your Mel. I'm
Let's
singing your
fucking
praises
go.
now. Okay. So
Okay.
strengths is based on your zodiac: curiosity and love for learning, quick thinking and adaptability,
Crazy Mama. I love
excellent
you.
communication
Is this dude
and
still reading?
interpersonal skills, adaptability to multitask and handle multiple
Are you reading
projects.
the back of a fucking Fruity Pebbles box? What the fuck is going? What are you doing?
I'm reading the fucking thing, dude. I was halfway done.
What thing? You were halfway done like 30 minutes ago. We don't care about the back
Innovative
of a
and
fucking Harry Potter
pioneering weaknesses. Oh, Mel, your weaknesses. Restlessness and lack of focus, tenacity, and to be superficial or shallow. Difficulty committing to one thing or one person, prone to mood swings and emotional instability, can be overly critical and personification. That's it.
It's very accurate. I do get bored very easily.
You didn't even hear anything he said.
I did.
He had selective hearing.
It's very accurate.
It was very accurate.
Was this her horoscope or something?
I don't fucking know what the fuck he was reading.
It's based on what she said. I fed it into a thing that I
Sounds like he was reading me terms and conditions. I don't know what the fuck
Fed
he was
it into
doing.
the AI.
I was literally reading terms of service, and from what
Jesus Christ,
dude, I take things and I make other things out of them. That's what I made out of what I got.
Yeah, you like to get your wooden spoon out. Oh, sorry, you've upgraded, haven't you? You've got a silver spoon now.
He takes shitty
I'm
information
sorry,
and
I don't
turns it into
speak Irish
shit.
right now because I was told I don't speak it. So
No, I don't speak it. Ah.
I feel sexual tension between Grumple and Rach. I feel a lot of sexual tension.
Oh, no, thank you. No, thank you.
No
I'd rather
thanks.
have shares in
No thanks. No
Listen,
thanks.
it doesn't answer fucking back.
No thanks.
I trust and believe if he was the last man on earth, if it was between him and lifetime supply of dildos from Ann Summers, I'd go from the lifetime supply of dildos from Ann Summers. Trust and believe that one. Less of a headache.
Are you done? Outside of actual family and everything, I doubt she can make a sandwich or
what? Or what? No, I can suck dick. Trust and believe I can suck dick.
Okay, yeah, that was the other thing. I just
goddamn.
extra doubt on both
goddamn.
based on the attitude. No, you got it. Hang on, just
Why is that? Because it's only an inch and a wrinkle.
oh, just for everybody's enthusiasm. Just for everybody's enthusiasm.
Inches in a wrinkle.
The
Let
most
me be clear.
important thing
That's
about a
what you are.
blowjob, just so everybody knows, is enthusiasm. That's the most important thing about a blowjob. It doesn't matter how good it actually is, which it kind of matters. But the enthusiasm is the most important part. It's like you want to be there and doing that.
I had to intervene. I was getting bored. Thank you, Crazy Mama. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Nice one.
Mel, is that not? I mean, I'm not gonna no, I'm putting you on the spot.
Dick in the mouth again.
No, blowjobs. Enthusiasm is the most important part.
Yeah, of course it is, because you can't. Otherwise, how is that exciting for men? You have to be enthusiastic. But some women don't like doing it, and whatever.
And they're better off alone.
Trust and believe that, Chris.
No, because I know some women that don't like doing it, and even though I've encouraged them to do it more for their husbands, they don't like it. But, what can you do?
Some people do.
Are their names all Karen? Just FYI.
Alrighty, so if y'all look up at the top left of your screen, you will see a goal marker right there on your chat. That is a goal marker for the super chats. We have set a goal for today. It's called I don't give a fuck. Whatever. Just look up at there. It's a white thing and it has 0 out of 10, right?
Oh, racism.
We just need to make the goal today, so Mel can have.
It's a
some
white
money
thing.
for
Yes, I can't wait
Y'all
to
can
go
see
to
it.
Vegas. I was just
Click
saying
it.
to
You
Shauna
can
that
click
I'm meeting with Lolo, and obviously I'm meeting
We got
with a
30
lot.
minutes.
We got what? 30 minutes? What?
30 minutes to meet the goal. 10 teal super chats. That is a $4.99 and above super chat. and then we will meet the goal for today.
Oh, that'd
Thank
be
you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, no, obviously I'm meeting. I can't wait to see Resto and Kev and Resla, but the fact that Lola's going to come and visit, I mean, it's going to be a good time when Lola shows up. It is.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to meeting everybody in February, and it's only just over a month, Resto. It's not that long, a month and a half.
Not that long away. Not that long away. That's why we're doing this now. You know what? I don't think people understood what I was trying to say. So I will go ahead and start off the goal.
Oh, you didn't have to do that, Resto, but thank you. I mean, yes, Mel.
Oh shit! Sorry. That was my phone. It's like I'm paying my boss.
Don't text me like that.
Where's Jeremy tonight? I've not seen him at all.
Jeremy was putting in work. You don't know what was going on the other side of the YouTube streets, Mel. Trust.
No, I don't. I don't know what was going on. I was getting ready, all tranquil, and I don't know. You know me, Resto. I tend to stay away from drama. If that's what it was. Was it drama?
You're a magnet, Mel.
Yeah.
Shut up about that. Come on, you're a magnet for the drama.
Oh my god. Hold on, give me a second. I'm getting a phone call.
I'm not a magnet for drama.
Oh, I mean, no, Mel. See, you got to save that for pillow talk. Don't lie to somebody's face in a panel. Come on.
No, I don't. I don't like drama. Everybody knows I stay away from drama. Drama comes to me, yeah, but I tend to stay as far as I can from it.
Okay.
I don't. It sucks the life out of me. That's not how I do things. I'd rather just do this kind of stuff. Conversations about real stuff, real life, not pathetic, childish, shit stirring bullshit that some people do. I like to talk about real things.
What real thing are we talking about right now?
Well, earlier we were talking about obviously, the significance of man and his role in the world. Yesterday's one about the women was a bit more successful than this evening. I don't know why, but I guess because we didn't really fundamentally get down, I don't believe, apart from our young man, we didn't really get down and kind of pick it out and dissect it. Oh, thank you, Resto. Let's hit the goal. Thank you, darling. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
As you can see, when I put the $5 super chat, as you can look up in the other top corner, you can see that there was 1 out of 10. We need 9 more for tonight. Let's hit that goal. Let's hit the fucking goal. Let's fucking go.
John, language is drama. Would you prefer that I sat up here and said nothing for 5 hours and it just be silence?
I mean,
go.
I don't think language is drama.
If you're going to do that, Mel, you may as well put your merch banner up and make some money.
Yeah, I just put the merch banner up and everybody's silent.
Mel, if you're offering like for private streams or something, I mean, maybe offer that. Just, we're talking about monetization right now, like the creator stuff. No, not for whatever consumption.
Silence is godly. Oh, Lady Luck, thank you so much. Thank you.
Fucking go.
For the
I
Vegas.
think that deserves some music, Mel. I think that
Oh
one
yeah,
deserves
music. Lady Luck, this is for you. This is what I'll be doing in Vegas when I get there in February.
They have casinos in England.
That's what I'll be doing. I'll be like,
No, I'm gonna be so worried about you. I'm gonna be just walking around you, protecting you.
I know you will, Westo, because do you know how many people have hit me up and said, no, I'm really worried. And I'm like, what do you mean really worried? I'm really worried about the Vegas trip. Well, what do you mean? Yeah, but what happens if you're going to get drunk? Of course I'm going to get fucking drunk. I'm on holiday.
See, y'all don't understand. She's a real Brit. She's going to get drunk on gin, though.
Oh, no, I don't like gin. It's vodka.
That's
what it was.
Mel, that's racist. You gotta stop. You're a Brit. You obviously like gin. Come on, it tastes like.
I
pine
don't like
needles.
gin. I can't
No,
stand
you
it.
taste. It tastes like pine needles. Obviously,
It
you're a
is
Brit. You
fun.
like it. It's fine.
Do you actually know what people in England call gin? Gin is known in England as mother's ruin.
You
Yeah,
know how to
you're right,
troll
Crazy
three people
Mama,
at once?
actually.
Yes,
Crazy
Crazy
Mama's
Mama.
right. Crazy Mama was like, Easy said that she would protect you.
I know. She says she'll protect you. Bless her. I don't know. Is everybody really worried at me because I'm a Brit?
No, because I know that you're just gonna be like, oh, look at all the lights. It's so and then you're gonna get fucking kidnapped, and somebody's gonna just take you, and then you're gonna be gone. And I'm like, holy shit, Mel was my responsibility, and everybody on the internet's gonna hate me because I got Mel kidnapped. I don't want that. No, I don't want that.
That's a real possibility because I am very
People
much
get
like,
kidnapped
"Look
in
at the
Vegas?
lights."
I don't know.
Oh yeah,
But I just know Mel. She's gonna take a turn like in an alley, and then she's gonna be like, wait, which way did I come from?
There's like sex
And then
trafficking.
she's not gonna fucking know. And then somebody's gonna be like, yeah, just come over here. Yeah, I got you. And then like now she's just living in Vegas. And I can't help her. I can't help her. I'm gonna spend my time looking for Mel in Vegas, and it's gonna be my fault. Everybody's gonna hate
There
Resto.
is no try. Come on.
When I was
It's
in
like-
Switzerland,
like,
some
you know,
some
the
dude
film
at
with Bangkok with the film, what's it called, Hangover. It's like, yeah, Vegas has her now.
Yeah.
I thought
My
we
wife
were
actually
just-
was-
Switzerland,
my
some-
wife
some-
was actually
some
talking
dude
to me
just-
about this, and she was like, the only thing she said, just make it better than the Japan trip, and I was like, bet, I got you. So that's my goal. I'm making it better than the Japan trip.
I thought the Japan trip went well, Charlie.
I'm just gonna make it better.
That also
every
sounds
time.
pretty racist. Make it
But
better.
you're absolutely right, Mister. I am one of those types of people. I so am. My friends used to get really annoyed at me because I'd be like, "Ooh, look at the pretty lights." Pay no attention to the group.
The first thing that we're fucking doing, we're all meeting up at the B&B, and we're getting into a group chat, and we're making sure that everybody has the group chat. Okay? No one is leaving the B&B without the group chat. Period.
Is that like a tracker type thing?
No. We just need the group chat to be like, yo,
You
what you
might
doing?
wanna
Like, y'all can
tracker.
do y'all own content or whatever the fuck, but we need the group chat because okay, so I'm gonna be real with y'all and honest. This is what I'm scared of. My
See,
name
that's
is
what
attached
somebody
to this,
says right before.
right?
It's not honest.
This is my show. This is my shit. Not this show, obviously. This is Mel's. But this Vegas shit is my shit, right?
Rest, are you live?
I'm very scared that it's not gonna go well. If something fucks up, it's gonna be on Resto. I'm going through every single precaution I can to make sure that this is gonna be safe and fun for everybody. So if something fucks up, I don't want it on Resto. That's why I'm trying to make sure like everything is, in place. Do what you want, but I'm gonna
Resto,
make sure
that's
I
why
take the
you have
precautions.
friends in low places like me that take care of things.
Friend is a crazy word, but
Yeah, I don't know that we're at that place yet either, but like that's what.
they're grown as adults. That is true. They are grown as adults, but it's like, oh, I broke my arm on Resto's trip. Resto's name is attached to it. Like,
Yeah,
you know?
Blame you.
If
We're all
I'm not
adults.
taking care of it, I know a guy. Don't worry about it.
We're all adults here. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously it's lovely that I'm going to have people look out for me.
I will let you know. I will be gone for about 48 hours.
Okay, I'm just going to go and bother Ruck and his wife.
Yeah, I'll be gone for about 48 hours.
Wait, Mel, whose wife are you trying to rug after?
No. Ruck is married. I said, and they live in Vegas. I said, I'm going to go and bother them.
I'm sorry. I think I'm like actually like VA rated hard of hearing. It sounded like a lot of like, sexy stuff, but except for the not hearing things.
Also, Mel, I revealed the budget to my wife yesterday.
I bet she was very happy, wasn't she?
She was.
Oh no, that's actually the wireless thing on my end.
She was not happy at all.
I know she wasn't. She probably almost slapped you one, I imagine.
Yeah.
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 Tell your lovely wife I promise her that I will look after you instead of the other way around. Make sure you don't spend too much money.
Right now. No, I don't want to reveal the budget. I don't want to reveal it. I don't want to reveal
Don't reveal it. I
but
can imagine what it is.
It's pretty expensive. Speaking of budgets, let's get Mel's goal up. We only have 2 out of 10. We only need 8 more, and it's only a $5 super chat to get that goal up. Let's go ahead and get that up. Let's go ahead and get Mel's goal up because this is the last month that we can do it. YouTube pays on the 21st. This month she would get paid on the 21st of what? January. Yeah, and then that'll be right before February. This is the month to do it. Let's go. Am I still married? Of course I'm still married, but she's not happy. She's not happy.
I can imagine Mrs. Resto not being too happy about that.
No, she's
yeah. Oh, thank you, Rock. That's so sweet.
Thank you, Rock.
Yes, Rick, thank you for the $10 super chat. It's always sexy in Vegas with the wife and I. Yes, I'm going to be bothering you, Rock, you and your wife.
I'm going to see Ruck. I gotta go see Ruck. No way I'm not going to go see Ruck. That's crazy. I'm gonna go see Ruck.
I can't wait. I can't wait just to give them both a hug. I just can't wait to see everybody, because when you have all these interactions and you have, like, you know, we've been together for months chopping it up on all of our channels. It's so nice when we're actually going to be able to see each other in real life and hug each other.
Years, not months, years.
Well, with some people hugging them, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I can't wait to hug Liz though. I'll be like, wait.
I'll be there at tea time, love, and I'll give you a nice little hug. I'll be there by tea time, love. Just in time for the meatballs. Get in.
Yeah, the meatballs.
There's a couple of people that I would love to see.
Yes, I know my love, I know. But thank you guys for the donations. I really appreciate it, because obviously this month's donations will go straight towards a trip. And if you want to see me do crazy shit, the more donations you do, the more I'll be able to afford to do the crazy shit. And I like doing crazy shit. If you want me to jump off a building, I'll jump off a building.
You starting to sound like me.
I am. If you want me to. No, let's leave water out of it, because Mel would die. Anything that doesn't involve water.
You've got to get a tattoo done while you're in America. You've got to get a tattoo done while you're in America.
Dude, you just ruined it. I'm going to go get a tattoo. I'm gonna get a tattoo.
You're gonna get a tattoo?
Yeah, I'm gonna get a tattoo with somebody else.
No, don't get a tattoo. That's the worst possible thing you can do. It's horrible.
I have a lot of tattoos, so I'm okay with getting a tattoo.
I have one.
Yeah, I have a lot. Look, you can see. Which side is it?
I actually got
You can
two.
look. I've got.
I'm
loads
recommending
in-
against it for most people.
I've had 2 done in the States. I've had 2 tattoos done in the United States.
No, but if
I'm
if
gonna
you
get a-
wants me to do it, then yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna get a purple Z. I'm gonna get a purple Z tattoo somewhere, and somebody else is gonna get one too.
Yay.
Oh.
Let's go.
Yay.
Let's go.
La 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 la.
You mad? You mad?
I'm really just la 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 la.
Daniel said he got the tattoo. You got a purple Z.
I'm not getting the purple Z. It's not me, guys.
It's not Mel. Mel's not getting the purple Z.
But she knows who it is, though.
I know who it is. Yes, I know who it is. Speak, Resto. I'm gonna shut the fuck up.
Damn. Why she just treat me like Pandora? Like, god damn. She's... Anyway, yeah, I'll speak. I'll do my job. Hey guys, how y'all doing? That goal is looking 3 out of 10 as fuck. So this is just a test of the goal. The first time, yeah, we're gonna do the 10. Next time, maybe we might lower it, maybe we might raise it, depending on what y'all do. Maybe we should put the goal at the beginning of the stream instead of the end. And maybe Resto should wake up and do it earlier, so that way we don't do it at the
I
end.
thought I had done it, Resto. I swear to God, I thought I'd already done it, but clearly I hadn't.
Yeah, so we have the goal here, and we do need to make that. We do need to make that. I will also be streaming later. Not even gonna lie to y'all, I don't know what I'm streaming. I just know I need to stream, and I will be doing a gold thing also, but my goal will be like a little bit less. But also my TTS is still on, so if you want to bully me through TTS, you can still do that.
Resto, if you could link your shit either in the back chat or onto somebody's chat, even in my chat, because I
I'm
want to
literally
harass you. I want to harass you while you're live.
There you go.
But I don't know where
literally
you're live.
It's in the chat.
Whose chat is it?
There you go. He's already in the Nightbot.
I'd just like to say good night, folks. It was nice
Good
to
night,
meet.
Mama. Thank you for
Okay,
coming.
Mama.
Nice to meet those of you that I have not met, and I hope to see the others of you that I have met in our regular spots where we managed to cross paths. Yeah.
Yes. I need to hit
Thank
up
you,
Red
Mama.
Blues a little bit more.
Thank you, darling.
I
Nice to see
enjoyed
you,
it.
Mama.
I enjoyed it. I hope to come back.
Yes, please. Or
Good
you know,
evening.
anytime.
Good night.
Good night, my love.
Have a
Good
good
night.
night.
So listen, you didn't hear this earlier, so I know you because I said this at the beginning. I haven't told you yet, but it's unclear whether the finale, whether Stone can make the finale of male versus male. So what I've done, I've said I'm gonna do male versus males, and I'll tell everybody the subjects at the beginning, and any man can come up and debate me from the chat. What do you think about that?
Sounds like a good finale.
Right, I think it sounds like a good finale too.
Mel,
so,
can I participate in that?
Yes.
Are you a male?
Last time I checked.
This guy's fucking retarded. Are you fucking retarded?
Yes.
I started half an hour ago.
No, wait, Resto. No, I am. Why?
Okay, good.
Any male can.
Are you
I'll
okay?
give everybody subjects at the beginning of the live, and whenever you want it. And any male can come up and go back and forth with me as you please.
Okay.
Oh,
And that
That sounds good.
Mel, you got to
Yeah.
be careful telling dudes you can do as you please with that shit. Come on.
Well, there's what would you mean?
What do you mean?
That was so British. Like it was like, oh man. I just water bottled myself. I don't even know.
No, I think that
Oh
would be
shit! We only got 7 more minutes. 7 more minutes for the goal.
Yes, because Mel's got to go in about half an hour, guys. So, you know, I've got my daily routine to get on with, and we have had a fabulous chat. I'm not going to lie, we've had a great chat.
Oh my god!
Who's Teresa?
I don't even know what the fuck I'm streaming today.
Baby, what are you streaming? What are you streaming later?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm the worst streamer in the world. I don't know. I just set one up.
No, you can't take that from me.
What do you mean? That's my thing. I'm the worst streamer in the world.
No, you can't take that from me. Shut up.
It's literally my
I'm
slogan.
live right now doing nothing. I'm biting on Mel's content right now. And playing like Batman poorly. A Batman game.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, I have no idea. Mine only starts in an hour, so I still got time.
Like you said, he's retarded.
He's actually fucking retarded, I think.
No, excuse me.
Mister, would you be able
Excuse
to?
me, that's my word.
change it
You can't have
for an
that.
hour?
What?
Would you be able to change it for in half an hour, and then I can redirect?
Half an hour? Oh my god.
It's up
That
to
means I
you, I
gotta
don't
start
have to.
now. Well, no,
I
that
don't
means I
have
gotta. I'm in a half an hour, so let me see. Let me check my mail clock. I have a mail clock on my phone.
When you say a male clock, do you mean it has a penis or what? What does that mean?
No, it is 12. It's almost noon for you. It's noon almost.
That's right. Yeah. No, he's got me. He's got the London time. That's what he means by a male clock.
Time.
Mm.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought it'd be funny.
Half an hour. So in 30 minutes. In 30 minutes.
Yes, please. If you can. If you can't, then it'd just
Okay,
be
I'll
easy
change it
to
to 30
redirect.
minutes. Yeah,
Cool.
I'll change it to 30 minutes.
Just,
And then that way we can just all go and all go to you because, like I said, Mel's got her daily stuff to attend to.
no pressure. I'm currently live on Twitch, Kick, and YouTube.
I've already set it up with Resto.
Cool.
You should have said something earlier. You should have got yourself in there earlier.
Wait, got into what earlier?
If you had mentioned it earlier.
I would have
God, and men
Wait,
wonder why they
Mel,
don't
if I
get a
got
chance.
into you earlier, or what do you mean?
Why?
No. Right. No, that's not what I meant. I'm gonna just.
Why people wonder why, like, well, why don't I get pussy? Why don't I have women in my life? Jesus Christ!
Yeah, they do wonder that, dude.
You're making me crazy. I'm not even gay, and I'm unattracted to you, bro.
I have kids already. You know, I already won the game. Like, I have 3 boys. I don't even know what you're talking about.
I don't know what's happening.
Oh man.
No, I'm just fucking. I'm sorry.
This dude passed on his genes.
I already won the entire game at life. I don't even know what you're talking
Damn it, Mel! I was gonna take this last 30 minutes to figure out what the fuck I was gonna do for a stream, but now I'm okay. Now I gotta figure the fuck out.
You'll be fine, Resto, because
Some
you
of
got
us
you
are
do.
already streaming, but Resto, you got that. I believe in you.
I might just do a shit stream and host a panel. No offense, Mel. I might just do a shit stream.
Okay. Whatever floats your boat, baby. Okay.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna host a panel. You said so 30 minutes, so that's
30 minutes. Yeah, because I really do need to go. I've got so much stuff to do. Good. Next week, guys, Christmas week. I'm really sorry, but I'm so busy. I can only do one stream next week. But Lady Luck is doing a live on Christmas Day for the Americans, Boxing Day for England and Australia. And if you lot, if you don't happen to have family around you, go and join Lady Luck on hers. And because there will be people who don't have family around during Christmas, or so I'll be putting a post up for Lady Luck. Actually, Lady Luck, can you send me the link, and then I'll make sure I get the right link.
A great
I'll
gesture.
put a post up.
Yeah.
Having
Because
stuff
it's-
live for the people who
Put it on
don't have family around.
Airbox.
It's a great
Right.
gesture, Mel. I haven't done it much, but I appreciate you doing that for the people that don't have family local. Just having
Grumble,
something to go to.
Yeah,
It
well,
makes
we
all the
spoke about it
difference.
because we said that, and there was people on panel who are going to be alone this Christmas, and we have to consider that not everybody has family around them. So then, you're more than welcome to join our YouTube family and our sister and brother channels, and then you won't have to be alone on Christmas Day. It's not a nice day to be alone on.
No, it's not 100%. No, I'm not being facetious at all. I'm 100% like I'm high-fiving you through the
what
Lady Luck is doing a stream on Australian Christmas, but that would be your New Year's Eve. But you can check her out if
Christmas Eve, you mean? She's doing one on Christmas Day as well, she said. An American Christmas Day.
Australian Christmas Day. So for most of you, it'll be your
No,
Christmas.
no. She said she's doing Australian Boxing Day, which is American Christmas
In
Day.
English.
Okay.
Christmas Day, yeah.
Oh, can we
Because
do
you-
it in metric? I mean, what the shit?
So
Yeah.
Mel, mine will be at 9:30.
Well,
So for you, it'll be 12:30.
Thank you, sweetie. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, my love. Yes, so guys, like I said, I'll be putting the link in my community post for Lady Luck. And it's going to be the same family, we're all, I'm sure a lot of you who are here now are going to be there. So good morning, Shocker. You haven't had much sleep, darling. So yeah, guys, I'll be putting the link in the description up for Lady Luck's channel because Mel is super busy next week with going out with family, Christmas lunch with my family, working. It's an insane week next week, so unfortunately, I'm not able to do much streaming. And are you streaming Resto over Christmas?
What?
Are you streaming over Christmas week next week?
Um. Um. Probably the day after.
Fail answer.
Boxing Day.
Whatever the fuck that is.
26. Sorry, you don't have Boxing Day. 26. Yeah.
No, I'll just be streaming. You know, Mel. You know I don't have a schedule. I
No,
literally.
I know you don't
plan
have a
my
schedule.
day
It makes
the
it
same day.
impossible for me to ever bloody well try and put your channel into my community post when you're live. I know
Yeah,
you don't have a schedule.
my schedule is your schedule, Mel. I work for you. I work for you. My
This
schedule
is
is your.
this is how racism happens, y'all. Just
Grandpa, if I'm not mistaken, if you were Portuguese, right? That's where you get your dark looks. Was it
why would
Portuguese?
hang on? Why in the world would you?
No, could you not say to me, because you said to me about eye ties earlier, I thought you were Portuguese descendant.
I'm not going to comment on that. However, I'm very interested in why you think that.
Because your dark feature.
That's how racism starts.
How is that racist? I have a
Yeah,
typical Italian look. I'm just
It's just an
curious.
iron deficiency.
Mel, message me offline, and I'll I don't talk about that online.
You
That's gonna
did
be
on my
$5.
panel. What do you mean?
It's gonna be
You
$5.
told me. I have one day out of the year dedicated to box. No, Lord, it's called Boxing Day. Rachel, what was it? Why was it called Boxing Day? I've forgotten. You said it last time.
Who, me?
Yeah. Why is Boxing Day called Boxing Day?
I'll be right back.
No, you have to stay with me.
So 2 seconds and I'll find out for you.
Well, I thought it was you that explained it the other day. There is a
Resto.
reason. I think.
No, I think it was Paul. It was Paul.
Oh, okay. It's something to do with
No, Resto.
in the olden days when people had, and I hate to say this, servants. They used the 26th to give them the day off and to give them gifts. But I don't know why it was called
Yeah,
boxing.
I'm looking at it, and it's the name comes from during
day after
Queen Victoria's reign, when the rich used to box up gifts to give to the poor.
Oh yeah.
Hang on, are we talking about the Chinese Boxer Rebellion?
Boxing Day, they'd box things
when-
up and then give gifts to the poor.
No, it's
the day
it's literally nothing to do with presents. The Boxing Day
Servants
is
and everything.
it's
On
from
Boxing
China.
Day, like servants for manners and all that would get gifts boxed up on Boxing Day and given to them. That was it.
Holiday symbolizes
Giorgio,
generosity.
how
as
do
the
you think that
affluent
people
once
think that you're
boxed
British?
surplus items
You
for the
sound
less
so
fortunate.
Irish. It's ridiculous.
Oh,
She's not Irish. She's not
Will
Irish.
you
Stop being
stop
racist.
riding me clit? Get off, you leech. Get off. No free rides. Get off.
No, she is Irish, and that's the funny part.
So can I just ask something in someone in chat? Novocaine, your name sounds familiar. Are you on Stone? Yeah? What did you say?
Your name sounds familiar, Novocaine. Just go with that. Go with that.
Why is that funny?
Oh, because it's the name of a drug.
Oh, oh okay. I'm sorry, I didn't know. No,
Oh no, just run with it. It's fine. It's cool.
It's an anesthetic that they'd give to people for like.
It's
when
an
they have dental work and
aphrodisiac.
stuff.
Is it? I didn't know.
Yeah,
Why are you
yeah, no, it's
laughing?
cool. It makes
I
like
know
dicks
that.
get hard and shit. Go, no, it's fine. It was totally a joke. It just like run with it.
Yeah, no, okay. I didn't know that. That's what it meant. I recognize that name. No. No, I thought maybe he was. Do you know Stoneman Not Alone?
Oh, I know that guy.
It's an anesthetic, not an aphrodisiac.
It's been quite a
Christ.
while, but I'm surprised to hear you say his name.
Yeah, he's been taking some time off YouTube for personal reasons. But yeah, we did a live a couple of weeks ago. Was it a couple of weeks now that we did that live, or was it last week? Last week we did that live. We did a live together, but he's taking time off. So sometimes we all need time off YouTube, right?
Wait, you hang on, but Mel, would it be YouTube?
Well, no, social media in general.
Is it
Social media in general,
but
yeah.
is it YouTube?
What are you trying? Back to the tube thing.
Is it YouTube though?
Well, I don't understand what the fuck is going on. Well, don't laugh. What does that mean?
He's got all of his own in jokes, and we're not in on them.
I can laugh at
He
whatever
thinks
I
it's
want.
funny. His community's probably funny, like laughing at it, thinking it's funny. But
Oh no,
Yeah,
I have
I'm-
zero. I have 0 viewers on all platforms. Don't worry about it.
just you.
It's just me hanging out while live and for the internet to like laugh at me. It's fine.
No, everybody needs you too.
No. There's nobody laugh.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Rack, and thank you, everybody. Now I understand what everybody's talking about because, like, don't forget, guys, your American terms sometimes are different to our English terms, so I don't always necessarily understand.
Because of racism and literally Hitler.
No, not because of that.
No,
Because
Mel is literally Hitler, obviously.
No, because I speak proper English and you speak Americanized English. It's different.
Excuse me, I speak Texan.
No.
Exactly.
English society that created America. It was the dregs of the English society that created America. And I learned this with a fuck you and have a nice day.
Oh, wait, hang on.
What's this now?
Thank you, Novocaine. Thank you. We have several accents up, actually.
See, the funny
and it's
thing
really-
is, she doesn't understand Gaelic, which is her native language. Which
Oh,
is,
God.
I can speak like a little bit in it. I speak like 7 languages poorly. That's one of them.
Sick, retarded twat. I am English, born and bred.
No,
with
you are
heritage.
Irish. Stop
You
denying.
sick,
Stop denying your
retarded
culture.
I am not going to keep fucking repeating myself.
You're
just like I
one of
don't get
us.
guns. And what is it you said you were? A monkey. There you do. There you go. I
Grandpa,
don't get
Grandpa,
guns.
would you call yourself American?
Texan.
That's American, though, right? It's not
No.
different.
It's different.
Would you
No.
call yourself American? Because your
No.
ancestors didn't come from America, did they?
I don't. I was adopted, so I'm an enigma.
Yeah, but you know that your ancestors came from Europe, right?
Well, some came from Europe, some came from Aztecs. It's super weird like that. I was adopted by white people.
You call yourself American. That's weird.
No, I never said that. I said Texan.
Oh, that's even more specific.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're trying
Just
to
like
get racist, I can
was,
be way more racist.
Rach was born in England. Her ancestors might have come from Ireland, but she doesn't.
Yeah, she still has the accent, and we talked about Irish stuff.
If you go and listen to a Geordie accent, you dozy fucking twat, you'll hear it, right? Won't piss off and do some fucking research, okay? There you go, Lord. I've done your piss off for you.
No,
In a
you-
nutshell, if you don't know,
I'm-
don't be fucking
I'm
ignorant.
sorry, love.
Don't
You just
be
sound hotter
ignorant.
right now.
I will fucking knock you clean out, spark you across. Honestly, I swear,
I-
God,
I
would,
dare and bet
I
you.
would knock you clean across a runway. I'll knock you the full length of the fucking runway.
I
Trust and
welcome it.
believe that. I am
I-
not going to tell
I
you
welcome
again,
it.
you fucking simple twat, right?
I know I am
have
a humble,
my
simple twat.
family descended from fucking Ireland. Then they came over to England, where they had met me mother and everybody else in fucking England. Okay? Now, did you comprende?
And they were ready for the fight, eh? Yeah.
For fuck's sake. How fucking slow and how many times do you need it before, sinks into your fucking pea-sized brain?
I'm a simple man. No.
I'm not sure he's
You don't
capable
know.
of
You don't
Nearly
understand
there.
how
He's
small my
nearly there,
brain is.
guys. The cogs are turning, but he's just not quite there yet. It's just not quite there. He's
Oh,
still
no, I'm
hung up
not.
on the
No,
Irish.
I'm not there at all. No, my brain is very simple, pea-sized. That's true.
Yeah, the size of a fucking pea. It's the size of a fucking pea. That's what it is.
Why do
In
you
fact,
deny
there's
your heritage, though?
Yes, There's nothing in between your ears. It just goes straight through because there's nothing there to absorb it.
Why do you hate Belfast?
I don't hate Belfast. I've been to Belfast
She
loads
just
of
doesn't
times
live
on a
there.
holiday, but I just don't fucking live there. And if you go and listen to the language and hear people speaking from Newcastle in fucking England, then you'll see where me fucking accent comes from, you fucking ranch packet.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
No, you obviously have an Irish accent.
No. Right. Now I'm going to piss
You
off
wonder
the
why I
quiet,
was trying to
and
speak
you'll
to you in
piss off
Gaelic.
me
It's
like
super.
you're
It's
a
like it's
donkey.
super
Blend up,
obvious.
blend this for the fuck you and have a
Girl,
nice
it's
day.
super obvious to me. No, your Irish heritage. That's why I was trying to speak to you in Gaelic. It's just not going to change. I'm sorry, but not sorry. You can hate me all you want. I'm sorry.
Dude, she doesn't
Not
speak
sorry.
the language.
Yeah, I know she doesn't, but she has the
She
accent.
told you that.
But she's of Irish heritage. How did I know this? It's super weird. Like, how did I know this?
Lucky guess.
No, it's because she sounds Irish.
Somebody pass me the fucking razor blades. Please.
That's fine.
There you go.
No, it'll probably be for the best. I mean, honestly. I mean,
Yeah, then it means I don't have to fucking listen to your drivel fucking on and on and on and on and on like a fucking Ariston washing machine. You are a walking advertisement for fucking spit,
I
don't
am
swallow.
a walking advertisement for a washing machine. You're
At the end
correct.
of the day,
I am a
at the end
simple
of the
monkey.
day,
I'm not
you
all
even
that bright.
smack
No.
your fucking mother for trying to put you in your
Girl,
boat.
you don't understand. I'm very dumb.
Done
And
that, I'm gonna make myself.
you have no idea how dumb I am, and I picked up on that shit. So how weird is that?
I don't know what's going on.
I'm not all that bright, but however, I knew you were Irish.
Was that your attempt at sarcasm?
There's no shame in it. Why are you shameful of your heritage?
I'm not shameful of my heritage, but I don't fucking live in Ireland! I live in fucking Ireland!
Can we just chill the fuck out a little bit? Can we just chill?
I would love to chill the fuck out. I would love to.
Oh my god, can we fucking just chill the fuck out? I've got
we all just
65 people in chat and that was a lot.
I would love for that.
That was a lot. Shit me, my fucking eardrums are broken.
I can't. I'm sorry, I can't help. But
Stop winding her up, Grumble.
I'll tell you
Seriously,
later.
dude, you need to stop winding her up. Leave her alone.
No, Mel, I'm sorry.
I am the kind of crazy bitch that will jump on a fucking plane and doorstep you. You stupid motherfucker. I will jump on a plane and I will come to fucking Texas. Trust and believe that one. And I'll knock you the fuck out and I'll YouTube it just to show everybody that I fucking did it.
Outstanding.
Trust and believe that one. That's how crazy I am. That's
Is it time to end?
I
Please
am.
make
I don't
it be
feel like
time to end. No, not yet.
Where's my thing? Where's my thing?
I don't want to be a streamer anymore.
I'm currently live on at least 3 platforms. I forget how many I'm live on right now. It's an interesting interaction right now. Twitch, Kick, YouTube. I think Twitter, maybe. I'm not sure. I got the check mark.
I do the thing. I do the thing. I want to do the thing so bad.
Do the thing.
I'm doing the thing. Goodbye. Gee, I need a fucking smoke break.
Oh my god, that was a lot.
Going on here? Oh
That
shit!
was
What the hell is going on here?
Honestly, thank God he's
Oh.
gone.
God damn!
No,
Look what you've done, Rach. You've done.
Of the English saying we don't give monkeys guns. You see that understanding now? That was perfect under, like a perfect example of that saying. That person there. Gee whiz.
Yeah, that was
under the category of ASW, attention seeking whore.
Where the fuck? I
But
don't
you-
even know
you
where my
have to
headphones
pause.
are right now.
Yeah, you've caused a lot of damage today, Rach. Like,
Where are my headphones?
What
Oh
is
my
it
God.
for your headphones? You should
Hey,
go
yo,
buy
all of
them.
that, y'all, all of that, y'all,
when
and
he
we
rage
still
quit
only
that
3 out of
time.
10. Wait, we still only 3 out of 10 on the go. All of that, we still only 3 out of 10. That's crazy.
They're having
Oh my
a
God.
great time right now.
Good morning,
I'm-
QI. And Rude Crab
I'm gonna
is he broke Rachel. I kind of like him.
What the fuck is going on here, man?
I don't
It was Resto's mask, man. He's got that bitch. That's what did it.
Shit.
Resto's asshole.
I haven't been here in like 4 days. I didn't do nothing. I've been chilling.
It was encouraging his Resto to have it on.
Oh man.
I apologize to everybody's headphones that broke and
Look,
Lord,
I've got no
sorry, your
sympathy for
window
you.
smashed. I'm sorry. I apologize to all whose devices are now cracked.
I don't apologise because you all know it's by now. You all know it's a chance. It can happen. So if he's going to put headphones in, suffer the consequences, mate.
No, I mean Casper. I was very well aware he was trolling all night long. I know that. But yeah, I apologize to all for the broken devices.
Damn,
right.
I will get them
wait.
windows one day. I will get them windows.
There's no echo anymore.
Yeah.
It's
Magically. There's no echo.
Hey, how is that possible? How is that possible? How is that possible?
How is that fucking possible? Shout out to your Mel. Shout out to your Mel. How's that possible?
Lord is
Hey,
cracking me up.
No, you know, I talked to him the other day, right? And I was talking to him, and he was like, yo, whenever I'm just walking and I'll see something, I'll say it. I'll think about the clip on Mel's.
Which
He
clips?
thinks, no, this clip, the "How's that possible" meme, because he says it in real life, but he'll think about your clip. Like, he'll think about the "How is that possible? How is that possible?"
That's my favorite clip.
Such a great clip. It's such a fucking great clip. I'm glad I caught that.
I'm glad you liked that one.
People have been saying that. Like, someone will say, "How's that possible?" And I instantly think of the clip. It makes me laugh.
It's such a great clip. I hope one day he uses it. I'm gonna have to send it to him. I'm glad I caught that. Like, I caught that, like, as soon as I clicked on his live one day, I caught that clip. And I was like, it was just the funniest shit. So I was like, I gotta clip it. And I just put it on Mel's. Like, I don't know why.
Mute this for a little bit. Now now I can pay attention and play this game. Like, I've been stuck on the same scene for I don't know how long, but I'm gonna try and figure out what the detective thing is, but let's unmute it just in case we
And you're like, oh wait, you can't see me right now. But he's sitting there like this, like he's just sitting there. He's like, and he pauses the stream. He's just, how's that possible? Yo, how's that possible? Like, he didn't have nothing else to say. He's just like, I want to know how that's possible. Like, how is that possible? It was
Who
funny.
was it?
It was so
Esther?
funny. He was arguing against Terriac.
No,
not
no,
Eric. Terriac. Oh, that's TML. The machine lies. The machine. He comes over here sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah. It was him. He said that the other day. He said,
Oh yeah,
that.
that's
How
him.
is that
So like,
possible?
yeah, of course it's gonna sound like yeah, it's him.
Yeah.
Oh, salute NPC the game. I see you down there. Salute.
Yes, darling. Hello, my love. Hope you're well.
Yeah. Salute Dragonfly.
It might have been on
Salute
Wrestlers or something, but yeah.
Probably. Yeah.
It was funny.
He's a very cool dude, actually. I do like him. He's very intelligent and he's got amazing hair.
Jesus. He's not coming to Vegas, Mel. Chill out.
No, nothing like that. Nothing like that. Festo.
I know.
I'm celibate for 7 years, and actually, I intend on remaining celibate for another
I've been
year.
celibate for about 4 hours.
Yeah. Well, you have a wife. You have a wife, yeah. So I'm not going to be doing anything funky in Vegas.
Me neither. Hopefully it's clean, not funky. Okay. I think I'm gonna set up a rare open panel because I was gonna play a game, but honestly, I don't fucking feel like it. So I'm just gonna do a rare open panel. What up, Cheeky Chops? I'm just gonna do a rare open panel. See how this goes. You know how I run my shit, so.
Yeah, let me set it up, Resto. Actually, I haven't set it up yet.
Yeah, it's already
NPC,
my live is already up. So.
NPC, I'm glad you like that scene.
What did you say, Resto?
No, I said it's already set up, so you can just. Boop, boop,
Oh, it's
send it
set
over
up.
here.
Okay.
Yeah, it's already set up. Yeah, I'm just chilling over here for a minute because I gotta like actually set up my OBS and stuff.
Well, you still got 15 minutes. Everybody, we're gonna. If you stay where you are when I finish, you'll be automatically be directed to Resto's live, and he's doing exactly the same thing on his that I'm doing here.
And like and subscribe, everyone.
Oh yeah, make sure you like and subscribe and send super chats for Mel's Vegas trip. Vegas is coming up very, very, very soon. You want to see Mel do cool shit in Vegas? Want to give Mel some spending money? Go ahead and hit that super chat. Everything helps. Everything helps.
Yeah. Yes, thank you guys. Because like I said, if you want me to do crazy shit, you just need to like fund it. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. The more
I can only pay for so much. I can only pay for so much.
I've got a funny feeling that you're really going to turn it up once you've had a drink. I know the English is going to come out and you're just going to turn into a party maniac.
I am very easily influenced is the problem. First problem. Second, when I have a drink or two, anything goes. This is the danger. This is why we're
That's what I'm saying, yes.
See, that's when it's an Irish away.
That's
Oh no, I
what
can't.
turns the party on.
But luckily, I will tape the address to the back of every shirt that she wears. So every time she gets into a cab, they will know where to take her. They will know where to take her. And no, you weird fucks who keep asking for the address, you will not get the address to the B&B. You will not know where we are at all.
No,
Fuck
you'll
y'all.
need to check the back of Mel's shirt.
Yeah, just check the back.
Yeah, you've got to go to Vegas and find Mel to find out where they are.
Yeah, exactly. It'll be a scavenger
Where's
hunt.
Wally? Where's
But it's gonna
Mel?
be fun. Think about it. Like 10 plus streamers, one house, big ass house, stream going 24/7 almost. Fun shit in Vegas. You got another stream going on this channel, another stream going on this channel. Oh shit, what these people doing? Oh shit, these people linked up. Oh, like it's so much that could happen, and it's gonna solidify the sector that we don't even have a name for. So I'm very proud of this project. This is months in the making. Like this was not just a random thing. I've thought about this for at least 6 months. Like it's been a while. It's been like how long has it been, Mel? Do you remember that I've been trying to make this?
Rest has been planning this for a year.
Almost, yeah. It's been a long time. But
well done.
Finally, I can get some fucking rest because I'm getting there a day before y'all, and I'm going to fuck to sleep. I don't care. I'm getting there a day before y'all. I'm going to fuck to sleep. And yes.
Well, it will be about creating content. Obviously, Resto has his plans. I'm just going to record everything. I don't give a shit. I'm just going to do everything in IRL. For me, it's about show. It's absolutely. I'll be streaming throughout.
Yeah. Why not?
Yeah.
I don't know why not. I mean, there's some things that I can't.
It's a wasted opportunity if you don't, right?
That's what I think. That's honestly what I think. But I mean, hey, you just gotta, get it how you live. You never know how other people feel, So, hey, do what you gotta do. But I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do, and I'm not gonna regret what I do. Trust. Bible.
By all means, enjoy yourself. But I mean, stream while you're doing it.
Fuck yeah! I'm not spending all this money not to fucking stream. You stupid.
I think it will be good for our viewers.
Oh shit! Okay, I have to start my shit. I gotta start my shit in a minute. So I gotta start my shit in 5 minutes. So
yeah.
You have 10 minutes because I have the music and shit.
Yeah.
And I gotta like set up my thumbnails and like all the
Yeah,
shit.
go and do your stuff. Off you go. I'll talk.
Yeah, you can just end when you see my live notification.
Okay? All right, no worries.
All right, love y'all guys. I'm sorry I haven't been here in a couple days. I've been so busy and sick at the same time, but I promise y'all I've been working on very new content, and The Purge is coming. The Purge is coming up in 6 days. So y'all know that I've been preparing. I'm gonna leave y'all again for another 3 days. I'm so sorry, but I gotta go do it. If you wanna help me, represent me, cheerlead from the sidelines, I would appreciate that. If you don't want to see Resto in a new light, don't show up. I don't know. This one's gonna be crazy. The Winter Purge is always the worst. I won Rookie of the Year last time. Hopefully, I can win Rookie of the Year this time, and we can make something happen. You know, big Resto type shit. I'm gonna have a lot of cough drops and a lot of honey tea, so I don't lose my voice this time. But 72 hours straight, we're gonna see what happens. Love y'all.
Love you, darling.
Yeah, I'm gonna open up my panel in a minute.
Okie dokie.
All right.
Right. So we're going to be all going over to Restos in just a minute. Hey, I didn't know you were still in the back, Grumple. Shall I bring him up to wind up Rach for the last few minutes?
Yeah.
Why not? Why not?
Is that you, Grumple? Or is it, is that you? Move your eyes.
Blink twice if it's you.
Blink twice.
I don't know if I can move my eyes. No, I'm live, so I was like, if not, I gotta move on. But it was super interesting.
Okay. So yeah, guys, when we go over to Vegas, I think I don't know whether Resto, because he did kind of mention it, but I don't see why not. We could do like a day where we could do a meetup. So anybody who's in the area that wants to meet up, and we can definitely do that. If anyone's up for it, so you can meet up with us, and we can stream activities that whatever you lot want to do. How does that sound?
Mel, what kind of activities are you trying to?
No. Whatever activities people want to do with it, whether they want to go mini golf or racing or eating, drinking, whatever.
Oh, okay.
Casinos.
Wait a idea. Trying to keep it clean.
Are you allowed to film inside a casino?
I don't know if you're allowed to film inside a casino. Can anybody from the US tell me?
Yeah, you can.
You can. But that I'll have to check English TOS to see if that's actually even allowed over here.
You'll be in America.
Yeah, but I've got an English platform.
Yeah, but
you're probably going to Choctaw.
But YouTube is in America, and you'll be
Mel
in
lives
America.
in the UK.
I have a British platform, so obviously, when I register myself, they know I live in the UK.
Register yourself for what?
I know that your phone's GPS is in America.
Hang on, Mel. Register yourself for what? What are you registering?
Registered myself for YouTube because obviously I'm monetized. You have to register yourself with all your documents. That's what happens when you're monetized. You have to register yourself with your documents.
You're talking about
Does that
monetization on YouTube?
Yeah.
No, not at all.
Oh, okay. No, to get paid, you have to give them details. You have to prove who you are.
Hang on. Have you monetized on YouTube already?
Yeah, I'm monetized.
Then maybe don't go live when questionable shit's happening.
No, I was just saying that I'll have to check.
That's what she's saying.
That's what I'm saying. Male on male? No, CJ. That definitely I won't be. IRL, yeah, that definitely. And plus, I have no intentions. I want to go over there and have fun.
Go live on like 7 platforms. That'd be silly.
Oh, hey, is Rach here? I have something for her. Rach, are you watching?
That guy, you gotta calm your shit right now.
No, I realized I have a Guy Fawkes impression. I thought she might like it.
Oh God, you do look a bit like Guy Fawkes.
It goes like this. Ready?
I have nothing to do with this.
You do have a
Duncan
great
cover,
voice.
man. Duncan cover.
I'm not trying to antagonize her. I just know she's Irish. It's funny. It's funny to me.
Yeah, I can't have her screaming again because.
Yeah, I'm not trying to do that. I'm sorry. It's entirely my bad.
Right. Good night, my love. Good night, lovely.
I thought we were having a moment, and it was like the way opposite.
It was content, Grumple. It was content.
It's always content. Yes, that's correct.
The fucking invite is in the post, twat.
Oh God.
How is she talking with her mic muted?
But
she unmuted when she
hates me
spoke.
now, and that's super weird to me.
No, that takes energy, and you're not worth me energy.
What's Timberwolf looking at?
Oh, mech warrior stuff.
That's just a UFO out there. You're not supposed to be able to see that shit.
Okay.
What was that, Wolf?
He had a video playing. He was looking through.
Is that your backyard?
Like,
Is that like when your horse and cart goes past every day?
Yeah. But it's nighttime
he
here
was
now, though.
looking through a fly screen at some lights somewhere.
I see. was that the same as your day look?
Yeah.
Like your day?
Yeah.
Does
Absolutely.
that horse and cart still come every day?
Every fucking day like clockwork. Yep.
It's
Horse and
lovely.
cart.
Yeah, a horse and cart.
Oh, I have another Switzerland story. I didn't tell my other one, but that's cool. There's a woman, I think it was in Lucerne, and she has a horse and cart. She takes people for trips around the city. She has a little dog
do
that sits next to her in the driver's seat. Yeah.
What
They do
is
that in
your
some of the bigger cities. What's that?
What does your horse and cart do? Is it just somebody going to work? What is it?
This is the Amish around here. They just ride around on a horse and buggy. Sometimes they're just, you know, they get different kinds of buggies. Sometimes it's like a.
Oh no. Oh, StreamYard crashed for the panel that we're on right now. Apparently.
Oh my God, guys! Shit! StreamYard crashed and threw everybody out. Oh. Yeah, sorry, guys. I was trying to end the stream. StreamYard crashed. So yeah, it
Bring
meant
it
to be
up.
streamer.
Bring it
Yeah,
up.
I'm so sorry, guys. He's starting. Okay, I'm gonna do the outro, guys. I'm so sorry for an abrupt ending. Don't forget, I'm on Saturday night. That will be a summary of the year, and then on Sunday it will be male versus males. So please, guys, any of you that want to come up here and go back and forth with me, I'd really appreciate it. Obviously, the more of you, the more fun it is. No, I know Dragonfly. The whole thing just crashed and threw me out, and then it took me a while to get back in. It was a poltergeist wolf. So stay where you are, guys. There'll be a short 2-minute outro, and then you'll be automatically be redirected to Resto's. And hopefully he doesn't use StreamYard, so yeah, it just crashed. It happened. So I will see you all on Saturday night, guys. I'll see you then. And yeah, can't wait for Sunday. So let me see if I can find my outro now, because that was weird as hell. It was almost like it was an update and then it just crashed. Bizarre, bizarre. Anyway, guys, have a lovely day and I'll see you on Saturday night.
Oh no. Resto's not live yet. We're just giving just a second for another panel, and then we start up. Oh, yeah. Who is this? I can't. I can't answer. I'm sorry, Captain Simp. I can't answer you right now. I think I know who you are. Oh wait. I don't know why. Some raids courtesy to
That boy
be
Gates be
friggin'
going
live.
in. Get him, Gates.
Oh.
White
Oh, he's going.
Bro, you can't tell me he ain't kill that shit. You can't tell me that boy Gates ain't kill that shit. It go bloom, bloom, blocker. Salute troops proper. Head ass, head ass, head ass. What up, 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 what up,
I'm
what up,
interested.
what up, what up, what up, what up, what up, what up,
I don't think this is gonna go well.
How y'all doing? How y'all doing? How y'all doing today? Yeah, yeah. How y'all doing today? What up, good?
His viewership is now a quarter of what it was the previous channel from
I
Raid.
hope everybody's feeling good today.
Because
if you was to ask me how the fuck I was feeling, I would tell y'all that I'm feeling fucking tastic.
I'm not gonna.
What up, guys?
I'm not gonna say it in
How's
chat because that would be gloating
everybody
or something.
It's been a long day. It's been a long day. And it's been a long time since I've
See
been
who
back,
wants to have
man.
an interesting
Y'all know
conversation,
I've been
though.
tripping.
Let's see what happens.
Y'all know I've been stressing. Y'all know I've been just chilling. But I've been here with y'all. What up? What up? The fuck going on out there? Shall we do our roll call? Shall we do our roll call? Not many, not many, not many. What up, Shush Trish? Thank you. Shared. Thank you. Smash it. Smash it. Y'all just go ahead and smash it for Trish. Smash that like. That's what she means when she say smash it. Smash that like. That guy, what up? You haven't lost your mind yet. You know, I appreciate that. Grumple. What's goody? What's goody? I'll drop the link in a minute for y'all. Rook. What is good? Arctic Timberwolf. We got Ruchi. Turn off the ops.
It sounds like he greeted me.
Turn the ops off?
So we
turn his
maybe
TV off.
doing
Turn that nigga
I don't
TV
know
off.
why I'm
Real. That's what we need to do. Turn that nigga
playing
TV
with
off, bro. What up, CJ? Carpenter's Journey. What's going on? BK. Brian King. What up? What up? What up? How y'all doing? How y'all doing today? How y'all doing today? Just going through. Just going through. Oh, Honest Roll. What is goody? What is goody, bro? Glad to see you here. Glad to see you here. We are being chilling right now. Being chilling. I'm about to open up the panel in a minute. Rare open panel. Rare open panel. What's goody? What's goody, y'all? Spicy in Philly. Always good to talk to you. Always good to talk to you. You are the voice of reason, baby girl. You are the voice of reason. Arctic Timberwolf, I'm pretty sure I already said hello to you. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Now, today, I had absolutely
do I hit
no
enter?
fucking content planned, right?
I want to say there's a time
But it
limit.
is my streaming day. And I decided to spare y'all from the...
See, it's gonna be a contentious thing if I say this. If I put this in the chat, if I say there's a time limit. Oh, because there is.
The sleep stream. I didn't want to do another sleep stream. But guess what? The TTS is still on. So if y'all want to test the TTS and bully me with my AI lady who's going to tell me whatever the fuck y'all say in any super chat. It starts off at like $2, I think. $2 super chats. Cool. You'll get the lady to bully me. That's pretty funny sometimes. Y'all did it a lot in my sleep. Y'all did it a lot in my sleep. Y'all did it a lot. And I went back and I looked at it. Y'all was bullying the fuck out of me. Y'all was telling me that I'm the reason that my parents got divorced. Y'all was telling me wake up that the aliens were coming. Y'all was telling me that I was farting in my sleep and shit. Hey man, I was not doing any of that. I went back and watched the stream. I didn't do any of that shit. But I do appreciate y'all. I do appreciate y'all. For real, for real. And Glenn, you were bullying me. Glenn was bullying me because this nigga, he gonna give me a fucking stream opportunity in the middle of my sleep. Thompson, call me right now. Call me right now, bro. It's important. Nigga, you see I'm asleep. In real time. Real time. Well, no, I appreciate y'all for real, for real, for real, for real. And if y'all are wondering what my mask is for, the purge is coming up in about 6 days, so I probably will be over there. I haven't made my decision yet, but I probably will be over there on the purge for about 3 days straight, 72 hours. So y'all probably won't see the boy, but if y'all want to see the boy, go ahead and go over to Aunt T's, the official home of the YouTube purge, and y'all will see that. I will probably be dropping something pretty soon and sharing out the channel and letting people know where I'm going to be for the next 3 days. Now, we just got off a good stream with Mel. I wasn't there the whole time. I was busy. I was, handling some important shit, and making some plans and like just getting shit together for this Vegas trip coming up. And speaking of the Vegas trip, that super chat goal right up there, $5 minimum, so I can hit, 10 $5 super chats. That is the goal for today, so that way we can get to Jesus Christ. Okay, thank you, Ruck. Oh, wait, let's see.
Resto, Chesto.
I gotta be quiet now. Wait, why didn't she say it? Why didn't she say it? She didn't say sleeping ass.
Oh, I can't even read it for him because he's.
Who puff air? Maybe it was because of ass.
Because we're not in a chat yet.
I don't know why she didn't say it. What the fuck? She was supposed to say it. That's bullshit. I'll try to fix that. I'll make sure I take out the word ass from like the the words that don't work. That's weird though, because she was cussing me the fuck out last time. But thank you for the contribution to the Vegas trip, because we are gonna need a lot for this Vegas trip. This Vegas trip is gonna be awesome. But we're gonna try to do that. But thank you so much. Let's go ahead and open up the serious time limit in effect. There's no time. There's a time limit, but it's like an hour. It's like 2 hours. An hour and 43 minutes. An hour and 43 minutes for 9 more super chats is not a long time. Trust. It's not a long time. Trust. It's not a long time.
That's not what I'm talking
I
about.
don't know how I work my StreamYards, which I rarely do. I will drop the link. You will have the link. The StreamYard that you see will not be the StreamYard that will be on my shit. So like, it'll just look different. So you might not see the chat, but you will be able to see the chat if you open.
We're gonna play with this guy for just a little bit and then leave.
And we will salute QI, salute. I'm dropping the link right now. So go ahead and hit that link if you just want to have a conversation. We can talk about pretty much anything. Honestly, I don't know. Vegas is gonna be crazy. We're gonna have Mel out there. I'm excited for a couple of people to come. I'm excited to meet everybody that I've been, talking to for a little bit. And we already got somebody in the motherfucking building. Introduce yourself, sir. Oh shit. I was muted on the StreamYard side. I'm so sorry. I was muted on that side. What's up? How you doing, man? We got that guy in the building. He says, that guy in the building, and he says,
It take my
How you
year.
doing, Resta?
I'm doing pretty good, man. I'm chilling. And then we got Grumple back here too. What up, Grumple?
Good morning.
Good morning. How's everybody doing today? Let me switch up my StreamYard.
Well, you're a frog in the thing.
I'm a frog with a hat on. I'm a frog with a fucking hat on, dude.
Racist ass frog.
That's one damn important frog.
That is an important frog, bro. You don't know shit about this frog, dude. You don't know the shit that this frog's been through, dude. That ass. And then we got the boy Ruck in the back. What's up, Ruck?
You're a frog with a hat on.
I am a frog with a fucking hat on. Yes, I'm a frog with a fucking hat on.
Oh, sorry. I thought we were trying to be the most racist or something. The competition. My bad.
No, it's not a most racist competition. That would be terrible, actually. No, I'm not I'm not racist. I love all races of people. Ask any one of my ex-girlfriends.
What about races of frogs?
I don't think frogs have.
Racist.
Oh, sounds like
Either way.
racism.
Okay. Yeah, I see why you have 0 viewers. Anyway, so what I want to get into is what do you think people would want us to get into in Vegas? And Ruck, you can speak on this because you actually live in the area. So can you give us a little bit of advice on what to do, what not to do?
Some of us have been in the area, but
Well, don't ask me, man. I don't go out in public. Fuck that shit. I don't go downtown. I don't make that kind of money, man. I do my work from home. I try to stay out of that rat race downtown, man.
oh no, it's already fixed itself. Oh, outstanding.
What are you talking about? What okay, so like what are you talking about? What's your deal? Are you sure you don't drink, bro?
This time we can hear you.
Oh no, I'm live. Just the thing. You're live on. So you're live on YouTube. I'm also live on YouTube. I'm also live on Twitch and Kick and I think Twitter and maybe Rumble. I'm not sure if I'm live on Rumble right now.
I just want to know. No, I just want to know like what is your deal? Like, what is wrong with you? I couldn't cuss you out on Mel's. But here's free reign.
Good. Hang on. Good luck.
What up, Chris?
You're
What up,
welcome,
Chris? Gang.
You know, Resto. You're welcome to try to cuss me out for whatever you'd like to. What do you want to cuss me out for, though?
I don't know. It's just something about you. I just don't fucking like you.
We haven't figured it out yet.
I just don't fucking like you, dude.
That's fine.
Yeah, it's just something about you. Don't take it personally. I just dead ass.
Oh no, nobody would take that personally. There's just something I don't like about you. Yeah, nobody would take that personally. Which
it's
also,
mostly everything.
The funny
it's
thing,
mostly everything.
You know, the funny thing is, Resto, is that I don't. It's all just content right now. Don't care.
This is not content for me.
Yeah, but
this
you
is an off day.
abuse people for your content. That's not cool, dude.
I don't abuse anybody for content.
No, this
I
is
do
an
that
off
in my
day for me.
private time.
That's the thing. What the
You
fuck?
got abused by Rach.
You did. You got your ass kicked. You should have just left her the fuck alone.
Wait, by the Irish chick? What are you talking about?
She's not Irish.
No, he's trolling. He's trolling. It's
point.
not gonna work over here. It's not gonna work
You know
over
it at this point. Stop. Now you're just making yourself look like an arrogant ass.
I don't know what you're. I don't like. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yo, how much effort does it take to put on a button up just to sit in the house? That's what I want to know. You put on a whole button up shirt just to sit in the house.
Actually, funny story. I had to drive. It was about 40 minutes to drive to work today, and then oh man, it was like an hour and a half coming back in traffic.
So wait, you're wearing outside clothes on the inside.
Yeah, I mean.
So you went outside and gathered all those germs.
I'm not
like a walking air
Resto,
filter.
maybe you don't
gathered all
understand.
those
Hang on.
fucking germs. You're not gonna
Yo,
overtalk me, Amon.
Hang on.
You
Yeah, well,
gathered
hey,
all
maybe you don't
those
understand. I'm not in
fucking
my house
germs,
right now.
and you decided to come into the house with all those germs.
Maybe you
on
don't
and sit in
understand.
your
I'm not in
fucking
my
chair.
house right now.
Where the fuck are you?
I'm
in
in
your
my
trailer?
bunker.
In your bunker?
Yeah,
What
I
is
have
this?
a
Fallout
like, in my
70
office
fucking
and-
6?
I mean, kind of. Yeah, that's basically if that makes it easy.
That's
for you
weird.
To
That's
comprehend.
weird.
Yeah,
That's
like
weird.
I have an underground.
You're weird.
Like, facility.
You're weird. You're weird.
Well, he needs somewhere to hide from the trans
You talk
agenda,
to people.
Resto.
Let's be honest. You talk to people the way he does. You need a fucking bunker.
Yeah, somewhere in Texas, right? Like weird underground bunker somewhere in Texas. Yeah, that's me.
You sure you don't drink, bro? You don't do hard drugs?
I mean, what are you trying to entice me or what?
Is your brain fried?
Are you trying
retarded?
to entice me to something? I mean, no, I am retarded. Why? Because I think you're one of us.
No, that would explain why I don't fucking like you.
Well, no, I think you're one of us. I like just honestly, I'm retarded. I think you're one of us. I mean, maybe you haven't
Humbly,
accepted it yet.
respectfully, don't assume my retardation.
I didn't assume. I think maybe, hey, I'm reaching out, as a friend.
You need to reach out to a fucking doctor.
So
That's what you need to
admitting
do.
it wasn't an assumption, it was a thought process. That's what he just admitted.
I'm the only one with the camera on right now. Just FYI, what's going on?
So what? Nigga, everybody knows what I look like.
So you're
My
the
life
only
is
one-
literally public.
I don't know
You're
what
the
you look like.
only one with 3 streams going, desperately trying to get people to look at you. So
Oh
yeah.
no, I'm not
fucking
desperately.
number.
No, I'm doing it to get the.
I didn't
the
say
recorded
miserably.
hours.
I said desperately, and I didn't.
No, it's not desperately. I stream for the tax, for tax benefits. It doesn't matter if anybody watches.
A word?
Yeah, really.
That's actually pretty cool. I'll let you off the hook on that one, dude.
I don't believe you.
I don't care. It's between me and my CPA, but it's really, if you can get at least one either 1099 or corp to corp check a year, you unlock the entire U.S. tax code, and there's a lot of deductions you can do for business shit on top of your before your personal tax happens.
Damn, that was super interesting. Anybody want to hear the rest? Okay. Or should I just keep mod godding him? Actually, you know what? I don't give a fuck. I'm just gonna, yeah, that shit's over.
If you want him back up, no, I'm not even gonna put a bounty on his head. He's not fucking worth it. He's not fucking worth it. He's just fucking annoying.
Okay, I was just gonna say make him at least double.
No, I'm not gonna bounty him. It's retarded.
Okay.
No, it's not even fucking worth it. He's just annoying. I'm not in the fucking mood today. Not in the mood today, y'all. But I appreciate everybody coming through. What up, wrestler? How y'all doing? Later, nerds. No time for this. I'll be elsewhere. Stay sexy. Shut the fuck up.
Yep, that's literally what I said.
It took me a while when I stumbled upon it. Laws enable people to do bad things. More people have been, they've been killed by people following laws than people that break laws. And people might say, well, what about robbers and all of that? Okay, yeah, all of those robbers, all of those murders don't even compare to the murders that happen in one war, and it happens through following somebody's law.
Yeah, that's the bit that gets me, because as much as I would want porn to be banned, I'm very uncertain about letting the government create all these laws that gets to control these things here and there.
Exactly.
So am I.
Tricky.
That's
It's
probably
so-
why it seems so confusing, because I am with some boards on it
What
from
up,
that.
buddy?
I like the idea of kids not being on the internet,
You
but
coming
that
close to when I wanted to wrap up, but I think Jess is gonna still stream after, aren't you, Jess?
yeah, we can continue talking about this
Yeah,
if you
let's
want, or we can talk
bring
about
it
other
over
shit.
to. Oh, you're gonna have to
Oh,
start up
hello.
another one then, because I see your stream is actually coming from here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So start up another one so I can set up a raid for you.
What's your
Hey, speak easy, real quick, before
Oh.
I cruise. I just want to say I appreciate you, brother. I actually listened to one of your songs earlier.
Hey.
Literally the first time ever, so I apologize for not remembering which one it is.
No
But I
worries.
really like the work you do, and I love that you're doing stuff like this where you get people up to have conversations and debate. It's good work.
I appreciate it, man. Appreciate it.
So thank you for letting me up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thanks,
no problem.
Evie.
Come
Sorry
again.
that you there was some
it's a good
conflict. I wasn't trying to
conversation.
create any
Jess,
conflict.
if you're gonna stream, like, how do I find your stream then? If you're
I'm going. Hang on, I'll say
Yeah,
that
yeah,
right
we
now.
can wait until she sets it up and even
Yeah.
put it in the
But
back. And you
I
said
just want
maxed out. You said that you have
Easy.
hold on.
I just want you to know. I just want you to know that I was not trying to create any conflicts. I do have some emotional stuff here because of my kids, and I've got like family members and shit involved in this. So yeah, I do care a lot
Well,
about
Lesto.
the subject. So sorry about being a bit confrontational and emotional.
Lesto,
No
what's up,
worries, I
sexy?
appreciate
And
the
also
apology.
being not
there's
not
so many things
articulating
to pay
myself
attention to.
effectively too. I do get like
Wait,
that
you wanna talk
sometimes.
to me?
Sorry.
It's understandable. We're in a spiritual war. You know, people only want to look at the material, and they don't want to look at the
middle of,
non-material.
like, a
You know,
grudge
they're
match.
taught to. Everybody's, for lack of a better analogy, is worshiping the golden calf. You know, it just, and these conversations, they're hard to find. That's why I created American Zombie Channel. And
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask you. What's it called? American
American
Zombie?
Yeah, American Zombie Channel. The funny thing is, if you just type in American Zombie, I don't know what they did. It doesn't really pop up, but American Zombie
Dude, I'm
Channel.
live right now, but what the fuck, American Zombie? No, I like even your name of it. What?
American
it.
Zombie, because like when you first came up, you
Link
said
yours-
you wanted to talk about some. You said you wanted me to talk to you about something, and you brought up the Christianity. So I definitely,
Yeah,
I'm
I-
curious of what the
Well, I'd
topic
like to
was
go-
going to be about.
Yeah, I'd like to go through different, parts of religion, the book, like which version, because I've studied many religions and I noticed
Okay.
a commonality, and you have people that can be put under mind control and made to do bad things, but then the majority of people I see are good people. They just in many religions. But the thing is I've noticed that there's things in the books to say, okay, well, I think that this might have been changed possibly. And being, if you're religious, of course, who better to ask? Just like when I speak with scientists and doctors, when I try to have a meaningful conversation, this is why I created American Zombie Channel. The majority of people are zombified. They go into this zombified
that's correct.
response. So yeah, these streams are more needed, man. Clearly, I thank you for having them.
Yeah, man. No, for sure. That's definitely one of the things that my channel is built on, is having the open discussion from all different types of worldviews. That's how you get to the truth. And like tomorrow night, well, tonight now, I have a show that I do every Friday. It's like a blood sport debate. We have like 5 to 10 different topics, and like the chat gets to decide a lot because they can do like mutes and timeouts and change your name. They can put you in 1v1s, all that type of stuff. And the winner gets $100 promotion on the page and in the Discord. You get a verbal combat character made. So yeah, you should come check that out.
Oh wait, all that. Hang on. What from? All that stuff happens from.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. You got to check out VK, bro. It's fun to watch.
No. Wally and I made the
9:30
most money
PM
that
Eastern time.
Speakeasy ever had for the.
Is when we
the
start, and then we go till
hit the limit.
2:30 a.m. Eastern time. But if we get an extension, because that's one of the moves the chat can do, we go to 3:30 a.m. Eastern time.
And that's 9:30 Eastern Standard, or like.
Yeah, Eastern Standard Time. Yeah.
Friday or Saturday night? Tonight or tomorrow?
Yeah, tonight.
It's on
Okay,
Friday
I'll
nights.
definitely check that out, man. Yeah.
No, Wally and I had a hot topic, and we made like the most money out of one time thing that Speakeasy's ever had.
The longest. You guys went the longest.
Yeah,
Yeah, you guys
like-
went longer than any 1v1
record.
Well, if it's the longest, then it's also the most profitable 1v1 ever.
No, that's correct. It's 400 and something bucks that for Speakeasy directly.
Don't underestimate Wally.
No biggie.
All right, he's good. He's really good at what he does. Don't
Oh
underestimate.
yeah. Jess, you have that other stream set up already?
I'm
Yeah, I'll link
don't
it
raid me. get
Sorry
this.
about talking over you too. My connection, the last couple of days, my connection's been really fucked and it comes in and out. So there's been a few times during this that I've talked over you and not realized because it's cut out and then cut back in again. And
Wait, Jess, it's Friday. Is it like Jesse's like not topic on the stream thing?
Wait, which live is it that I'm set? Because it says you have
I linked it in the private chat for you.
Oh, can I just do it like that? Let me see. I don't know if I can just copy the link to the stream and then.
Hang on, let me see what you're looking at. So I
Oh,
can tell
expressing
why
your
you're...
privilege.
You know when you're setting up a raid.
Okay, hang
and-
on. Yes,
And you're searching, you have two different ones there that are upcoming, so I don't know which one to go. Oh, here we go. I can link it like that. All right. Alrighty. I got it linked so everyone can continue the convo over there.
Lesto, if you're still in the chat, come and join it.
But yeah, come and
An honor and a pleasure, man. I'll see you guys in like 12, 13 hours, whatever it is.
yes, sir.
Well, I might next time I come on your panel, Easy, I might have to just do it where like I kind of give you some kind of indication that I'm trying to talk, so I don't speak over people and stuff. I'm gonna have to do it on my channel too because I don't know, there's a lag for one, so there's a couple seconds lag, and then also with my connection cutting in and out, it doesn't help either. So I'm sorry about that. I do not mean to over talk people and shit, and I don't like confrontations too, so I don't mean to get confrontational. I do when it comes to my kids because I get very protective of them.
Jess.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I think.
But yeah, no worries. I don't take things personal.
I appreciate that because I don't mean that with you, and yeah, I can get a little bit too over the top confrontational wise when it comes to topics about kids because I get very protective of my kids.
Yeah,
As any parent.
Yeah, you have to be. I think these conversations, it's great that you're continuing this. We should have something to where anytime, 24 hours a day, whether it's yourself, Speakeasy, me, somebody else, we always have something where somebody can come on a panel because conversation and speaking with people seems to be one of the major ways we can help each other and help, give people a place to come and say, look, there's people like here.
Yeah,
Maxed out, are
that's
you?
our power right now is we can influence the culture.
Maxed out, are you a creator? Can you link your shit in the side chat?
Yeah, I thank Speakeasy for putting it in the chat. It was, let me see. It was.
Yeah, I did put it in the chat. I can put it here though in the back chat for you too.
No, I'm gonna follow you. I don't run panels. I just do stuff and join them sometimes while I'm live.
No, that's great. You're always welcome to come. Anybody here, other people. I mean, confrontations are going to happen. I think that, the solution is just
American
forget.
Zombie. No, yeah, I followed. I like
Yeah,
what you
thank
said.
you, man. Yeah.
Pretty much, we agreed. We agreed pretty much with the majority of things. I think there was just a lot of misunderstanding and me not correctly stating what I was trying to say.
Well, remember, they want us to argue. They want us to. Yeah,
If I might, I just want to add on. I know I'm new to this area and nobody knows me, but you can call me Straya, you can call me Liam, whichever. But the one thing I really, really, really love about this sphere on the internet, if I may, is the fact that people have conversations, whether they agree or disagree, they have it. And I think that's the most amazing thing I've seen in a very long time.
Yeah. I think it's great because we can talk with each other across the world. If you're in Australia, I think, what is it, like 8 or 6 p.m. in the evening over there?
Well, depends where.
If I may,
It's midnight.
It's metric, so it's really complicated.
Yeah, it's 11 for me. 12 past 11 for me, but it could be like midnight somewhere else in Australia. It could
It's
be like
metric.
1
If you're
a.m.
if you're Australian, just say it's metric, and you don't have to worry about it. Like everybody. Oh, okay.
But all right,
Okay, fair enough.
everyone, I'm gonna wrap this up, and again, thank you all for coming on. And Jess, I got it set up to link over to your live there, so
Okay, I'm gonna go over there then. Thank
You
you
got it.
for having me, and hopefully next time we can have a better and more pleasant conversation than that. Because
I'm sure it will be.
yeah, I'm sure it will be too. That one was a bit.
Oh, chat is no
of a heavy
longer
topic.
available. What? Oh wait, that's Mel's. No, my bad.
God bless. Speak easy.
Alright,
Thank you very much.
I have too many
Thank
tabs
you.
open.
Thank you for having me.
Appreciate you all. Thanks for coming up. All right, chat, listen. Listen, chat. Thank you all for coming and joining in with me on another. Look at it, what do we go? 9 hours. Woo! Look at that. And tonight, Verbal Combat Friday, baby. You know, you don't want to miss it. So don't be missing it. All right. I want you all to. What? What's going on? Oh, okay.
Wait, can you hear me right
I
now?
didn't realize I had that shut. But listen, thank you all for coming and joining in with me. All right. I hope I met the standard of your entertainment for the night. It has been a wild one. All right, we had some good debates, good back and forth. If you weren't here earlier and didn't get to see the people get their lickings earlier, go watch the earlier bit. You like it, all right? Listen, chat. It could be 30. Okay, it could be 1,500. Best chat on YouTube, hands fucking down.
Oh, I mean,
I love you guys. God bless. And I will see you all tonight, 9:30 p.m. Eastern time.
Love this outro.
Let's get it.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if this is the right move. I'm really not sure.
Form where people can speak freely.
Yeah.
Well, within the terms of service, obviously, but absent that, he does it in a way where people can speak freely. And I
Wait,
think
no,
that's admirable, especially
disregard
now.
toss. Disregard toss. Live freely, brother man. You're free.
Well,
here.
fair enough. Fair
Disregard
Also,
toss.
you guys can also let me know if the lag on my when I'm hosting, if the lag is as bad as when I'm on another panel.
Well, it's not obvious right now that there's any lag.
I just got to go to the loo real quick, but I'll be
I
like
tend to
5
talk over
minutes.
people.
No,
When I'm on other panels, I tend to talk over people a lot, and I've just noticed I don't mean to, but I've just noticed it's an issue, and it's.
No, Jess, it's an internet culture thing, not an Australia lag thing.
What do you mean?
It's it's not just because of lag that's why what's happening.
Oh no, there were times that I did talk over him as well. Yeah, there were times I cut in. There were times he cut in. Like that's part of that.
Wait,
But
in
there
what
are also
circumstance? Wait, hang on. What are you talking about? Because it sounded like you were asking about a question about, hey, because I'm this far
Hey?
away. I'm in the industry and like no, just like we're talking about milliseconds difference. It's not because you're in Australia.
But what? What are you talking about? I'm confused now.
The technology answer is not because you're in Australia. Of whatever, whatever happened.
It's probably something with your personal provider. Or, yeah.
Sorry?
Are you
Probably
on,
because of
like,
what?
are you on a wireless or are you on an Ethernet cord, like for your computer?
I have satellite internet.
Yeah, that could be because sometimes you know.
That's pretty gay.
I can't have stable connection otherwise.
Yeah, no, that's
Like
okay.
if my
It's better
connection
than-
drops a little bit in and out as well. Like sometimes I'll get a drop where it'll drop only for a few seconds, and I'll actually think there's a silence, and then a bunch of people are talking again and shit like
Jess,
that. Like I get that
if I
even
can,
on here.
Jess, if I can count down from like 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Did you hear that all straight up?
I have a question.
Yeah,
Wait,
it happens randomly. It's not like it just happens. Like, what do you mean?
I was just asking if you said you're a satellite. I was just trying to help you troubleshoot your issue or not, you know. Real like
No.
like a non-invasive, real quick like help.
It's usually
No biggie.
it's usually between people talking, like it, like there's a couple of seconds. Like it's usually like a couple of seconds. Sometimes it can be a little bit more than that. I'm not the only one that's noticed it, by the way.
That could be a giant pain in the cock.
There's that. Sorry?
That could
I
be a
have a
giant pain in the
question.
cock.
I didn't hear anyone.
That could be a giant pain in the cock because sometimes like a little bit of a lull and then like maybe a little bit of maybe not hearing each other and then it just it gets wonky. I hear you, Jess.
Yeah, it can get some of that,
I'm
some
hearing
of that also, but it actually drops.
But
It
then
actually
also-
drops in and out.
But no, please continue. I talked over somebody. I didn't.
It was Straya.
I just wanted to get that.
That might have been my bad, bro. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If you two are in the middle of a conversation, I'll back out. I apologize.
No.
Anyone who frequently visits this channel has seen how much my fucking connection drops in and out. Like, I don't need to sit here and try and convince you. Because if you're here long enough, you'll see it.
Straya,
Yes.
if only if need be, I will call you slurs to get you to engage.
You can call me whatever you want. Just don't call me late for dinner because I'm
and
always fucking
I'm
early.
live on like a bunch of platforms where that's not kosher to do.
Fair enough. My only question then for you, my friend, and for anybody who would like to engage in it, is if I put a bouquet of flowers inside a cup of water, would it then become a vase or vase, wherever you're from?
No, it depends on the shape of the thing.
Why?
Because that's what defines it.
It's not the,
shape
composition.
defines.
It's not what it's made out of. It's the shape of it and what it's being used for.
So, but what if I have a cup that's shaped like a vase, but I use it to drink water?
Well, then when you're sometimes drinking out of a vase.
Then you're uncouth, but yeah, you're drinking out of a vase.
What are you, French?
Yeah.
Nah,
this... It sounds like a very French question. What the fuck's going on here? No,
that was cool.
like,
I've gotten
you
some
got it
unique
right.
answers.
This is a very French kind of bullshit to be engaging in.
I've gotten some unique answers to that, but I like how realistic yous were. I appreciate that.
No, how French are you?
None. I'm fucking Australian Irish, mate. Like...
Wait, if somebody else points a firearm at you, will you throw down a rifle?
If someone points a firearm at me, they better be fucking ready to die.
Okay, you're not all that French. I mean, come on.
No, I'm Irish. I'm Irish. If
Oh,
they point something
oh,
at
wait,
me to
hang
hurt
on. We got into something way earlier with I was talking Gaelic
Waile
to
Gakla.
Cod
I'm sorry, I got really proud for a moment then. I apologize.
Cod Milfalche.
Wait, damn, you know more Irish than me, don't you?
Fuck, that's what I didn't want to hear. I wanted to talk to somebody and
That's what I didn't want to say. Well, what are you talking about? I'm
It's all
still
Gaelic
trying
to
to
me.
learn. I'm still trying to learn about my Celtic heritage and my Irish cousins. So,
Well,
and
no, I
so
speak,
that's all I've learned.
I speak like 7 languages, mostly the languages of our enemies, except Irish, like Gaelic and like Latin and, well, I mean German maybe, and it depends on who you root for.
It's gonna help.
There you are. There,
We
that
can't
was fucking.
Vi canst du,
There,
Sean?
it just did it.
What?
Vi canst du, Sean?
I had to fucking I don't know what was said
Celtic.
because
Oh, no, that
sorry,
was
I didn't
German,
mean
sorry.
to interrupt. I had to restart. I don't know what happened. I dropped. Like I
No,
said.
Jess, don't worry about it. I'll keep it running.
Wait, Chris
I saw-
Lestrange is in the
No,
chat,
it's been
and he
doing.
says,
I had a blackout the other night.
Bring in Chris,
Sorry, I didn't-
please.
I'll be there. I'll be
please bring
there.
in Chris.
I had a blackout the other night. And ever since the fucking blackout, like all my power went off, and I was off for a while. Like I think you were actually on the stream, Australia, when that happened, and I just went. It just went
and
dead.
I couldn't
for
say
like fucking
bye.
6 hours. For like 6 hours, it went fucking dead, and I could not do a thing. Because even when the power and everything goes out, I can't even use cell reception.
Was that last
or
night?
anything.
That was last night, eh?
It happened last night as well. Ever since, but the blackout happened a few days ago. Ever since then, it's been fucking up. Like, did you see earlier all the tech issues I was having earlier on the last stream?
Yeah.
No.
We've had storms in Queensland for probably the last week. Bad storms too, like big storms, not friendly little cracks in the sky, and then you're like, oh, cool, day off. No,
it's
shit that
annoying
makes your
sometimes.
dogs quiver.
Like the other, not last stream, the last stream.
My dog eats neighbor's chickens.
It dropped out like fucking dropped out like 10 times in an hour. It pissed me off.
really?
I was like, fucking yeah. If you guys weren't talking the way you were on the panel, I would have just ended the stream.
Oh, well, I'm glad I was able to help at least a little bit.
I appreciate it.
No, you're alright. You let me come up and talk my shit, and I'm not a smart person nor an interesting person, so I appreciate every second I get.
I
It's pretty
identify
smart
with
to
that.
say you're not smart, and pretty interesting to say you're not interesting.
I'm sorry, can you say that last bit again? All I heard was how interesting I am.
I said it's pretty smart for a person to realize that they're not very smart, and it's pretty interesting when a person says, "Oh, I'm not that very interesting."
Yeah,
I like
that
this
is true.
person.
That is true.
I like this person. This is a smart person
Trigger
who just
warning.
said that.
Saying it sounds like dial-up. It's worse than fucking dial-up.
Yeah,
Is it
dial-up's
Starlink?
got that brain that hits you in the brain. Remember that when you go to use the internet or try to use the phone and someone's using the internet and all you could hear was.
I remember those days.
It's still like that in some places of Australia.
No,
Jess,
really?
Jess, is it satellite? Is that what you're working off of, satellite?
Yes, and it's
Yeah.
been fucking up the last few days, and it's giving me all sorts of grief.
But that's also
I'll
your
probably
only
dro-
option, right?
I'll
it's
probably
your
drop
only
out
option
again.
is to work off satellite.
Yeah, it's the best option I've got. I've tried quite a few setups since I even started this channel. This is the best I've got, and it's the best it's probably gonna fucking get. When it's good, it's really good, but because I've had so much weather issues and shit, it's just been terrible, and it's really frustrating as well.
Oi, Jess,
Especially when
actually,
you're trying to
I've got
talk
a
about
question.
something That's so talk about topics that is important, not just the one that we were just talking about with Speakeasy, but it's the last few days. It's happened in the middle of really important topics, and it's fucking annoying, especially when it's for hours. When it's a quick dropout like it just did then, I don't really care. Like, it doesn't bother me that much because I can just quickly come back. But when it does it for fucking hours, it's a pain in the ass. So I need to organize like a co-host that can help me deal with that because it's really, really frustrating for me.
Good luck trying to find someone you can
I-
trust.
I know,
have a
I
question.
know, right?
Jess, I do have a question I'd like to ask you, if that's okay. I have a few people on Facebook that I like to torment just a tiny little bit, but it's not in the way that it sounds, right? These are feminist men, and these are really extremist leftists, and they don't like to argue with me absent face to face. And I would love to have the opportunity to get them up and debate me face to face about their bullshit regardless remarks about how I hate women. I'd love for them to try to describe to me how I hate women, including my mum, my auntie, my grandma, my cousins, and my sisters. I'd love for them to describe that to me. Would that be okay?
Yeah, you're more than welcome to do that. As long
Awesome.
as
Thank you so much.
what I'll have to
It probably
do is I'll have to write out
probably
some TOS stuff.
Well,
so that
no, fair
everyone
enough.
knows the TOS rule kind of shit, so that
Yeah, no, fair enough. They probably won't even bite the bait. I'm just letting you know now. But I just want to know for future reference, if they wanted to have this opportunity, would I be allowed to invite them here?
Of course. Like it's not a channel for everyone to just agree and kiss each other's ass.
Okay, with that being said, I would like to acknowledge, given the last time I had a debate on your channel did not go well because I was an idiot. I just would like to let you know that if that happens, it will be when I'm sober. It will not happen while I'm drunk. It will happen in a time where I am capable of having a coherent conversation with these people. So you will not need to worry about TOS on my part of the things. But I do agree that you should write up whatever it is so I can give it to them.
You should always be worried about TOS, but
So, Grumple Stillskin, you said you don't do streams, but you set up panels or something. You were saying earlier.
no, that wasn't me that said that. No, I'm literally live right now on like 3 or at least 3. I don't actually know how many platforms I'm live on right now. It's like I trust the consolidated chat thing to tell me. I have the stream thing up for like Twitch, Kick, and YouTube. It might be live on Rumble. No, it's probably not. Might be live on X. Maybe, I don't know.
How do I find you on YouTube?
That's interesting too. Like Mister has been booted quite a few times on here too, talking about different
on YouTube. Hang on, I'm not even sure. I think it's just @GrumpleStillskin. Like,
wait, hang on. I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt, but did Mr. say that he got booted from StreamYard?
Yeah, I
for a
was just
specific
saying.
topic?
I was just saying that's Mister quite a few times in the last few times that he's come up here to talk about different things has been
3 times.
Booted multiple times during talking to the topic. So it's not, and I've actually heard the same problems as well. So it's something going on with YouTube or StreamYard.
Yeah.
Or I don't
All
know.
right. Well, look. With that being said, then I'll keep that in mind when it comes down to
And
reaching
then I've
out
got
to these
connection
people.
problems as well.
Yeah.
On top of that.
That's ridiculous. Mr. should not be getting booted for having a conversation.
Well, the StreamYard did that to me. I tried to put a comment in when I was streaming, so it was my stream. And
You shouldn't be getting in trouble for that either. It's all commentary. It's all free speech. I don't give a fuck what the government says, whether you're saying it or Grumple.
Well, what's
Sorry,
the old
Jess.
saying? The old saying is,
well, if Grumple says it, I mean, however, fair use does have, like, there's rules around fair use. Like, 20 to 30 seconds is about the most you can do without doing commentary on something to make it transformative, so that you can have that as your content if you're like doing commentary on something.
Okay.
Just
Yep.
FYI, I'm not sure what we're talking about right now because there was a bunch of stuff I had to say.
I was just thinking freedom of speech in general. I think anybody should have the right to just say
Australia,
what's
it's
on their
happened
mind,
to
but-
you on this channel. It's
It's
happened to
freedom-
you up here.
Freedom
Oh,
of
and
speech.
I
watch
put my
what you-
link in the.
Wait, what? Hang on, wait, what? What? Wait. It happened to me.
Yes, it's happened to you too. You've stated multiple times in the middle of talking about certain subject, been you've been kicked off StreamYard.
Oh.
Actually, never.
Fuck. I might not even remember, because if that happened, it would have been while I was
same thing. And also you do the same thing I do. You put it down to connection issues. That's what I do as well, because our fucking country's shitbox ass connection.
Fuck. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. I apologize, guys. Please carry on.
Hey, it's freedom of
Why do
speech.
you apologize? Why are you fucking apologizing?
It's formality. I'm trying to be polite. I'm just trying to be polite and respectful to the other people here. You know what I mean? Like I'm a good guy.
That's pretty racist.
Yes, I'm racist.
It's freedom of speech. Just watch what you say, right?
Yeah.
Basically, you know, they just
or risk being fucking either flagged like by YouTube and having your stream taken down, or fucking being removed, like being removed and shit. It's like,
well, the only reason I'm careful is because I don't want to be the reason that somebody else gets flagged because of my behavior. If it was my stream, I'd say whatever the fuck I want to say.
Yeah, but it's also
'Cause
happening
I
in
don't give
certain
a shit.
chats. Like if
It
I go
also
on in
depends on
certain
what
chats,
platform you're on.
political topics and stuff like that, where YouTube is actually literally not letting you comment and stuff like that
Yeah,
too.
that is a
I
problem.
don't know what the fuck's going on.
It
at the
should
moment.
be letting us, but it's not letting us, and that's the problem. But it should be letting us.
We got to
I don't know if
remember we're using their platform. It's like TikTok, right?
I don't give a fuck. They're using our time.
Yeah, but you remember we didn't build like there was a guy in India. He said that he has like 2 million subscribers. He reads all
he
of
is
the
Section
terms.
230.
Really,
And he said-
Arctic Wolf? If that's the case, I'm curious to fucking know, because that would alleviate a lot of my frustrations when trying to have these conversations.
Yeah, certain words you have to use a code word. Like you can never say that word that we know. You got to say jab, or you got to say Fauci sauce.
Yes, yes.
Because
You
they
have
took
to
down
talk around the topic.
But my point
that's
is
how
that
the
we shouldn't have
content
to.
creation is.
My point is that we shouldn't have to, but we do have to, which sucks.
Third term was when. Hang on a second. I want to read this comment from Mr. Mister. The third time was when I was quoting Trump. Yeah, no, I've had issues like that too, where you'll just randomly be removed in the middle of talking about certain shit.
This is why I like
And,
Mr.
you're not the
Mister.
only-
though.
He is not the only person that has actually said this either. I've had multiple people point this out.
Oh, you can't talk about that. That's racist.
You can't say nothing. YouTube sent stuff. You can't say anything about
No,
the
where
Ukraine.
people are actually being removed from panels while in the middle
Yeah.
of talking about that stuff,
Yeah.
or their comments
for real
automatically erased.
If you talk about Ukraine, you can't say nothing about the other side. We can only say something that's pro-Ukraine. And YouTube sent letters to big channels about that, to say that, you know, if you talk about that. And then the guy in India said, well, yeah, he goes, at least China has their own TikTok. He said, if a war between, you know, Kashmir and something outbreaks, you know, what if they side with the other side? Then your story's never talked about. You can't express yourself. Censorship is
Okay,
dangerous.
no, I get you, but I got a question, right? The government seems to give a shit about mental health and all this sort of stuff, correct?
Do they?
But they don't.
Wait,
They
hang on.
do.
So there is a mental condition called oppositional dysfunctional disorder, oppositional defiance disorder, which I have, right? It's called, and it's a branch of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. So if the government seems to give so much of a shit about all of these mental health disorders, then maybe they should give a shit about this oppositional defiance
why I'm
disorder.
libertarian?
You know,
They
the thing that has people standing against them. You know, the
Freya.
thing that has.
Freya, when I was a kid, attention deficit was called daydreaming.
Yeah,
Now
well, no, that is what it is.
Right? It
That
they
is
don't
what it
have
is.
to
Max.
order.
No, maxed out. You're
I
not
have
older
it.
than me, and I was a child.
I have it, and I'm telling
you
you.
don't remember when it was
bullshit.
called Daydreaming?
No, I was a child in the 80s, and yeah, everybody was prescribed Ritalin.
I was a child in the 80s too, and it was daydreaming.
I don't remember. Like
I was born in '92.
We were all
I had
prescribed
Ritalin. They could tell me all it was, but it wasn't what they said it was. I didn't take the Ritalin because the fucking speed made me feel weird.
To think that the government cares about you, that's the first misconception.
That is 100% true.
Yeah,
Government does not care about you, and it needs to be smaller.
Yeah, and it's sort of like somebody saying, look, we're going to take money from you and do what's best for you. You know, the crookery is about
We know what's best for you. Just let us do it. You fucking nerds.
Yeah.
Well, it turns out they don't even know what's best for their own airspace. They
Well,
can't figure out what the fuck's in their
who said
sky.
it. They said if the U.S. government was in charge of the Sahara Desert, in 5 years there'd be a shortage of sand.
Straya, I'm going to be offended on behalf of all the F-22 Raptors right now. Okay, just pretend.
Okay,
that,
well,
that
I apologize.
I'm that
I'm not trying-
offended on behalf of all the F-22 Raptors. Okay, just all of them.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I wasn't.
Well,
I'm,
then I
I'm
apologize
a
on
Marine.
their
I wasn't
behalf.
Air Force, but I mean, they own the sky, so
Yeah,
I'm going to be
well,
offended on their behalf.
So
I'm not trying to offend nobody, so I apologize to you,
I know
sir.
I'm just being offended on their behalf. So you kind of got out of it easy.
Thanks for your childish and
Oh,
misled
okay, I see.
mistake of joining the military, Grumpelstiltskin. Semper
They
Fi.
wouldn't let me join the
Yuck,
military
kill,
because I have a
etc.
adult injury.
Bundle
So,
up with
unfortunately,
his
the army's like, nah,
cigarettes.
you're a liability. And which is weird because now I can do security work, which somehow doesn't make me a liability. Yet I don't get this. How can I choke somebody out within a licensed venue, but I can't carry a person out of a fucking combat zone? Explain to me how I'm a liability then.
Not really sure what that meant.
No idea.
Well, okay. So the army wouldn't let me in because I have a shoulder injury, right? And their argument was, well, not theirs, but somebody who was a cop.
It's about
So I just take-
liability reduce. It's no.
It is.
It
It is ultimately it's a liability thing.
Yeah.
It is.
you have to be able to fire a weapon. That was the main requirement in the army. If you
I can
can't
do
pull a
that.
trigger, if you can't hold an RPG on your shoulder, what use are you to them? Because
Easy.
you're
I'm
joining the
right-handed, and it's my left shoulder that's injured.
Well, the thing is still you'd have to carry equipment. You have to, people don't realize that when you join the military, you're signing up to be a killer. And some
Yeah, no,
people
I get
think-
that, but it's not broken.
Well, the thing is, you have to be in top pristine shape to pass basic training, and then
Well,
AIT.
then why bother training?
Excuse
What?
me?
Why bother training
What?
if you already need to be prestige?
No, you have the pristine. So you have to, like, when you're in the military, when I went in, you have to, they get you in very good shape. I could already do push-ups and stuff like that, but you're going to be carrying equipment over hills. You're going to be running. You're going to be, testing yourself on aim. We had the fire from foxholes with gas masks on and all of that. But then when you think about it, most veterans don't want war, because we see.
True.
Yeah.
True, but if I might for a second.
Marine here. Yeah.
No offense
I'd rather not.
to veterans, but war is always going to be an inevitable factor to life. It
I'm
always
not
will
sure
be.
about that.
Think of it this way: we had World War One, World War Two. We gave them numbers. We knew a third one was coming.
Well, they orchestrated that. If you look at every war, the Civil War, all of these wars have been orchestrated. People
That's
don't
true.
want.
That's fair.
when you
I
look
would
at
agree
World War I and II. You think Frenchmen wanted to fight in that? They would rather be on the French Riviera, but they're mentally controlled since school is the first
No,
taste
fair.
of
That's
obedience.
fair. But do you think most people wanted to be invaded by somebody and then have to kill these? Oh, sorry, unalive these people in order to protect what was theirs? Do you think they wanted
If you're
to do
going
that?
to another country, you're the invader.
Well, I'm not
step out
talking
for just a
about
little bit.
being the invader. I'm talking about being invaded. Being the invader is a different story again, which is something I would agree to. That makes us a bad person, being the West, having done such a thing. But my question is, because I'm quite concerned that we will be invaded, especially as Australians. The only reason China doesn't invade us is because they're afraid of American retaliation. And since that's not going to be that much of a problem soon, they might do that. So I wonder where the moral argument actually is for people to not want to defend their own country from an invading army because they think killing is
totally
bad.
different. Defending is totally different from invading.
No, I agree, but people
Why in
still
America, this is why we have the right to bear arms. This is why we have the Second Amendment, which they don't have. When I have aunts from London, and they don't have those laws. In Holland,
we
they
don't either. Yeah.
You're not supposed to. So now, how do you? You know, the reason the law was stating that it wasn't to protect you from criminals. That's a no-brainer. It said it's to protect you from tyranny within the government. That's the reason you're supposed to have that. Now in Australia,
That's the key part. That's the key part, in my
if
opinion.
you don't even have that in Australia, then China, you shouldn't be worried about China. You got to be worried about Australia.
Well, Australia is China. This is the thing, right? China has bought land non-stop for the last few years. They essentially own this country financially. Whether they own it militarily is a different story, but they essentially own this country financially.
Well, that's criminal. How does the government, right, sell land without? It just shows you how much of a slave the citizen is. The fact that you
Can
have
I ask you a question, actually, real quick? I'm sorry, Maxed Out. I don't mean to interrupt like that, but remember when New York City had the 2 police stations?
Which ones?
One got shut down, but one didn't. But I can't remember the names of them. But we in Australia, we keep getting these Chinese police stations popping up as well. And I just wanted to ask you what you thought about that specifically.
It's another branch of tyranny. They shouldn't allow the Japanese to buy Rockefeller Center. They shouldn't allow other countries to own property. I mean, even though the property is all stolen, Australia, America, Canada, this is what people don't like to look at. When you have people that stole it from somebody else and use the average citizen to help eradicate the native population, what do you think they're going to do to you in 100 years? That's the same thing we see happening. The same way they use the citizens, our ancestors, and other people, ancestors, to defeat or to enslave the people, the native populations. Oh, and we built, some great civilization. And now we see that same evil is turning on us. How could we ever not have seen that? You see? So
that's a fair point. That's a good point.
Thanks, man. It just, being in the military, I think that didn't even wake me up. It was just as you grow older, you start to say, man, I was zombified on a lot of levels. I
was quite zombified for a while, and I only just sort of woke up probably, I would say, 2-3 years ago, and I'm only just now realizing the shit I contributed to was quite negative, which is why I'm coming onto panels like this, because I want to talk to a bunch of random people who have different beliefs to me, because I want to know what the fuck is going on around me, if that makes sense.
It's always a good question, for us to ask, what false things do we still believe in?
Who said that? It didn't pop up on the thing.
Demolish Doctrine.
Demolish. Demolish. I appreciate that. That was a really good thought.
Yeah.
Can you expand on that a bit more for me, please?
Sure. Okay. If it's true that I got to adulthood, say something about age 40, and then I found out that I believed things that weren't true, and I correct that, but I continue to find things that I was taught during my life that I know were not true but was taught, and I have to get these things corrected, which raises the question, what is it that I right now believe that isn't true?
Fuck, that's a good point. I don't know how to argue that one. That was a really well-formed point.
That's where they help, because what we don't see, somebody else will have a piece of the puzzle.
That's where we help each other, yes.
Yeah, to say, hey, you know what? I didn't know that. Belief destroys reality. Our perception of reality is always greater than reality itself. And until...
So then it may... Oh, sorry. No. finish your thought. I apologize.
No, well, yeah, it just until we can suppress the ego. I mean, the ego is really something because it'll get you to think, oh, what I know or what I believe is correct when that's not. It's just a belief. You know, a
Wait,
person.
are we talking about Christianity now?
No, we're talking about any belief you have, any belief.
Dum-thumps. It was a dum-thumps.
Oh, yeah, and nothing against people that are religious because you got some really good religious people. When you get to that part where they're very religious and you say, okay, this person is not ready for this information, that maybe they had some trauma as a kid. What did Nietzsche say? Nobody converts to religion. You have to be sick enough to accept it. And we see this. And a lot of people think evolution is scientific. That's a religion. Evolution is the worst religion of them all because it's a religion that they don't admit is a religion. So at least the religious people say, look, they're religious, blah, blah, blah. At least I can see that coming. The evolutionists, they're the problem, you know, beyond because they're over here saying, oh, well, you know, this is the way it happened. Nobody knows the way it happens. Nobody knows. At least
right. Well, I mean, it's a scientific fact, and the definition scientifically of the word fact is the thing that is most likely the correct answer in that moment. That's what fact means.
That's not.
It doesn't.
A fact is something that you can test. Like I'll give you an example. You can't breathe underwater. Now you can go and test that where you're at. You can go underwater and say, you know what, you can't. I can test it. Straya can test it. If you can't test it, then you don't know it's a fact. It can be a theory. It can be a theory backed by certain types of evidence, but it doesn't become a fact unless it's observable and testable.
Could I finish the assertion?
Yeah, go ahead.
A truth is something that's testable. A fact is the most likely answer at the time. And that's the way they've defined truth and fact. So you'll hear Richard Dawkins say things like evolution is a fact, but he's using the scientific, not the colloquial definition of fact when he says that.
That's called doublethink and doublespeak.
It is.
Yeah. So
it's misleading. Yeah.
Exactly. It's very misleading. And that's something, if we don't pinpoint that, it will just roll over the younger generations to where I already see it happening in people that are 20. Oh, evolution's a fact. Oh, this is, and I'm like, do you know what a fact? Try to breathe underwater. The fact is you can't breathe underwater. And like you said, that can be called truth. It is truth, but you know, you can test it. When somebody says millions and billions of years, and I say, okay, well, I study science. Where's the evidence of this? Where, you know, oh, radiometric dating. Well,
that's
why do
number
you get
one,
different dates? You know, it just
different dates within. When you say different dates concerning radiometric dating, and which type of radiometric dating, because as we know, there's about 10 different types.
Yeah.
And what's the gate of acceptable differentiation? Like, how inaccurate can it be, and how many years does that add up to? Or are you just saying there's no perfect absolute answer every time?
Well, there's really no perfect absolute answer, but there's also a discrepancy of hundreds of thousands to millions to hundreds of millions of years. Like they tested volcanic flow. Fresh. You know it happened in 1890 or the 1900s. And giving dates of 250,000, 3.2 million. And you say to yourself, something's off with this. And strata. If you look at experiments in stratification, normally we look at a side of a hill and see strata and say, well, the one on the underneath should be older than the one on the top. But that's
unless it got turned over. Sometimes you'll find strata turned sideways.
Exactly. So you see, now they'll make an excuse for why it's turned sideways. And that's where the problem comes in to say, wait a second, if these millions of years fossilized, no body of an animal is going to stay there. Scavengers are going to eat it. You have perfectly preserved fossils as if they were frozen in time by like a mudslide or a pyroclastic flow from the Mount St. Helens
volcano. Yeah,
you know, and that's where real science. There's a battle. There's a pseudo-scientific establishment run by the evolutionists that their church is their cathedral is the Museum of Natural History. I've been there many times, taking pictures, and the Pope is Charles Darwin. The high priest and cardinals, we see him, Dawkins,
Carl Sagan.
Yeah, Carl Sagan.
I get you. I get you. I see what you're saying.
Yeah. And I think these conversations is where, like you were saying, we can learn and say, wow, you know what? I didn't look at it that way. And
do you have a theory of everything of the history of the earth? Because I do.
Let me hear it. Yeah.
Okay. So I think the ancient religions are overarchingly saying that ancient human beings from off of this world, but another planet very much like this, terraformed the planet. That is, they added materials, waited time, came back, added more materials in a reforming process. And that they took all of those materials from that original world, including plants, animals, etc. So what they did was they took a barren planet that had no significant life forms on it whatsoever, and they used it for themselves. They didn't pay a federal Federation of Planets tax or anything like that. They just didn't harm anything. Now, this would actually have quite a lot of explanatory power. For instance, it's impossible to age to figure out the age of water or air and several other things. We literally can't tell how old that stuff is. As far as like radiometric dating, and yeah, I understand there's gates of inaccuracy and that it's not perfect in any way, and it's super generalized, and you have to use the right one on the right thing to get the right age, and that's difficult to do. So there's a lot of problems with it. But what I'm saying is the planet could be, I don't know, 6.3 billion years old. And that wouldn't be significant whatsoever if they just found, if what they're claiming is true, that they found a barren planet and fixed it to where their kind could live on it.
Okay. What about the mystery of consciousness? Like there's some cultures that claim that consciousness came first, and then the material was created to where consciousness could inhabit that.
I've heard that claim. It's very interesting on that, and you're Americanized enough, most of us here are, that we would know the term abracadabra. Now, in U.S. culture, European cultures, that was popularized. I'm sorry, this is a long story, but I want to be thorough. Was popularized by Harry Houdini, who was Hebrew genetically, you know. So he knew the Hebrew language enough that he could say, no, it doesn't stem from a brax. I don't know what you're talking about, eyes wide shut. Anyway, it stems from two Hebrew words, which are bara and kada. So if I say abara, kada bara, what I just said in Hebrew, and you can check me on this, you can just enter those words into Google and it'll bring up the and give it a keyword Hebrew though. It's going to be the same as I create with my voice, or I create from nothing.
Yeah, what I speak, I create.
Right, like speaking is creating. It's like that. I mean, all of these portray the right idea. There's no one-to-one correlation in definitions between these languages, but the Bible only says bara. It does not say kada at any point. And if you look at bara, it's majoritively to reform something that already exists. And since it goes into the steps of creation of the reformation of the planet in a very, what looks to me to be terraforming system employed, then that only confirms that it is bara. It's not abracadabra, as those who claim there was a consciousness before there was material are asserting onto the text. It's really not there. The Bible nowhere reads abracadabra. It's just not there. Max, you're speaking, you're muted.
Yeah. I was just heating up some water. No, I hear
Not
what
that
you're
loud.
saying. There was a theory, Milton, Richard Milton. He's a member of Mensa,
I
and
know what that is.
biologist. Yeah, he wrote a book, Shattering the Myths of Darwinism, and he made a very good point that maybe the Earth was put together from older parts, which would, the parts could be much older than the creation of Earth itself.
Well, let me point out the book of Genesis, the creation narrative, and nearing the end of it, where it says there was every plant maintained before there was a man to till the earth, and there was no rain. Okay, well, it says it was maintained somewhere, but it says planet-wide there was no man to till the earth, and there was no raining. Okay, well, then that eliminates the planet, this planet, as a location for maintaining the plants. Simultaneously, I hold there's no such thing as a spiritual rutabaga. That's a physical thing that needs things like broad spectrum light, minerals, water, a substantial basal structure for its roots to be, penetrating so it can hold itself up, things like that. So it also reads that there are animals, including human, that are maintained off the planet and put onto the planet. Well, that requires physical stuff. So it's claiming there's a physical place somewhere not here where all this stuff was.
I hear you. I was just grabbing the water.
Yes, sir. I gathered or guessed that.
I mean, see, this is where the reality, where science should be talking about. Like, okay, I say to myself, I don't know if you've ever read The Secret Life of Plants, and the guy talks,
but I've not read it.
Yeah, I mean, amazing book. Researchers said doing the experiments changed their life. I think their videos might still be on YouTube when they filmed it back in the 60s and somebody uploaded it, showing that plants can feel, plants can sense certain things before they happen.
In a manner of speaking, yeah.
Yeah, so there's like, when you look at just the concept of time, the linear concept seems not really to add up. The cyclic concept could actually be more valid. I mean, when I look at it, just logically speaking, in deduction, we know that the past, the present, right, is created by the past. So past moments create this moment that we're here. So we can look back and say, okay, we see the passage of time. So if the past, right, is the present is showing you there's a link to the past, it seems that the present is being created by the future. So the future exists right now, and we're getting waves back into the present. And then as we're in the present, we're sending waves back, creating the past. So the future theoretically would be creating the present, and the present creating the past. And that brings into the question, okay, what really is time? It's never going to end, but it never began also. If you really understand the concept of infinity, space never ends, but also inner space never ends. There's an infinite number of fractions in between just 1 and 2. So when we look at that, we start to say, wow, now this questions my whole conception of reality. What is it that I'm in? Like, I see people arguing over whether the earth is round or flat. I'm like, that doesn't matter as much as where you're going. We're going somewhere, and we don't know where. Something is telling us, don't prepare, don't look at that, just, be distracted. And if we really thought about it, we see people that we loved that aren't here, and we know that eventually is going to happen to us. But is the body, like the brain being a receiver theory, could our consciousness be being streamed to this body, and the brain is the receiver? So therefore, we're only we're restricting our understanding of consciousness by going through the brain, which creates, I don't think it creates the mind, but the mind and the brain are clearly two different things. The brain has a weight, the mind doesn't. The mind is metaphysical, the brain is physical. And if we look at these things, it seems like they're always trying to distract us from it. And, I'm not religious, I'm more scientific, but being scientific makes you understand that there is a spirituality, there is a non-corporeal existence. Everything that's invisible controls the visible world. Invisible radio waves, television waves, air. People say, oh, well, I'm like, you can't see air, but it exists, and it exists in different amounts of nitrogen and oxygen. And, then you can have pollutants that you can't even see, that you can't breathe. So there's so much for us to learn. And when I see that, they have the curriculum in school just to create us as like worker bees or something like that, it shows me that, there's much more, these conversations are needed.
You'll forgive me for being such a simpleton, but it seems like you just threw out like 5 topics there.
Yeah, I did. Yeah,
Well, I just don't even know what to say at that point. There's a million things I want to say and thoughts that happened as you were saying each topic, but now I'm at a loss at which one you want to talk about.
Oh, we could talk about the concept of time.
Okay, I just don't know how that helps me right now.
Okay, this is how it helps you right now.
Go ahead.
We're going to not be here. Now, it's like the Greeks and other cultures say, death is standing right beside us. But Hades, he wears a helmet of invisibility. So you only see death when you're dead. Death is with us at every moment. It's a companion. And we know that we don't know how it's going to happen. That's the greatest mystery, but it's gonna happen. And time has a lot to do with that. So the problem is we think we have time. We don't know how much time we have. The people that I loved and I think about and I say, man, you start to really appreciate stuff and you start to say, you know what? I'm walking on eggshells. Everybody's walking on eggshells and they think that they're not. We're not going to be here that long. And while we're here, what's the purpose? So the purpose could be to learn, to experience, to grow, to say, you know what, I'm here and it might be all about my behavior. And hopefully, that I change. Like when I was younger to where I'm at now, I'm different. Thank goodness I'm different, because if you don't change over the years, then that's stagnation. So time is directly linked to that. We see the aging process. We see people that aren't here anymore. And we know that we're not going to be here in this physical form. What is going to happen? So it brings up these real conversations to say, you know what, we are going somewhere. It's like we're riding on a train and I'm asking everybody, hey, do you know where this train is going? Do you know the destination? No. Some people, the problem is you got people that will say, yeah, I definitely know what it is, and they don't. That's the scariest thing.
So what you're suggesting to me is that I should be prepared for my own demise.
Not that you should be prepared. You should be concerned. And I shouldn't say should be, because you don't have to be.
Should's fine. Should's fine.
Yeah, it's sort of like, why don't we explore this more? Because we know we're going there. It's like going on a trip and we didn't pack. And
yeah,
yeah.
What if you cannot prepare for the trip other than to say I'm going on a trip and that's okay with me?
Well, being here and talking about it shows that we can prepare somehow. We can get mentally prepared and saying, okay, you know what? How I treat other people, how I treat myself, this really matters.
What relevance would that have? Okay, it's my contention that no one actually ever experienced death. Why? Because they're dead when it happened. That's a simultaneity in time. So there's no person that experienced death itself.
That's what they tell us, you see. So now we got to go into what is death? What are they telling me? Is it the clinical?
I'm just saying that's what rationally follows.
Yeah, well, if we look at the rationality, there is no clinical time of death. I mean, I have friends that are doctors and dentists and medical professionals, and there is no clinical time of death. That they put this down so they can have something on paper. This is why you have people that talk
I want to
about.
give that a chance, so I need you to expound on it.
Okay.
But if I may, real quick, oftentimes when people go to sleep, they don't remember the things that happened in their sleep. They don't remember the dreams or anything. So even then, how can you say that those people were alive or aware if they don't even remember those things?
Well, because they're bodily functions. You can have meters hooked up and say, okay, the blood is flowing. There's still things happening in the body, and it goes into what we could see as a stasis, the way like a bear might hibernate or certain animals. So we know that they're not dead. But the thing is not what you're saying about not dreaming. What about when you dream? You're from Australia, and the Aborigines say that we come from the dream world. This is the vacation.
Well, true. How do you determine the afterlife being absent if all these cultures have some kind of concept of the afterlife?
Yeah.
Whether it be different to ours is irrelevant. Their concept of it itself exists, and that
Yeah.
itself is sort of some kind of evidence of an understanding of an afterlife, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, you're right. Logically, it would make sense. It points toward there either being definitely an afterlife, or like Demolish said, that there is no death. That death is a kind of an illusion, and we're really just transforming.
See, that's where I'm actually the most curious. If it is but an illusion, and all these cultures have the same concept of death, whether they understand it as the same thing or not, what is the point of life if all these cultures who experience life differently experience death exactly the same?
Well, are we, and this is something we don't know, are we really experiencing death the same? Are we all human? You know, I did a stream about 2 or 3 streams ago, and I showed ancient artifacts, but I also showed mimics, animals that mimic sticks and stones and tree leaves and stuff like that. Why could there be humans that we think are humans that aren't human? In the ant colony, they have spiders that look just like the ant that stay there and prey on the on the ants, you know, and the ants don't detect it. Why wouldn't there be humans that mimics doing that?
Wait, pause. That is a really good point. And since I've only just recently learnt about antinatalism and nihilism being what it is, I wonder about those things when you say that.
That's just people who are really hurt.
No, but I wonder about how they come to these conclusions. When he says
they're not logically concluded.
Well, no,
antinatalism is not logically concluded. After all I have to point out is that person hasn't killed themselves and they were born. Well, it's automatically self-defeating.
That's actually a good point. Yeah.
But also, when we bring in the
all right, fair enough. My bad.
I apologize. Looking at a human, is that really are we all really humans? You know, could there be some mimics within the human colony? Because
have you seen the movie Mimic? Just by chance.
Yeah, I've seen 3 of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there's a series. I was
they had one. Yeah, one was the best, but you know, it got a little crazy with 2 and 3. But the thing, you know, of course, they bring in the evolution, religion, and that. But the it's a good movie in saying, look, there could be something that looks just like a human. You don't think it's a human, but you know, these things could be preying on us. Like I use the comparison to the ant colony, because the human colony is very close to that, and the bee colony. And in ants, you have the spiders that mimic the ants, but you also have.
That was a good analogy, in my opinion. I thought that worked quite well.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. It gets deeper though, because then you have beetles and crickets that mimic the ants to hide from the ants themselves in the colony. So you have.
Wait, I think you're a mimic pretending to be human, just to have this conversation with me, to convince me further that you're actually human when you're not.
There's a possibility. There's a possibility that I don't.
It is possible.
Yeah, imagine this: that I don't even know I'm not human. Like, have you ever seen that movie, The Imposter, with Gary Sinise, where he didn't even know that they killed his body or ended it and recreated him. You know, they were saying that it was an advanced civilization from Alpha Centauri that was invading, and he didn't even know that he wasn't him. He was an imposter, but all of the memories and everything was there. So these scenarios are something that will have us maybe seeing a little more of reality than what we perceive.
Bro, this shit makes me think, dude.
That can't be bad.
Huh? What is that?
It can't be bad to think.
Yeah, you know. Well,
No,
again,
no. I mean, it makes me think of that subject, and then I start thinking about like life, right? And I start wondering about the type of people that I've met in my life, and it drops, you know, like a domino effect. You start to think about all the type of things it could be. Doesn't mean it is. It just means you think about all the things it could be. And yeah, that's what I was just doing right now. I started thinking about everything I've been through for the last 10 years. And
There was
all I
a
could
really
think was
smart guy
aliens.
there was a really smart guy a long time ago who's a little bit dead right now. His name was Aristotle. Maybe you've heard of him. And he said a sign of brilliance is that someone can entertain an idea without holding it as true. And so congratulations. That's an important function to be able to accomplish there.
Thank you.
Max
appreciate
down.
it.
I want to get down to the real, the basal structure in this. What is your definition of a minimalistic and plausible God?
I would say
Very good question.
I would say it's a group of creators. Like
okay, now next question: why do they care?
I would say because it's more like we're an experiment, and you care about what the results of your experiment is. So they might not directly care about us and the well-being, but they care about the experiment. Just
okay,
the way,
and how much do they interfere?
Probably as much as a scientist interferes with the experiment in a laboratory, or
and when do they collect the result?
I think it's an ongoing collection of results. So the results is like when you watch the lab rats and you say, okay, we're going to put this in here and see how they react, and you document it. Now we're going to do this. So it's an ongoing collection of information.
Why don't we see them?
Because it's kind of like the rats don't know. Maybe the rats don't notice the person in the lab. Maybe we don't want to notice it. Maybe we're really trained not to notice.
Well, the duck hunter uses a blind, and the duck doesn't see the hunter. So I mean, I'm fine with it. You only need to be more intelligent or more advanced, and you can hide yourself. So I'm okay with that. That they are actual beings, from what you said. Yes.
Yeah,
physical beings.
I don't know if they're corporeal or non-corporeal. So
how do you say that?
To say, okay, are they in the physical, or do they have the ability?
I know what the words meant. That's not what I asked you. I said, why did you say that?
Because there seems to be more than meets the eye. To say, okay, the reason I say that is these things, like how you say the duck hunter has the blind, that's too close. Because the duck hunter is still a physical being. These things that might have created us are much more advanced, like to the point where somebody that didn't know or didn't think would look at it as godlike. Like,
let me propose an idea from ancient religions and see what your response might be. It is evident that the telescope, in the modern sense of an idea of the telescope, was introduced to the public something about 1610 by Galileo Galilei, and before that,
way before.
I'm sorry, what?
Thousands of years. There's a thing in Iraq, 2,000 years old.
No, sir.
Of a magnification lens that is telescopic. There's
a telescoping. There's a telescoping field, monocular telescoping view glass, which they used for stargazing and seeing over distance. Yes, those aren't telescopes.
All right. Well, what about the carvings in India of somebody looking through an apparatus that appears to be a monocular telescope, carved in stone, thousands of years old? We have many. This is why
I just admitted there have been.
Yeah. I'm just
polished glass, literally telescoping which our telescopes aren't telescoping, by the way. A real telescope isn't telescoping. That's not really how it works. The difference is the mirror that Galileo made, which concentrates light into a singular focus point better than any lens can. That's what makes something a quote-unquote telescope.
Well, I think that existed way before Galileo. I think everything he had was re-engineered.
Well, then you're going to have trouble explaining to me why we didn't know fairly large, fairly near objects in our own solar system, and that they were never recorded, even though they would have been obvious and were made obvious immediately by Galileo's telescope.
They were recorded. If you look at the Sumerian tablets, there's pictures of a sun-centered solar disk. There's the Bhu Mandala from India. The Bhu Mandala gives a representation of not just the solar plane, but also the position in the galaxy.
No, that's fine too. But you can extrapolate that out without a telescope of any kind.
No. There's certain things you can't, like the Dogon tribe. How did they know that the revolution of Sirius B around Sirius A was 50.1 years or something like that? And they had a ceremony.
Well, actually, that would help me make my case and actually affirm your assertion that there are offlanders who have knowledge that they gave us and we did not gain it ourselves.
Yeah, I don't think we gained that ourselves. I really don't.
Well, you're giving evidence that we gained it ourselves when that's not even necessary to your own theory.
I'm not giving evidence. I'm giving older accounts of this evidence to say that, okay, we know that this civilization didn't create it because we're seeing.
Let me be direct and pointed and just talk about one thing so we can nail this down.
Mm-hmm.
The moons over Jupiter. The four major moons, what we call the Galilean moons, were not discovered until Galileo, except maybe in China, there was someone with exceptionally good eyesight who thought that there was maybe one moon over Jupiter. Of course, that was most likely Ganymede, the largest moon in our solar system. And yes, it's bigger than Titan. Don't argue with me. Just look it up. That was for a general audience, not for you particularly. Okay, so, but maybe it isn't even definitive that that's what that person thinks they saw. Well, so how can I say there was an ancient telescope that was worth having if they couldn't find the moons over Jupiter?
Well, this is the assumption is assuming because we didn't find it that it doesn't exist. So there might be
no. I mean, people just didn't know it existed because they hadn't found it. But I'm not saying that I think it doesn't exist.
Okay, so if there's a possibility that existed, it changes what you said after, saying, well, nobody invented it to see those four moons until Galileo, but there definitely could have been civilizations that created something far more advanced that saw beyond that they might have found and then they put in the Smithsonian, because that's another thing too. They find evidence and they hide it. When I met Michael Cremo, who wrote Forbidden Archaeology, they documented every archaeological find. Took them 8 years, him and Richard Thompson. And they showed that certain things that are found, they don't show it. They hide it away. They dismiss it. They try to discredit it because it would change the evolutionary theory. And he made a good point. He said he'd like to write a book called Darwin's Fairy Tales. You don't know how it happened? Wave the magic wand. Oh, evolution did it, and the zombies will follow that. The zombies for evolution are growing, and the religious zombies as well. They're saying, oh, we know what it is. And then nobody knows what it is. Nobody.
I have to compliment you, Max, that you aptly named yourself. Max Doubt. That is that so far in this conversation, you've said, I doubt everything. And that's what you've told me.
Thanks, man. Yeah, maximum doubt, man. Maxed out.
But I wonder if that pendulum is swinging so wildly as to doubt all things. On what have you settled?
No, I've settled on the fact that.
Can I ask, Maxed Out, are you nihilistic?
Well, could you define it for me?
Or do you believe that there is no hope at all? Like
Oh, no, no,
everything
no.
about hype is
I
just
believe.
everything about life is just no hope. No, there's no
well,
point, no purpose.
No, I know that we are what we make it. You know, we're more powerful than we could ever imagine, and something is telling us you're not. So I know that we could be more powerful than what they say created us. We could be just as powerful as that. You know,
So
so
you're probably closer to a more pessimistic outlook of
no,
life
not
than you
pessimistic.
are
I would say
having a.
optimistic. I would say, what do they call it? An apocalypse, an optimist, but mixed with the, shit is, it's going to shit, but you still got, you still want to say, you know what, there is hope. But what is hope? I got to find a good definition.
Well, see, that's where I get confused. As soon as you say what is hope, and your name is maxed out,
No,
right?
no,
Like
it's
I'm
saying
just taking
explain.
this from the context of what I can see, and I'm just curious as to whether or not you have a more nihilistic view of the
No,
world,
no,
or
I
if it's
don't.
just more of a pessimistic view
No,
of
no,
the
well,
world. That's
nihilistic
all.
it isn't pessimistic is the opposite of optimistic, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I would say I'm more optimist. I'm doubting stuff because the only way to find the truth is to do that, is to say, okay, I might not know what it is, but I know what it isn't. I know mathematically and through science that evolution is not scientific. I know that they're trying to impose this to get to, that's the nihilism. To say, oh, there's nothing beyond this, and hey, it's just evolution. People invading other
So you
people.
do see hope at the end of the tunnel.
Well, there's hope. There's what we make it to be. So it could be pessimistic, it could be nihilistic if we choose that. But if
Yeah.
we choose optimism, that's the power that we have that I think they don't want us to see. The only competition that I have is with myself to become a better person tomorrow. I see people competing on YouTube and oh, this and that, and I'm like, listen, man, how are you going to grow as a person, beyond a person? I mean, am I really a person? What am I? A person is the Greek word persona, a mask. The Japanese say there's three masks. There's a mask you show the world, there's a mask you show your friends and family, and then there's a mask we wear that we show nobody. And these things are very important to talk about. When you look at a college and what they do in college, it's brainwashing on steroids. I mean, when you look at the feminist movement, the evolution movement, these things were created to keep people fighting about minimal things and reduce the mind. When you talk about people, that's the smallest mind. When you talk about events, that's medium. But when you talk about ideas, now you're expanding the mind. Now you're saying, you know what? Maybe this isn't what they told me it is. And to add to that as a truth is to say, well, we know that the government is constantly, continually lying to us, continually. But somehow we forget it. And then we say, well, I'm going to vote for this guy. You can't vote your way out of tyranny. And the worst tyranny is the one that you think isn't tyranny. Like Van Gogh was saying, there's none more enslaved than those who falsely believe they're free. So when you think, if you don't know you're in a cage, that's the ultimate, that's the brave new world, where it's like, you know what? No. We're not going to burn books like 1984. We're going to create an environment where people wouldn't even want to read books. So now
It's funny because we're at a point where if they even did burn books, it would be digital and there would be no trail, so there'd be no aftermath to it. So there's actually a deeper connotation to the concept of burning books and what that represents, as opposed to, sorry, not as opposed to, that was stupid. Compared to the way things are today, if you were to burn books compared to today, it would be digital. And because it would be digital, there would be less of a trail for people to follow, which would make it so much easier for all those bad people to get rid of all the things they don't want us to listen to, I guess.
This is why it's so important to buy. If you want digital, you got to get the print too. You have to have that. And, people aren't even writing. Children are using keypads in school. People aren't going to be, they're not going to know how to write. There's no cursive You know how we wrote regular print and cursive and stuff like that, working with
I
the
got lucky. I got to learn cursive a little bit. Like, I'm not the best at it, but as a 92 baby, I got to learn a little bit before, you know. I went through 3 different high schools, mind you, though. So by the time I got to a certain age, at one high school, I had to pull a blade out because I was getting gang bashed by a bunch of people. And, you know, I went to 3 different high schools trying to find out what would work. Nothing worked for me. But it's not the, well, this is tricky. Well, I want to say it's not the education system, but it is the education system. The reason I wanted to say that it's not the education system is because we need to hold the human beings involved inside of it accountable too. These children are not going to learn what accountability is if they're not held accountable for their action. I didn't learn about it until I was held accountable for my actions, and that took me having to lose my driver's license a couple times before my dumbass clicked. And what I mean is I think schools should be taking this discipline stuff a lot more seriously, at least in that regard.
I think school, the reason that you switch high schools is your natural, something in you is telling you that this isn't the way. School is
None
not.
of them were good.
Yeah,
Not a single one of them were good for me personally, and it's hard for me to say
For
that it
anyone.
was bad in general because it could have been bad for everybody.
Well,
You know, none of them worked for me, dude. Not
think
a single
about
one.
the most unnatural thing to do to a child is to make them sit in a chair behind a desk when they're a young child for a decade. That is so
Yeah.
unnatural. When the child wants to go outside and run on the grass and look at plants and animals and stuff. No, it's school, when you really look at it, is a form of torturous. It's like a youth prison. And when you compare the food and the rules in school, it's very close to a prison. Everybody has to line up. They're brought on buses. They eat garbage food. What school teaches kids under the disguise of democracy, it teaches them dictatorship. There's one dictator at the head of the room, and you don't question that dictator called a teacher.
Yeah.
But everybody's like, no, democracy. And then you're learning about all of these people that you don't need to know about. You know, the fact that people know who George Washington and Lincoln and all these people are, but they can't tell you what plant blooms when, what to plant to eat, stuff like that, shows you the program.
That's actually a good point. I never actually considered that. The fact that nobody knows what plant grows where and what it's good for. The fact that people don't know where to go to hunt for food if the shit hits the fan. The fact that people don't know how to make this or that if in case bad thing A happens or bad thing B happens. That was a very good point. I never actually considered that. The fact that a lot of people in the West, in the modern world, don't actually know that if the shit hit the fan, they would not know how to survive.
Yeah, well, if you look at like any tribal people, Aborigine, Native American, anywhere around the world, even pagans from Europe, they lived in accordance with the land. But how did they get to that point? Evolution lies and tells us, oh, they came from apes. No. I think these people came from an advanced civilization that, like you said, was destroyed, and they have been living on the land for the last 10,000 some odd years. And then whatever powers that be send in the new recruits to kill them off and to minimize them and to start the cycle again. In looking at them as they are like, okay, inferior, because that's what evolution teaches, that, oh, these are inferior. Now they can't openly say that. But when you look at all of the older stuff from Australia on the Aborigines, they were killing these people and collecting their skulls, boiling them down, sending them back to Germany, putting them in museums, just like that movie Predator, collecting skulls.
Yeah.
You know, and when we're waking, it's like we're really waking up from the Matrix. We're saying, "Holy shit, no way! You can't tell me I've been believing this lie but we have, and everybody has." Yeah, that's why I called the channel.
You guys are so interesting. I really want to have individual conversations with each of you. This moniker is more than a moniker. It's an actual Gmail account. Would all or one of you take advantage of it, please?
Yeah, man.
Dude, I would love to. I would love to have a conversation
I would really love
with anybody who would have these kind of talks. Although I should say real quick, I'm very new to Orthodox Christianity, and I have been recommended that I abstain from anything to do with theological debates until I've been catechized.
Sure.
Oh, okay, so you're becoming an Orthodox Christian, yeah? Is what you're
Yeah,
saying?
well, yeah,
You're a
yeah, technically,
catechumen.
yeah, becoming technically
You're in
is the correct
process,
term.
which is probably
Yes.
about a year. Okay, so
Well,
I tell you what, I won't.
actually,
I
yeah.
promise you personally, I won't quiz you on that particular topic, but I am
It's
very
alright. Personally, I
interested.
don't mind. I'm just letting you know that my priest, my father, has recommended that I abstain from doing. He didn't say I'm not allowed to. He just says to abstain from it, just to try to remove, like, not engage in it as much as I
That's
normally
fine.
would.
I'm really not interested in standardized religions anyway, but more in the
Oh, well then,
question.
perfect. Yeah.
I'm more interested in the question: what is it with the information that we presently have? We should come up with as the most likely answer. That's what I'm interested in.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna try to go on Speakeasy stream tonight, and I stream on Saturdays, usually Monday, Wednesday, Saturdays. So you're welcome also to come over to American Zombie Channel. I always pin the.
I subscribed to you this morning when I found out you existed.
Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, and I will use your email. I have a different email because the channel was originally called Wisdom Radio, and then, I've been writing the zombie book for a while and making charts and stuff. So I said, I think switching it to American Zombie. But yeah, I'll use your email. I'm glad you subscribed. So Saturday, if you have a deep topic, I think this is so required, and it shows again that we're really like the analogy of a zombie movie is real. Our loved ones and all of them, most of them are zombified. They're good people, but they don't know, and it's sort of like, okay, am I smart enough to even to try to let them see the light? And then do they want to see the light of knowledge or truth?
And if I could build on that, just real quick, if I can build on that analogy, in zombie apocalypse, a bunch of people tend to reach out to random people they've never met before. They tend to create a group, which is kind of akin to what's happening with these panel spheres. Just letting you know.
Yeah, no,
Yes.
and another thing that I attribute to the zombie movie analogy is when those survivors, that's what I call us, we're the survivors in the zombie apocalypse of the mentally dead. Now, with the group of survivors, some of us are still going to turn back zombified, just like in the movie. In the movies, some of them say, you know what, I'm the guy in the Matrix. Hey, he sided with the agents and he betrayed them because he wasn't ready to wake up. And I noticed that movies tend to try to talk to us and tell us things a little bit at a time, because if they outright say it, they're never going to make another movie again. And these movies that I say should be required watching are like the first two versions, practically all four versions of the Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Oh my god, I just had a thought, dude. If art is a reflection of life, right, and movies are art, then stuff like The Matrix being a reflection of art, how can that not be a reflection of reality if art is just a reflection of reality?
Yeah.
It's based on ancient religions,
A lot of it, yeah.
I only just had this, it literally just came to my head then, so I apologize.
Some movies are meant to put you back in Fantasy Island.
That's why we have these talks. Good for you.
Yeah, man.
That's correct. That's an insane thought to have. I'm gonna think of this a bit more. I like that.
I'm hoping that since I met you guys, that like how Jess is streaming now, Speak is gonna stream tonight. I'm streaming tomorrow night, and then Monday and Wednesday, hopefully. More Wednesday, Saturday, but I had an interview on funny enough, I don't know if being at your religious the channel, but they're really cool guys called the Occult Rejects. And a friend of mine had met them, said, hey, I know a guy that's writing a book. We connected, really cool guys. And he was very interested in the ancient archaeology that I was presenting. So I did a show on Monday night with him. So I didn't do my Monday night show. And then I did Wednesday. I'm going to do tomorrow. But if there's something where these conversations keep going, and at any time, one of our channels is streaming to where somebody can jump on and say, hey, you know what? I found something that I think is new, another piece of the puzzle to show us a broader picture of reality. This is where it's at, because every other stuff on YouTube is like zombification. It's stuff
You
that
know,
right.
making those same observations, I have an entire series that I call the never ending conversation.
Oh, that's great, man. Is it your YouTube channel? Is it Demolished Doctrine too, or?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna check.
It's there's demolish _ doctrine Richard Madsen.
Okay.
Yeah, I just added you on that. Yeah.
Yeah, this is great. If we could get more people and just have a schedule, because then it's sort of like when I remember a friend of mine, you know, he drinks a lot, and
Why don't you link your channel in the private chat then?
my channel?
Yeah, your channel.
Okay.
Oh, and by the way, yes, I know you've been listening. You know, I'd love to do an interview with you, just one-on-one, and
That'd
learn
be
more
cool to
about
watch.
mapping of your brain.
Yeah, that'd be
Okay.
cool to
I've
watch.
been eating. That's why I've been quiet. I didn't think you wanted to hear.
Humans have to eat.
Well,
Yeah,
I was
it's okay.
fucking on the microphone, so I muted. Because you know others have done that, and it doesn't sound good. So I was like, I'm not doing that. I'll mute myself.
Yeah, I just put the American Zombie channel because when I'm on this computer, I usually only have the one window open to prevent it from like how you have the interruptions and stuff. So I put American Zombie channel, but you know, it's on YouTube. If anybody just types in that, or if you find a
Is
link.
it American Zombie channel? That
Yeah.
like channel is part of it?
No, but if you just type in American Zombie, it doesn't pop up. YouTube, you know, they've taken down videos.
Yeah, that's what I'm struggling with. I typed it in and
And Richard,
you
you can message me on Discord if you want. We can organize that. If
Oh
you'd
my
like.
God! Don't make me jump through all those hoops.
Yeah, I don't have Discord. I don't.
I hate
Do you have
Discord.
Discord?
Yeah, I have it. I just hate trying to get onto it because it requires so much. It's a pain in the butt.
You know what's funny? You know what I noticed? Doesn't
Well, how else am I supposed to organize this with you?
I don't know. Just email me.
Yeah,
My moniker is an email.
Doesn't Discord mean like not accordance, like
Yes, it means yeah. In fact, in the story of Exodus, the land that they last enter into before crossing into the promised land is the land of discordance. It's not the desert. It's what's the name of that desert? Anyway, that's not what the story reads. That's how they translated it. It actually reads they became discordant.
Wow. Because I always wondered, why call it Discord? You know, I used to work with a guy online making apps, and you know, we'd always talk on Discord, and it was on another computer, and I just never hooked it up. You know, I said I'm just going to do minimal. These, you know, words have power. You know, I always wondered that. Why is it called that? Why couldn't it be called, you know, accord, you know, like accordance or harmony, you know, something like that, or, you know, great conversations. They have a English language. I wrote a book.
Discourse.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I wrote a book called Secret Words, right, by Sidney Prince on Amazon. And in that book, I go through anagrams, and the stuff I found in anagrams that respell into another word without adding or subtracting any letters are beyond shocking. And again, they call it spelling. Yeah, it's you spell words. And what lets you spell words? Letters. They let you spell the word. So every time we speak, we're casting spells, whether they be good or
yes.
not. And this is, you know, when I wrote this, crickets. I mean, a couple people.
The question is, are you casting good spells or evil spells?
Exactly.
That's the question.
Exactly. And I mentioned in the book that I wrote before Secret Words called Spellcaster that I call it the morning spell. Morning, in other cultures, German, Italian, French, they say good day. They say guten Tag or buongiorno, bonjour. They don't say good morning. In German, yes, they have guten Morgen. And you know, when you look at it in English, though, mourning is what you do at a funeral. And then what do people say? They say, I wake in the morning. Wake is another funerary term. And then they say, I wake in the morning to earn my living. Earn is for the ashes of the dead.
Okay, now you've gone too far. Actually, you just got into a different word.
I have to say, I love hearing this coming out of your mouth because I've actually some of the exact same shit you're saying. I've tried to I've talked to my family personally, and they thought I was crazy. They had no idea what I was talking about.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. When we connect on email, I'll give you a free copy of the first book, Spellcaster. It talks about. I mentioned the morning spell, and get this: people say because we should say we rise in the early, not I wake in the morning, to go earn a living by doing your job. Now, job or Job is, I think, the Hebrew word for persecution. And some people, when they look at the job that they have, it seems very persecution like, right? And when do they work at the job? During the weekday, not during the strong day, during the weekday. And what do they get? The weekend of the deal. So just the morning spell of saying, somebody wakes in the morning. Why? When people say good morning to me, I'm like, what's good about morning? I would say good day. And it seems a little bit disrespectful, like when my friends would call and say, hey, good morning. And I'll say, hey, good day, man. And they pause for a minute. And I'm like, it's not disrespectful. I'm trying to break the morning spell. Like when somebody says, bless you, right? It sounds like be less you. Why would I want to be less somebody? Shouldn't it be more than, not lessening them? And then I looked up the etymology of the word bless. It means like to blood, the blood, the altar. God blooded the altar. And I said, how the heck does that even make sense? So it shows me that what Demolition and I were talking about, creators, they might have people worshiping the wrong thing. I'm not religious, but when I look at this, I say, man, people look at the Christmas ritual that's about to come up. That's a ritual where ancient people would put their children on a metal slab.
I have to abstain from this one. I apologize, brother. I can't engage in this right now. My father has. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I do have thoughts, but I apologize.
No, it's cool. I made a stream last year, December, for that, called the something about Christmas, about the satanic rituals of Christmas and stuff like that. Now, why would you put your child on the lap of a stranger? I mean, right there, it's giving PDF file vibes. But when you look at all these children, they're screaming, they're crying. And then when you look back and say, oh, so the ancient Babylonians would put children on a heated metal, deity, and it would burn them until they ended. They would sacrifice. This was a child sacrifice ritual that people are doing when they put their kids on the lap of a stranger as Santa Claus, which if you look at even that, people would say, look at the words, again, the anagram, Satan Claus. You can take Santa and create that. You say, is the English language trying to tell me something without directly telling me? It's showing me that, listen, if you rearrange these words, like the word president, if you rearrange those letters and respell it, it spells the two words is pretend. So if you take the word president, you can spell two words out of all of those letters. They will let you spell a new spell, cast a spell that lets you see through the illusion. And what do we see in reality? The president is pretend. There's somebody telling him what to do. Our votes don't put him into office. The Electoral College, I would argue, doesn't even put them into office. There's somebody behind the scenes that determine these moves, that control, I think, more than just humanity. Maybe these other things that exist among us that they want to make us look at as superstition. Oh, he's just superstitious, or he's just this, No,
brother, you got the more than 5 minutes. You got to slow down. You're just changing topics way too fast for anyone to keep up with what you've spent years thinking about.
Thanks, man. Yeah, go ahead, man. I'm just gonna.
No, I'm just asking you to slow down. Just stay to one thing, just for 5 minutes.
Okay, yeah.
That's all.
Well,
but,
all right.
but besides that, I got to be rude, and I got to be rude one way or another. I could leave without saying thank you for the experience, or I can be rude by saying I got to go to work, and thank you so much, and I really appreciate it. And Jess, thanks for letting me on your show.
And thank you, man. I mean, if you get a chance, if I don't write you first, I'm at wisdomradio@gmail. Wisdom with a Z, WIZDOM.
At wisdomradio@gmail.
No, just wisdomradio@gmail. But
wisdomradio@gmail.
Yeah, it's spelled WIZDOM, RADIO @gmail.com. And if not, I'll write you. I'm gonna write down yours. I'm very old-fashioned. You know, I only use my phone to text and call. I do everything else on a computer. So yeah, if you write me first, I'll definitely write you later. Wisdom Radio, and then Jess can connect. I'll put it in the private chat just to be sure. I got to get better.
Wait,
Yeah.
Demolish, before you go, brother.
Sir.
I appreciate your time. Thank you for the engagement. It was awesome. I really hope that I get a chance to have an actual discussion with you. I actually forget what it was about, but I feel like we could have a good discussion about a lot of things. So I hope I get to have a discussion with you soon.
Well, all you have to do is use my email, and we will set that up. I'm semi-retired. I pretty much write my own hours, so
Yep.
I can make myself available. I can change my schedule to whatever fits your schedule. So
I don't really have a schedule, so if you're around, you're around. If you're not, you're not. That's that kind of thing, you know.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully Saturday night you can come on, Demolish. I put my Gmail in the private chat. It's the second one. It mistyped on the first one, but
I am gonna try jump on VK as well, but I don't intend on on verbally combating anybody. But you know, if it happens, you got to do what you got to do.
Well, I think conflict. I mean, we can learn from it when people start to like say.
Oh, I love it. Don't get me
Um,
wrong. I don't hate it. I'm just not
Thanks,
smart.
Richard, for joining. I appreciate it, and I'll send you an email when I can.
Oh,
right, please do. Please do. Yeah, I mean, the people who are in my community that know what I'm talking about, my regular audience, they can predict what I'm going to answer. They know me so well for the most part. And I really need new conversations if I'm going to grow.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. All right. Well, if you need people to have a chat with and stuff, I'm more than happy to have a conversation with you, brother. I'll actually send you an email within the next day or two. Are you all right with that, or do you want me to wait till the new year?
No, I don't celebrate things. I celebrate people.
Well, no. It's more of like if you just want the break. You know what I mean?
I appreciate it. I don't need a break. I'm very
No?
committed.
All right. Well, I'll send you an email as soon as I can, and we can take it from there if that's all right.
Lovely. Thank you so much. I'd appreciate it. And Grumple, if you're still around, you too, buddy.
Yeah, I think he said his thing is Grumple still. I got to look him up. Yeah.
He's got his thing there in the bottom part, I think.
I have other promises. Got to go to work. Thank you all so very much.
Right.
Peace and respect
You
to
do
you
your
all.
thing, brother. It
Thanks
was
so
nice
much,
meeting you,
Richard.
Demolish.
Catch
Thank
up
you,
with you
Jesse.
soon.
Please do.
Oh, the only person that calls me Jessie is my sister, my 11-year-old sister. So that's funny.
I just gotta go pee. I'll be back. I'm sorry. That
I
was
used to hate it.
TMI.
I actually used to hate being called Jessie, and then she used to say it, and I warmed up to it after that. Now I don't care. Thanks to her. I probably would have grown out of caring about it anyway, but because I was like 15 when she came around. But yeah. It just reminded me of her little voice saying it. Because now I don't talk to my mum, I don't get to see her.
I'm back. Yeah, Jess. I don't know. Like how? Like, do you have a schedule on how you stream?
Well, I was supposed to be fucking finished this like ages ago. I went for 11 hours on my panel, and then I went on Speakeasy's panel. And I was already tired.
You did 11
Yeah.
hours. Holy.
Yeah, before that.
That's
and
a
mind
record.
you, it's 2 o'clock in the morning here as well.
Holy smokes! I did 8,
So
8.5.
But no wonder why I was all over the place with actually trying to get what I was trying to say out, because I'm fucking so tired. I'm like, I was trying so hard to articulate myself properly, and it just.
So,
wasn't
so
happening.
you did 11 hours, and then you went on Speakeasies for how long?
A couple hours.
Holy smokes!
And then I've been on here. So I've been live for like 14 hours straight.
Wow, you're a warrior. That's That's but that's where it's at, really, to keep the
And
conversation.
my brain's tired. By the time I was having that conversation with him, my brain's like tired. I'm like trying to fucking
Yeah, I only caught the
try to
last.
articulate myself. I'm like, geez, I'm not
Or
doing a good job.
or Jess, do you use 2 monitors or 1 monitor?
One, why?
Just the one? How are you using just the 1 monitor and like minimizing shit while using Streamlabs? I can't figure this fucking shit out.
Streamlabs is a little complicated. StreamYard is easier for me.
Well, computers are complicated to me. And look, I get it. It's stupid for me to not know because I am a 92 baby. I should actually know better. But I don't get how... I just don't get how any of this works. Like, it's all connect. I click a thing and then I get up here. That's all I know. But I managed to get my gaming stream going, so I can play COD and I can stream that and I can talk and shit. But I don't know how to get people on.
I'll help. I can help you with that off the stream if you'd like. But also with that conversation that I had with Easy, I am going to get a bunch of like statistics and all that other crap together, so that when we can re-talk about all that gaming shit and all that crap.
Oh, that's
yeah. That was interesting, actually. How you said that a lot of them would use gaming in order to get their targets, and I
So
do
wanna
actually
know
agree with that.
the name of-
Because
yeah,
it's
I've
the
got to know
concept
the games, how they do it. I've got to get the information about the people that have actually been arrested and shit here for it and charged and shit for it. I've got to get all that information together, so it's not just my fucking word. And even if I'm confusing, I can bring something up that can kind of clear it up a bit.
Well, even still, it's a logical entailment that
It
if
was
the
hard to do
more
that
kids,
with that. I'm like,
if the
I
more
don't
kids are in this one area, that's where the predators are going to be. That's why at one point it was the church, because there was more kids there, and then now it's the schools, because that's where all the kids are. Wherever the kids are is where you're going to find those predators. Which, as bad as it sounds, that's where they are.
Wouldn't it be both places though? Like wouldn't it be that? All right, maybe it minimized in the church, but I don't think it left it totally.
Yeah, minimized, but because more move to one side, they need this to prey.
I mean, it's definitely. I have stuff.
You just hear me and just ignore it, or what?
No, go
No,
ahead.
I can hear you. I'm sorry. I'm waiting for you to keep going. I apologize.
No, I'm just wondering. I'm actually wondering because I say I'm wondering if I need to use my mute button a bit more, or what, if you actually hear me, or if you have been ignorant, because I don't know.
No, we can hear you. Yeah.
No, I can hear you. Yeah, sorry.
I mean,
No, that's okay.
Yeah.
I'm glad that I know, because I need to know these things. So it just means that I need to use my mute button in those cases a bit more.
Yeah, I try when I do stream to stick to a topic, but it always.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I was just saying that to you guys as well. If you wanted to, that's why I was trying to finish what I was trying to say about friggin' the stuff with that topic before. It's Speakeasy. If you want to join that, because I'm gonna bring up a bunch of actual statistics and
Oh, tonight?
No, not tonight. But I am going to bring it back up. It won't. I am going to readdress that on that panel with Wally and all of that kind of shit. So if you want to be there for that,
What
you're,
day?
you're welcome to. I'm not sure yet. I have to organize it with them.
And now, what are these the documents you're organizing? Are they on gaming, like the effects of gaming, like?
Yes, it'll be on gaming. It'll be on the effects of gaming. Yeah, that kind of stuff. It'll be a little bit of the touch on social media as well, like a little bit, because we did talk about it, but I don't have anything to show what I was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So just to retouch on all that. And yes.
Yeah, I'll definitely see. I'm streaming Saturday night, so I'll be busy Saturday and Monday and Wednesdays. So if it's any other night, Yeah, and then hopefully if you guys want to collaborate on some stream, one of the ones I do or you do, yeah, we could pick a good topic. I mean, I have a lot of information on the detrimental effects of gaming. Um, Somebody had said it very wisely. They said, I don't know if you know about the old video game from the 80s called Pac-Man.
Yeah.
Yeah, now they said,
Pac.
yeah, they said it in a sarcastic way, like, oh no, video games don't program us. If they did, we'd all be sitting 10 years later in dark rooms listening to repetitive music, munching tablets. And that's exactly what was happening in the 90s, 10 years after Pac-Man. Everybody was in dark clubs listening to repetitive music, munching tablets of ecstasy and other
Pills, yeah.
just like Pac-Man. Was Pac-Man conditioning us to eat pills? You know, and the repetitive, yeah.
And the scary part is it wasn't
hoping,
obvious.
I was hoping to have a pleasant conversation. That's why I didn't come prepared, because I was looking just for you guys' opinion and to go backwards and forwards on opinion, not actual debating or all of that kind of shit. I'm not a debater. I do not do debates. I'm not practiced in debates, and it's
people.
So I'm not very articulative with debating.
I actually think debate should be a standard practice for anybody.
You get better.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. I don't
Yeah,
agree
but the
with that.
the animal kingdom results in
No.
violence. I think the thing that separates us from them is the fact that we're able to sit here and
I
actually
don't
have
agree with
the
that.
ability
I don't
to
agree that
distinguish
debating
ourselves.
is the right thing. I
I
don't
think
agree with
there's
that.
some-
Because
I think-
debating, because debating is wanting to win. That's
Yeah,
what it's
yeah, it
the way
shouldn't-
that
yeah.
debates are, especially the way it's set up online.
True, nobody
it's not
wants to lose.
about, it's about winning. It's not about what's actually the truth or anything like
Yeah,
that. It's
survival
about
of the
winning.
fittest. In this case, survival of the smartest, I
stupid.
guess.
No,
that's
not
not
really.
smart. That's
It's not survival of the smartest. It's like she's saying, it's survival of the one that can speak the loudest, or win, and that's not good. It's better
Hurt
that-
someone else's feelings. Say the meanest words and crap. That's not.
But
Or be the
what's
most
the
entertaining.
alternative?
Yeah.
That is
What's
not
the alternative to separate us from the animal kingdom? What's the
difficult
alternative?
conversations. It is
Yeah.
much more mature
Exactly.
and much more difficult and much more useful to be able to have
Yeah,
difficult
but how do you have
conversations.
those? How do you have those difficult conversations without somebody who's willing to give pushback and have a debate about that difficult
That's not a
conversation?
debate. Having a debate and having pushback are two different things.
The debate's just an
Having-
argument. It's just a
No.
difference of opinion. That's all it is.
No, but what
Having-
she said about pushback is different from a debate. A debate, if you really look up the etymology of debate, it's from debauch, to debauch.
Okay, but if you don't agree
other
with
up.
something somebody says, should I just agree with them anyway?
No, that's
Or-
a disagreement. That's a disagreement, and you can have a disagreement discussion. You don't need to have a
my
debate.
point. But that's my point. A debate is just a disagreement
No, it's
discussion.
not.
Whether you
No, it's
debate
not.
them
A
heatedly
debate is
or not
not
is
that.
irrelevant.
No, it's not that. Remember, all right, look at the increments of love and like, right? In English, they've minimized it to love and like. In other languages, they have more than 10 different words for love. They have the love of a love from a mother to a child, the love from a sibling to another sibling, a word for a love for passionate love, for a lover or a spouse. So just like you have the differentiation of, no, I don't love it, but I like it, or I like it, I don't love it, or I love it, we can differentiate that. Just the way how Jess was saying that to have a disagreement is not a debate. It is what it is. We have a disagreement.
But then what's the debate?
No, we don't need to debate. We could say, okay.
Yeah, no. What is it though?
A debate.
What
comes
is it?
from the word? It comes from the word debauchery.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. What is the action of a debate if it is not the disagreement?
Hey, Jaya, just back off a little bit and let him answer. Do you
The-
want
the-
to? Can you explain the difference between a debate and a disagreement for him? Just
Yeah,
let him
so-
finish and then interject and have you say, okay? You can disagree, but just wait until he's finished.
Yeah, the debate it makes it to where we're in competition, like Jess was saying. It's a winner and a loser. And they say, oh, he won a debate. And when schools and colleges condition people to be on this us versus them mentality, it doesn't make for a good world. But if people can have a conversation and say, okay, I disagree with that, but then it's got to go to the next step. Why? What's the evidence? Like you might say, I disagree with that because, hey, I'm religious and that's what it is. Okay, I accept that. That's not scientific knowledge. It might not be truth, but I respect that. That's where you're at. I can only meet.
Not about winning or losing.
Yeah, it's not about winning or losing. It's about me understanding where you're at. You're in a religious.
No one said anything about winning or losing.
Well, that's a different. No, Australia. You wanted the difference between a debate and a difficult discussion and what, or
Well,
whatever.
I disagree with that definition.
No, that is the way it is online. A debate
it's
is
not.
to win. A debate is to
No,
win.
a competition is to win. A debate doesn't
No,
have to
a
be a
deba-
competition.
Can you let me finish, please? A debate is to win. That's what it is.
Yeah,
Yes.
it is.
No.
Look at the debate class in school.
A disagreement is to understand.
I'm-
A discussion is to
I'm
understand.
sorry, are we not able to have a debate now without some judge trying to tell us who won or lost?
No, we'd have a conversation. A debate.
We'd
is
have
more-
exactly, and then if we'd have a difference of opinion, and I don't agree with your definition or your viewpoint on something, and then you don't agree with my viewpoint on your viewpoint,
Yeah, and that's
that
not
would
a
then
debate.
become a what?
Yeah, but it's not a debate. It's not. It's you explaining
How?
your position through a
Because
conversation.
it's a disagreement.
But what would be the distinction between an actual debate and a disagreement?
Because
It
in a
can't be,
debate,
it
there's a
can't be
winner
the
and a loser.
competitive side of it, because then that would make it a sport, right?
And that's what it is.
Is it actually a sport?
Yes.
Yes. Look at the colleges and the high schools that have debate teams. You have teams in what? Sports. You
Yeah,
know?
but is it treated the same as like footy?
Well,
or
very
like
much so. I mean,
basketball?
Do you have disagreement teams? Or you never have.
Well, no. What would a debate be without a disagreement team? The entire purpose of a debate team would be to disagree with the other side. So
The purpose of a
That'd be irrelevant.
debate is to make
Would
your
be to disagree.
opponent concede. No,
Would
the
be to
purpose
disagree.
of a debate. No,
would
the
be to
purpose of
disagree.
don't fucking keep talking over me, eh?
What else could it be?
That's the fucking warning. Don't keep doing that.
Okay, what could it be?
A debate is about winning. It's about making your opponent
Winning what?
concede. It's about making your opponent concede to your point. That is
A
the
point
point of
about
a
what?
debate.
A point about what?
The point of a discussion is to understand the person that you're speaking to.
Okay,
Not
so
to
how
make
can you
them
win a
concede.
discussion? How can you win a discussion if you don't
You're
have
not-
an alternate view?
What the fuck are you talking about? There's no. What do you mean?
Well, then what would an alternate view be if not a debate because you don't agree?
A debate is fucking. You're trying to make your opponent a fucking concede. It's about winning and losing. A discussion is about understanding.
Yeah.
In a debate,
Yes,
you
and
don't need to understand your opponent.
Yeah.
You just need to
But
make
you
them
can.
concede.
No,
No.
nobody said you couldn't.
Yeah, but then it wouldn't be a debate because you're.
Yes.
going
Who said?
understand it.
Who
Because a
said?
discussion is for understanding. A
No,
debate
that's
is
ego.
for winning.
If you're having a debate because you don't
No.
agree with the point of view somebody said, and they give you a different point of view, that automatically becomes a debate. Whether you choose to concede that point is irrelevant. Whether it lasts 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, or 5 minutes is irrelevant. The fact that you've had this disagreement and you've decided to give pushback is already a debate.
No,
No,
it's not.
How?
It's saying that
Because we just described it to you. Do we have to keep saying it?
Yeah,
No,
I
you
know.
didn't describe
You gotta look it
anything.
up. Straight
Yes,
up.
we did. You're the one
You
refused. You're
literally
you just
described
want to-
nothing.
No, we did. We did over and over.
Okay,
Both
well
of
then describe it
Not a
again.
competition, but it's a competition.
That's not describing anything. That's claiming a title.
No,
It's a
that's-
competition.
look it up.
Cool. A competition about what?
Straight. You can type in in a new
competition?
window. Just type in
Yeah.
debate. and look at the definition for debate. Just type it in
And it
type
says
in,
argument. It says argument,
and
which
that's
means
what we
what?
said. It's an argument.
Cool. And you can have
An
an
argument
argument
is
and
about
an
winning.
understanding at the same time, correct? You can
No,
have
an argument.
and understand the argument
No,
at
an
the same time,
argument is
correct?
about winning. An argument
Oh,
is
so
about
you
winning.
can't understand an argument?
Well,
An
look at it
argument
this
is
way.
about winning.
Straya, if
No, a debate is about winning. You just said that. An argument
Yes,
is a point that
a
is
debate
made.
is about winning. Yes, a debate, an
No,
argument. If
you
once you make it a debate and an argument,
we can,
it's about winning and
You
losing.
said
It's
a
not
debate
about
was about an
understanding.
argument. I said an argument was just a point made mid-debate.
no, an
So if
argument
you
is
want to
like
make
a
the
heated
distinction
discussion.
between an argument and a debate, please let me know what the difference is when you
I
use
just
an
told
argument
you.
in a debate.
Okay.
I just told you. The difference is is that fucking during a debate, it's about winning and losing and trying to make your partner concede, and you do not
Winning,
have
losing
to.
what?
And you
Winning
don't
and
have
losing
to.
what?
And you don't have to understand your opponent's viewpoint. You don't even have to understand where they're coming from or any of that kind of shit. With a discussion, you are actually trying to understand. It's not. You're not trying to agree with them. You're not trying to disagree with them. You're trying to understand each other.
Who said I don't have to have a debate with...
Majority of time in debates, they don't fucking understand each other.
He's got to
They
look.
don't.
I
They
think-
actually
Listen,
talk past
listen,
each other.
please,
They
this is
actually
important.
talk past each
Who
other and
said...
I think he's
they
trolling.
actually talk.
Yeah, but
They actually
no.
Yes, I'm still speaking. They actually speak past each other, and they don't even. And they talk at each other.
Yeah. And that's exactly what you're demonstrating, Straya. You're not listening to learn. You're listening. We're just waiting to respond. So somebody's
trying to
saying to you, yeah, you got to think about it. You can't just say, okay, you're done. Let me respond. That's like a debate. What you're doing is you're trying to
Check
debate.
comment.
We're trying to have a conversation with you while you're trying to debate us.
But you're not listening. Who said I have to not agree for it to be a debate?
We're trying to have a conversation with you while you're
Yeah,
trying
who
to
said
debate.
I have to not agree for it to be a debate?
No,
Answer
and
the
that's when I
question.
said you need to look up the definition.
Answer the question. Answer the question.
No
All right,
one
look
said
up.
you had to agree.
Exactly my point.
No, the point is that if you're trying to win, the difference between trying to between a
Not
debate
trying
and
to win anything.
No,
you're
but
doing it right now.
You know
I'm
what
not.
it is?
I'm
No,
just
this is straight. You
trying
might
to
understand it
understand
like
the
this.
question.
You don't want to have a debate about
Holy
religion, right?
Jesus.
You don't even want to have
I'm
a
not allowed
Do you
to.
even know what a conversation is? Is this really what you call a conversation?
Sure. Why not? Apparently,
You've got to
it's a
learn some
debate
skills
too.
then. Jeez, you need to learn some skills then.
Sure, why not?
It's
Can
all right.
you can you demonstrate the difference?
I think, well, a conversation.
Maxed out. Be silent for a second. Jess is going to demonstrate the difference for me.
I think she's on mute.
Oh, she can't demonstrate the difference, so she
Well-
doesn't know the difference between an argument, a
You
debate,
fucking
and a
idiot.
conversation.
I'm not your fucking monkey. You don't get to tell me when to dance then, thank you.
Oh well, then don't say something is one
No,
thing and then lie
don't
about it.
fucking try and
So
sit on my
maxed out.
channel
Can you
and
please
demand
explain
shit.
to me the
If you
difference
don't-
between a
if you don't
demonstration?
If you don't calm down and have
Can you
an
explain the
actual
difference to me?
conversation, you can fuck
What
off.
an argument is,
Are you going to have a
and what a
conversation or are you just going to keep being a retard?
He needs to look it
does
up.
anybody know the difference?
You need to look it up. You're asking
What,
us.
you can't tell me now?
No, we're asking.
If
You're
you
asking.
can't tell me.
Stop.
You can't tell me now.
I told you to stop.
I think he's trolling at that point. He might have been drinking somebody said too. So, but he's cool. I mean, he just doesn't.
I have no issue, but it's not a debate channel. I am not here
Yeah,
for a
yeah.
debate. You can have a conversation or you can go elsewhere.
Yeah. What he
And
was
that-
doing, it was smart because he was debating us on trying to say he wasn't about, what's the definition of a debate. But alcohol, I see it, what it does to people. It's a possession. It's, I mean, he's a nice guy. Maybe he's not drinking, but something I think.
Hey, hang on a second. Straya, you know what? Come back when you can have a conversation and you don't need to win. Then we can talk.
Yeah. And then also the thing was to say, look, just type in argument versus a debate and he would have got the definition right there. But sometimes people, they troll it. Oh, I want to hear it from you. Why? Why? I can't spoon feed you everything. I can put the knowledge there, but I can't think for you.
Wait a minute. I thought it wasn't about winning. Wait, what? What does it say? Huh? What does it say right about there?
Yep.
What does it say right there?
Yeah, it's competitive, and that's what we said. Competitive.
Exactly. So, Australia, is
So, in other words, convince. It's not about showing evidence. You want to convince us. So, in other words, in a way, it's like deceiving.
Debate is a competitive two-way conversation. Right there, one fucking sentence.
Yeah.
There you are. There's the difference between a debate and a conversation.
I guarantee you he'll say, but could you guys explain it to me? I guarantee I think he's playing around. Yeah.
Well, I'm not here to dance for him just because he demands it.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Sorry.
You're right. Yeah, it gets a little too, like, come on, man.
Yeah, it was a little much. Like,
Yeah.
I have no problem with people disagreeing with me at all, but I'm not here to debate.
Yeah. That's the problem. Too many people want to just debate. That's the problem. I noticed that. They don't want to just have a conversation. I mean, I get into debates all the time, and it's really like you get sucked into it and you start to say, man, why am I even entertaining this? Why am I bothering with this? And yeah. But I don't know if Grumple Stillskin is asleep or, I mean, I don't know if he's there.
Oh.
Yeah. But yeah, you've been streaming for a long time. I mean, if you want to take a break and, I don't know if, you're not going to go on tonight, right?
I have no issue with Australia. Like, I would have been really happy to have a conversation right there, and we could have, but he was very emotional and defensive and
yeah, I think
insistent on that not happening. And even after being muted, and he still couldn't do that. So
yeah,
it is what it is.
Debates, I don't see much good coming from them, because if somebody can argue well, then they're gonna get their side heard, and it might not necessarily, most of the time, not be true. You look at these people, oh, I'll debate you, this, and it's like, well, how about we just talk about it? How about the evolutionists do that all the time. They come on the channel. Same thing with religious people. They'll come on, oh, this is this way because it says so in this book. And I'm like, okay, could there be some missing pages in the book? Could that just be a part of a bigger book? They don't want to talk about that. They want to debate it and say, oh, well, no. Why? Because it says so in my book. Well, I don't think a book can tell you how to live. And if we look at life, it can't. A book, if we write a book on how to grow food and how to do stuff like that, but the best learning is observation. Looking, saying, okay, we need to eat and we need to have clean water. And that's another thing. When we look at water and how they poison water, that should be illegal. When you look at that, it's like, wait a minute. So there's no acceptable limit of putting chemicals in the water. But then we find out that the government purposely puts chemicals in the water. And it's like, whoa. But then the zombies will make an excuse for that. They'll have somebody so-called debate, and say, oh, well, we'll debate. No, I don't want to debate about it. I'd rather just talk about it.
Well, I actually like to understand where my person's coming from, where their point of view is.
Mm-hmm.
That's the whole thing with why I don't like debating, is because it's talking at people or at each other instead of
talking with them instead of talking with
them. And I'm not trying to convince you. I'm actually trying to understand you. I'm trying to understand where your point of view is and why you've come to that point of view. Because not just knowing you're wrong, I'm right and you're wrong, and let me tell you how wrong you are and show you how wrong you are where you can't refute it. That does nothing but stroke my ego.
Yeah.
It does nothing else for me. Like, it may help. I may get other little bits and pieces out of it as well, and the audience watching is going to get some entertainment out of it as well. But you really minimize the opportunity in front of you by doing that. Or if you
Yeah.
can have a difficult conversation, you actually can be heard like you would in a debate, but you can actually get something from the other person where you can learn a lot more from that, and that'll actually help your arguments in the future.
Yeah, well, it get to a point to where a person won't even need to argue, because when we argue, we're kind of lowering ourselves to play in the dirt with the other person.
It's a lower form of communication. It
Yeah.
is. It is.
It really is. And the zombies, that's why I say, I mean, we're surrounded. It's like we're in a real life zombie movie. The zombies will eat the thoughts out of your mind to get you to think like them. Any type of opposing thing, we see them in all different religious zombies, schoolhouse zombies, political zombies, and it's like, oh, so if I say anything, I got to be smart enough to not let them know that I can think. Because if they know,
I think people just like to argue to argue. I think people like. I think that most of the time when you see debating, they don't care about what they're actually debating on. They just think they're right about it.
yeah. Well, they've been told they were wrong their whole life, and they'll never admit that. So they look for validation through these debates, and it's a psychological thing that you can see. Like, oh, this guy, I don't know
Feels
what
good to
happened
win.
to him. Yeah.
Like I was very competitive with sports and stuff. Like I may not like debating and arguing shit, but I was very competitive with sports, and it feels good to fucking win. Like I understand that people get hooked on that, but it's
Well, sports alone conditions us. It conditions us again to do things that put us in that frame of mind. Instead of sports, I rather exercise. I mean, a farmer, when you look at somebody that works on a farm, they're not busy with exercising. Their exercise is the work. And this is something that a lot of people have never done. They've never done a hard day's work. And if you haven't done a physical, like you were saying, play sports and push the body to a limit, you become imbalanced. You should work with your mind and your body, but they try to make it one or the other. If you're a sports jock, the stereotype is that they're dumb. If they're an intellectual, the stereotype is that they're not athletic. And this is the black and white, no gray area.
Jeez, Australia, calm down. So no one knows a simple question. Cool. I answered your question. You just didn't like my answer. And I even give you a view, and you'd still like.
Yeah, you.
Sorry,
put it on
take
the
it or leave
screen.
it. Okay,
Yeah.
now you wanted to debate. You wanted to debate that bad. At the end of the day, you got one. So
Yeah, debates aren't. Yeah, they're not. But
it's just I didn't want it to be a debate, so I just went, yeah, no. Like if we can't make this a conversation, it's just going to be a debate. I'm not hit to win. Just yeah. The only time that I get really argumentative is when it's something that I really give a fuck about, that I think is really important.
Mhm.
Like about kids and stuff like that, or about people ending their life and shit like that.
Yeah. I mean, the problem is there's a point where you realize, am I talking to somebody that really cares? Because there's a lot of, that's why I call it the zombies, because you'll end up talking to somebody for a half an hour and realize like, oh, this person's a zombie. What the heck am I doing? It really is important to know the person you're talking to, if they're gonna take that advice, or if I should even be giving them advice. Like, why should I even care? It's like I need to be bettering myself. But of course, we do still need to learn from other people. So we can learn from people that aren't as experienced as us in our field, their experience in other fields. So that's very important. A lot of people, yeah, fine, we can argue, we can debate, but then we should also be able to have that conversation. And then as we do it more and more, we start to see that, you know what, I don't want to debate. I just want to have a conversation. I think that's better. And that's the person coming to their own realization that debating is not where it's at. Having a conversation and building and learning mentally, that's where it's at. And that's something that they discourage. They always given people bread and circuses, right? Like in Rome, you give them bread and circuses and they never revolt. They'll just look up their favorite celebrity and that's will be what it is.
There is a time and place where debates are useful.
Yeah, but still, I think a conversation always overrides it.
So do I.
Yeah.
So do I.
Yeah.
I think it's more it shows a higher level of maturity and intelligence as well, to be honest.
Yeah, no, it definitely does. But yeah, I appreciate you having the stream. I'm gonna try to see if I can get on tonight. I'll stream tomorrow, and yeah, we'll connect again. You know, and I put my email in the private chat. Hopefully, I forgot the other guy's name. I got to look back. Demolish something underscore, but
Demolish Doctrine.
yeah, Doctrine. All right, Demolish underscore Doctrine.
Do you want me to? I've got it. Do you want me to put it in the back chat for you?
No, I remember it. Demolish underscore Doctrine. He said the
No,
YouTube channel is there.
It's not that. It's demolished. Hang on, I'll just there.
Demolish.
Dot.
Oh, dot Doctrine. Okay,
Yes.
Demolish. All right, so that's his email too, I guess. All right, yeah, I'll check him out. I gotta write him. You know, we can connect. I don't know how often he streams, but yeah, if they have good conversation that streams 7 days a week, you know, that's you know, making progress. And then have it where people stream every, you know, during the day and night. So where anytime, you know, you have this network of conscious radio, you know, to where people can go and talk about something that's meaningful, you know. All we have that surround us is things that dumb us down. I mean,
yeah,
it's crazy. But yeah, I'll check that out, and you know, thanks for having me on, and we'll connect again, Jess. You have a good day.
You're welcome. You have a good day too.
Okay, bye.
Well, I'm pretty sure Grumple's fucking fallen asleep. He's pissed out. Oh, Australia. Jeez, man. Oh, well, guys. It's fucking 2:30 in the morning here. And I still haven't finished eating my food. I'm gonna get through. I'm gonna take this opportunity actually, and I'm gonna get through the last of the other shit that I was gonna do on the last stream before we ran out of time. And then I might go get some sleep, because I've fucking been on long enough. My brain is tired. So, we were talking about earlier about why people are choosing not to have kids. So, we'll finish up this topic. Did you find that entertaining, did you, Kieran? Nice. I was a bit retarded, if I'm honest. It's like fucking... Jeez, arguing over what a debate is and isn't. But I've noticed that a lot of... I don't blame Australia. Like, a lot of people have that view on here. I've heard it before a few times. I think that majority of people just have their own point of view and don't really know. So let's have a look at this. I'm going to eat my food while this plays.
The US fertility rate drops to another historic low. Births in Japan hit record low. Italy's national birth rate is declared a national emergency. Nearly every country is due to shrink by 2100. There's little to no doubt that there's like an ongoing fertility crisis. People are choosing to not have babies anymore. From South Korea to the United States to Norway to Taiwan, pretty much every rich country. And you might not think this is a problem, but it is a problem for a few reasons. The reality is that people are living longer than ever at the moment. When people start to live this long, you need new workers to replace the ones that are retiring. You need new workers to pay taxes that will eventually fund the pensions of those who retire. And you need young people in the workforce to take care of those older people. In the 1960s, there were 6 people of working age for every retired person. And by 2035, it's expected to be 2 to 1. This is one of those topics where if you ask 5 different people, you'll get 5 completely different answers as to what the reason is. People tend to have quite strong opinions. Some people might say it's a cost of living issue. Some people might say that it's to do with declining rates of religion in the world. Some people might blame women's liberation movements, for example. Either way, no matter what people say, they're typically pretty certain that either their experience or their belief is the reason why on a global scale people aren't having children. I think we can do better than that, because when I see that there's a problem that is affecting Norway, the US, Taiwan, and France, I tell myself that there's got to be like a better answer that we can give, right? Because these countries are completely different. The childcare situation, for example, in Norway is vastly different to the childcare situation in the US, which is vastly different to the UK. So I feel like we can get a better answer than just this one-line solution of, oh, it's the cost of living. I think we can do better. If you'd asked me, to be honest, like even just a couple of weeks ago, I would have put the blame squarely on the cost of housing. In fact, there's this one chart that lives like in my head rent-free. It's a chart that compares the growth of house prices to the growth of incomes in the UK. And intuitively, to me, it feels like that's why people wouldn't want to have kids. And to a lot of people, it feels that way. But I want to challenge my intuition, and maybe we can reach a more nuanced answer as to why this is more of a global problem than necessarily a specific localized problem. For example, this is a piece of research from the US, which tried to establish what the effect of a $10,000 increase in housing would be on people's decision to have kids. Unsurprisingly, if house prices go up, it corresponds to a 2.4% drop in the decision to have kids if you are renting. However, if you own your home, you actually become more likely to have kids as house prices go up. The net effect of this is that when house prices go up in the US, more people actually want to have kids, which is really counterintuitive. But there is some variance, because in the UK, the effect of increasing house prices is a net decrease. And this is just one piece of evidence that immediately helps us understand that we can't just think of this problem as a one-line solution. Clearly, housing can't explain the full picture. I think the cost of having children is another huge factor that people typically fall back on when they explain the reasons why people aren't having kids. It's too expensive. However, it seems that even paying people to have kids isn't working very well. Taiwan has spent more than $3 billion trying to get its citizens to have more children, and it's had no success at all. In France, they've spent even more money, about 4% of their GDP, on various measures to encourage people to have children. To put this into perspective, if the US spent 4% of its GDP on family measures, that would be the equivalent of the entire defense budget. So countries are actually, some countries at least, are actually spending a huge amount of money on things like tax breaks, things like direct cash transfers, and things like childcare benefits to encourage people to have kids. So clearly there's a bit more to this whole situation than meets the eye initially. And I think we can maybe look at some of the research and evidence, because there is a whole body of research and evidence to engage with. And I've tried to find the best bits to share it with you. And I'm curious to hear what your opinions are on these different aspects. What I do find really interesting is like how the narrative has changed around this topic, because a couple of decades ago, overpopulation was all the rage. All of the discussion around the number of people on Earth revolved around the fact that there were too many people, and we have 2 people to blame for this. First of all, we have this dude here. His name is Thomas Malthus, and he is an 18th century economist, and he was the first major figure to really write about this idea of a population boom. He saw that the quality of life in 18th century England was dropping pretty quickly, and he said that there was just too many people and that we'd get to a point where there wouldn't be enough food to sustain the growing population. And a couple of decades later, another professor wrote about the same topic. His name was Paul Ehrlich. And he wrote a book called The Population Bomb. And people really believed them. To kind of put into perspective how scared people were of overpopulation, I want to share a quote by the chairman of the Federal Reserve in the US, who said that overpopulation could be more explosive than the atomic or hydrogen bomb. Even on the other side of the world, in China, these fears of overpopulation promoted China's decision to implement their one-child policy, the whole package of laws and regulations designed to stop Chinese people from having more than one child. If we fast forward to today, those fears were like clearly unfounded. I think most of us understand that food insecurity is a distribution problem and not an agriculture problem. And instead, we've ended up in the situation where underpopulation is the problem, where there are not enough young people. And I want to take a little bit of time to talk about the US specifically, because I think they've got some really interesting factors that paint a different picture of the fertility crisis to the one that you might have in your head at the moment. This is a graph of the US fertility rates, and it's the kind of graph that makes you want to jump to a specific conclusion or a one-line answer as to what's going on here. But the real interesting part of this graph isn't what it looks like now, it's what it looks like when you kind of break it down by demographics. And thankfully, The Economist has done this for me. If we look at birth rate divided by age, we see some really interesting trends. Somewhat surprisingly, the fertility rate amongst women over 30 has actually been steadily rising since the 1990s. However, you might see something else that's quite interesting. Birth rates amongst 15 to 19-year-old women in the US dropped dramatically. The actual figure is 77%. And they actually explain that more than half of the drop in America's total fertility rate is driven by women under 19 choosing to no longer have kids. Around a third of these births would have been unplanned, and the majority of these births would have been on low incomes as well. In the UK, we actually see a similar trend where women at age 20 are having half as many children. Unlike richer women, these young women are not going to compensate by having more kids in the future. And I actually want to take a brief second to have a little aside and talk about the fact that often the most vilified group of people are actually the most important group of people to society. I'm sure you've heard young single mothers described as a burden on society or as lazy, but clearly these women were actually like the backbone of the economy. It's an aspect that I feel many people don't actually think about. Obviously, it would be unreasonable to say that the reason that no one is having kids is purely because teen pregnancies are down. The economic aspect of it is clearly important. It's clearly relevant. I don't think it's a coincidence if you look in this graph that the countries that have the lowest fertility rate in Europe, countries like Italy, Spain, and Greece, are also the countries with the highest youth unemployment, the countries where young people live with their parents for the longest, and the economy is in the bin, basically. And if you just ask young adults why they're not having kids, a lot of them will say that it's simply because childcare is too expensive. What I do find interesting, though, is that the fertility crisis is one that affects the whole world. And it affects countries that spend an incredible amount of money on social programs for kids. So this is a quote by Robert Reich. If you don't know who Robert Reich is, he was US Secretary of Labor. He says that Norway spends around $30,000 per child on early childhood care. Finland spends $23,000. Germany spends $18,000, and the US spends $500 per child. Obviously, the US has a huge childcare spending problem. It just doesn't want to invest in young children. But Norway, which is spending incredible amounts on early childhood care, is still seeing a below replacement birth rate. And when we talk about this problem, we tend to lump men and women in together as if their experience of having children is identical, when there are actually some pretty significant differences that can at least help us explain some more of the trend towards choosing to not have children. And one of these big factors is the fact that women's earnings drop significantly after having a child, and that drop persists decades after they have children. This is not so much of a problem for men. Men who choose to have kids don't earn significantly less than men who don't choose to have kids, and they don't also experience a short-term drop in the amount that they earn. Gender-based differences in terms of the experience of childcare, I think are a remarkably important factor, because ultimately you need two people to have a child. This tracks with the work of Dr. Matthias Dupke. He's like the guy to talk about family economics. It's his area of specialty. He talks at length about the differences between low fertility countries and ultra low fertility countries. In the countries that have the lowest levels of fertility, there is a clear trend of women taking on a greater percentage of the burden of childcare. So in the really low fertility countries, the percentage of childcare duties that is taken on by women can be as high as 80%. In countries that have slightly better fertility ratios, this percentage is much closer to 50-50. There's still a huge stigma in some of these countries, particularly South Korea and Japan, where women are still expected to spend huge amounts of time at home taking care of children, but they can't survive without having a career, or they simply just want a career, which is also very reasonable. The decision to have kids is, in some extent, a signal of optimism, right? A signal in the belief that you'll have a good future, your kid will have a good future, and the world on the whole has a good future ahead of it. And I think these disparate factors all play into a single idea of optimism about the world. There's a really good research group called Our World in Data. They're amazing. They compiled some data on how optimistic people feel about the world. And you can see that there's this concentration of rich, low fertility countries at the bottom of this graph. And I think it helps us at least explain somewhat why the countries that are even trialing just direct one-off cash payments are not seeing remarkable improvement. Giving someone a one-off payment doesn't necessarily make them feel like the world is going to be a better place in the next 5, 10, 15 years. On the other hand, places like Taiwan have tried extended maternity leave, and that hasn't worked because that has actually increased the risk for women. They're going to be out of the workforce for longer, and they're going to struggle to recover the income that they once had. There are these macro factors like the gender wage gap, which are kind of creating like a negative pressure, and it's not enough to balance that negative pressure. But importantly, it's also worth mentioning that a lot of the drop in fertility is actually a good thing. It represents that people have agency. People can actually choose whether or not to have children, especially women. In fact, we use the term fertility crisis when it's not really a fertility crisis, it's a worker crisis. Governments aren't trying to create self-actualized, happy, positive individuals. They're trying to create meat for the grinder.
That's a good point, Smoking Spaceman. Life finds a way, yeah. My apologies, guys, for me being a bit all over the place tonight. Where there's a will, there's a way. Yes, that's true. You know what? Actually, considering I'm so terrible with my engagements with debates, because I'm not a debater, I don't like debating. I should actually engage with that a bit more so I can get better at it. Because I'm shitful at that. But I don't know, I've never really felt a draw or want towards debate because I don't really care about winning. I care about truth and I care about understanding. So it just doesn't. But you know, sometimes unintended things happen. And you end up in arguments or heavy disagreements that turn into debates and stuff like that. Anyway, so at least if I can practice that skill, then I can articulate myself better when those things do come up, even if I'm not looking for them. So I don't know, for the first time I've kind of thought there might be a necessarily reason for me to do that, and it might bridge that gap a bit better for me where I can deal with those situations a bit better when they come up. Because the way that even we do on debating and stuff online is not the way that it is in real life. Well, it is, but it's not. It's just very sportish. But having certain statistics off the top of my head and things like that would help a lot. So, some food for thought. Starting to get tired now. I have no idea what this chick is gonna say. But I'm curious to see if she's gonna bitch and moan. If she's gonna bitch and moan in this. Conversation allows for emotions. Yeah. Kind of. I don't know. I think the debates is more just about winning and stroking ego, to be honest. Sorry, but that's my opinion. I don't see the necessity to have a debate other than to stroke your ego and to feel like you're winning something. Other than that, you can achieve that in a conversation. And I don't mean a conversation of stroking emotions of, oh, it's okay, and this is how you feel. I mean direct communication conversations, but you don't need to yell at each other. There's less talking past each other because you're not actually just trying to get them to concede and haha, I win. It's, I'm strong on this opinion. I think that I'm right, but I want to hear you out and understand why you hold that opinion. Actually, that helps you know your opponent better too, if you actually want to do debates after that too. But I just feel like you get a lot more life skills out of a conversation, out of a difficult conversation. I'm not talking about any conversation, I'm talking about difficult conversations. Having a conversation in general can be hard for a lot of people, but having a difficult conversation, I think majority of people do not even know how to do that. They have no fucking idea, and I think that's a way more useful skill to have than knowing how to win an argument. Like, usually, I find the need to win an argument an emotional act. Personally. I don't know if I don't know. I don't know. I've never heard someone say that before, but yeah. I do. When I see debating, I see emotions disguised as being, because it is logical points, but it's still emotional too, though. Because the thing is, if you took those points and put them into a conversation, then because it's not competitive, it's less emotional. As long as you're not patting each, like, I'm not talking about, oh, they're there. I'm talking about difficult conversation. Yeah, and when you're not worked up like that and you're actually talking to someone and not at them, I just think that there's, yeah. Your enemies or opponents will call out weaknesses with no mercy. Yeah, and that's fine. I have people come up here all the time and do that, and I roast the fuck out of them. They roast me, and that's fine. But at the same time, why would I waste my time trying to convince you of something or trying to even get you to concede something if you're not trying to understand, or I'm not trying to understand? I have no problem with that. This is why I don't engage in debates. It's not it's the real bad need to win. It's the competitive shit. I'm not here to compete. Not only that, most of the time it's a popularity thing. And it's I've seen tons of debates where the person that so-called wins the debate is not correct. Like, if you want to go in terms of truth or what's correct, they didn't win. They just argued, like they dominated the arguing. That's about it. Or the other person didn't have a response that was witty enough. It further solidifies your understanding of your... Yeah, but the competitional... But it can destroy your views as well if you're open to understanding. Yeah, but with that competitive edge fucks that up a bit. Like, the longer I've been in this space, the more I see debates where it's not... It's more of a pissing contest or a popularity contest. Or a contest of wits. It's not... I don't see... I don't know, maybe that's the idea of it. And... I don't know. If that's the case, I'm better off being away from that. Because I like to understand and know the truth. So, I don't think debating is for that. From what I've seen other people who engage in it, how they engage in it. Yeah, I saw your comment earlier. I just don't agree. That's all. But that's okay. We're allowed to disagree. Debates are supposed to be what? Because I pulled up the definition of a debate. A debate is a competitive two-way conversation. Competitive. So it's about winning and losing. I have no problem with all the other aspects of debating, like exploring ideas about through the adverse point. I have no problem with that. No problem with that at all. I have no problem with roasting. I have no problem with having disagreement where your point of view is changed, and any of those kinds of aspects of a debate. But Kieran, that's exactly what a difficult conversation is. But the difference is that it's a competitive. It's competition. It's a competitive friggin' conversation. I've got no issue with people that want to engage with that. I don't think it's wrong or bad. It's just not for me. I don't give a fuck about winning or losing. I don't give a fuck about that. I give a fuck about understanding, and that's one thing that kind of, I don't know, disappoints me about debates, is they kind of miss that. And that would be so cool if that was included more. Yeah, someone's got to lose when you... Yeah, but you know, if you've always got to win, that's... If you got to enter every disagreement conversation as a debate, you got to win. That says a lot. It does. I'm sorry, but it does. It's a lot easier to do that than to have a difficult conversation. So I just don't see it. I don't see it as much of a skill, to be honest. It's more of a low-level skill. Having a difficult conversation where you can sit there and withstand that shit and still be fucking cordial to each other, like still hold a level of respect for each other and shit, and not go into chaos or calling each other names and all that emotional crap. That's the hard one. That's the hard one. And I suppose arguing with people like that's good practice for it, but you're getting emotional while you're like when you're debating, you're emotional. You have to be emotional to even be debating. Because to be competitive, you're emotional. So yeah, I don't know. Hello, Kieran.
Hey, how are you?
What's going on?
Oh, just had a few hours sleep. Went to a Christmas party and then come home and drank beer and spoke to Jim Bowden on your channel. Fell asleep, woke up at fucking 2 o'clock in the morning, and now I'm wired and tired. So I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Okay, I'm just gonna go pee for one quick sec. I'll be back.
Yeah, TMI. You know, I'll be right back. Would it suffice?
Well, I could leave. I could give you more information. I could always leave my microphone on, but I'm not going to.
Well, it's content, right?
Nah, fuck that. I'm not about that kind of shit.
Go on then. I'll just terrorise the chat. Okay, trying to figure out what Eyes Wide Shut. Oh yeah, we're due for a conversation, Eyes Wide Shut, after taking over Speakeasy's chat the other day. Got to get together on Discord with Robert Demeter. Not that being the best matters, but as hypothetical as, so to speak. Okay. If you're not cheating, you're not competing. Go. Yeah, don't you remember? Don't you remember Eyes Wide Shut? We got together on fucking Speakeasy's Discord to make contact so we could continue our conversation. It was a good conversation, actually. I was thinking, could even possibly make it my my very first live stream. We could do it live. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, we should do it. We were talking about sort of psychosomatic effects of, you know, when you're depressed or stressed and you end up with physical sort of symptoms, that sort of stuff. And also more about the idea, I think Jess knows this one, more about the idea that you don't always know what you're, I think I said the quote, the eye can't see itself. So sometimes you're looking at the world, you're looking at the world through a certain lens, but you don't realize what the lens is. Oh yeah, what? Oh yeah, about a live stream? That could be fun, couldn't it? Yeah. That could be an interesting subject, you know. So yeah, so this idea that when I first noticed it was when people were responding to me in a way that was different to what I thought I was doing. So like people would ask me, why are you angry? And I'd go, I'm not angry. But then when enough people ask you, why are you angry, bro? And I go, I'm not. It turned out I was. Right? I just thought that was normal. No, Coco Shuko, the eye can't see itself. You wrote can. Is that spell checker? Yeah, there you go. Gotcha.
Kieran, off you say, going off what you just said.
Yeah.
I've had that kind of issue a little bit lately, where like with everything that I'm going through at the moment, and everything that's going on in my personal life, even when I don't feel like I'm really emotional, like I'm not crying or whatever, I'm still, even at my baseline, I'm still emotional at the moment.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Is that everything I'm dealing with?
Yeah.
So even I'm not being emotional, but I probably am, and I just, because I already am, because I can't help it because of everything I'm dealing with. But I'm still at a base enough level where I can think straight and talk.
Yeah, I know what you mean. There's a point where you sort of where you dig your heels in and don't like if it's a bit like do you know how when people they play tug of war, they dig a little hole and put their heel in the hole and they just fucking sit there. Sometimes when you're dealing with shit, you set yourself up and you brace yourself, and you after a while you don't realize you're even doing it. You're just sort of in that frame of mind. So yeah, like Eyes Wide Shut said, yeah, sorry, go on. Yeah.
Kind of. If you want real fucking honesty, I'll give it. I got with a guy. I had 2 kids. I thought I didn't think I'd be single again. I thought the next time I'd be single, I'd be a widow.
Yeah. Don't worry. I was married. I was married 26 years. Never imagined I'd be
at the moment, my whole life is being tipped upside down where I don't even know who the fuck I am at the moment because I don't know who I am without that person.
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
So, yeah, I probably sound like I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about or I don't know what I'm doing because I am confused in my head at the moment and shit. I don't even know who the fuck I am at the moment because of this.
Yeah, I got you. I got my wife, my house, and my job all gone at the same time, just like that. So I mean, it was my own doing. I'm not blaming anyone, but you know, somebody made a list once of the top 10 things that cause depression, and those 3 are the top. Hey,
did you had kids involved, didn't you?
Oh, they were all over 18.
Oh, well, that would have made it so much. That's for me.
Yeah.
That's the hardest part. Like I'm trying not to get emotional now, but you can probably hear it in my voice.
Yeah, I know. It's a lot. It's very disorienting.
Yeah, I do feel very disoriented, so I can't think properly, and yeah, I'm probably having a lot of trouble communicating with everyone and shit. But I probably don't notice it as much as you guys do as well.
I think most people with any kind of age have a sense. Like Eyes Wide Shut said, he's been dealing with depression as long as he remembers. Yeah, but you know, bro, it can pass. It does. I was too.
It's kind of there's also that extra layer of the fact that like I ended up with postnatal depression after I had while I was pregnant with my daughter.
Yeah, my wife did too. That was brutal as fuck.
And I'm still not out of that yet.
Yep.
I'm on the outer end of it. I'm not as bad as what I was, but I'm still not out of it yet.
Yeah, I know.
Like it's been a long while now too. Like I didn't know that it could go this long, but it's one of those things too where since it's kind of been getting better and not worse, I think, oh yeah, I've got the hang of it. It's gone away, and then it comes back and smashes me a little bit again. So I'm looking forward to when it goes away completely because I fucking I don't like it.
It does go away. It does. But the thing is, there's no. It's like there's no defining point where you get like a switch where you go, oh, it's gone now. It's more like over time you look back and you go, oh, I remember being depressed, right? It's sort of, it does go away though.
It's not like it's not like depression like that. It's not like it's I got heartache and shit because of what I'm going through and stuff, but it's confusing and disorientating.
Yep. I'm hearing you.
Like even postnatal depression, like before I was going through all this shit, when I was pregnant and all that, and I first got all this postnatal depression, even then it was confusing and disorientating. I didn't know that I had postnatal depression at first. Yeah. I just felt really confused and disorientated and like I couldn't control things properly and I didn't know why. And then after like a bit I figured out what was going on.
but it took a bit. It took me probably 6 months of dealing with it before I even knew that that's what it was. I just thought there was something wrong with me. That's another thing. You think that there's something wrong with you and it's your fault.
Yep.
You don't think I'm sad. I feel depressed. You just think I'm confused. I have no idea what's going on. There's something wrong with me and it's all my fault. And I'm so ashamed I don't want to tell anyone.
I think that's a. I kind of understand what you're saying. I think there are certain people who want to take responsibility, and when you're confused, but you're somebody who wants to take responsibility, you end up blaming yourself for everything. It's kind of liberating to realize that everything isn't your fault. You know, that life happens. That's what I found, because I was even today. Katie still reminds me, Kieran, it's not your fault, man. Like, some things just happen, right? And I go, oh shit. I go, shit. Yeah, okay. So you mean? I mean, yeah. It's she keeps reminding me, Kieran, it's not your fucking fault. Just shit happens.
Yeah. No, I don't have anyone that does that. I do all that for others. But that's okay.
Yeah.
I put myself in that position. I'm not going, oh, poor me. I chose that.
Yeah, me too. That's a strategy. But sometimes you didn't choose it. Sometimes, like I said, you know, life just fucking happens. I found the best antidote. I mean, this may sound really weird, right? But the best antidote is to just say what you fucking think. Right? Just for some reason that helps. Just no matter where you are, just say what you fucking think. That's where Katie sometimes thinks I'm a bit autistic, because I just have no filter. But
No,
in
I do
between
it
my
too.
brain and my mouth.
I do it too. I feel dumb sometimes for it, and I'm like, oh shit, I shouldn't have said that. But at the same time, everything I say is real, and even if I don't remember saying it, I know that comes from a place of being real, and I don't have anything to worry about, and that's a pretty lifting feeling that not a lot of people can say.
Yeah, true. And just eyes wide shut is saying people will hate you for it if you say the truth. He's right, they will, but fuck them.
I know.
You'll find out who your friends are.
I know. For me, it's not that. I don't give a fuck about that. But when it's people like my family, like that's why this shit with my family is hitting me so hard, because I love very deeply when someone's close to me.
Yeah.
Maybe in the future we can fix it.
You never know. You know, I was talking the other day in the chat on
wanted to make
Speakeasy.
this like dad, so it's like fucked. Anyway, sorry. I'll shut up.
No, it's cool. No, it's cool. I was just saying that when I was talking with Eyes Wide Shut in Speakeasy chat about these kind of issues, I had a moment. So I had a couple of bouts of like serious chronic pain in my life, like a couple of years each. They were dreadful. And I went and saw a therapist, and it was a pretty bad session. I came out of there really mad at the therapist. I probably shouldn't have, but I was really mad. My wife was driving, and I was losing my shit in the car. And like I was punching the windscreen. I was just, and the fucking dashboard, I was just losing my shit. Then I calmed down, and this thought came over, and I thought, I have to go and talk to my dad. I was 40 years old, and I just thought, I've got to go and talk to my dad. So went and saw Dad. We sat in the backyard. I said, Dad, can we have a chat? And he goes, yeah, sure. So we sat out the back, and I literally told him a list of all the things I thought he did wrong. When he was like, it sounds so stupid now. I just went through this whole list of things I thought he did wrong when I was a kid. And he was really cool. He just sat and listened to me. Some of the stuff he goes, oh, I didn't even realize, or he said, yeah, you sure? And, you know, but He was cool. But the funny thing was, when I finished, he goes, "Well, now you've done that. Is it okay if I tell you what you did wrong when you were a kid?" And he went through a list, and I thought, "Oh, fuck, man." But the point I'm getting at is that's a conversation I thought I would take to the grave. I never thought I would be able to sit down with Dad. And I didn't realize how much resentment I had banked up over such meaningless kind of resentment. So I think what I'm saying is you can, if it's possible, you can resolve these things. They're hard conversations. But I tell you, when
You know
when
what?
Dad passed,
What
yeah,
you just said,
Yeah.
there was a clear fucking example of the importance of difficult conversations. Could you do that with a debate?
no.
There you go.
Yeah, they're different things. But I can tell you that when my dad passed away in March, he kind of passed away unexpectedly. I'm sad he's gone, but the last thing I told him in a phone call about a week earlier was how much I loved him and appreciate him. And I meant it. And I would hate to have had that conversation unspoken, the one that I had with him back when I would hate for that to still be there. Eyes wide shut. How do we communicate properly? We do it badly.
That's good that your dad was open to that, because like me, we have difficult conversations here all the time. Like,
Yeah.
so I'm sure you're well aware that I'm able to sit down and have difficult conversations. I'm actually
Oh, yeah.
better at it in real life too than what I am online. But a conversation is a two-way street, and you can't have a conversation by yourself. So that took you and your dad
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
to do that.
Yeah. Well, there's a theory that we outsource our sanity, right? It's by the feedback we get from other people. Even if someone's sitting silently while you talk, you can see their facial expressions, and you kind of calibrate yourself off the way people respond to you.
It still has an impact and a way of changing your thoughts and your point of
Yeah.
view and stuff like that, just without even words. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Difficult for some people. Like, I'll be all right. It's just because I'm in the thick of it at the moment. That's all.
I know.
I'm just happy. I have to every day. I kind of give myself credit. Like, thank fuck you're not on there going like a fucking ton of other girls.
Yeah, you have. Yeah. At least you haven't got one of those fucking TikTok diaries where you tell everybody.
Oh my gosh. I'm already cringing with embarrassment with how fucking retarded I am at the moment, and emotional and shit. And I can't help it and stuff. Let alone if I was doing that shit. Jeez. Jeez. God. I cringe so hard when I see that shit. I'm like, how the fuck did you look at that and go, yep, I'm gonna post that?
So eyes wide shut.
Like, you're watching a video of yourself crying, and you're like, I'm gonna post this. This is a good idea. Like, who thinks? I don't understand that. Am I crazy or what?
No. The funny thing I've found sometimes, Jess, is sometimes I've said some stuff, online, which is a bit fucking, I don't know, a bit brutal or a bit off color. And the next day I think, oh, fuck, I really said that? But then later on, I've literally had people thank me for saying shit. And I go, wow, I thought I was being an asshole. And I've literally had people say, hey, bro, thanks for saying that. I get what you mean. And I don't know. I don't think you can. It's something that Jordan Peterson said is, Just be honest and see what happens. That's the true adventure. Say what you think, be honest, and see what happens, because almost no one does it.
Yeah. I don't like talking about emotional shit because I don't know. I just don't like it. But I don't like sitting here and like, oh, I'm so perfect and I've got it all figured out and I'm so much better than all of you. I don't fucking like that shit either. It's like, no, I've got fucking issues just like everyone else. We all do.
Yeah.
So you just suck it up, you just deal with it and you move on. Also, I like showing you guys that women who sit there and go, I can't control it. That's true to an extent. Like you'd be able to tell that I'm emotional to a certain extent, but I'm not here going, oh, feel sorry for me and oh my and crying and that kind of crap. You know, that kind of
Yep.
feel sorry for me. I'm a victim. Shit, bullshit. Sometimes when I'm being pessimistic, I can kind of sound a little bit like that, but I mean that actual mentality and shit.
Yeah, the other thing that I've never done, which always puzzled me, is like I've seen people who say if I was stressed at work or I had an issue with a bloke at work. I've had a few of those before, where I'm having an issue with a bloke at work. I'm upset. I'm stressed. I never came home and took that out on my wife or anybody around me. Like, I don't understand people who are grumpy at their loved ones because they have some personal issue. That always seemed to me to be backwards.
Well, the only reason why I talk about some like personal struggle shit is that there might be something in that situation that somebody can use or something.
Mm-hmm.
And also, like I said, that I don't like to pretend I'm perfect. I see if I'm up here going I'm so good, I'm so great kind of bullshit, then I don't like that shit. I see that as full on fake shit.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be like direct with you, kind of thing. But there's also a limit to that. You don't like. I'm not gonna sit here and go. I think going into full on personal detail, the way that some people do, is really full on. Like that's way full on. Saying certain level of detail is good because it builds that connection with people, especially if people can see that they're stuck and you're able to do something with it, kind of thing.
Yeah. A certain degree of detail is how you connect.
I've had that shit help me from other people, kind of stuff. So if I can do that, or you guys can do that on the panel for someone else too, then that's like with all this people ending their lives and things like that. I don't know. I keep that kind of shit in mind.
Yeah.
Because I've seen struggle with people with that, where they see people on the internet and they're like, oh, they've got it all worked out. Their life is so great. Why can't my life be like that? They've got no problems, and you know that kind of. It's very common. Same with they see images of people online. They're like, oh, I wish I could look like that. I'm not that. It's the same kind of thing. Like, that's a big problem, and a lot of people come online and they try and pretend to be something they're not. Like, if I'm a mess, I'm a fucking mess. I'm not going to pretend to be something I'm not.
You know, Jess, I had a theory back in the day when Facebook was the main social media. I used to say that when a couple are posting on Facebook about how amazing their life is, it's only a matter of time before they end up posting a photo by themselves.
I just want to see what Eyes Wide Shut is saying, because he's been fucking saying a lot. The mind of man is made in the image of DT and the element of speech are related to the powers in his mind and thought to being of the oversoul. Okay. These are the
I couldn't quite follow that one.
Roots of language are few, alphabetical, and roots be identical. It's amazing because, yes, because we're snitching on ourselves. Is nice. If that's what you think. I haven't snitched on myself or anything, I don't think. I've been very honest, if that's what you mean by that.
Yeah, now he's apologising. Sorry, I prattle. Do your thing. No, prattle away, bro. That's why we're here. Yeah, women going online snitching on TikTok. Not you though, Jess. That's what he's saying. No, it's more than snitching. Women go online and they treat their personal lives like it's like a public service announcement. You know, they turn their own life into an example for everyone.
People respect me for being honest with them or whatever. No, I don't care. To be quite honest, eyes wide shut, I do not give a fuck if people want to respect me online or not. If you want to be on my channel or my fucking on my panel, you're going to have some kind of level of respect for me, or you can fuck off. And it's like that on anyone's channel. But I do not like people that want to try and kiss my ass. And I have plenty of mods that will happily get rid of anybody in my chat that is like that. That's not tolerated here.
Yep. No, I've seen that.
So yeah, sometimes we talk feelings in terms of real life problems and real life issues and shit. Sometimes in certain conversations, yeah. But as for like simping ass fucking bullshit or like whining ass crap, like if you get roasted here and you bitch and moan about it, you get timed out. Or you get roasted more.
If you want to toughen up, go and hang out on Bricky's channel for an hour. You'll learn over there. Those guys are fucking mental. I love them.
They're not that. It's the real like full on like sexual shit that gets me. I don't like that stuff. Other than that, they're cool. People used to bring their personal to work all the time. Yeah, see, that's not good. That's not good. Bringing your personal shit to work. Yeah, that's not good. It could even be as simple as their attitude. Well, I think it depends. If you're going through something really severe, like a full-on death, or like you've got a really messy divorce happening or something like that, I think that you're going to, like, the fact the person's going to have an attitude you should be mature enough to be able to understand and tolerate that. As long as they're not being a full-on fucking mental case mess.
Yeah, you can cut someone some slack. Yeah.
You can't expect them to be themselves either. They're not going to be themselves. Oh yeah, because of a fight at home. See, that's a bit shit. If it's only because of you had an argument with your partner or your wife or whatever, and then you go to work and there's issues, yeah, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. But if you got real serious ass shit going on, you still shouldn't be crying and bitching, like crying and moaning about it too, like that. But you're not gonna be yourself. You're gonna have moments where you are probably a little bit aggressive or emotional. Like, I think that's quite normal. You can't just avoid places because of that. Like, that's terrible ideas to isolate yourself when you're going through something so severe like that.
Yeah, yeah, it sure is.
So it's just something that you gotta keep yourself together enough where you're not an emotional wreck, and you're not leaning on people crying to them and shit like that, or you're not bringing up your problems all the fucking time and things like that. But you're gonna be a bit different for a little bit until you can get your shit together.
Yeah, if you go too full on with the depression and stuff, it becomes a sort of a, what do they call it, a positive feedback loop. You you're so depressed that you make the people around you depressed, and they
Women
stop talking to you.
Women going online snitching on TikTok. That I agree with. That I fucking agree with. There are so many fucking chicks that do that. Holy shit, that's bad. That's I can't deny that. I can't even close to that one. That is so fucking true. It's not funny. Though a lot of those chicks need help. Lots of help. Your thoughts, Kieran?
Oh, I look. Yeah, look. I remember one time there was a online streamer, IRL streamer. He was walking around the streets asking men if you were turned into a woman for a day, what would you do? And I thought to myself, I'd just go and lie down and wait for it to be over. I don't understand women, you know. So I see all the girls online doing that. I don't have TikTok, but I see the shorts sometimes on YouTube and shit, and I just don't get them. As far as I can tell, you guys are almost like you're almost like a different species, and I've given up trying to understand. I just navigate. I just navigate. I mean, I love you guys, but at the same time, I've got no idea what you guys are doing, and I don't really want to know. I'm just happy to work with you.
Yeah. Yeah, that's you shouldn't be taking that shit to work. Yeah, I can't stand kiss ass. Can't stand that fucking shit. That is exactly what I say all the time. Get rid of simps. That's why Kieran knows. Sometimes I'll have the like Kieran or someone on the panel, and I won't even say anything because I'm that uncomfortable by it. By kiss ass simps. Simps especially, I just go weird, and my mods deal with it, and I'm grateful for that.
Yeah, I've been there a couple of times.
Yeah, where I've just gone silent, let you do. Yeah, because I'm just like, geez, I'm so fucking uncomfortable. Yeah, or that's what I do, or I just roast the fuck out of them. That's usually what happens here. Trust me, I've danced with the devil. People don't bother me. People don't bother me either unless I'm close to them. If I'm really close to you, like close to someone, I will do a lot for them. Like I'll bend over back for someone I think is worthy of that. Like close to me, someone I consider family. Emotions are neutral, but I mean being a bitch type of thing. Yeah, we don't co-sign any bitches on this channel. Like sometimes we have a little bit of bitch moments. I have my bitch moments, and some of the guys have their bitch moments. Like Kieran's even had a few bitch moments. No offense, Kieran.
Oh, guilty as charged, you know.
But no bitches are tolerated here. They don't last long. They get banned pretty quick. Or bringing down the mood. That happens sometimes on this panel. And yeah. The best defense is a good defense. Well, that's true, isn't it?
I don't agree with that, actually. The best offence is, I prefer preemptive offence. You know, fuck this thing about throwing the first punch. Throw the first punch. If the situation calls for it, you only get one chance to surprise people. No, you see eyes wide shut. Yeah, I don't agree. The best offence is the best. No, the best offence is the best offence. So if you're walking down an alley and there's three guys coming the other way at night and they're menacing and they come up to you and you know it's going to go down. What do? Do you wait for the first punch, or do you hit the big guy first? Right. That's what I mean. The whole thing about defense being the best offense is kind of what's wrong with the world today. No one's prepared to step up and say, no, I fucking know.
How much a woman deals with what? Simping? Is
Yeah.
that what you... That... Oh my gosh. That is the thing that's made me probably more emotional on this panel more than anything, is the stress, the frustration of wanting that to fuck off. Is that true or not, Kieran? I don't know. From your point of view.
Yeah, say it again.
That there's not the thing that's frustrated me most on this channel is the amount of extreme simping shit.
Oh,
Or
yeah, I see
like,
it all the time. I see it all
it's
the time.
not even just on this channel. It's I go on other panels and I have to deal with it. I have to deal with it in fucking Discord. It's
Yeah, I've seen it.
yeah,
Yeah.
and it's frustrating.
It's like a fucking virus.
Yes,
It's like a
and I get-
virus. It's fucking everywhere.
Yeah, and I get really. There's been a few times on this panel where I've gotten extremely frustrated about it, about having to fucking deal with it and wanting it to fuck off.
What the fuck?
On dating
Hang
apps,
on. I'll be back in a second. One of my dogs is howling. I'm just going to go and check out what's going on.
Yeah, go check. Go check. With 2 dating profiles. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I've never been on a dating app, but bitches like a bunch on one panel. Speak was a... Yes, I saw that. I didn't join for that reason. Yeah. I go with my intuition, to be honest. I do with a lot of things, but not with everything. I try kind of bounce that with logic as well. People hate Sims. I'm not a fan. But dudes be down is kind of sad. That's a difference. If you I don't turn around guys that are sad. I talk to guys about stuff like that on here all the time. But I don't want to deal with guys hitting on me constantly either. It's fucking annoying and it's frustrating and it's... I don't want to be... I want to be focusing on other shit rather than that. Apparently there's a good amount of 30-year-old vet. Yeah, I know. That's a part of why I made the channel. Part of it is also because of what happened to my brother. Yeah, there's a few different reasons. I'd imagine it's suffocating. None of us... Hang on, let me go back up. None of us men could know how it feels to be a woman because you guys get way more attention than we ever will generally. I'm an outlier with that. Generally, yes, you're absolutely correct. But I've gotten way... That's probably another reason why I get so overwhelmed and defensive on here. Is because I've gotten way more attention in the last, like, fucking 4 months or 5 months than I've ever gotten. And I don't know how to deal with it, and I don't like it. So, yeah. Even without that, I've probably still gotten attention in real life that I haven't even recognized. But I don't know, usually I approach people and I talk to them pretty easily. Like, I've always been that kind of person that friendly, just makes small talk with people. So... yeah.
But yeah, I don't get a lot of attention. I didn't before I come here until the last fucking. Yeah, I don't like it. I've thought quite a few times about quitting YouTube because of that. Doesn't make it alright. Yeah, I agree. It's just kind of sad, yeah. I miss the good old days when that was the norm. Yeah, shit happens. I stayed away from all that crap constantly. Yeah, if I talk personally, there'd be no point. Because like I'm an outlier of too many things. I didn't even realize how much of an outlier I was until I actually came here and I started fucking talking about shit more. I'm like, geez. I knew that it was different or rare or whatever, but not to that fucking extent. It makes a lot of sense though. It makes sense of why I've had so much difficulty with, especially with female relationships. Like I've always had problems with female friends, and when I was younger, I never understood why. As I've gotten older, I've gotten different ideas of why. But yeah, the more that I learn up here, like the more that I realize. And that's the biggest thing is, holy shit, I go about things completely fucking different. And I knew that, but like I said, not to that extent. Like for example, with my kid's dad, I was 20 when I met my kid's dad. I just turned 20. I was like a month after I turned 20, and he was 44. So we have 24 years difference. And I used to watch him mow his lawn. Like I was his neighbor, and I used to watch him mow his lawn. And then one day I decided to go talk to him. See, like, what happened to that shit? So yeah, I was literally like the girl next door. Yeah. And before that, I'd only had 4 relationships, and they were all teenage relationships, and I've never been on a dating. So there's lots of stuff that I just completely missed.
Yeah,
The
I'm
last
back.
person he was on the fucking internet. Oh, you're back.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't date. I met my first wife when I was 15. We got married at 18, and then so I didn't date apart from like teenage stuff. And then I hit the dating scene when I was 45. It was fun times. Fun times.
You didn't miss shit. I don't think I missed out on anything. Like I did I didn't really, even when I was younger. I didn't. There were certain things that I kind of envied. I'm not gonna lie, there was certain things that I kind of envied, but I didn't enough to make the choice to be involved because too many other things I just wasn't okay with, and I wasn't okay with living with.
I found most of the dating at my age, at 45, was back then. Most of it was just about sex. Even
I'm not
like,
interested in that.
yeah, well, I was looking for a relationship, and all the women just wanted to have sex. It was crazy. I'm not
That's
even
why
joking.
I told you that all the girls that go there, that's what they want. That's why I never go. I never went. That's why I never went. I've never done a one night stand. I wasn't interested in doing one night stands. Fuck that
But
shit.
it's funny because they played the girlfriend thing because they don't want to look like a slut. But it was just honestly, I could almost copy and paste the responses in the when you're chatting online. I could see it coming a mile away. I had a couple of women who organised a hotel room for the first date, and I said, "Don't you want to have a coffee first?" You know, and they go, "No, it's okay. You know, I'm sure it'll be okay." I'm not even kidding.
Gross.
I'm not
That's
even
so
kidding.
gross. That's so fucking disgusting. It's not funny. That's fucking gross.
I know, and I'm not proud of it, but I was sort of like, well, okay then, you know, like it's fair enough. I'll turn up, but I did get tired of it. It was sort of because I was looking for someone to, you know, form a long-term relationship and share my life with, but these women were, you know, they were. I once went home from the pub. I was hanging out with my dad, and down near his place, I went to the pub. 3 o'clock in the morning. I end up back at some woman's house. She was hassling me. She kept coming up, and I'm going, "No, I'm here. I'm hanging out with my dad. Stop it." And then she went to my dad and said, "What's his problem?" And my dad said, "Try harder." So I'm not kidding. Eventually, end up back at her place at 4 in the morning. Both of us are totally ripped. And then she mentions her son, and I said, "How old's your son?" She goes, 14. I go, "Where is he?" And she points at a door. She goes, "He's asleep in there." And I thought, what the fuck are you doing? You don't know who I am, right? And then she said, I'm gonna go and have a wee." She went down the hallway and didn't come back. So I walked down the hall, and there she is, spread-eagled on the bed, passed out. So here I am, a stranger, completely drunk, walking around this woman's house while she's passed out drunk, and her 14-year-old son's asleep in the room. I thought, what the? I just called a taxi and fucking left. That's what we're dealing with out there. You know?
Yeah, I can't relate. Like, I can listen and I can retell other stories that I've heard, but I never went to parties. I never went to bars and or clubs or any of that shit. The only time I went to a nightclub, I took my sister for her 18th to make sure she was safe and she didn't get drugged or anything.
Yeah.
Other than that, I never went to parties. I've never been to a festival either. Because it's a place where girls go to be whores, and I'm not interested. You can't tell me I'm wrong.
No, I'm not going to argue with you.
Because you know it's true. Tell me one chick that went to a party that wasn't a slut, or being a slut, or willing to be a slut.
You know, Jess, I even experienced it when I was fucking 15 years old, going to
There you
parties.
go. I know. I remember when I was fucking 12 and shit. I had 14 and 15-year-old friends that were doing it. 13-year-old friends that were doing it.
Yeah, I had like 15 years old, and a girl kind of throwing herself at me, and I'm going, "Look, I'm just not into you." And she goes, "I don't care. I just, you know," I go, fuck me.
Right.
It's crazy.
Yeah, and see, I said, tell me one chick that goes to those places and isn't looking for that, and you couldn't say one. That's it, because the girls that are not willing to be a slut or into that at all are not gonna be there.
True.
As if I want to go somewhere where a bunch of strangers that are half cut are gonna be rubbing all over me and fucking gross. That shit's that's a nightmare to me. No comment.
Coco Shoko, what the fuck are you?
I think that
he's playing with his wide set vagina. Or he, she, I don't know what it is. You know, yeah, I'm not gonna say that actually. I'm not gonna say that one. Oh. What if they're all chads? I don't give a fuck if they're fucking all chads. I find that fucking shit sus. I don't want no fuckboy. Fuck off with that shit. Sorry, but that's my opinion.
Fucking, what time is it? Fucking 3:40. I don't know whether to have more coffee or go to bed. Shit.
Even yes, I'm not. By the way, guys, that's hilarious that you bring that up. Actually, I actually am not attracted to guys that are over 6 foot, 6 foot or over. I've never ever been attracted to guys that are 6 foot or over. Yeah, I've never dated a guy that's 6 foot or over either.
You know what I find funny, Jess, when I was dating, how...
And I did say that to you, I'm an outlier with a lot of shit, though.
Yeah, I found it weird.
And as for 6-packs, I don't necessarily... I like guys that can more have, like, that more can carry weight, so more have shoulders, like, shoulders, like, upper chest or back, rather than 6-pack. 6-pack doesn't mean shit to me. Just saying. Like, it's good if you have that, that's great, but I don't find it, it's not an attractive feature to me. What I just stated would be more the equivalent of that.
I found it weird how readily chicks, when I was dating, how readily chicks will comment on your body. Like, they'll just say shit. I met this one chick in a hotel. We met outside of her place and we drove to the hotel. First time we met, and we're in the elevator, and she just kind of glanced up and down, looking at me from head to toe, and I said, "What are you doing?" She goes, "Oh, I just thought you were taller." Thought, imagine if I said, "That's okay, I thought you were skinnier."
Holy shit, that's fucking so bad.
I know, just like that. And I've had other ones.
It's not funny.
Yeah, I know.
How tall are you? I am like I'm like 5'1", 5'2", maybe 5'3", around that.
Yeah, I'm right on average. I'm about 5'8", but
no,
my
I'm only
claim
like,
to my claim to fame.
I'm only like 50 kilos, so I'm like 100 pounds, just over 100 pounds.
Yeah, I'm 5'8", but
So
my
6 foot. If a guy that's 6 foot, I can't even reach kissing him on my tippy toes. Like, I can't. If a guy is like 5'9" or 5'10", I have to be on my tippy toes to hug him properly. So if he was 6 foot, I wouldn't be able to do that. Short as fuck. Oh, jeez. Yeah, 6 foot guy, they're like, my forehead's like at their nipples kind of thing. Like, oh, well, just a little bit above that. Oh, yeah, around that. Like at their chest height, it's not.
So how tall are you again?
Like 5'2"-ish.
Oh, 5'2", okay. Yeah, I think Katie's around 5'4".
Mid torso, yeah, that is where it's at. Yeah. So it's like you're like too tall if you're 6 foot. You should see the look on guys' face when they're 6 foot. They come up to you and they're trying to talk to you, and you're like, "No, you're too tall for me." That's shock horror.
Eyes wide shut. do women ever hate on you for being short? No, well, first of all, I'm not short. I'm average. No, I've never had chicks hating me for being short. On the other hand, I've always been in pretty good shape, like for my age. Especially when I was dating, I was still going to the gym and I was running and I worked physical. So I think that for being 45, that gave me a head start. I was in good shape.
He's calling you a short king. How tall are you, Eyes Wide Shut? Are you over 6 foot? If you're over 6 foot, I suppose you. If he's over 6 foot, he kind of has.
Well, he reckons he's 6'3" to 6'4".
Got some game in your thing.
Yeah, pretty much. Eyes wide shut. Yeah, I did have a little bit of game.
Oh fucking hell. 6'3", 6'4". That's fucking huge. I'd be probably up to your, like, just above your, like, not far off your, above your belly button. Fucking not good.
Yeah, eyes wide shut. Yeah, your buddy was about the same height. Yeah, look, average height's okay. Like I said, I had at least one woman sort of comment that she thought I was taller, but generally speaking, and Andrew Schultz, the comedian, talks about this. If you can be funny, dead set, I'm not lying. If you can be honestly funny, that'll carry you a long way with the ladies. I'm not even joking. I think there's something about being able to make a joke that.
Eyes
like,
Wide Shut. You should come on the panel and have a chat with us.
I assume that Crumple's fallen asleep or something. I
Yeah.
would say. Yeah.
When he wakes up, we'll know because he'll remove himself.
Yeah, right. Nah, fair enough.
Ah, jeez. You know, Kieran said that once. Do you remember the days when you said that?
When I said
I
what?
remember when I asked you to join the panel and you're like, not really my thing, maybe one day.
Mm.
Do you remember
know.
those days?
Yep. How'd that work out? How'd that work out?
Oh, you're not the only one that's done it too. Yeah. Yeah. At least, like, that's the thing, the good thing about it not being full on debates too, is that I get other creators complain, oh, I've had that person in my chat for ages. Why the fuck did they come to your channel and get on the panel? And I'm like, maybe because I don't make them feel pressured into a full on constructed debate shit, and they can just chill out and be themselves and just talk.
That's a good point, actually. There were so many times your channel has just been 4 dudes just shooting the breeze for hours.
Well, everywhere else, everybody's worried about embarrassing themselves.
Yeah.
It's one of the few places you don't have to worry about embarrassing yourself. And if you do embarrass yourself, no one gives a fuck and everyone gets over it. Not a fan of the drama. I think you are. You came from Speakeasy's fucking channel, and that channel's a lot fucking more dramatic than this one. So you're at least a fan of watching drama. Just my kind of place. That's not a good comment to make. Like, yeah, I don't know if you know this, but my brother self-deleted like 3 years ago, this month, actually. That's not something that you should joke about. Just saying. It's all good. It's just
I'm good with jokes, but some things like that, if you're serious, like even if you're serious or you're joking, I still don't think that's funny, because there's so many people that actually do think that way. And if you do feel that way, I actually give a fuck, even though I don't fucking know you. That's not good. Why would you visit channels that make you feel like that?
He's just making a joke.
That's why I focus on chat, not the channels. I can understand to an extent. Usually the chats are kept pretty good because of the mods. And the panels can become a bit of a dumpster fire because of it displays how much we've fallen as humanity. I get that. There's some times where I'm watching going, geez, I can't believe this is where we're at, where we're even talking about this or arguing about this kind of shit. But also those kinds of things are important as well. It's the people outside of verbal combat. Yeah, it is. It's very unhealthy. That's why you gotta try and keep things fucking pretty clean. Even at speakeasies, it's a bit... I think it's a bit more full on over there than what it is here. Even in that chat, it's like crazier. Not all the time, but sometimes. With the randoms here. Yes. Same. I don't know how he does it too. I've actually asked him about that because I struggle with it. Something just constantly dealing with people fucking arguing with you over dumb shit. That's the worst thing, is when it's fucking really retarded stuff and you're like, geez, why am I going through this with you fucking 1,500 times?
Yeah, but Speak also, he's really good at trolling them as well, because he looks up the arguments before, or the topics before he puts them online.
Hey, you think he didn't have a starting point? You think he didn't? That's. I'm actually glad that I've had personal conversations with a few of these creators, because I look at them online and I think the same thing. I'm like, how the fuck do you do this? I am struggling with this shit. Like, because to run the shows, the shit that you got to do all behind the scenes and stuff, and then you got to do stuff while you're on the. It's a lot. It's a lot more than what it looks like.
Yeah.
And yes, but hearing a lot of these creators actually tell me where they started. Like, I really respect them being so honest. Like, they could have said, "Oh yeah, I had it all figured out" and all that crap to me, and I would have never known. But they decided to tell me exactly where they were fucking out and how they were feeling and the struggles that they faced, and I really appreciate that, because it's like, well, you know, it's a learning curve for everybody, and if they went through all that shit, same place, and they could get to that, where I can too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. I was talking with Chris Lestrange about that, because he's just started his recently, and I'm still talking about starting mine eventually. I've got the gear now. And he was saying the same thing. Like, his first stream was basically him experimenting with the software, and the guys like Mike Baller in the chat telling him how to do it. That was his first stream. Was just getting instructions from the chat on how to run the stream.
Yeah, he's told me quite a few different problems that he's faced, how he, like, different, like, a lot of the issues that I'm facing and being overwhelmed and not knowing how to deal with it and all that kind of stuff. And I just thought, wow. Yeah, because he didn't need to tell. Like, Speakeasy's one of them, but there's been a few of them as well.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what you said earlier about emotion and controlling it or running the show. Yeah. Yep. That is what I was saying earlier. Grass. I love it when he trolls. Yeah, you gotta fucking do a bit of like roasting and trolling shit. We do that here too. It breaks it up a little bit.
I saw Speak one time arguing that the Earth was flat, and he had all the arguments, and I'm sitting there thinking he was so convincing. I'm sitting there thinking, surely Speak's smarter than that. And then it dawned on me, he's fucking trolling. He had the whole panel on fire because he was arguing the Earth was flat.
Yeah, I've done that quite a lot. My biggest issue is I'm not experienced or skilled with debating, and I have very hard trouble articulating shit in the way that I intend to. So my points often during conversation, I'm pretty good with it most of the time, but as soon as it comes to a debate format, no, I can't. I'm not competitive with it. I think that's why.
Yeah, but also, Jess, it took me a while to figure this out. But you've got a sometimes your definition of words is kind of unique, and people misunderstand. And so it took me a while to figure that out, because sometimes you're arguing a point, and I can hear what you're saying, but other people are stuck on their definition of. Remember the time you spent 3 days arguing with John Smith about it was about gun laws, about force or damage.
About the definition of cause.
The definition of cause. You spent 3 days.
He wouldn't let it go, eh? Jeez, he got worked up out of that one.
Every time I tuned in, you're still fucking talking about it.
He just wanted me to fucking, like, I just want her to tell me this. I just want her to say this. And I'm like, jeez, John. Jeez.
That was hilarious.
But what are you saying, that I make up definitions, or that I...
No, you sometimes have a nuanced... sometimes, like, we only have so many words, and they don't always exactly match what we're thinking, so we pick the word that's closest to it. If you think about, like, something like emotions, we have happy, sad, angry, excited. Sometimes we feel things that doesn't fit any one of those particularly, but we have to pick the nearest one. And I think sometimes when you're talking about something nuanced, you're using the nearest word available, which is, which you have to do. And it takes me a while sometimes to get where you're coming from. And I go, oh, she means it's not quite that, but there's no other word for it. So that's fair enough. You use the best word you have. But then other people get stuck on their definition, and then they're trying to talk to you as though they understand what you're saying.
So are you saying that I'm trying to explain things, or talk about things that are outside of what's usually thought about or talked about? So
Exactly.
I have trouble articulating it or explaining it in a way where people can actually meet me where I'm trying to come from.
Yes, which isn't a fault on your part. It's just because that different angle you're taking, like that unique angle, we don't have the precise language. It hasn't been invented. So you have to use the words that are available.
That's actually a compliment.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
That's an interesting compliment. I've never had anyone say something like that before.
Well, there you go.
Maybe I can do something with that. If I can see things that that others often can't, then if I can actually find a way to communicate that more effectively, I could use that really well in my life.
Yeah. You sure could.
Well, thanks for that. I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah, good on you.
Might be impossible. We're fucked, I think.
Yeah, he's got yeah, eyes wide shut. It relates to perception molding from language. Yeah, I've gone down that path of thinking. Perception molded by language. Okay, is he repeating himself, or is the chat gone a bit funny? Because it keeps. Oh, hang on. Can you see that, Jess? The chat's just scrolling over and over the same messages.
No.
Oh, maybe it's me.
It might be.
It might be me. I need more coffee. Yeah, perception. That's weird. It just I've got 4 messages that keep scrolling and repeating over and over. I'll reboot the TV. I'm on my phone, so I can't. I'm watching it on telly. That's fucking weird. See what happens. Yeah, but the idea of perception being molded by language, that's kind of that idea where they talk about like different languages have different. For example, there are words in German that we don't have in English. A good one would be Gestalt or Zeitgeist. Zeitgeist is a word in German that in English would be something like the social milieu, you know. I think it gets overestimated. Sometimes they say things like, because people have different words in their language, they have a different perception of the world. I think that's a bit overstated.
Good job, Kira.
It's done it again. I rebooted the telly, and now the next 4 comments are scrolling. Ah, fuck it. Ockerton tripthongs. What the fuck? Ockerton tripthongs.
What the fuck are you talking about, Kieran?
Ockerton tripthongs. I better write that down because I want to look that up later. I can't do it now. I'm on my phone. Actually, speaking of writing things down, I've got to re-register my car too. I better make a note of that because I forgot.
Where are you going?
Hey, I was just making a note.
Just give me a sec, I'll be back.
Sure. Yeah, eyes wide shut. I've got no idea what that is. Tripthongs. IPA examples. The fuck? Yeah. Yeah, I do sometimes watch a you know, Eyes Wide Shut. You were saying that you studied etymology. When I was a younger man, I once randomly bought a book on the history of the English alphabet. It was really fascinating. And there's a guy online I sometimes watch some of his stuff. He's like a what do they call him? Damn, a linguist. He's a linguist, and he does breakdowns of things like that. Things like different vowels in different languages, and how English is the most complex. We have the most vowel sounds. And he also talks about like how we structure questions and stuff. How we put a word like did in front of a statement to make it a question. And a lot of languages don't do that. Hey, Straight Jacket, how you going? Oh, we've got a raid coming. Got a raid coming in. All right. It's good to see you, sir. Yeah, straight. Jess has popped off for a moment. Should be back soon. We're just here kind of shooting the breeze with chat.
I'm here.
There we go. Yeah, Straight's just popped into the chat.
Hey, Straight, how are ya? Nice to see ya. You're welcome to join if you want. It's nice and peaceful now.
Yeah, I'm going to bail pretty soon. I've got to try and get a couple of hours sleep before the
Yeah,
sun
I
comes
thought-
up. Hey?
I thought you would. I have to wait until Cam gets back from work now.
Yeah, right.
Nice, eh?
Yeah. Blair, 1%. Mike Ball, here they come. Here comes the raid, Jess. The boys are back in town.
Thanks, Mike, for the raid. I really appreciate that a lot. I hope you had a good show this morning. Yeah, Kieran woke up in the middle of the night, so he's not usually here at this time.
Yeah, went to a Christmas
Grumple
party.
fell asleep. We got Grumple up here just to see how long he's going to be asleep on the panel before he wakes up. I should put him in the back. I might do that. I don't want to embarrass him.
Yeah, go on. America Uncensored, good to see you. Here we go.
Yes.
The boys are in.
Yeah, let's pull everyone up. Hello, Glare, Mike, and Elbow. Yeah, it says LO, but I just put the B in there, which is for the sake of it.
Eyes Wide Shut. I'm going to have to look this up. I'm kind of losing track of what you're talking about, but I will. I'll look it up in the morning.
American Uncensored. Barbie. Is it Barbie or Barbie? I don't know. Usually the way we pronounce fucking shit is way different. We bought pizza. Nice. Did you have pineapple on your pizza? Are you being that's directed at you, Karen.
Who? Eyes Wide Shut?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I know. It's frying my head. I'm going to have to get some sleep and have a look at it later. At these Occitan diphthongs or whatever it was. I wrote it down. Oh, Barbie. My name's Barb and I raise honeybees. Oh, nice. Nice.
Oh, it's B, yeah. Okay. Barbie. Okay. Nice. I just wanted to ask because so I got it right. Usually I get people's names wrong. A lot of the time when they're spelt like that. Like, it could be... I don't know. I just always ask people, how would you like me to say it? And I'll just say it like that.
G'day, Slim. What up?
If you understand anything you see, I've got no clue. I just see the connections.
Yeah, it's not the worst way to
Fuck you,
navigate the
licking?
world.
I don't want to... trigger warnings licking something.
I don't want to know.
Neither. I don't want to know either. Hello, hello. Please don't confuse me with Barbie. Ah, jeez. He licked the pizza. Oh. Okay. Nice. Nice, nice. I don't know what fucking time it is where you guys are. I'm too tired to work it out. Fuck, I've been live for how long now? Like 16 hours? Did you fall asleep again, Kieran?
No, I'm still here. Still here. Got the kettle boiling.
You sound like you're about to pass out.
Yeah, I'm drinking this. I've got because I drink a lot of coffee, so I've got this alternative. It's like a cereal. It's made from hickory and shit. Tastes a bit like coffee, but it has no caffeine. I'm trying to drink a bit of that because if I have any more coffee, I'm going to be up for 3 days.
You're not talking about... I would hope that you're not talking about dicks. Straight. I would hope.
Oh.
I'm really hoping that...
Yeah,
that
Mike
that's not-
Ball. Oh, sorry, Jess. Yeah. Mike Ball thinks the solution is to drink some booze. Yeah, that's pretty much it, Mike. I drink enough coffee in the morning to get so hyped up I need alcohol to calm down, and then I wake up, I need coffee. Yeah.
Okay. No worries, Oswald. I hope to see you back here again. It was nice to have a chat with you.
Yeah, see you, man. I'll hit you up on Discord in a couple of days, and we'll catch up for that chat.
Yeah, it's fucking 4:15 in the morning.
Yeah, no shit.
I heard snoring. Yeah, that was probably Grumple.
Yeah, Mike, don't encourage me, bro.
Oh, jeez. What made you join the panel Australia going on?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that happening. I was trying to... do you know what? It's so funny. I was telling Katie, I was just about to jump on and tell Australia to calm down because he's going to get booted. And 5 seconds later, you booted him. And I went, fuck it.
I did. I gave him more than enough chance. More than enough warning. I just said, hey, calm down. Don't even fight. Hey, this is... He was... Jeez. It's like you're literally proving my point. You're displaying like proof of my point. You do realize that?
Yeah, actually, Richard Marsden was saying the same thing in the chat. He was going, Australia, you're literally doing what you said.
I know. I can after all that talking past, after being on speakeasies and all that talking past each other, I was just
Yeah.
like, because the thing is, I said from the start of that stream of speakeasy that I agreed with what he was saying. I just obviously didn't articulate what I was trying to add in the right way for them to understand what I meant. And I tried to change it the way I said it a couple of times to help them, and it just didn't work. And I'm like, oh fuck. This is why I fucking hate debates. This is why I go for conversations.
So, Straight Jacket reckons he had to give Chase a lesson in freedom last night. That's interesting. I'm curious.
I did give a lesson in freedom last night to Chase. Yes, well, I didn't even get to touch on that point because I was going to add all that while I think that, because that's what it was about, Straight. It was about that topic. It was about the same fucking topic that you went on. It was about the social media ban in Australia.
Oh, yeah, yep.
That's what it was over. And I do think that some kind of something needs to be done. I actually think it should come from the parents.
Yeah, me too.
I don't think the government should be involved at all. I think that if it's necessary for the government to, like, if the government is going to be involved, then I think the parents should still have say over that.
Yeah, I agree. I saw Jonathan Haidt, the psychologist who does a lot of research into that, who kind of his conclusion after studying social media was that you should keep kids off it until they're at least 16 or something. But that sounds good, but I don't like the government getting involved in families. I want the government doing this. Yeah, yeah.
And that's where I went on about the whole video game thing, that I do not think that that video games are necessarily worse than social media. I think social media is a lot worse for lots of different reasons. But I think that for the particular, like, I was coming at that from a particular point, and I was talking about online predatory behavior. And when it comes to gaming is the biggest problem with that for kids. That is 100% true. And I'm actually going to, because I have looked into this in the past, I'm going to actually look into it a bit more and get together some of the information about all the cases of that happening to here.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's more. The problem with the reason why it's the way the relationship's formed. So on like Instagram and stuff like that, you get likes and validation, and that does distort your perceptions and stuff like that. But the way that predators have access to you is still, there's still a lot of barriers in between that. It's more like a fantasy-based relationship kind of thing. So is it when you're talking about when these kids are on these gaming things, but it's made a lot more personal.